that his rivals had set to work to take his invention away from him. A friend who owned another third share in his company had hypothecated his stock to help form the new company, and now came a call from the bank for more collateral, and he was obliged to sell out. And at the next stockholders' meeting it developed that their rivals had bought it, and likewise more stock in the open market, and they proceeded to take possession of the company, ousting the former president and then making a contract with their automobile company to furnish the storage battery at a price which left no profit for the manufacturers. And so for 2 years the inventor had not received $1 of dividends upon his $1 million worth of paper, and to cap the climax, the company had refused to sell the battery to his automobile company, and so that had gone into bankruptcy, and his friend was ruined also. Montague went into the case very carefully, and found that the story was true. What interested him particularly in it was the fact that he had met a couple of these financial highwaymen in social life. He had come to know the son and heir of one of them quite well, at Siegfried Harvey's. This gilded youth was engaged to be married in a very few days, and the papers had it that the father-in-law had presented the bride with a check for $1 million. Montague could not but wonder if it was the million that had been taken from his client. There was to be a bachelor dinner at the millionaire's on the night before the wedding, to which he and Oliver had been invited. As he was thinking of taking up his case, he went to his brother, saying that he wished to decline, but Oliver had been getting back his courage day by day, and declared that it was more important than ever now that he should hold his ground, and face his enemies for Alice's sake, if not for his own. And so Montague went to the dinner, and saw deeper yet into the history of the stolen millions. It was a very beautiful affair, in the beginning. There was a large private dining room, elaborately decorated, with a string orchestra concealed in a bower of plants. But there were cocktails even on the sideboard at the doorway, and by the time the guests had got to the coffee, every one was hilariously drunk. After each toast they would hurl their glasses over their shoulders. The purpose of a bachelor dinner, it appeared, was a farewell to the old days and the boon companions, so there were sentimental and comic songs which had been composed for the occasion, and were received with whirlwinds of laughter. By listening closely and reading between the lines, one might get quite a history of the young host's adventurous career. There was a house up on the west side, and there was a yacht, with orgies in every part of the world. There was the summer night in Newport Harbor, when someone had hit upon the dazzling scheme of freezing $20 gold pieces in tiny blocks of ice, to be dropped down the girls' backs. And there was a banquet in a studio in New York, when a huge pie had been brought on, from which a half-nude girl had emerged, with a flock of canary birds about her. Then there was a damsel who had been wont to dance upon the tops of supper tables, clad in diaphanous costume, and who had got drunk after a theater party, and set out to smash up a Broadway restaurant. There was a cousin from Chicago, a wild lad, who made a speciality of this diversion, and whose mistresses were bathed in champagne. Apparently there were numberless places in the city where such orgies were carried on continually. There were private clubs, and artists' studios. There were several allusions to a high tower, which Montague did not comprehend. Many such matters, however, were explained to him by an elderly gentleman who sat on his right, and who seemed to stay sober, no matter how much he drank. Incidentally he gravely advised Montague to meet one of the young host's mistresses, who was a stunning girl, and was in the market. Toward morning the festivities changed to a series of wrestling bouts. The young men stripped off their clothing and tore the table to pieces, and piled it out of the way in a corner, smashing most of the crockery in the process. Between the matches, champagne would be opened by knocking off the heads of the bottles, and this went on until 4 o'clock in the morning, when many of the guests were lying in heaps upon the floor. Montague rode home in a cab with the elderly gentleman who had sat next to him, and on the way he asked if such affairs as this were common. And his companion, who was a steel man from the West, replied by telling him of some which he had witnessed at home. At Siegfried Harvey's theater party Montague had seen a popular actress in a musical comedy, which was then the most successful play running in New York. The house was sold out weeks ahead, and after the matinee you might observe the street in front of the stage entrance blocked by people waiting to see the woman come out. She was lithe and supple, like a panther, and wore close-fitting gowns to reveal her form. It seemed that her play must have been built with one purpose in mind, to see how much lewdness could be put upon a stage without interference by the police. And now his companion told him how this woman had been invited to sing at a banquet given by the magnates of a mighty trust, and had gone after midnight to the most exclusive club in the town, and sung her popular ditty, "Won't you come and play with me?" The merry magnates had taken the invitation literally, with the result that the actress had escaped from the room with half her clothing torn off her. And a little while later an official of this trust had wished to get rid of his wife and marry a chorus girl, and when public clamor had forced the directors to ask him to resign, he had replied by threatening to tell about this banquet. The next day, or rather, to be precise, that same morning, Montague and Alice attended the gorgeous wedding. It was declared by the newspapers to be the most important social event of the week, and it took half a dozen policemen to hold back the crowds which filled the street. The ceremony took place at St. Cecilia's, with the stately bishop officiating, in his purple and scarlet robes. Inside the doors were all the elect, exquisitely groomed and gowned, and such a medley of delicious perfumes as not all the vales in Arcady could equal. The groom had been polished and scrubbed, and looked very handsome, though somewhat pale, and Montague could not but smile as he observed the best man, looking so very solemn, and recollected the drunken wrestler of a few hours before, staggering about in a pale blue undershirt ripped up the back. The Montagues knew by this time whom they were to avoid. They were graciously taken under the wing of Mrs. Eldridge Devon, whose real estate was not affected by insurance suits, and the next morning they had the satisfaction of seeing their names in the list of those present, and even a couple of lines about Alice's costume. In the yellow papers there were also accounts of the trousseau of the bride, and of the wonderful gifts which she had received, and of the long honeymoon which she was to spend in the Mediterranean upon her husband's yacht. Montague found himself wondering if the ghosts of its former occupants would not haunt her, and whether she would have been as happy, had she known as much as he knew. He found food for a good deal of thought in the memory of this banquet. Among the things which he had gathered from the songs was a hint that Oliver, also, had some secrets, which he had not seen fit to tell his brother. The keeping of young girls was apparently one of the established customs of the little brothers of the rich and, for that matter, of many of the big brothers, also. A little later Montague had a curious glimpse into the life of this half-world. He had occasion one evening to call up a certain financier whom he had come to know quite well, a man of family and a member of the church. There were some important papers to be signed and sent off by a steamer, and the great man's secretary said that he would try to find him. A minute or two later he called up Montague and asked him if he would be good enough to go to an address uptown. It was a house not far from Riverside Drive, and Montague went there and found his acquaintance, with several other prominent men of affairs whom he knew, conversing in a drawing-room with one of the most charming ladies he had ever met. She was exquisite to look at, and one of the few people in New York whom he had found worth listening to. He spent such an enjoyable evening, that when he was leaving, he remarked to the lady that he would like his cousin Alice to meet her, and then he noticed that she flushed slightly, and was embarrassed. Later on he learned to his dismay that the charming and beautiful lady did not go into society. Nor was this at all rare; on the contrary, if one took the trouble to make inquiries, he would find that such establishments were everywhere taken for granted. Montague talked about it with Major Venable, and out of his gossip storehouse the old gentleman drew forth a string of anecdotes that made one's hair stand on end. There was one all-powerful magnate, who had a passion for the wife of a great physician, and he had given $1 million or so to build a hospital, and had provided that it should be the finest in the world, and that this physician should go abroad for 3 years to study the institutions of Europe. No conventions counted with this old man. If he saw a woman whom he wanted, he would ask for her, and women in society felt that it was an honor to be his mistress. Not long after this a man who voiced the anguish of a mighty nation was turned out of several hotels in New York because he was not married according to the laws of South Dakota, but this other man would take a woman to any hotel in the city, and no one would dare oppose him. And there was another, a great traction king, who kept mistresses in Chicago and Paris and London, as well as in New York. He had one just around the corner from his palatial home, and had an underground passage leading to it. And the major told with glee how he had shown this to a friend, and the latter had remarked, "I'm too stout to get through there." "I know it," replied the other, "else I shouldn't have told you." And so it went. One of the richest men in New York was a sexual degenerate, with half a dozen women on his hands all the time. He would send them checks, and they would use these to blackmail him. This man's young wife had been shut up in a closet for 24 hours by her mother to compel her to marry him. And then there was the charming tale of how he had gone away upon a mission of state, and had written long messages full of tender protestations, and given them to a newspaper correspondent to cable home to his wife. The correspondent had thought it such a touching example of conjugal devotion that he told about it at a dinner party when he came back, and he was struck by the sudden silence that fell. The messages had been sent to a code address, chuckled the major. And everyone at the table knew who had got them. A few days after this, Montague received a telephone message from Siegfried Harvey, who said that he wanted to see him about a matter of business. He asked him to lunch at the Noonday Club, and Montague went, though not without a qualm. For it was in the Fidelity Building, the enemy's bailiwick, a magnificent structure with halls of white marble, and a lavish display of bronze. It occurred to Montague that somewhere in this structure people were at work preparing an answer to his charges. He wondered what they were saying. The two had lunch, talking meanwhile about the coming events in society, and about politics and wars, and when the coffee was served and they were alone in the room, Harvey settled his big frame back in his chair, and began. "In the first place," he said, "I must explain that I've something to say that is devilish hard to get into. I'm so much afraid of your jumping to a wrong conclusion in the middle of it. I'd like you to agree to listen for a minute or two before you think at all." "All right," said Montague, with a smile. "Fire away." And at once the other became grave. "You've taken a case against this company," he said. "And Ollie has talked enough to me to make me understand that you've done a plucky thing, and that you must be everlastingly sick of hearing from cowardly people who want you to drop it. I'd be very sorry to be classed with them, for even a moment, and you must understand at the outset that I haven't a particle of interest in the company, and that it wouldn't matter to me if I had. I don't try to use my friends in business, and I don't let money count with me in my social life. I made up my mind to take the risk of speaking to you about this case, simply because I happen to know one or two things about it that I thought you didn't know. And if that's so, you are at a great disadvantage, but in any case, please understand that I have no motive but friendship, and so if I am butting in, excuse me." When Siegfried Harvey talked, he looked straight at one with his clear blue eyes, and there was no doubting his honesty. "I am very much obliged to you," said Montague. "Pray tell me what you have to say." "All right," said the other. "It can be done very quickly. You have taken a case which involves a great many sacrifices upon your part. And I wondered if it had ever occurred to you to ask whether you might not be taken advantage of." "How do you mean?" asked Montague. "Do you know the people who are behind you?" inquired the other. "Do you know them well enough to be sure what are their motives in the case?" Montague hesitated, and thought. "No," he said, "I couldn't say that I do." "Then it's just as I thought," replied Harvey. "I've been watching you. You are an honest man, and you're putting yourself to no end of trouble from the best of motives. And unless I'm mistaken, you're being used by men who are not honest, and whom you wouldn't work with if you knew their purposes." "What purposes could they have?" "There are several possibilities. In the first place, it might be a strike suit, somebody who is hoping to be bought off for a big price. That is what nearly everyone thinks is the case. But I don't. I think it's more likely someone within the company who is trying to put the administration in a hole." "Who could that be?" exclaimed Montague, amazed. I don't know that. I'm not familiar enough with the situation in the Fidelity, it's changing all the time. I simply know that there are factions struggling for the control of it, and hating each other furiously, and ready to do anything in the world to cripple each other. You know that their 40 millions of surplus gives an enormous power. I'd rather be able to swing 40 millions in the street than to have 10 millions in my own right. And so the giants are fighting for the control of those companies, and you can't tell who's in and who's out. You can never know the real meaning of anything that happens in the struggle. All that you can be sure of is that the game is crooked from end to end, and that nothing that happens in it is what it pretends to be. Montague listened, half dazed, and feeling as if the ground he stood on were caving beneath his feet. "What do you know about those who brought you this case?" asked his companion, suddenly. "Not much," he said weakly. Harvey hesitated a moment. "Understand me, please," he said. "I've no wish to pry into your affairs, and if you don't care to say any more, I'll understand it perfectly. But I've heard it said that the man who started the thing was Ellis." Montague, in his turn, hesitated, then he said, "That is correct between you and me." "Very good," said Harvey, "and that is what made me suspicious. Do you know anything about Ellis?" "I didn't," said the other. "I've heard a little since." "I can fancy so," said Harvey. "And I can tell you that Ellis is mixed up in life insurance matters in all sorts of dubious ways. It seems to me that you have reason to be most careful where you follow him." Montague sat with his hands clenched and his brows knitted. His friend's talk had been like a flash of lightning. It revealed huge menacing forms in the darkness about him. All the structure of his hopes seemed to be tottering. His case, that he had worked so hard over, his $50,000 that he had been so proud of. Could it be that he had been tricked, and had made a fool of himself? "How in the world am I to know?" he cried. "That is more than I can tell," said his friend. "And for that matter, I'm not sure that you could do anything now. All that I could do was to warn you what sort of ground you were treading on, so that you could watch out for yourself in future." Montague thanked him heartily for that service, and then he went back to his office, and spent the rest of the day pondering the matter. What he had heard had made a vast change in things. Before it everything had seemed simple, and now nothing was clear. He was overwhelmed with a sense of the utter futility of his efforts. He was trying to build a house upon quicksands. There was nowhere a solid spot upon which he could set his foot. There was nowhere any truth. There were only contending powers who used the phrases of truth for their own purposes. And now he saw himself as the world saw him, a party to a piece of trickery, a knave like all the rest. He felt that he had been tripped up at the first step in his career. The conclusion of the whole matter was that he took an afternoon train for Albany, and the next morning he talked the matter out with the judge. Montague had realized the need of going slowly, for, after all, he had no definite ground for suspicion, and so, very tactfully and cautiously he explained, that it had come to his ears that many people believed there were interested parties behind the suit of Mr. Hasbrouck, and that this had made him uncomfortable, as he knew nothing whatever about his client. He had come to ask the judge's advice in the matter. No one could have taken the thing more graciously than did the great man. He was all kindness and tact. In the first place, he said, he had warned him in advance that enemies would attack him and slander him, and that all kinds of subtle means would be used to influence him. And he must understand that these rumors were part of such a campaign. It made no difference how good a friend had brought them to him. How could he know who had brought them to that friend? The judge ventured to hope that nothing that anyone might say could influence him to believe that he, the judge, would have advised him to do anything improper. "No," said Montague, "but can you assure me that there are no interested parties behind Mr. Hasbrouck?" "Interested parties?" asked the other. "I mean people connected with the Fidelity or other insurance companies." "Why, no," said the judge, "I certainly couldn't assure you of that." Montague looked surprised. "You mean you don't know?" "I mean," was the answer, "that I wouldn't feel at liberty to tell, even if I did know." And Montague stared at him. He had not been prepared for this frankness. "It never occurred to me," the other continued, "that that was a matter which could make any difference to you." "Why," began Montague. "Pray understand me, Mr. Montague," said the judge. "It seemed to me that this was obviously a just case, and it seemed so to you. And the only other matter that I thought you had a right to be assured of was that it was seriously meant. Of that I felt assured. It did not seem to me of any importance that there might be interested individuals behind Mr. Hasbrouck. Let us suppose, for instance, that there were some parties who had been offended by the administration of the Fidelity, and were anxious to punish it. Could a lawyer be justified in refusing to take a just case, simply because he knew of such private motives? Or, let us assume an extreme case of factional fight within the company, as you say has been suggested to you. Well, that would be a case of thieves falling out, and is there any reason why the public should not reap the advantage of such a situation? The men inside the company are the ones who would know first what is going on, and if you saw a chance to use such an advantage in a just fight, would you not do it? So the judge went on, gracious and plausible and so subtly and exquisitely corrupting. Underneath his smoothly flowing sentences Montague could feel the presence of one fundamental thought. It was unuttered and even unhinted, but it pervaded the judge's discourse as a mood pervades a melody. The young lawyer had got a big fee, and he had a nice easy case, and as a man of the world, he could not really wish to pry into it too closely. He had heard gossip, and felt that his reputation required him to be disturbed, but he had come, simply to be smoothed down the back and made at ease, and enabled to keep his fee without losing his good opinion of himself. Montague quit, because he concluded that it was not worth while to try to make himself understood. After all, he was in the case now, and there was nothing to be gained by a breach. Two things he felt that he had made certain by the interview: first, that his client was a dummy, and that it was really a case of thieves falling out, and second, that he had no guarantee that he might not be left in the lurch at any moment except the touching confidence of the judge in some parties unknown. Chapter 19. Montague came home with his mind made up that there was nothing he could do except to be more careful next time. For this mistake he would have to pay the price. He had still to learn what the full price was. The day after his return there came a caller, Mr. John C. Burton. Read his card. He proved to be a canvassing agent for the company which published the scandal sheet of society. They were preparing a deluxe account of the prominent families of New York, a very sumptuous affair, with a highly exclusive set of subscribers, at the rate of $1,500 per set. Would Mr. Montague by any chance care to have his family included? And Mr. Montague explained politely that he was a comparative stranger in New York, and would not belong properly in such a volume. But the agent was not satisfied with this. There might be reasons for his subscribing. Even so, there might be special cases. Mr. Montague, as a stranger, might not realize the important nature of the offer. After he had consulted his friends, he might change his mind, and so on. As Montague listened to the series of broad hints, and took in the meaning of them, the color mounted to his cheeks until at last he rose abruptly and bid the man good afternoon. But then as he sat alone, his anger died away, and there was left only discomfort and uneasiness. And 3 or 4 days later he bought another issue of the paper, and sure enough, there was a new paragraph. He stood on the street corner reading it. The social war was raging hotly, it said, and added that Mrs. de Graffenried was threatening to take up the cause of the strangers. Then it went on to picture a certain exquisite young man of fashion who was rushing about among his friends to apologize for his brother's indiscretions. Also, it said, there was a brilliant social queen, wife of a great banker, who had taken up the cudgels. And then came 3 sentences more, which made the blood leap like flame into Montague's cheeks. There have not been lacking comments upon her suspicious ardor. It has been noticed that since the advent of the romantic-looking Southerner, this restless lady's interest in the Bobists and the trans-mediums has waned, and now society is watching for the denouement of a most interesting situation. To Montague these words came like a blow in the face. He went on down the street, half dazed. It seemed to him the blackest shame that New York had yet shown him. He clenched his fists as he walked, whispering to himself, "The scoundrels." He realized instantly that he was helpless. Down home one would have thrashed the editor of such a paper, but here he was in the wolves' own country, and he could do nothing. He went back to his office, and sat down at the desk. "My dear Mrs. Winnie," he wrote. "I have just read the enclosed paragraph, and I cannot tell you how profoundly pained I am that your kindness to us should have made you the victim of such an outrage. I am quite helpless in the matter, except to enable you to avoid any further annoyance. Please believe me when I say that we shall all of us understand perfectly if you think that we had best not meet again at present, and that this will make no difference whatever in our feelings." This letter Montague sent by a messenger, and then he went home. Perhaps 10 minutes after he arrived, the telephone bell rang and there was Mrs. Winnie. "Your note has come," she said. "Have you an engagement this evening?" "No," he answered. "Well," she said, "will you come to dinner?" "Mrs. Winnie," he protested. "Please come," she said. "Please." "I hate to have you," he began. "I wish you to come," she said, a third time. So he answered, "Very well." He went, and when he entered the house, the butler led him to the elevator, saying, "Mrs. Duval says will you please come upstairs, sir?" And there Mrs. Winnie met him, with flushed cheeks and eager countenance. She was even lovelier than usual, in a soft cream-colored gown, and a crimson rose in her bosom. "I'm all alone tonight," she said, "so we'll dine in my apartments. We'd be lost in that big room downstairs." She led him into her drawing room, where great armfuls of new roses scattered their perfume. There was a table set for two, and two big chairs before the fire which blazed in the hearth. Montague noticed that her hand trembled a little, as she motioned him to one of them. He could read her excitement in her whole aspect. She was flinging down the gauntlet to her enemies. "Let us eat first and talk afterward," she said, hurriedly. "We'll be happy for a while, anyway." And she went on to be happy, in her nervous and eager way. She talked about the new opera which was to be given, and about Mrs. de Graffenried's new entertainment, and about Mrs. Ridgely Cliveden's ball, also about the hospital for crippled children which she wanted to build, and about Mrs. Vivie Patton's rumored divorce. And, meantime, the sphinx-like attendants moved here and there, and the dinner came and went. They took their coffee in the big chairs by the fire, and the table was swept clear, and the servants vanished, closing the doors behind them. Then Montague set his cup aside, and sat gazing somberly into the fire. And Mrs. Winnie watched him. There was a long silence. Suddenly he heard her voice. "Do you find it so easy to give up our friendship?" she asked. "I didn't think about its being easy or hard," he answered. "I simply thought of protecting you." "And do you think that my friends are nothing to me?" she demanded. "Have I so very many as that?" And she clenched her hands with a sudden passionate gesture. "Do you think that I will let those wretches frighten me into doing what they want? I'll not give in to them, not for anything that Leila can do." A look of perplexity crossed Montague's face. "Leila?" he asked. "Mrs. Robbie Walling," she cried. "Don't you suppose that she is responsible for that paragraph?" Montague started. "That's the way they fight their battles," cried Mrs. Winnie. "They pay money to those scoundrels to be protected. And then they send nasty gossip about people they wish to injure." "You don't mean that," exclaimed the man. "Of course I do," cried she. "I know that it's true. I know that Robbie Walling paid $15,000 for some trumpery volumes that they got out. And how do you suppose the paper gets its gossip?" "I didn't know," said Montague. "But I never dreamed." "Why," exclaimed Mrs. Winnie, "their mail is full of blue and gold monogram stationery. I've known guests to sit down and write gossip about their hostesses in their own homes." Oh, you've no idea of people's vileness. I had some idea, said Montague, after a pause. That was why I wished to protect you. I don't wish to be protected, she cried, vehemently. I'll not give them the satisfaction. They wish to make me give you up, and I'll not do it, for anything they can say. Montague sat with knitted brows, gazing into the fire. When I read that paragraph, he said slowly, I could not bear to think of the unhappiness it might cause you. I thought of how much it might disturb your husband. My husband, echoed Mrs. Winnie. There was a hard tone in her voice, as she went on. He will fix it up with them, she said. That's his way. There will be nothing more published, you can feel sure of that. Montague sat in silence. That was not the reply he had expected, and it rather disconcerted him. If that were all, he said, with hesitation. But I could not know. I thought that the paragraph might disturb him for another reason, that it might be a cause of unhappiness between you and him. There was a pause. You don't understand, said Mrs. Winnie, at last. Without turning his head he could see her hands, as they lay upon her knees. She was moving them nervously. You don't understand, she repeated. When she began to speak again, it was in a low, trembling voice. I must tell you, she said, I have felt sure that you did not know. There was another pause. She hesitated, and her hands trembled, then suddenly she hurried on. I wanted you to know. I do not love my husband. I am not bound to him. He has nothing to say in my affairs. Montague sat rigid, turned to stone. He was half dazed by the words. He could feel Mrs. Winnie's gaze fixed upon him, and he could feel the hot flush that spread over her throat and cheeks. It was not fair for you not to know, she whispered. And her voice died away, and there was again a silence. Montague was dumb. Why don't you say something, she panted, at last, and he caught the note of anguish in her voice. Then he turned and stared at her, and saw her tightly clenched hands, and the quivering of her lips. He was shocked quite beyond speech. And he saw her bosom heaving quickly, and saw the tears start into her eyes. Suddenly she sank down, and covered her face with her hands and broke into frantic sobbing. Mrs. Winnie, he cried, and started to his feet. Her outburst continued. He saw that she was shuddering violently. Then you don't love me, she wailed. He stood trembling and utterly bewildered. I'm so sorry, he whispered. Oh, Mrs. Winnie, I had no idea. I know it. I know it, she cried. It's my fault. I was a fool. I knew it all the time. But I thought you might, if you knew. And then again her tears choked her, she was convulsed with pain and grief. Montague stood watching her, helpless with distress. She caught hold of the arm of the chair, convulsively, and he put his hand upon hers. Mrs. Winnie, he began. But she jerked her hand away and hid it. No, no, she cried, in terror. Don't touch me. And suddenly she looked up at him, stretching out her arms. Don't you understand that I love you, she exclaimed. You despise me for it, I know, but I can't help it. I will tell you, even so. It's the only satisfaction I can have. I have always loved you. And I thought it was only that you didn't understand. I was ready to brave all the world. I didn't care who knew it, or what anybody said. I thought we could be happy. I thought I could be free at last. Oh, you've no idea how unhappy I am and how lonely and how I long to escape. And I believed that you might. And then the tears gushed into Mrs. Winnie's eyes again, and her voice became the voice of a little child. Don't you think that you might come to love me, she wailed. Her voice shook Montague, so that he trembled to the depths of him. But his face only became the more grave. You despise me because I told you, she exclaimed. No, no, Mrs. Winnie, he said. I could not possibly do that. Then why, she whispered, would it be so hard to love me? It would be very easy, he said, but I dare not let myself. She looked at him piteously. You are so cold, so merciless, she cried. He answered nothing, and she sat trembling. Have you ever loved a woman? She asked. There was a long pause. He sat in the chair again. Listen, Mrs. Winnie, he began at last. Don't call me that, she exclaimed. Call me Evelyn, please. Very well, he said. Evelyn. I did not intend to make you unhappy. If I had had any idea, I should never have seen you again. I will tell you what I have never told anybody before. Then you will understand. He sat for a few moments, in a somber reverie. Once, he said, when I was young, I loved a woman, a quadroon girl. That was in New Orleans. It is a custom we have there. They have a world of their own, and we take care of them, and of the children, and everyone knows about it. I was very young, only about 18, and she was even younger. But I found out then what women are, and what love means to them. I saw how they could suffer. And then she died in childbirth. The child died, too. Montague's voice was very low, and Mrs. Winnie sat with her hands clasped, and her eyes riveted upon his face. I saw her die, he said. And that was all. I have never forgotten it. I made up my mind then that I had done wrong, and that never again while I lived would I offer my love to a woman, unless I could devote all my life to her. So you see, I am afraid of love. I do not wish to suffer so much, or to make others suffer. And when anyone speaks to me as you did, it brings it all back to me. It makes me shrink up and wither. He paused, and the other caught her breath. Understand me, she said, her voice trembling. I would not ask any pledges of you. I would pay whatever price there was to pay. I am not afraid to suffer. I do not wish you to suffer, he said. I do not wish to take advantage of any woman. But I have nothing in the world that I value, she cried. I would go away, I would give up everything, to be with a man like you. I have no ties, no duties. He interrupted her. You have your husband, he said. And she cried out in sudden fury, my husband? Has no one ever told you about my husband? She asked, after a pause. No one, he said. Well, ask them, she exclaimed. Meantime, take my word for it, I owe nothing to my husband. Montague sat staring into the fire. But consider my own case, he said. I have duties, my mother and my cousin. Oh, don't say any more, cried the woman, with a break in her voice. Say that you don't love me, that is all there is to say. And you will never respect me again. I have been a fool, I have ruined everything. I have flung away your friendship, that I might have kept. No, he said. But she rushed on, vehemently, at least, I have been honest, give me credit for that. That is how all my troubles come, I say what is in my mind, and I pay the price for my blunders. It is not as if I were cold and calculating, so don't despise me altogether. I couldn't despise you, said Montague. I am simply pained, because I have made you unhappy. And I did not mean to. Mrs. Winnie sat staring ahead of her in a somber reverie. Don't think any more about it, she said, bitterly. I will get over it. I am not worth troubling about. Don't you suppose I know how you feel about this world that I live in? And I'm part of it. I beat my wings, and try to get out, but I can't. I'm in it, and I'll stay in till I die. I might as well give up. I thought that I could steal a little joy. You have no idea how hungry I am for a little joy. You have no idea how lonely I am. And how empty my life is. You talk about your fear of making me unhappy, it's a grim jest, but I'll give you permission, if you can. I'll ask nothing, no promises, no sacrifices. I'll take all the risks, and pay all the penalties. She smiled through her tears, a sardonic smile. He was watching her, and she turned again, and their eyes met. Again he saw the blood mount from her throat to her cheeks. At the same time came the old stirring of the wild beasts within him. He knew that the less time he spent in sympathizing with Mrs. Winnie, the better for both of them. He had started to rise, and words of farewell were on his lips, when suddenly there came a knock upon the door. Mrs. Winnie sprang to her feet. "Who is that?" she cried. And the door opened, and Mr. Duval entered. "Good evening," he said pleasantly, and came toward her. Mrs. Winnie flushed angrily, and stared at him. "Why do you come here unannounced?" she cried. "I apologize," he said, "but I found this in my mail." And Montague, in the act of rising to greet him, saw that he had the offensive clipping in his hand. Then he saw Duval give a start, and realized that the man had not been aware of his presence in the room. Duval gazed from Montague to his wife, and noticed for the first time her tears, and her agitation. "I beg pardon," he said. "I am evidently trespassing." "You most certainly are," responded Mrs. Winnie. He made a move to withdraw, but before he could take a step, she had brushed past him and left the room, slamming the door behind her. And Duval stared after her, and then he stared at Montague, and laughed. "Well, well, well," he said. Then, checking his amusement, he added, "Good evening, sir." "Good evening," said Montague. He was trembling slightly, and Duval noticed it. He smiled genially. "This is the sort of material out of which scenes are made," said he. "But I beg you not to be embarrassed, we won't have any scenes." Montague could think of nothing to say to that. "I owe Evelyn an apology," the other continued. "It was entirely an accident, this clipping, you see. I do not intrude, as a rule. You may make yourself at home in future." Montague flushed scarlet at the words. "Mr. Duval," he said, "I have to assure you that you are mistaken." The other stared at him. "Oh, come, come," he said, laughing. "Let us talk as men of the world." "I say that you are mistaken," said Montague again. The other shrugged his shoulders. "Very well," he said genially. "As you please. I simply wish to make matters clear to you, that's all. I wish you joy with Evelyn. I say nothing about her, you love her. Suffice it that I've had her, and I'm tired of her, the field is yours. But keep her out of mischief, and don't let her make a fool of herself in public, if you can help it. And don't let her spend too much money, she costs me $1 million a year already. Good evening, Mr. Montague." And he went out. Montague, who stood like a statue, could hear him chuckling all the way down the hall. At last Montague himself started to leave. But he heard Mrs. Winnie coming back, and he waited for her. She came in and shut the door, and turned toward him. "What did he say?" she asked. "He was very pleasant," said Montague. And she smiled grimly. "I went out on purpose," she said. "I wanted you to see him, to see what sort of a man he is, and how much duty I owe him. You saw, I guess." "Yes, I saw," said he. Then again he started to go. But she took him by the arm. "Come and talk to me," she said. "Please." And she led him back to the fire. "Listen," she said. "He will not come here again. He is going away tonight. I thought he had gone already. And he does not return for a month or two. There will be no one to disturb us again." She came close to him and gazed up into his face. She had wiped her tears away, and her happy look had come back to her. She was lovelier than ever. "I took you by surprise," she said, smiling. "You didn't know what to make of it? And I was ashamed. I thought you would hate me. But I'm not going to be unhappy anymore. I don't care at all. I'm glad that I spoke." And Mrs. Winnie put up her hands and took him by the lapels of his coat. "I know that you love me," she said. "I saw it in your eyes just now, before he came in. It is simply that you won't let yourself go. You have so many doubts and so many fears. But you will see that I am right, you will learn to love me. You won't be able to help it, I shall be so kind and good. Only don't go away. Mrs. Winnie was so close to him that her breath touched his cheek. Promise me, dear, she whispered, promise me that you won't stop seeing me, that you will learn to love me. I can't do without you. Montague was trembling in every nerve, he felt like a man caught in a net. Mrs. Winnie had had everything she ever wanted in her life, and now she wanted him. It was impossible for her to face any other thought. Listen, he began gently. But she saw the look of resistance in his eyes, and she cried, no, no, don't. I cannot do without you. Think. I love you. What more can I say to you? I cannot believe that you don't care for me. You have been fond of me, I have seen it in your face. Yet you're afraid of me, why? Look at me, am I not beautiful to look at? And is a woman's love such a little thing? Can you fling it away and trample upon it so easily? Why do you wish to go? Don't you understand? No one knows we are here, no one cares. You can come here whenever you wish, this is my place, mine. And no one will think anything about it. They all do it. There is nothing to be afraid of. She put her arms about him, and clung to him so that he could feel the beating of her heart upon his bosom. Oh, don't leave me here alone tonight, she cried. To Montague it was like the ringing of an alarm bell deep within his soul. I must go, he said. She flung back her head and stared at him, and he saw the terror and anguish in her eyes. No, no, she cried, don't say that to me. I can't bear it. Oh, see what I have done. Look at me. Have mercy on me. Mrs. Winnie, he said, you must have mercy on me. But he only felt her clasp him more tightly. He took her by the wrists, and with quiet force he broke her hold upon him. Her hands fell to her sides, and she stared at him, aghast. I must go, he said, again. And he started toward the door. She followed him dumbly with her eyes. Goodbye, he said. He knew that there was no use of any more words, his sympathy had been like oil upon flames. He saw her move, and as he opened the door, she flung herself down in a chair and burst into frantic weeping. He shut the door softly and went away. He found his way down the stairs, and got his hat and coat, and went out, unseen by anyone. He walked down the avenue, and there suddenly was the giant bulk of St. Cecilia's lifting itself into the sky. He stopped and looked at it. It seemed a great tumultuous surge of emotion. And for the first time in his life it seemed to him that he understood why men had put together that towering heap of stone. Then he went on home. He found Alice dressing for a ball, and Oliver waiting for her. He went to his room, and took off his coat, and Oliver came up to him, and with a sudden gesture reached over to his shoulder, and held up a trophy. He drew it out carefully, and measured the length of it, smiling mischievously in the meanwhile. Then he held it up to the light, to see the color of it. A black one, he cried. Coal black. And he looked at his brother, with a merry twinkle in his eyes. Oh, Alan, he chuckled. Montague said nothing. Chapter XX. It was about a week from the beginning of Lent, when there would be a lull in the city's gaieties, and society would shift the scene of its activities to the country clubs, and to California and hot springs and Palm Beach. Mrs. Caroline Smythe invited Alice to join her in an expedition to the last-named place, but Montague interposed, because he saw that Alice had been made pale and nervous by 3 months of night and day festivities. Also, a trip to Florida would necessitate $10,000 or $15,000 worth of new clothes, and these would not do for the summer. It appeared they would be faded and passé by that time. So Alice settled back to rest, but she was too popular to be let alone. A few days later came another invitation, this time from General Prentice and his family. They were planning a railroad trip to be gone for a month. They would have a private train, and 25 people in the party, and would take in California and Mexico, swinging round the circle, as it was called. Alice was wild to go, and Montague gave his consent. Afterward he learned to his dismay that Charlie Carter was one of those invited, and he would have liked to have Alice withdraw, but she did not wish to, and he could not make up his mind to insist. These train trips were the very latest diversion of the well-to-do. A year ago no one had heard of them, and now 50 parties were leaving New York every month. You might see a dozen of such hotel trains at once at Palm Beach. There were some people who lived on board all the time, having special tracks built for them in pleasant locations wherever they stopped. One man had built a huge automobile railroad car, shaped like a ram, and having accommodation for 60 people. The Prentice train had 4 cars, one of them a library car, finished in St. Iago mahogany, and provided with a pipe organ. Also there were bathrooms and a barber shop, and a baggage car with 2 autos on board for exploring purposes. Since the episode of Mrs. Winnie, Oliver had apparently concluded that his brother was one of the initiated. Not long afterward he permitted him to a glimpse into that side of his life which had been hinted at in the songs at the bachelor's dinner. Oliver had planned to take Betty Wyman to the theater, but Betty's grandfather had come home from the West unexpectedly, and so Oliver came round and took his brother instead. "I was going to play a joke on her," he said. "We'll go to see one of my old flames." It was a translation of a French farce, in which the marital infidelities of 2 young couples were the occasion of many mishaps. One of the characters was a waiting maid, who was in love with a handsome young soldier, and was pursued by the husband of one of the couples. It was a minor part, but the young Jewish girl who played it had so many pretty graces and such a merry laugh that she made it quite conspicuous. When the act was over, Oliver asked him whose acting he liked best, and he named her. "Come and be introduced to her," Oliver said. He opened a door near their box. "How do you do, Mr. Wilson," he said, nodding to a man in evening dress, who stood nearby. Then he turned toward the dressing rooms, and went down a corridor, and knocked upon one of the doors. A voice called, "Come in," and he opened the door, and there was a tiny room with odds and ends of clothing scattered about, and the girl, clad in corsets and underskirt, sitting before a mirror. "Hello, Rosalie," said he. And she dropped her powder puff, and sprang up with a cry, "Ollie!" In a moment more she had her arms about his neck. "Oh, you wretched man," she cried. "Why don't you come to see me any more? Didn't you get my letters?" "I got some," said he. "But I been busy. This is my brother, Mr. Alan Montague." The other nodded to Montague, and said, "How do you do?" but without letting go of Oliver. "Why don't you come to see me?" she exclaimed. There, now," said Oliver, laughing good-naturedly. "I brought my brother along so that you'd have to behave yourself." "I don't care about your brother," exclaimed the girl, without even giving him another glance. Then she held Oliver at arm's length, and gazed into his face. "How can you be so cruel to me?" she asked. "I told you I was busy," said he, cheerfully. "And I gave you fair warning, didn't I? How's Toodles?" "Oh, Toodles is in raptures," said Rosalie. "She's got a new fellow." And then, her manner changing to one of merriment, she added, "Oh, Ollie. He gave her a diamond brooch. And she looks like a countess. She's hoping for a chance to wear it in a part." "You've seen Toodles," said Oliver, to his brother. "She's in the Caliph of Kamskatka." "They're going on the road next week," said Rosalie. "And then I'll be all alone." She added, in a pleading voice, "Do, Ollie, be a good boy and take us out tonight. Think how long it's been since I've seen you. Why, I've been so good I don't know myself in the looking glass. Please, Ollie." "All right," said he, "maybe I will." "I'm not going to let you get away from me," she cried. "I'll come right over the footlights after you." "You'd better get dressed," said Oliver. "You'll be late." He pushed aside a tray with some glasses on it, and seated himself upon a trunk, and Montague stood in a corner and watched Rosalie, while she powdered and painted herself, and put on an airy summer dress, and poured out a flood of gossip about Toodles and Flossie and Grace and some others. A few minutes later came a stentorian voice in the hallway, "Second act." There were more embraces, and then Ollie brushed the powder from his coat, and went away laughing. Montague stood for a few moments in the wings, watching the scene shifters putting the final touches to the new set, and the various characters taking their positions. Then they went out to their seats. "Isn't she a jewel?" asked Oliver. "She's very pretty," the other admitted. "She came right out of the slums," said Oliver, "over on Rivington Street. That don't happen very often." "How did you come to know her?" asked his brother. "Oh, I picked her out. She was in a chorus, then. I got her first speaking part." "Did you?" said the other, in surprise. "How did you do that?" "Oh, a little money," was the reply. "Money will do most anything. And I was in love with her, that's how I got her." Montague said nothing, but sat in thought. "We'll take her out to supper and make her happy," added Oliver, as the curtain started up. "She's lonesome, I guess. You see, I promised Betty I'd reform." All through that scene and the next one Rosalie acted for them. She was so full of verve and merriment that there was quite a stir in the audience, and she got several rounds of applause. Then, when the play was over, she extricated herself from the arms of the handsome young soldier, and fled to her dressing room, and when Oliver and Montague arrived, she was half ready for the street. They went up Broadway, and from a group of people coming out of another stage entrance a young girl came to join them, an airy little creature with the face of a doll baby, and a big hat with a purple feather on top. This was Toodles, otherwise known as Helen Gwynn, and she took Montague's arm, and they fell in behind Oliver and his companion. Montague wondered what one said to a chorus girl on the way to supper. Afterward his brother told him that Toodles had been the wife of a real estate agent in a little town in Oklahoma, and had run away from respectability and boredom with a traveling theatrical company. Now she was tripping her part in the musical comedy which Montague had seen at Mrs. Lane's, and incidentally swearing devotion to a handsome young wine agent. She confided to Montague that she hoped the latter might see her that evening. He needed to be made jealous. The Great White Way was the name which people had given to this part of Broadway, and at the head of it stood a huge hotel with flaming lights, and gorgeous marble and bronze, and famous paintings upon the walls and ceilings inside. At this hour every one of its many dining rooms was thronged with supper parties, and the place rang with laughter and the rattle of dishes, and the strains of several orchestras which toiled heroically in the midst of the uproar. Here they found a table, and while Oliver was ordering frozen poached eggs and quails in aspic, Montague sat and gazed about him at the revelry, and listened to the prattle of the little ex-sempstress from Rivington Street. His brother had got her, he said, by buying a speaking part in a play for her, and Montague recalled the orgies of which he had heard at the bachelor's dinner, and divined that here he was at the source of the stream from which they were fed. At the table next to them was a young Hebrew, whom Toodles pointed out as the son and heir of a great clothing manufacturer. He was keeping several girls, said she, and the queenly creature who was his vis-a-vis was one of the chorus in The Maids of Mandalay. And a little way farther down the room was a boy with the face of an angel and the air of a prince of the blood. He had inherited $1 million and run away from school, and was making a name for himself in the Tenderloin. The pretty little girl all in green who was with him was Violet Payne, who was the artist's model in a new play that had made a hit. She had had a full-page picture of herself in the Sunday supplement of the sporting paper which was read here, so Rosalie remarked. "Why don't you ever do that for me?" she added, to Oliver. "Perhaps I will," said he, with a laugh. "What does it cost?" And when he learned that the honor could be purchased for only $1,500, he said, "I'll do it, if you'll be good." And from that time on the last trace of worriment vanished from the face and the conversation of Rosalie. As the champagne cocktails disappeared, she and Oliver became confidential. Then Montague turned to Toodles, to learn more about how the second generation was preying upon the women of the stage. A chorus girl got from $10 to $20 a week, said Toodles, and that was hardly enough to pay for her clothes. Her work was very uncertain. She would spend weeks at rehearsal, and then if the play failed, she would get nothing. It was a dog's life, and the keys of freedom and opportunity were in the keeping of rich men, who haunted the theaters and laid siege to the girls. They would send in notes to them, or fling bouquets to them, with cards, or perhaps money, hidden in them. There were millionaire artists and bohemians who kept a standing order for seats in the front rows at opening performances. They had accounts with florists and liverymen and confectioners, and gave carte blanche to scores of girls who lent themselves to their purposes. Sometimes they were in league with the managers, and a girl who held back would find her chances imperiled. Sometimes these men would even finance shows to give a chance to some favorite. Afterward Toodles turned to listen to Oliver and his companion, and Montague sat back and gazed about the room. Next to him was a long table with a dozen people at it, and he watched the buckets of champagne and the endless succession of fantastic-looking dishes of food, and the revellers, with their flushed faces and feverish eyes and loud laughter. Above all the tumult was the voice of the orchestra, calling, calling, like the storm wind upon the mountains. The music was wild and chaotic, and produced an indescribable sense of pain and confusion. When one realized that this same thing was going on in thousands of places in this district, it seemed that here was a flood of dissipation that outrivaled even that of society. It was said that the hotels of New York, placed end to end, would reach all the way to London, and they took care of a couple of 100,000 people a day, a horde which had come from all over the world in search of pleasure and excitement. There were sightseers and country customers from 45 states, ranchers from Texas, and lumber kings from Maine, and mining men from Nevada. At home they had reputations, and perhaps families to consider, but once plunged into the whirlpool of the Tenderloin, they were hidden from all the world. They came with their pockets full of money, and hotels and restaurants, gambling places and pool rooms and brothels all were lying in wait for them. So eager had the competition become that there was a tailoring establishment and a bank that were never closed the year round, except on Sunday. Everywhere about one's feet the nets of vice were spread. The head waiter in one's hotel was a steerer for a dive, and the house detective was touting for a gambling place. The handsome woman who smiled at one in Peacock Alley was a madam. The pleasant-faced young man who spoke to one at the bar was on the lookout for customers for a brokerage house next door. 3 times in a single day in another of these great caravanserais Montague was offered short change, and so his eyes were opened to a new kind of plundering. He was struck by the number of attendants in livery who swarmed about him, and to whom he gave tips for their services. He did not notice that the boys in the washrooms and coat rooms could not speak a word of English. He could not know that they were searched every night, and had everything taken from them, and that the Greek who hired them had paid $15,000 a year to the hotel for the privilege. So far had the specialization in evil proceeded that there were places of prostitution which did a telephone business exclusively, and would send a woman in a cab to any address, and there were high-class assignation houses, which furnished exquisite apartments and the services of maids and valets. And in this world of vice the modern doctrine of the equality of the sexes was fully recognized. There were gambling houses and pool rooms and opium joints for women, and drinking places which catered especially for them. In the orange room of one of the big hotels, you might see rich women of every rank and type, fingering the dainty leather-bound and gold-embossed wine cards. In this room alone were sold over 10,000 drinks every day, and the hotel paid a rental of $1 million a year to the Devon estate. Not far away the Devons also owned Negro dives, where, in the early hours of the morning, you might see richly gowned white women drinking. In this seething cauldron of graft there were many strange ways of making money, and many strange and incredible types of human beings to be met. Once, in society, Montague had pointed out to him a woman who had been a tattooed lady in a circus. There was another who had been a confederate of gamblers upon the ocean steamships, and another who had washed dishes in a mining camp. There was one of these great hotels whose proprietor had been a successful burglar, and a department store whose owner had begun life as a fence. In any crowd of these revelers you might have such strange creatures pointed out to you, a multimillionaire who sold rotten jam to the people, another who had invented opium-soothing syrup for babies, a convivial old gentleman who dispersed the yellow dog fund of several railroads, a handsome chauffeur who had run away with an heiress. Once a great scientist had invented a new kind of underwear, and had endeavored to make it a gift to humanity, and here was a man who had seized upon it and made millions out of it. Here was a trance medium, who had got a fortune out of an imbecile old manufacturer. Here was a great newspaper proprietor, who published advertisements of assignations at $1 a line. Here was a cigar manufacturer, whose smug face was upon every billboard. He had begun as a tin manufacturer, and to avoid the duty, he had had his raw material cast in the form of statues, and brought them in as works of art. And terrible and vile as were the sources from which the fortunes had been derived, they were no viler nor more terrible than the purposes for which they had been spent. Mrs. Vivie Patton had hinted to Montague of a Decameron club, whose members gathered in each other's homes and vied in the telling of obscene stories. Strathcona had told him about another set of exquisite ladies and gentlemen who gave elaborate entertainments, in which they dressed in the costumes of bygone periods, and imitated famous characters in history, and the vices and orgies of courts and camps. One heard of Cleopatra nights on board of yachts at Newport. There was a certain Wall Street plunger, who had begun life as a mining man in the West, and when his customers came in town, he would hire a trolley car, and take a load of champagne and half a dozen prostitutes, and spend the night careering about the country. This man was now quartered in one of the great hotels in New York, and in his apartments he would have prize fights and chicken fights, and bloodthirsty exhibitions called purring matches, in which men tried to bark each other's shins, or perhaps a battle royal, with a diamond scarf pin dangling from the ceiling, and half a dozen Negroes in a free-for-all fight for the prize. No picture of the ways of the metropolis would be complete which did not force upon the reluctant reader some realization of the extent to which new and hideous incitements to vice were spreading. To say that among the leisured classes such practices were raging like a pestilence would be no exaggeration. 10 years ago they were regarded with aversion by even the professionally vicious, but now the commonest prostitute accepted them as part of her fate. And there was no height to which they had not reached. Ministers of state were enslaved by them, great fortunes and public events were controlled by them. In Washington there had been an ambassador whose natural daughter taught them in the houses of the great, until the scandal forced the minister's recall. Some of these practices were terrible in their effects, completely wrecking the victim in a short time, and physicians who studied their symptoms would be horrified to see them appearing in the homes of their friends. And from New York, the center of the wealth and culture of the country, these vices spread to every corner of it. Theatrical companies and traveling salesmen carried them, visiting merchants and sightseers acquired them. Pack peddlers sold vile pictures and books, the manufacturing or importing of which was now quite an industry. One might read catalogues printed abroad in English, the contents of which would make one's flesh creep. There were cheap weeklies, costing 10 cents a year, which were thrust into area windows for servant girls. There were yellow-covered French novels of unbelievable depravity for the mistress of the house. It was a curious commentary upon the morals of society that upon the trains running to a certain suburban community frequented by the ultra-fashionable, the newsboys did a thriving business in such literature, and when the pastor of the fashionable church eloped with a society girl, the bishop publicly laid the blame to the morals of his parishioners. The theory was that there were two worlds, and that they were kept rigidly separate. There were two sets of women, one to be toyed with and flung aside, and the other to be protected and esteemed. Such things as prostitutes and kept women might exist, but people of refinement did not talk about them, and were not concerned with them. But Montague was familiar with the saying, that if you follow the chain of the slave, you will find the other end about the wrist of the master, and he discovered that the Tenderloin was wreaking its vengeance upon Fifth Avenue. It was not merely that the men of wealth were carrying to their wives and children the diseases of vice, they were carrying also the manners and the ideals. Montague had been amazed by the things he had found in New York society, the smoking and drinking and gambling of women, their hard and cynical views of life, their continual telling of coarse stories. And here, in this underworld, he had come upon the fountainhead of the corruption. It was something which came to him in a sudden flash of intuition: the barriers between the two worlds were breaking down. He could picture the process in 100 different forms. There was Betty Wyman. His brother had meant to take her to the theater, to let her see Rosalie, by way of a joke. So, of course, Betty knew of his escapades, and of those of his set. She and her girlfriends were whispering and jesting about them. Here sat Oliver, smiling and cynical, toying with Rosalie as a cat might toy with a mouse, and tomorrow he would be with Betty, and could anyone doubt any longer whence Betty had derived her attitude towards life? And the habits of mind that Oliver had taught her as a girl she would not forget as a wife. He might be anxious to keep her to himself, but there would be others whose interest was different. And Montague recalled other things that he had seen or heard in society, that he could put his finger upon, as having come out of this underworld. The more he thought of the explanation, the more it seemed to explain. This society, which had perplexed him, now he could describe it. Its manners and ideals of life were those which he would have expected to find in the fast side of stage life. It was, of course, the women who made society, and gave it its tone, and the women of society were actresses. They were actresses in their love of notoriety and display, in their taste in clothes and jewels, their fondness for cigarettes and champagne. They made up like actresses, they talked and thought like actresses. The only obvious difference was that the women of the stage were carefully selected, were at least up to a certain standard of physical excellence, whereas the women of society were not selected at all, and some were lean, and some were stout, and some were painfully homely. Montague recalled cases where the two sets had met as at some of the private entertainments. It was getting to be the fashion to hobnob with the stage people on such occasions, and he recalled how naturally the younger people took to this. Only the older women held aloof, looking down upon the women of the stage from an ineffable height, as belonging to a lower caste because they were obliged to work for their livings. But it seemed to Montague, as he sat and talked with this poor chorus girl, who had sold herself for a little pleasure, that it was easier to pardon her than the woman who had been born to luxury, and scorned those who produced her wealth. But most of all, one's sympathies went out to a person who was not to be met in either of these sets, to the girl who had not sold herself, but was struggling for a living in the midst of this ravening corruption. There were thousands of self-respecting women, even on the stage. Toodles herself had been among them, she told Montague. "I kept straight for a long time," she said, laughing cheerfully, "and on $10 a week. I used to go out on the road, and then they paid me 16, and think of trying to live on one-night stands to board yourself and stop at hotels and dress for the theater on 16 a week, and no job half the year. And all that time, do you know Cyril Chambers, the famous church painter?" "I've heard of him," said Montague. "Well, I was with a show here on Broadway the next winter, and every night for 6 months he sent me a bunch of orchids that couldn't have cost less than $75. And he told me he'd open accounts for me in all the stores I chose, if I'd spend the next summer in Europe with him. He said I could take my mother or my sister with me, and I was so green in those days, I thought that must mean he didn't intend anything wrong." Toodles smiled at the memory. "Did you go?" asked the man. "No," she answered. "I stayed here with a roof garden show that failed. And I went to my old manager for a job, and he said to me, 'I can only pay you 10 a week.' 'But why are you so foolish?' 'How do you mean?' I asked, and he answered, 'Why don't you get a rich sweetheart? Then I could pay you 60. That's what a girl hears on the stage." "I don't understand," said Montague, perplexed. Did he mean he could get money out of the man? "Not directly," said Toodles, "but tickets and advertising. Why, men will hire front row seats for a whole season, if they're interested in a girl in the show. And they'll take all their friends to see her, and she'll be talked about, she'll be somebody, instead of just nobody, as I was. Then it actually helps her on the stage," said Montague. Helps her, exclaimed Toodles. My God. I've known a girl who'd been abroad with a tip-top swell and had the gowns and the jewels to prove it to come home and get into the front row of a chorus at $100 a week. Toodles was cheerful and all unaware, and that only made the tragedy of it all one shade more black to Montague. He sat lost in somber reverie, forgetting his companions, and the blare and glare of the place. In the center of this dining room was a great cone-shaped stand, containing a display of food, and as they strolled out, Montague stopped to look at it. There were platters garnished with flowers and herbs, and containing roast turkeys and baked hams, jellied meats and game in aspic, puddings and tarts and frosted cakes, every kind of food fantasticality imaginable. One might have spent an hour in studying it, and from top to bottom he would have found nothing simple, nothing natural. The turkeys had paper curls and rosettes stuck over them, the hams were covered with a white gelatine, the devilled crabs with a yellow mayonnaise and all painted over in pink and green and black with landscapes and marine views with ships and shoes and sealing wax and cabbages and kings. The jellied meats and the puddings were in the shape of fruits and flowers, and there were elaborate works of art in pink and white confectionery, a barnyard, for instance, with horses and cows, and a pump, and a dairymaid and one or two alligators. And all this was changed every day. Each morning you might see a procession of a score of waiters bearing aloft a new supply. Montague remembered Betty Wyman's remark at their first interview, apropos of the whipped cream made into little coral cays, how his brother had said, if Alan were here, he'd be thinking about the man who fixed that cream, and how long it took him, and how he might have been reading The Simple Life. He thought of that now. He stood here and gazed, and wondered about all the slaves of the lamp who served in this huge temple of luxury. He looked at the waiters, pale, hollow-chested, harried-looking men. He imagined the hordes of servants of yet lower kinds, who never emerged into the light of day, the men who washed the dishes, the men who carried the garbage, the men who shoveled the coal into the furnaces, and made the heat and light and power. Pent up in dim cellars, many stories underground, and bound forever to the service of sensuality, how terrible must be their fate, how unimaginable their corruption. And they were foreigners, they had come here seeking liberty. And the masters of the new country had seized them and pent them here. From this as a starting point his thought went on, to the hordes of toilers in every part of the world, whose fate it was to create the things which these blind revelers destroyed, the women and children in countless mills and sweatshops, who spun the cloth, and cut and sewed it, the girls who made the artificial flowers, who rolled the cigarettes, who gathered the grapes from the vines, the miners who dug the coal and the precious metals out of the earth, the men who watched in 10,000 signal towers and engines, who fought the elements from the decks of 10,000 ships to bring all these things here to be destroyed. Step by step, as the flood of extravagance rose, and the energies of the men were turned to the creation of futility and corruption, so, step by step, increased the misery and degradation of all these slaves of Mammon. And who could imagine what they would think about it if ever they came to think? And then, in a sudden flash, there came back to Montague that speech he had heard upon the street corner, the first evening he had been in New York. He could hear again the pounding of the elevated trains, and the shrill voice of the orator. He could see his haggard and hungry face, and the dense crowd gazing up at him. And there came to him the words of Major Thorne. It means another civil war. Chapter XXI. Alice had been gone for a couple of weeks, and the day was drawing near when the Hasbrook case came up for trial. The Saturday before that being the date of the Meekerm dance of the Long Island Hunt Club, Siegfried Harvey was to have a house party for the weekend, and Montague accepted his invitation. He had been working hard, putting the finishing touches to his brief, and he thought that a rest would be good for him. He and his brother went down upon Friday afternoon, and the first person he met was Betty Wyman, whom he had not seen for quite a while. Betty had much to say, and said it. As Montague had not been seen with Mrs. Winnie since the episode in her house, people had begun to notice the break, and there was no end of gossip, and Mistress Betty wanted to know all about it, and how things stood between them. But he would not tell her, and so she saucily refused to tell him what she had heard. All the while they talked she was eyeing him quizzically, and it was evident that she took the worst for granted, also that he had become a much more interesting person to her because of it. Montague had the strangest sensations when he was talking with Betty Wyman. She was delicious and appealing, almost irresistible, and yet her views of life were so old. "I told you you wouldn't do for a tame cat," she said to him. Then she went on to talk to him about his case, and to tease him about the disturbance he had made. "You know," she said, "Ollie and I were in terror. We thought that grandfather would be furious, and that we'd be ruined. But somehow, it didn't work out that way. Don't you say anything about it, but I've had a sort of a fancy that he must be on your side of the fence." "I'd be glad to know it," said Montague, with a laugh. "I've been trying for a long time to find out who is on my side of the fence." "He was talking about it the other day," said Betty, "and I heard him tell a man that he'd read your argument, and thought it was good." "I'm glad to hear that," said Montague. "So was I," replied she. "And I said to him afterward, 'I suppose you don't know that Alan Montague is my Ollie's brother.' And he did you the honor to say that he hadn't supposed any member of Ollie's family could have as much sense." Betty was staying with an aunt nearby, and she went back before dinner. In the automobile which came for her was old Wyman himself, on his way home from the city, and as a snowstorm had begun, he came in and stood by the fire while his car was exchanged for a closed one from Harvey's stables. Montague did not meet him, but stood and watched him from the shadows, a mite of a man, with a keen and eager face, full of wrinkles. It was hard to realize that this little body held one of the great driving minds of the country. He was an intensely nervous and irritable man, bitter and implacable, by all odds the most hated and feared man in Wall Street. He was swift, imperious, savage as a hornet. "Directors at meetings that I attend vote first and discuss afterward," was one of his sayings that Montague had heard quoted. Watching him here by the fireside, rubbing his hands and chatting pleasantly, Montague had a sudden sense of being behind the scenes, of being admitted to a privilege denied to ordinary mortals, the beholding of royalty in everyday attire. After dinner that evening Montague had a chat in the smoking room with his host, and he brought up the subject of the Hasbrouck case, and told about his trip to Washington, and his interview with Judge Ellis. Harvey also had something to communicate. "I had a talk with Freddie Van Dam about it," said he. "What did he say?" asked Montague. "Well," replied the other, with a laugh, "he's indignant, needless to say. You know, Freddie was brought up by his father to regard the Fidelity as his property, in a way. He always refers to it as my company. And he's very high and mighty about it. It's a personal affront if anyone attacks it. But it was evident to me that he doesn't know who's behind this case." "Did he know about Ellis?" asked Montague. "Yes," said the other, "he had found out that much. It was he who told me that originally. He says that Ellis has been sponging off the company for years. He has a big salary that he never earns, and has borrowed something like $250,000 on worthless securities." Montague gave a gasp. "Yes," laughed Harvey. "But after all, that's a little matter. The trouble with Freddie Van Dam is that that sort of thing is all he sees, and so he'll never be able to make out the mystery. He knows that this clique or that in the company is plotting to get some advantage, or to use him for their purposes, but he never realizes how the big men are pulling the wires behind the scenes. Someday they'll throw him overboard altogether, and then he'll realize how they played with him. That's what this Hasbrouck case means. You know, they simply want to frighten him with the threat of getting the company's affairs into the courts and the newspapers." Montague sat for a while in deep thought. "What would you think would be Wyman's relation to the matter?" he asked, at last. "I wouldn't know," said Harvey. "He's supposed to be Freddie's backer, but what can you tell in such a tangle?" "It is certainly a mess," said Montague. "There's no bottom to it," said the other. "Absolutely, it would take your breath away. Just listen to what Van Dam told me today. And then Harvey named one of the directors of the Fidelity who was well known as a philanthropist. Having heard that the wife of one of his junior partners had met with an accident in childbirth, and that the doctor had told her husband that if she ever had another child, she would die, this man had asked, "Why don't you have her life insured?" The other replied that he had tried, and the companies had refused her. "I'll fix it for you," said he, and so they put in another application, and the director came to Freddie Van Dam and had the policy put through by executive order. 7 months later the woman died, and the Fidelity had paid her husband in full $100,000 or two. "That's what's going on in the insurance world," said Siegfried Harvey. And that was the story which Montague took with him to add to his enjoyment of the festivities at the country club. It was a very gorgeous affair, but perhaps the somberness of his thoughts was to blame. The flowers and music and beautiful gowns failed entirely in their appeal, and he saw only the gluttony and drunkenness more of it than ever before, it seemed to him. Then, too, he had an unpleasant experience. He met Laura Hagen, and presuming upon her cordial reception of his visit, he went up and spoke to her pleasantly. And she greeted him with frigid politeness. She was so brief in her remarks and turned away so abruptly as almost to snub him. He went away quite bewildered. But later on he recalled the gossip about himself and Mrs. Winnie, and he guessed that that was the explanation of Miss Hagar's action. The episode threw a shadow over his whole visit. On Sunday he went out into the country and tramped through a snowstorm by himself, filled with a sense of disgust for all the past, and of foreboding for the future. He hated this money world, in which all that was worst in human beings was brought to the surface. He hated it, and wished that he had never set foot within its bounds. It was only by tramping until he was too tired to feel anything that he was able to master himself. And then, toward dark, he came back, and found a telegram which had been forwarded from New York. "Meet me at the Penna Depot, Jersey City, at 9 tonight. Alice." This message, of course, drove all other thoughts from his mind. He had no time even to tell Oliver about it. He had to jump into an automobile and rush to catch the next train for the city. And all through the long, cold ride in ferry boats and cabs he pondered this mystery. Alice's party had not been expected for 2 weeks yet, and only 2 days before there had come a letter from Los Angeles, saying that they would probably be a week over time. And here she was home again. He found there was an express from the west due at the hour named. Apparently, therefore, Alice had not come in the Prentice's train at all. The express was half an hour late, and so he paced up and down the platform, controlling his impatience as best he could. And finally the long train pulled in, and he saw Alice coming down the platform. She was alone. "What does it mean?" were the first words he said to her. "It's a long story," she answered. "I wanted to come home." "You mean you've come all the way from the coast by yourself?" he gasped. "Yes," she said, "all the way." "What in the world?" he began. "I can't tell you here, Alan," she said. "Wait till we get to some quiet place." "But," he persisted. "The Prentice? They let you come home alone?" "They didn't know it," she said. "I ran away." He was more bewildered than ever. But as he started to ask more questions, she laid a hand upon his arm. "Please wait, Alan," she said. "It upsets me to talk about it." It was Charlie Carter. And so the light broke. He caught his breath and gasped, "Oh." He said not another word until they had crossed the ferry and settled themselves in a cab, and started. "Now," he said, "tell me." Alice began. "I was very much upset," she said. "But you must understand, Alan, that I've had nearly a week to think it over, and I don't mind it now. So I want you please not to get excited about it. It wasn't poor Charlie's fault. He can't help himself. It was my mistake. I ought to have taken your advice and had nothing to do with him." "Go on," said he, and Alice told her story. The party had gone sightseeing, and she had had a headache and had stayed in the car. And Charlie Carter had come and begun making love to her. He had asked me to marry him already. That was at the beginning of the trip, she said. And I told him no. After that he would never let me alone. And this time he went on in a terrible way. He flung himself down on his knees, and wept, and said he couldn't live without me. And nothing I could say did any good. At last he caught hold of me and he wouldn't let me go. I was furious with him, and frightened. I had to threaten to call for help before he would stop. And so you see how it was. I see, said Montague, gravely. Go on. Well, after that I made up my mind that I couldn't stay anywhere where I had to see him. And I knew he would never go away without a scene. If I had asked Mrs. Prentice to send him away, there would have been a scandal, and it would have spoiled everybody's trip. So I went out, and found there was a train for the East in a little while, and I packed up my things, and left a note for Mrs. Prentice. I told her a story. I said I'd had a telegram that your mother was ill, and that I didn't want to spoil their good time, and had gone by myself. That was the best thing I could think of. I wasn't afraid to travel, so long as I was sure that Charlie couldn't catch up with me. Montague said nothing. He sat with his hands gripped tightly. It seemed like a desperate thing to do, said Alice, nervously. But you see, I was upset and unhappy. I didn't seem to like the party anymore. I wanted to be home. Do you understand? Yes, said Montague, I understand. And I'm glad you are here. They reached home, and Montague called up Harvey's and told his brother what had happened. He could hear Oliver gasp with astonishment. That's a pretty how do you do, he said, when he had got his breath back, and then he added, with a laugh, I suppose that settles poor Charlie's chances. I'm glad you've come to that conclusion, said the other, as he hung up the receiver. This episode gave Montague quite a shock. But he had little time to think about it. The next morning at 11 o'clock his case was to come up for trial, and so all his thoughts were called away. This case had been the one real interest of his life for the last 3 months. It was his purpose, the thing for the sake of which he endured everything else that repelled him. And he had trained himself as an athlete for a great race. He was in form, and ready for the effort of his life. He went downtown that morning with every fiber of him, body and mind, alert and eager, and he went into his office, and in his mail was a letter from Mr. Hasbrouck. He opened it hastily and read a message, brief and direct and decisive as a sword thrust. I beg to inform you that I have received a satisfactory proposition from the Fidelity Company. I have settled with them, and wish to withdraw the suit. Thanking you for your services, I remain, sincerely. To Montague the thing came like a thunderbolt. He sat utterly dumbfounded. His hands went limp, and the letter fell upon the desk in front of him. And at last, when he did move, he picked up the telephone, and told his secretary to call up Mr. Hasbrouck. Then he sat waiting, and when the bell rang, picked up the receiver, expecting to hear Mr. Hasbrouck's voice, and to demand an explanation. But he heard, instead, the voice of his own secretary. Central says the number's been discontinued, sir. And he hung up the receiver, and sat motionless again. The dummy had disappeared. To Montague this incident meant a change in the prospect of his whole life. It was the collapse of all his hopes. He had nothing more to work for, nothing more to think about. The bottom had fallen out of his career. He was burning with a sense of outrage. He had been tricked and made a fool of, he had been used and flung aside. And now there was nothing he could do. He was utterly helpless. What affected him most was his sense of the overwhelming magnitude of the powers which had made him their puppet, of the utter futility of the efforts that he or any other man could make against them. They were like elemental, cosmic forces. They held all the world in their grip, and a common man was as much at their mercy as a bit of chaff in a tempest. All day long he sat in his office, brooding and nursing his wrath. He had moods when he wished to drop everything, to shake the dust of the city from his feet, and go back home and recollect what it was to be a gentleman. And then again he had fighting moods, when he wished to devote all his life to punishing the men who had made use of him. He would get hold of some other policy holder in the Fidelity, one whom he could trust, he would take the case without pay, and carry it through to the end. He would force the newspapers to talk about it, he would force the people to heed what he said. And then, toward evening, he went home, bitter and sore. And there was his brother sitting in his study, waiting for him. "Hello," he said, and took off his coat, preparing his mind for one more ignominy, the telling of his misfortune to Oliver, and listening to his inevitable, "I told you so." But Oliver himself had something to communicate, something that would not bear keeping. He broke out at once. "Tell me, Alan. What in the world has happened between you and Mrs. Winnie?" "What do you mean?" asked Montague, sharply. "Why," said Oliver, "everybody is talking about some kind of a quarrel." "There has been no quarrel," said Montague. "Well, what is it, then?" "It's nothing." "It must be something," exclaimed Oliver. "What do all the stories mean?" "What stories?" "About you two. I met Mrs. Vivie Patton just now, and she swore me to secrecy, and told me that Mrs. Winnie had told someone that you had made love to her so outrageously that she had to ask you to leave the house." Montague shrunk as from a blow. "Oh," he gasped. "That's what she said," said he. "It's a lie," he cried. "That's what I told Mrs. Vivie," said the other. "It doesn't sound like you." Montague had flushed scarlet. "I don't mean that," he cried. "I mean that Mrs. Winnie never said any such thing." "Oh," said Oliver, and he shrugged his shoulders. "Maybe not," he added. "But I know she's furious with you about something. Everybody's talking about it. She tells people that she'll never speak to you again. And what I want to know is, why is it that you have to do things to make enemies of everybody you know?" Montague said nothing, he was trembling with anger. "What in the world did you do to her?" began the other. "Can't you trust me?" And suddenly Montague sprang to his feet. "Oh, Oliver," he exclaimed, "let me alone. Go away." And he went into the next room and slammed the door, and began pacing back and forth like a caged animal. It was a lie. It was a lie. Mrs. Winnie had never said such a thing. He would never believe it. It was a nasty piece of backstairs gossip. But then a new burst of rage swept over him. What did it matter whether it was true or not, whether anything was true or not? What did it matter if anybody had done all the hideous and loathsome things that everybody else said they had done? It was what everybody was saying. It was what everybody believed, what everybody was interested in. It was the measure of a whole society, their ideals and their standards. It was the way they spent their time, repeating nasty scandals about each other, living in an atmosphere of suspicion and cynicism, with endless whispering and leering, and gossip of low intrigue. A flood of rage surged up within him, and swept him away, rage against the world into which he had come, and against himself for the part he had played in it. Everything seemed to have come to a head at once, and he hated everything, hated the people he had met, and the things they did, and the things they had tempted him to do. He hated the way he had got his money, and the way he had spent it. He hated the idleness and wastefulness, the drunkenness and debauchery, the meanness and the snobbishness. And suddenly he turned and flung open the door of the room where Oliver still sat. And he stood in the doorway, exclaiming, "Oliver, I'm done with it." Oliver stared at him. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I mean," cried his brother, "that I've had all I can stand of society. And I'm going to quit. You can go on, but I don't intend to take another step with you. I've had enough, and I think Alice has had enough, also. We'll take ourselves off your hands, we'll get out." "What are you going to do?" gasped Oliver. "I'm going to give up these expensive apartments, give them up tomorrow, when our week is up. And I'm going to stop squandering money for things I don't want. I'm going to stop accepting invitations, and meeting people I don't like and don't want to know. I've tried your game, I've tried it hard, and I don't like it, and I'm going to get out before it's too late. I'm going to find some decent and simple place to live in, and I'm going downtown to find out if there isn't some way in New York for a man to earn an honest living. The end. The Money Changers. 2. Jack London. Chapter I. I am, said Reggie Mann, quite beside myself to meet this Lucy Dupree. Who told you about her? Asked Alan Montague. Ollie's been telling everybody about her, said Reggie. It sounds really wonderful. But I fear he must have exaggerated. People seem to develop a tendency to exaggeration, said Montague, when they talk about Lucy. I am in quite a state about her, said Reggie. Alan Montague looked at him and smiled. There were no visible signs of agitation about Reggie. He had come to take Alice to church, and he was exquisitely groomed and perfumed, and wore a wonderful scarlet orchid in his buttonhole. Montague, lounging back in a big leather chair and watching him, smiled to himself at the thought that Reggie regarded Lucy as a new kind of flower, with which he might parade down the avenue and attract attention. Is she large or small? Asked Reggie. She is about your size, said Montague, which was very small indeed. Alice entered at this moment in a new spring costume. Reggie sprang to his feet, and greeted her with his inevitable effusiveness. When he asked, "Do you know her, too?" "Who?" "Lucy," asked Alice. "I went to school with her. Judge Dupree's plantation was next to ours," said Montague. "We all grew up together. There was hardly a day that I did not see her until she was married," said Alice. "She was married at 17, you know, to a man much older than herself. We have never seen her since that," added the other. "She has lived in New Orleans." "And only 22 now," exclaimed Reggie. "All the wisdom of a widow and the graces of an ingenue." And he raised his hands with a gesture of admiration. "Has she got money?" he asked. "She had enough for New Orleans," was the reply. "I don't know about New York." "Ah well," he said meditatively, "there's plenty of money lying about." He took Alice away to her devotions, leaving Montague to the memories which the mention of Lucy Dupree awakened. Alan Montague had been in love with Lucy a half a dozen times in his life. It had begun when she was a babe in arms, and continued intermittently until her marriage. Lucy was a beauty of the Creole type, with raven black hair and gorgeous coloring, and Alan carried with him everywhere the face of joy, with the quick, mobile features across which tears and laughter chased like April showers across the sky. Lucy was a tiny creature, as he had said, but she was a wellspring of abounding energy. She had been the life of a lonely household from the first hour, and all who came near her yielded to her spell. Alan remembered one occasion when he had entered the house and seen the grave and venerable Chief Justice of the State down upon his hands and knees, with Lucy on his back. She was a born actress, everybody said. When she was no more than 4, she would lie in bed when she should have been asleep, and tell herself tragic stories to make her weep. Before long she had discovered several chests full of the clothes which her mother had worn in the days when she was a belle of the old plantation society, and then Lucy would have tableaux and theatricals, and would astonish all beholders in the role of an Oriental princess or a queen of the night. Her mother had died when she was very young, and she had grown up with only her father for a companion. Judge Dupree was one of the rich men of the neighborhood, and he lavished everything upon his daughter, but people had said that Lucy would suffer for the lack of a woman's care, and the prophecy had been tragically fulfilled. There had come a man, much older than herself, but with a glamour of romance about him, and the wonder of love had suddenly revealed itself to Lucy, and swept her away as no emotion had ever done before. One day she disappeared, and Montague had never seen her again. He knew that she had gone to New Orleans to live, and he heard rumors that she was very unhappy, that her husband was a spendthrift and a rake. Scarcely a year after her marriage Montague heard the story of his death by an accident while driving. He had heard no more until a short time after his coming to New York, when the home papers had reported the death of Judge Dupree. And then a week or so ago had come a letter from Lucy, to his brother, Oliver Montague, saying that she was coming to New York, perhaps to live permanently, and asking him to meet her and to engage accommodations for her in some hotel. Montague wondered what she would be like when he saw her again. He wondered what 5 years of suffering and experience would have done for her, whether it would have weakened her enthusiasm and dried up her springs of joy. Lucy grown serious was something that was difficult for him to imagine. And then again would come a mood of doubt, when he distrusted the thrill which the memory of her brought. Would she be able to maintain her spell in competition with what life had brought him since? His reverie was broken by Oliver, who came in to ask him if he wished to go to meet her. "Those southern trains are always several hours late," he said. "I told my man to go over and phone me." "You are to have her in charge," said Montague. "You had better see her first. Tell her I will come in the evening." And so he went to the great apartment hotel, the same to which Oliver had originally introduced him. And there was Lucy. She was just the same. He could see it in an instant. There was the same joyfulness, the same eagerness, there was the same beauty, which had made men's hearts leap up. There was not a line of care upon her features. She was like a perfect flower come to its fullness. She came to him with both her hands outstretched. "Alan," she cried, "Alan! I am so glad to see you." And she caught his hands in hers and stood and gazed at him. "My, how big you have grown, and how serious! Isn't he splendid, Ollie?" Oliver stood by, watching. He smiled drily. "He is a trifle too epic for me," he said. "Oh, my, how wonderful it seems to see you," she exclaimed. "It makes me think of 50 things at once. We must sit down and have a long talk. It will take me all night to ask you all the questions I have to." Lucy was in mourning for her father, but she had contrived to make her costume serve as a frame for her beauty. She seemed like a flaming ruby against a background of black velvet. "Tell me how you have been," she rushed on. "And what has happened to you up here? How is your mother?" "Just the same," said Montague. "She wants you to come around tomorrow morning." "I will," said Lucy, "the first thing, before I go anywhere." "And Mammy Lucy? How is Mammy Lucy?" "She is well," he replied. "She's beside herself to see you." "Tell her I am coming," said she. "I would rather see Mammy Lucy than the Brooklyn Bridge." She led him to a seat, placed herself opposite him, devouring him with her eyes. "It makes me seem like a girl again to see you," she said. "Do you count yourself aged?" asked Montague, laughing. "Oh, I feel old," said Lucy, with a sudden look of fear. "You have no idea, Alan. But I don't want anybody to know about it." And then she cried, eagerly, "Do you remember the swing in the orchard? And do you remember the pool where the big alligator lived? And the persimmons? And old Joe?" Alan Montague remembered all these things. In the course of the half-hour that followed he remembered pretty nearly all the exciting adventures which he and Oliver and Lucy had had since Lucy was old enough to walk. And he told her the latest news about all their neighbors, and about all the servants whom she remembered. He told her also about his father's death, and how the house had been burned, and how they had sold the plantation and come north. "And how are you doing, Alan?" she asked. "I am practicing law," he said. "I'm not making a fortune, but I'm managing to pay my bills. That is more than some other people do in the city." "I should imagine it," said Lucy. "With all that row of shops on Fifth Avenue. Oh, I know I shall spend all that I own in the first week. And this hotel, why, it's perfectly frightful." "Oliver has told you the prices, has he?" said Montague, with a laugh. "He has taken my breath away," said Lucy. "How am I ever to manage such things?" "You will have to settle that with him," said Montague. "He has taken charge, and he doesn't want me to interfere. But I want your advice, said Lucy. You are a businessman, and Ollie never was anything but a boy. Ollie has learned a good deal since he has been in New York, the other responded. I can tell you my side of the case very quickly, he went on after a moment's pause. He brought me here, and persuaded me that this was how I ought to live if I wanted to get into society. I tried it for a while, but I found that I did not like the things I had to do, and so I quit. You will find us in an apartment a couple of blocks farther from Fifth Avenue, and we only pay about 1/10 as much for it. And now, whether you follow me or Ollie depends upon whether you want to get into society. Lucy wrinkled her brows in thought. I didn't come to New York to bury myself in a boarding house, she said. I do want to meet people. Well, said Montague, Oliver knows a lot of them, and he will introduce you. Perhaps you will like them, I don't know. I am sure you won't have any difficulty in making them like you. Thank you, sir, said Lucy. You are as ingenuous as ever. I don't want to say anything to spoil your pleasure, said the other. You will find out about matters for yourself. But I feel like telling you this, don't you be too ingenuous. You can't trust people quite so freely here as you did at home. Thank you, said Lucy. Ollie has already been lecturing me. I had no idea it was such a serious matter to come to New York. I told him that widows were commonly supposed to know how to take care of themselves. I had a rather bad time of it myself, getting adjusted to things, said Montague, smiling. So you must make allowances for my forebodings. I've told Lucy a little about it, put in Oliver, drily. He told me a most fascinating love story, said Lucy, gazing at him with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. I shall certainly look out for the dazzling Mrs. Winnie. You may meet her tomorrow night, put in Oliver. You are invited to dinner at Mrs. Billy Alden's. I have read about Mrs. Billy in the newspapers, said Lucy. But I never expected to meet her. How in the world has Oliver managed to jump so into the midst of things? Oliver undertook to explain, and Montague sat by, smiling to himself over his brother's carefully expurgated account of his own social career. Oliver had evidently laid his plans to take charge of Lucy, and to escort her to a high seat upon the platform of society. But tell me, all this will cost so much money. Lucy protested. And I don't want to have to marry one of these terrible millionaires. She turned to Montague abruptly. Have you got an office somewhere downtown? She asked. And may I come tomorrow, and see you, and get you to be my business advisor? Old Mr. Holmes is dead, you know. He used to be father's lawyer, and he knew all about my affairs. He never thought it worthwhile to explain anything to me, so now I don't know very well what I have or what I can do. I will do all I can to help you, Montague answered. And you must be very severe with me, Lucy continued, and not let me spend too much money, or make any blunders. That was the way Mr. Holmes used to do, and since he is dead, I have positively been afraid to trust myself about. If I am to play that part for you, said Montague, laughing, I am afraid we'll very soon clash with my brother. Montague had very little confidence in his ability to fill the part. As he watched Lucy, he had a sense of tragedy impending. He knew enough to feel sure that Lucy was not rich, according to New York standards of wealth, and he felt that the lure of the city was already upon her. She was dazzled by the vision of automobiles and shops and hotels and theaters, and all the wonders which these held out to her. She had come with all her generous enthusiasms, and she was hungry with a terrible hunger for life. Montague had been through the mill, and he saw ahead so clearly that it was impossible for him not to try to guide her, and to save her from the worst of her mistakes. Hence arose a strange relationship between them. From the beginning Lucy made him her confidant, and told him all her troubles. To be sure, she never took his advice. She would say, with her pretty laugh, that she did not want him to keep her out of trouble, but only to sympathize with her afterwards. And Montague followed her. He told himself again and again that there was no excuse for Lucy, but all the while he was making excuses. She went over the next morning to see Oliver's mother, and Mammy Lucy, who had been named after her grandmother. Then in the afternoon she went shopping with Alice, declaring that it was impossible for her to appear anywhere in New York until she had made herself respectable. And then in the evening Montague called for her, and took her to Mrs. Billy Alden's Fifth Avenue palace. On the way he beguiled the time by telling her about the terrible Mrs. Billy and her terrible tongue, and about the war between the great lady and her relatives, the Wallings. "You must not be surprised," he said, "if she pins you in a corner and asks all about you. Mrs. Billy is a privileged character, and the conventions do not apply to her." Montague had come to take the Alden magnificence as a matter of course by this time, but he felt Lucy thrill with excitement at the vision of the Doge's palace, with its black marble carvings and its lackeys in scarlet and gold. Then came Mrs. Billy herself, resplendent in dark purple brocade, with a few ropes of pearls flung about her neck. She was almost tall enough to look over the top of Lucy's head, and she stood away a little so as to look at her comfortably. "I tried to have Mrs. Winnie here for you," she said to Montague, as she placed him at her right hand. "But she was not able to come, so you will have to make out with me." "Have you many more beauties like that down in Mississippi?" she asked, when they were seated. "If so, I don't see why you came up here." "You like her, do you?" he asked. "I like her looks," said Mrs. Billy. "Has she got any sense? It is quite impossible to believe that she's a widow. She needs someone to take care of her just the same." "I will recommend her to your favor," said Montague. "I have been telling her about you." "What have you told her?" asked Mrs. Billy, serenely. "That I win too much money at bridge, and drink scotch at dinner." Then, seeing Montague blush furiously, she laughed. "I know it is true. I have caught you thinking it half a dozen times." And she reached out for the decanter which the butler had just placed in front of her, and proceeded to help herself to her opening glass. Montague told her all about Lucy, and, in the meantime, he watched the latter, who sat near the center of the table, talking with Stanley Ryder. Montague had played bridge with this man once or twice at Mrs. Winnie's, and he thought to himself that Lucy could hardly have met a man who would embody in himself more of the fascinations of the metropolis. Ryder was president of the Gotham Trust Company, an institution whose magnificent marble front was one of the sights of Fifth Avenue. He was a man a trifle under 50, tall and distinguished looking, with an iron-gray mustache, and the manners of a diplomat. He was not only a banker, he was also a man of culture. He had run away to sea in his youth, and he had traveled in every country of the world. He was also a bit of an author, in an amateur way, and if there was any book which he had not dipped into, it was not a book of which one would be apt to hear in society. He could talk upon any subject, and a hostess who could secure Stanley Ryder for one of her dinner parties generally counted upon a success. "He doesn't go out much, these busy days," said Mrs. Billy. "But I told him about your friend." Now and then the conversation at the table would become general, and Montague noticed that it was always Ryder who led. His flashes of wit shot back and forth across the table, and those who matched themselves against him seldom failed to come off the worse. It was an unscrupulous kind of wit, dazzling and dangerous. Ryder was the type of man one met now and then in society, who had adopted radical ideas for the sake of being distinguished. It was a fine thing for a man who had made a brilliant success in a certain social environment to shatter in his conversation all the ideals and conventions of that environment, and thus to reveal how little he really cared for the success which he had won. It was very entertaining at a dinner party, but Montague thought to himself with a smile how far was Stanley Ryder from the type of person one imagined as the head of an enormous and flourishing bank. When they had adjourned to the drawing room, he capped the climax of the incongruity by going to the piano and playing a movement from some terrible Russian suite. Afterwards Montague saw him stroll off to the conservatory with Lucy Dupree. There were 2 people too many for bridge, and that was a good excuse, but nonetheless Montague felt restless during the hours that he sat at table and let Mrs. Billy win his money. After the ordeal was over and the party had broken up, he found his friend sitting by the side of the fountain in Mrs. Billy's conservatory, gazing fixedly in front of her, while Ryder at her side was talking. "You met an interesting man," he said, when they had got settled in the carriage. "One of the most extraordinary men I ever met," said Lucy, quickly. "I wish that you would tell me about him. Do you know him well?" "I have heard him talk some, and I know him in a business way." "Is he so very rich?" she asked. "He has a few millions," said he. "And I suppose he is turning them over very rapidly." "People say that he is a daring speculator." "A speculator?" exclaimed Lucy. "Why, I thought that he was the president of a bank." "When you have been in New York a while," said Montague, with a smile, "you will realize that there is nothing incompatible in the two." Lucy was silent, a little staggered at the remark. "I am told," Montague added, with a smile, "that even Ryder's wife won't keep her money in the Gotham Trust." Montague had not anticipated the effect of this remark. Lucy gave a sudden start. "His wife?" she exclaimed. "Why, yes," said Montague. "Didn't you know that he was married?" "No," said Lucy, in a low voice. "I did not." There was a long silence. Finally she asked, why was not his wife invited to the dinner? "They seldom go out together," said Montague. "Have they separated?" she asked. "There is a new and fashionable kind of separation," was the answer. "They live in opposite sides of a large mansion, and meet on formal occasions." "What sort of a woman is she?" asked Lucy. "I don't know anything about her," he replied. There was a silence again. Finally Montague said, "There is no cause to be sorry for him, you understand." And Lucy touched his hand lightly with hers. "That's all right, Alan," she said. "Don't worry. I am not apt to make the same mistake twice." It seemed to Montague that there was nothing to be said after that. Chapter 2. Lucy wanted to come down to Montague's office to talk business with him, but he would not put her to that trouble, and called the next morning at her apartment before he went downtown. She showed him all her papers, her father's will, with a list of his property, and also the accounts of Mr. Holmes, and the rent roll of her properties in New Orleans. As Montague had anticipated, Lucy's affairs had not been well managed, and he had many matters to look into and many questions to ask. There were a number of mortgages on real estate and buildings, and, on the other hand, some of Lucy's own properties were mortgaged, a state of affairs which she was not able to explain. There were stocks in several industrial companies, of which Montague knew but little. Last and most important of all, there was a block of 5,000 shares in the Northern Mississippi Railroad. "You know all about that, at any rate," said Lucy. "Have you sold your own holdings yet?" "No," said Montague. "Father wished me to keep the agreement as long as the others did." "I am free to sell mine, am I not?" asked Lucy. "I should certainly advise you to sell it," said Montague. "But I am afraid it will not be easy to find a purchaser." The Northern Mississippi was a railroad with which Montague had grown up, so to speak. There was never a time in his recollection when the two families had not talked about it. It ran from Upton to Opala, a distance of about 50 miles, connecting at the latter point with one of the main lines of the state. It was an enterprise which Judge Dupree had planned, as a means of opening up a section of country in the future of which he had faith. It had been undertaken at a time when distrust of Wall Street was very keen in that neighborhood, and Judge Dupree had raised a couple of $1 million among his own friends and neighbors, adding another $500,000 of his own, with a gentleman's agreement among all of them that the road would not ask favors of Northern capitalists, and that its stock should never be listed on the exchanges. The first president had been an uncle of Lucy's, and the present holder of the office was an old friend of the family's. but the sectional pride which had raised the capital could not furnish the traffic. The towns which Judge Dupree had imagined did not materialize, and the little railroad did not keep pace with the progress of the time. For the last decade or so its properties had been depreciating and its earnings falling off, and it had been several years since Montague had drawn any dividends upon the $50,000 worth of stock for which his father had paid par value. He was reminded, as he talked about all this with Lucy, of a project which had been mooted some 10 or 12 years ago, to extend the line from Atkins so as to connect with the plant of the Mississippi Steel Company, and give that concern a direct outlet toward the west. The Mississippi Steel Company had one of the half-dozen largest plate and rail mills in the country, and the idea of directing even a small portion of its enormous freight was one which had incessantly tantalized the minds of the directors of the Northern Mississippi. They had gone so far as to conduct a survey, and to make a careful estimate of the cost of the proposed extension. Montague knew about this, because it had chanced that he, together with Lucy's brother, who was now in California, had spent part of his vacation on a hunting trip, during which they had camped near the surveying party. The proposed line had to find its way through the Tallulah swamps, and here was where the uncertainty of the project came in. There were a dozen routes proposed, and Montague remembered how he had sat by the campfire one evening, and got into conversation with one of the younger men of the party, and listened to his grumbling about the blundering of the survey. It was his opinion that the head surveyor was incompetent, that he was obstinately rejecting the best routes in favor of others which were almost impossible. Montague had taken this gossip to his father, but he did not know whether his father had ever looked into the matter. He only knew that when the project for the proposed extension had been brought up at a stockholders' meeting, the cost of the work was found so great that it was impossible to raise the money. A proposal to go to the Mississippi Steel Company was voted down, because Mississippi Steel was in the hands of Wall Street men, and neither Judge Dupree nor General Montague had realized at that time the hopelessness of the plight of the little railroad. All these matters were brought up in the conversation between Lucy and Montague. There was no reason, he assured her, why they should still hold on to their stock, if, by the proposed extension, or by any other plan, new capitalists could make a success of the company. It would be well to make some combination with them, or, better yet, to sell out entirely. Montague promised that he would take the matter in hand and see what he could do. His first thought, as he went downtown, was of Jim Hagan. "Come and see me sometime," Hagan had said, and Montague had never accepted the invitation. The Northern Mississippi would, of course, be a mere bagatelle to a man like Hagan, but who could tell what new plans he might be able to fit it into? Montague knew by the rumors in the street that the great financier had sold out all his holdings in 2 or 3 of his most important ventures. He went at once to Hagan's office, in the building of one of the great insurance companies downtown. He made his way through corridors of marble to a gate of massively ornamented bronze, behind which stood a huge guardian in uniform, also massively ornamented. Montague generally passed for a big man, but this personage made him feel like an office boy. "Is Mr. Hagan in?" he asked. "Do you call by appointment?" was the response. "Not precisely," said Montague, producing a card. "Will you kindly send this to Mr. Hagan?" "Do you know Mr. Hagan personally?" the man demanded. "I do," Montague answered. The other had made no sign, as far as Montague could make out, but at this moment a dapper young secretary made his appearance from the doors behind the gate. "Would you kindly state the business upon which you wish to see Mr. Hagan?" he said. "I wish to see Mr. Hagan personally," Montague answered, with just a trifle of asperity. "If you will kindly take in this card, it will be sufficient." He submitted with what grace he could to a swift inspection at the secretary's hands, wondering, in the meantime, if his new spring overcoat was sufficiently up to date to entitle him, in the secretary's judgment, to be a friend of the great man within. Finally the man disappeared with the card, and half a minute later came back, smiling effusively. He ushered Montague into a huge office with leather-cushioned chairs large enough to hold several people each, and too large for any one person to be comfortable in. There was a map of the continent upon the wall, across which Jim Hagen's railroad stretched like scarlet ribbons. There were also heads of bison and reindeer, which Hagen had shot himself. Montague had to wait only a minute or two, and then he was escorted through a chain of rooms, and came at last to the magnate's inner sanctum. This was plain, with an elaborate and studied plainness, and Jim Hagen sat in front of a flat mahogany desk which had not a scrap of paper anywhere upon it. He rose as the other came in, stretching out his huge form. "How do you do, Mr. Montague?" he said, and shook hands. Then he sat down in his chair, and settled back until his head rested on the back, and bent his great beetling brows, and gazed at his visitor. The last time that Montague had met Hagen they had talked about horses, and about old days in Texas, but Montague was wise enough to realize that this had been in the evening. "I have come on a matter of business, Mr. Hagen," he said. "So I will be as brief as possible." "A course of action which I do my best to pardon," was the smiling reply. "I want to propose to you to interest yourself in the affairs of the Northern Mississippi Railroad," said the other. "The Northern Mississippi," said Hagen, knitting his brows. "I have never heard of it." "I don't imagine that many people have," the other answered, and went on to tell the story of the line. "I have 500 shares of the stock myself," he said, "but it has been in my family for a long time, and I am perfectly satisfied to let it stay there. I am not making this proposition on my own account, but for a client who has a block of 5,000 shares. I have here the annual reports of the road for several years, and some other information about its condition. My idea was that you might care to take the road, and make the proposed extension to the works of the Mississippi Steel Company." "Mississippi Steel?" exclaimed Hagen. He had evidently heard of that. "How long ago did you say it was that this plan was looked into?" he asked. And Montague told him the story of the survey, and what he himself had heard about it. "That sounds curious," said Hagen, and bent his brows, evidently in deep thought. "I will look into the matter," he said, finally. "I have no plans of my own that would take me into that neighborhood, but it may be possible that I can think of someone who would be interested." "Have you any idea what your client wants for the 1,000 shares?" "My client has put the matter into my hands," he answered. "The matter was only broached to me this morning, and I shall have to look further into the condition of the road. I should advise her to accept a fair offer, say 75% of the par value of the stock." "We can talk about that later," said Hagen, "if I can find the man for you." And Montague shook hands with him and left. He stopped in on his way home in the evening to tell Lucy about the result of his interview. "We shall hear from him soon," he said. "I don't imagine that Hagen is a man who takes long to make up his mind." "My prayers will be with him," said Lucy, with a laugh. Then she added, "I suppose I shall see you Friday night at Mr. Harvey's." "I shan't come out until Saturday afternoon," said he. "I am very busy these days, working on a case. But I try to find time to get down to Siegfried Harvey's. I seem to get along with him." "They tell me he goes in for horses," said Lucy. "He has a splendid stable," he answered. "It was good of Ollie to bring him round," said she. "I have certainly jumped into the midst of things. What do you think I'm going to do tomorrow?" "I have no idea," he said. "I have been invited to see Mr. Waterman's art gallery." "Dan Waterman's?" he exclaimed. "How did that happen?" "Mrs. Alden's brother asked me. He knows him, and got me the invitation." "Wouldn't you like to go?" "I shall be busy in court all day tomorrow," said Montague. "But I'd like to see the collection. I understand it's a wonderful affair. The old man has spent all his spare time at it. You hear fabulous estimates of what it's cost him, 4 or 5 millions at the least. But why in the world does he hide it in a studio way up the Hudson?" cried Lucy. The other shrugged his shoulders. "Just a whim," he said. He didn't collect it for other people's pleasure. Well, so long as he lets me see it, I can't complain, said Lucy. There are so many things to see in the city, I am sure I shall be busy for a year. You will get tired before you have seen half of them, he answered. Everybody does. Do you know Mr. Waterman? She asked. I have never met him, he said. I have seen him a couple of times. And Montague went on to tell her of the occasion in the Millionaires' Club, when he had seen the Croesus of Wall Street surrounded by an attending throng of little millionaires. I hope I shan't meet him, said Lucy. I know I should be frightened to death. They say he can be charming when he wants to, replied Montague. The ladies are fond of him. On Saturday afternoon, when Montague went down to Harvey's Long Island home, his brother met him at the ferry. Alan, he began, immediately, did you know that Lucy had come down here with Stanley Ryder? Heavens, no, exclaimed Montague. Is Ryder down here? He got Harvey to invite him, Oliver replied. And I know it was for no reason in the world but to be with Lucy. He took her out in his automobile. Montague was dumbfounded. She never hinted it to me, he said. By God, exclaimed Oliver, I wonder if that fellow is going after Lucy. Montague stood for some time, lost in somber thought. I don't think it will do him much good, he said. Lucy knows too much. Lucy has never met a man like Stanley Ryder, declared the other. He has spent all his life hunting women, and she is no match for him at all. What do you know about him? Asked Montague. What don't I know about him? Exclaimed the other. He was in love with Betty Wyman once. Oh, my lord, exclaimed Montague. Yes, said Oliver, and she told me all about it. He has as many tricks as a conjurer. He has read a lot of New Thought stuff, and he talks about his yearning soul, and every woman he meets is his affinity. And then again, he is a free thinker, and he discourses about liberty and the rights of women. He takes all the moralities and shuffles them up, until you'd think the noblest role a woman could play is that of a married man's mistress. Montague could not forbear to smile. I have known you to shuffle the moralities now and then yourself, Ollie, he said. Yes, that's all right, replied the other. But this is Lucy. And somebody's got to talk to her about Stanley Ryder. I will do it, Montague answered. He found Lucy in a cozy corner of the library when he came down to dinner. She was full of all the wonderful things that she had seen in Dan Waterman's art gallery. And Alan, she exclaimed, what do you think, I met him. You don't mean it, said he. He was there the whole afternoon, declared Lucy. And he never did a thing but be nice to me. Then you didn't find him so terrible as you expected, said Montague. He was perfectly charming, said Lucy. He showed me his whole collection and told me the history of the different paintings, and stories about how he got them. I never had such an experience in my life. He can be an interesting man when he chooses, Montague responded. He is marvelous, said she. You look at that lean figure, and the wizened-up old hawk's face, with the white hair all round it, and you'd think that he was in his dotage. But when he talks I don't wonder men obey him. They obey him, said Montague. No mistake about that. There is not a man in Wall Street who could live for 24 hours if old Dan Waterman went after him in earnest. How in the world does he do it? Asked Lucy. Is he so enormously rich? It is not the money he owns, said Montague, it's what he controls. He is master of the banks, and no man can take a step in Wall Street without his knowing it if he wants to. And he can break a man's credit, he can have all his loans called. He can swing the market so as to break a man. And then, think of his power in Washington. He uses the Treasury as if it were one of his branch offices. It seems frightful, said Lucy. And that old man over 80. I'm glad that I met him, at any rate. She paused, seeing Stanley Ryder in the doorway. He was evidently looking for her. He took her in to dinner, and every now and then, when Montague stole a glance at her, he saw that Ryder was monopolizing her attention. After dinner they adjourned to the music room, and Ryder played a couple of Chopin's nocturnes. He never took his eyes from Lucy's face while he was playing. "I declare," remarked Betty Wyman in Montague's hearing, "the way Stanley Ryder makes love at the piano is positively indecent." Montague dodged several invitations to play cards, and deliberately placed himself at Lucy's side for the evening. And when at last Stanley Ryder had gone away in disgust to the smoking room, he turned to her and said, "Lucy, you must let me speak to you about this." "I don't mind your speaking to me, Alan," she said, with a feeble attempt at a smile. "But you must pay attention to me," he protested. "You really don't know the sort of man you are dealing with, or what people think about him." She sat in silence, biting her lip nervously, while Montague told her, as plainly as he could, what Ryder's reputation was. All that she could answer was, "He is such an interesting man." "There are many interesting men," said he, "but you will never meet them if you get people talking about you like this." Lucy clasped her hands together. "Alan," she exclaimed, "I did my best to persuade him not to come out here. And you are right. I will do what you say. I will have nothing to do with him, honestly. You shall see. It's his own fault that he came, and he can find somebody else to entertain him while he's here." "I wish that you would tell him plainly, Lucy," said Montague. "Never mind if he gets angry. Make him understand you once for all." I will," she declared. And Montague judged that she carried out her promise quickly, for the rest of the evening Ryder gave to entertaining the company. About midnight Montague chanced to look into the library, and he saw the president of the Gotham Trust in the midst of a group which was excitedly discussing divorce. "Marriage is a sin for which the Church refuses absolution," he heard Stanley Ryder exclaiming. Chapter 3. A few days after these incidents, Montague was waiting for a friend who was to come to dinner at his hotel. He was sitting in the lobby reading a paper, and he noticed an elderly gentleman with a grey goatee and rather florid complexion who passed down the corridor before him. A minute or two later he happened to glance up, and he caught this gentleman's eye. The latter started, and a look of amazement came over his face. He came forward, saying, "I beg pardon, but is not this Alan Montague?" "It is," said Montague, looking at him in perplexity. "You don't remember me, do you?" said the other. "I must confess that I do not," was the answer. "I am Colonel Cole." But Montague only knitted his brows in greater perplexity. "Colonel Cole," he repeated. "You were too young to remember me," the other said. "I have been at your house a dozen times. I was in your father's brigade." "Indeed," exclaimed Montague. "I beg your pardon." Don't mention it," said the other, taking a seat beside him. "It was really extraordinary that I should recall you. And how is your brother? Is he in New York?" "He is," said Montague. "And your mother?" "She is still living, I trust." "Oh, yes," said he. "She is in this hotel." "It is really an extraordinary pleasure," exclaimed the other. "I did not think I knew a soul in New York." "You are visiting here?" asked Montague. "From the West," said the colonel. "It is curious how things follow out," he continued, after a pause. "I was thinking about your father only this very day. I had a proposal from someone who wanted to buy some stock that I have in the Northern Mississippi Railroad." Montague gave a start. "You don't mean it," he said. "Yes," said the other. "Your father persuaded me to take some of the stock, away back in the old days. And I have had it ever since. I had forgotten all about it." Montague smiled. "When you have disposed of yours," he said, "you might refer your party to me. I know of some more that is for sale." "I have no doubt," said the colonel. "But I fancy it won't fetch much now." I don't remember receiving any dividends. There was a pause. It is a curious coincidence, said the other. I, too, have been thinking about the railroad. My friend, Mrs. Taylor, has just come up from New Orleans. She used to be Lucy Dupree. The colonel strove to recall. Dupree, he said. Judge Dupree's daughter, said Montague. His brother, John Dupree, was the first president of the road. Oh, yes, said the colonel. Of course, of course. I remember the judge now. Your father told me he had taken quite a lot of the stock. Yes, he was the prime mover in the enterprise. And who was that other gentleman, said the colonel, racking his brains. The one who used to be so much in his house, and was so much interested in him. You mean Mr. Lee Gordon, said Montague. Yes, I think that was the name, the other replied. He was my father's cousin, said Montague. He put so much money into the road that the family has been poor ever since. It was an unfortunate venture, said the colonel. It is too bad some of our big capitalists don't take it up and do something with it. That was my idea, said Montague. I have broached it to one. Indeed, said the colonel. Possibly that is where my offer came from. Who was it? It was Jim Hagan, said Montague. Oh, said the colonel. But of course, he added, Hagan would do his negotiating through an agent. Let me give you my card, said the colonel, after a pause. It is possible that I may be able to interest someone in the matter myself. I have friends who believe in the future of the South. How many shares do you suppose you could get me, and what do you suppose they would cost? Montague got out a pencil and paper, and proceeded to recall as well as he could the location of the various holdings of northern Mississippi. He and his new acquaintance became quite engrossed in the subject, and they talked it out from many points of view. By the time that Montague's friend arrived, the colonel was in possession of all the facts, and he promised that he would write in a very few days. And then, after dinner, Montague went upstairs and joined his mother. I met an old friend of father's this evening, he said. Who was it? She asked. Colonel Cole, he said, and Mrs. Montague looked blank. Colonel Cole, she repeated. Yes, that was the name, said Montague. Here is his card, and he took it out. Henry W. Cole, Seattle, Washington, it read. But I never heard of him, said Mrs. Montague. Never heard of him, exclaimed Montague. Why, he has been at the house a dozen times, and he knew father and cousin Lee and Judge Dupree and everyone. But Mrs. Montague only shook her head. He may have been at the house, she said, but I am sure that I was never introduced to him. Montague thought that it was strange, but he would never have given further thought to the matter, had it not been for something which occurred the next morning. He went to the office rather early, on account of important work which he had to get ready. He was the first to arrive, and he found the scrub woman who cleaned the office just taking her departure. It had never occurred to Montague before that such a person existed, and he turned in some surprise when she spoke to him. I beg pardon, sir, she said. But there is something I have to tell you. What is it? Said he. There is someone trying to find out about you, said the woman. What do you mean? He asked, in perplexity. Begging your pardon, sir, said the woman, but there was a man came here this morning, very early, and he offered me money, sir, and he wanted me to save him all the papers that I took out of your scrap basket, sir. Montague caught his breath. Papers out of my scrap basket, he gasped. Yes, sir, said the woman. It is done now and then, sir, we learn of such things, you know. And we are poor women, they don't pay us very well. But you are a gentleman, sir, and I told him I would have nothing to do with it. What sort of a looking man was he? Montague demanded. He was a dark chap, sir, said the other, a sort of Jew-like. He will maybe come back again. Montague took out his purse and gave the woman a bill, and she stammered her thanks and went off with her pail and broom. He shut the door and went and sat down at his desk, and stared in front of him, gasping, "My God!" Then suddenly he struck his knee with an exclamation of rage. I told him everything that I knew. Everything. He hardly had to ask me a question. But then again, wonder drowned every other emotion in him. What in the world can he have wanted to know? And who sent him? What can it mean? He went back over his talk with the old gentleman from Seattle, trying to recall exactly what he had told, and what use the other could have made of the information. But he could not think very steadily, for his mind kept jumping back to the thought of Jim Hagan. There could be but one explanation of all this. Jim Hagan had set detectives upon him. Nobody else knew anything about the Northern Mississippi Railroad, or wanted to know about it. Jim Hagan. And Montague had met him socially at an entertainment at Mrs. de Graffenried's. He had met him as one gentleman meets another, had shaken hands with him, had gone and talked with him freely and frankly. And then Hagan had sent a detective to worm his secrets from him, and had even tried to get at the contents of his trash basket. There was only one resort that Montague could think of, in a case so perplexing. He sat down and wrote a note to his friend Major Venable, at the Millionaires' Club, saying that he was coming there to dinner, and would like to have the Major's company. And 2 or 3 hours later, when sufficient time had elapsed for the Major to have had his shave and his coffee and his morning newspaper, he rang for a messenger and sent the note. The Major's reply was prompt. He had no engagement, and his stores of information and advice were at Montague's service. But his gout was bad, and his temper atrocious, and Montague must be warned in advance that his doctors permitted him neither mushrooms nor meat. It always seemed to Montague that it could not be possible for a human face to wear a brighter shade of purple than the Major's, yet every time he met him, it seemed to him that the purple was a shade brighter. And it spread farther with every step the Major took. He growled and grumbled, and swore tremendous oaths under his breath, and the way the head waiter and all his assistants scurried about the dining room of the club was a joy to the beholder. Montague waited until the old gentleman had obtained his usual dry martini, and until he had solved the problem of satisfying his appetite and his doctor. And then he told of his extraordinary experience. "I felt sure that you could explain it, if anybody could," said he. "But what is there to explain?" asked the other. "It simply means that Jim Hagan is interested in your railroad. What more could you want?" "But he sent a detective after me," gasped Montague. "But that's all right," said the Major. "It is done every day. There are a half-dozen big agencies that do nothing else. You are lucky if he hasn't had your telephone tapped, and read your telegrams and mail before you saw them." Montague stared at him aghast. "A man like Jim Hagan," he exclaimed. "And to a friend." "A friend," said the Major. "Pshaw! A man doesn't do business with friends. And, besides, Jim Hagan probably never knew anything about it. He turned the whole matter over to some subordinate, and told him to look it up, and he'll never give another thought to it until the facts are laid upon his desk. Some one of his men set to work, and he was a little clumsy about it, that's all. But why did he want to know about all my family affairs?" "Why, he wanted to know how you were situated," said the other, "how badly you wanted to sell the stock. So when he came to do business with you, he'd have you where he wanted you, and he'd probably get 50% off the price because of it. You'll be lucky if he doesn't have a few loans called on you at your bank." The Major sat watching Montague, smiling at his naivete. "Where did you say this road was?" he asked. "In Mississippi." "Yes," said Montague. "I was wondering about it," said the other. "It is not likely that it's Jim Hagan at all. I don't believe anybody could get him to take an interest in Southern railroads. He has probably mentioned it to someone else. What's your road good for, anyway?" "We had a plan to extend it," said Montague. It would take but 1 or 2 millions to carry it to the main works of the Mississippi Steel Company. The Major gave a start. The Mississippi Steel Company, he exclaimed. Yes, said Montague. Oh, my God, cried the other. What is the matter? Why in the world did you take a matter like that to Jim Hagan? Demanded Major Venable. I took it to him because I knew him, said Montague. But one doesn't take things to people because one knows them, said the Major. One takes them to the right people. If Jim Hagan could have his way, he would wipe the Mississippi Steel Company off the map of the United States. What do you mean? Don't you know, said the Major, that Mississippi Steel is the chief competitor of the trust? And old Dan Waterman organized the Steel Trust, and watches it all the time. But what's that got to do with Hagan? Simply that Jim Hagan works with Waterman in everything. Montague stared in dismay. I see, he said. Of course, said the Major. My dear fellow, why don't you come to me before you do things like that? You should have gone to the Mississippi Steel people, and you should have gone quietly, and to the men at the top. For all you can tell, you may have a really big proposition that's been overlooked in the shuffle. What was that you said about the survey? And Montague told in detail the story of the aborted plan for an extension, and of his hunting trip, and what he had learned on it. Of course, said the Major, you are in the heart of the thing right now. The Steel people balked your plan. How do you mean? Asked the other. They bought up the survey. And they probably controlled your railroad ever since, and kept it down. But that's impossible. They've had nothing to do with it. Bah, said the Major. How could you know? I know the president, said Montague. He's an old friend of the family's. Yes, was the reply. But suppose they have a mortgage on his business. But why not buy the road and be done with it, added Montague, in perplexity. The other laughed. I am reminded of a famous saying of Wyman's, why should I buy stock when I can buy directors? It's those same people who are watching you now, he continued, after a pause. Probably they think it is some move of the other side, and they are trying to run the thing down. Who owns the Mississippi Steel Company? Asked Montague. I don't know, said the Major. I fancy that Wyman must have come into it somehow. Didn't you notice in the papers the other day that the contracts for furnishing rails for all his 3 transcontinental railroads had gone to the Mississippi Steel Company? Sure enough, exclaimed Montague. You see, said the Major, with a chuckle. You have jumped right into the middle of the frog pond, and the Lord only knows what a ruction you have stirred up. Just think of the situation for a moment. The Steel Trust is overcapitalized 200%. Because of the tariff it is able to sell its product at home for 50% more than it charges abroad, and even so, it has to keep cutting its dividends. Its common stock is down to 10. It is cutting expenses on every hand, and of course it's turning out a rotten product. And now along comes Wyman, the one man in Wall Street who dares to shake his fist at old Dan Waterman, and he gives the newspapers all the facts about the bad steel rails that are causing smash UPS on his roads, and he turns all his contracts over to the Mississippi Steel Company, which is underselling the trust. The company is swamped with orders, and its plants are running day and night. And then along comes a guileless young fool with a little dinky railroad which he wants to run into the company's back dooryard, and he takes the proposition to Jim Hagan. The Major arrived at his climax in a state of suppressed emotion, which culminated in a chuckle, which shook his rubicund visage and brought a series of twitches to his aching toe. As for Montague, he was duly humbled. What would you do now? He asked, after a pause. I don't see that there's anything to do, said the Major, except to hold on tight to your stock. Perhaps if you go on talking out loud about your extension, some of the steel people will buy you out at your own price. I gave them a scare, anyhow, said Montague, laughing. I can wager one thing, said the other. There has been a fine shaking up in somebody's office downtown. There's a man who comes here every night, who's probably heard of it. That's Will Roberts. And the Major looked about the dining room. Here he comes now, he said. At the farther end of the room there had entered a tall, dark-haired man, with a keen expression and a brisk step. Roberts the Silent, said the Major. Let's have a try at him. And as the man passed near, he hailed him. Hello. Roberts, where are you going? Let me introduce my friend, Mr. Alan Montague. The man looked at Montague. Good evening, sir, he said. How are you, Venable? Couldn't be worse, thank you, said the Major. How are things with you on the street? Dull, very dull, said Roberts, as he passed on. Matters look bad, I'm afraid. Too many people making money rapidly. The Major chuckled. A fine sentiment, he said, when Roberts had passed out of hearing from a man who has made 60 millions in the last 10 years. It did not appear that he had ever heard of me, said Montague. Oh, trust him for that, said the Major. He might have been planning to have your throat cut tonight, but you wouldn't have seen him turn an eyelid. He is that sort, he's made of steel himself, I believe. He paused, and then went on, in a reminiscent mood, you've read of the Great Strike, I suppose? It was Roberts put that job through. He made himself the worst hated man in the country, gad. How the newspapers and the politicians used to rage at him. But he stood his ground, he would win that strike or die in the attempt. And he very nearly did both, you know. An anarchist came to his office and shot him twice, but he got the fellow down and nearly choked the life out of him, and he ran the strike on his sick bed, and 2 weeks later he was back in his office again. And now the Major's storerooms of gossip were unlocked. He told Montague about the kings of steel, and about the men they had hated and the women they had loved, and about the inmost affairs and secrets of their lives. William H. Roberts had begun his career in the service of the great Iron Master, whose deadly rival he had afterwards become, and now he lived but to dispute that rival's claims to glory. Let the rival build a library, Roberts would build two. Let the rival put up a great office building, Roberts would buy all the land about it, and put up half a dozen, and completely shut out its light. And day and night Roberts the Silent was plotting and planning, and some day he would be the master of the Steel Trust, and his rival would be nowhere. They are lively chaps, the Steel crowd, said the Major, chuckling. You will have to keep your eyes open when you do business with them. What would you advise me to do? Asked the other, smiling. Set detectives after them. Why not? Asked the Major, seriously. Why not find out who sent that Colonel Cole to see you? And find out how badly he needs your little railroad, and make him pay for it accordingly. That is not quite in my line, said Montague. It's time you were learning, said the Major. I can start you. I know a detective whom you can trust. At any rate, he added cautiously, I don't know that he's ever played me false. Montague sat for a while in thought. You said something about their getting after one's telephone, he observed. Did you really mean that? Of course, said the other. Do you mean to tell me that they could find out what goes over my phone? I mean to tell you, was the reply, that for $250, I can get you a stenographic report of every word that you say over your phone for 24 hours, and of every word that anybody says to you. That sounds incredible, said Montague. Who does it? Wiretappers. It's dangerous work, but the pay is big. I have a friend who once upon a time was putting through a deal in which the telephone company was interested, and they transferred his wire to another branch, and he finished up his business before the other side got onto the trick. To this day you'll notice that his telephone is Spring, though every other phone in the neighborhood is John. And mail, too, asked Montague. Mail, echoed the Major. What's easier than that? You can hold up a man's mail for 24 hours and take a photograph of every letter. You can do the same with every letter that he mails, unless he is very careful. He can be followed, you understand, and every time he drops a letter, a blue or yellow envelope is dropped on top for a signal to the post office people. But then, so many persons would have to know about that. Nothing of the kind. That's a regular branch of the post office work. There are Secret Service men who are watching criminals that way all the time. And what could be easier than to pay one of them, and to have your enemy listed with the suspects? The Major smiled in amusement. It always gave him delight to witness Montague's consternation over his pictures of the city's corruption. There are things even stranger than that, he said. I can introduce you to a man who's in this room now, who was fighting the shipbuilding swindle, and he got hold of a lot of important papers, and he took them to his office, and sat by while his clerks made 32 copies of them. And he put the originals and 31 of the copies in 32 different safe deposit vaults in the city, and took the other copy to his home in a valise. And that night burglars broke in, and the valise was missing. The next day he wrote to the people he was fighting, I was going to send you a copy of the papers which have come into my possession, but as you already have a copy, I will simply proceed to outline my proposition. And that was all. They settled for $1 million or $2 million. The Major paused a moment and looked across the dining room. There goes Dick Sanderson, he said, pointing to a dapper young man with a handsome, smooth-shaven face. He represents the New Jersey Southern Railroad. And one day another lawyer who met him at dinner remarked, I am going to bring a stockholder's suit against your road tomorrow. He went on to outline the case, which was a big one. Sanderson said nothing, but he went out and telephoned to their agent in Trenton, and the next morning a bill went through both houses of the legislature providing a statute of limitations that outlawed the case. The man who was the victim of that trick is now the governor of New York State, and if you ever meet him, you can ask him about it. There was a pause for a while, then suddenly the Major remarked, Oh, by the way, this beautiful widow you have brought up from Mississippi, Mrs. Taylor, is that the name? That's it, said Montague. I hear that Stanley Ryder has taken quite a fancy to her, said the other. A grave look came upon Montague's face. I am sorry, indeed, that you have heard it, he said. Why, said the other, that's all right. He will give her a good time. Lucy is new to New York, said Montague. I don't think she quite realizes the sort of man that Ryder is. The Major thought for a moment, then suddenly began to laugh. It might be just as well for her to be careful, he said. I happen to think of it. They say that Mrs. Stanley is getting ready to free herself from the matrimonial bond, and if your fascinating widow doesn't want to get into the newspapers, she had better be a little careful with her favors. Chapter 4. 2 or 3 days after this Montague met Jim Hagan at a directors' meeting. He watched him closely, but Hagan gave no sign of constraint. He was courteous and serene as ever. By the way, Mr. Montague, he said, I mentioned that railroad matter to a friend who is interested. You may hear from him in a few days. I am obliged to you, said the other, and that was all. The next day was Sunday, and Montague came to take Lucy to church, and told her of this remark. He did not tell her about the episode with Colonel Cole, for he thought there was no use disturbing her. She, for her part, had other matters to talk about. By the way, Alan, she said, I presume you know that the coaching parade is tomorrow. Yes, said he. Mr. Ryder has offered me a seat on his coach, said Lucy. I suppose you are going to be angry with me, she added quickly, seeing his frown. You said you would go, he asked. Yes, said Lucy. I did not think it would be any harm. It is such a public matter. A public matter, exclaimed Montague. I should think so. To sit up on top of a coach for the crowds to stare at, and for 30 or 40 newspaper reporters to take snapshots of. And to have yourself blazoned as the fascinating young widow from Mississippi who was one of Stanley Ryder's party, and then to have all society looking at the picture and winking and making remarks about it. You take such a cynical view of everything, protested Lucy. How can people help it if the crowds will stare, and if the newspapers will take pictures? Surely one cannot give up the pleasure of going for a drive. Oh, pshaw, Lucy, said Montague. You have too much sense to talk like that. If you want to drive, go ahead and drive. But when a lot of people get together and pay $10,000 or $20,000 apiece for fancy coaches and horses, and then appoint a day and send out notice to the whole city, and dress themselves up in fancy costumes and go out and make a public parade of themselves, they have no right to talk about driving for pleasure. Well, said she, dubiously, it's nice to be noticed. It is for those who like it, said he, and if a woman chooses to set out on a publicity campaign, and run a press bureau, and make herself a public character, why, that's her privilege. But for heaven's sake let her drop the sickly pretense that she is only driving beautiful horses, or listening to music, or entertaining her friends. I suppose a society woman has as much right to advertise her personality as a politician or a manufacturer of pills. All I object to is the sham of it, the everlasting twaddle about her love of privacy. Take Mrs. Winnie Duval, for instance. You would think to hear her that her one ideal in life was to be a simple shepherdess and to raise flowers, but, as a matter of fact, she keeps a scrap album, and if a week passes that the newspapers do not have some paragraphs about her doings, she begins to get restless. Lucy broke into a laugh. I was at Mrs. Robbie Walling's last night, she said. She was talking about the crowds at the opera, and she said she was going to withdraw to some place where she wouldn't have to see such mobs of ugly people. Yes, said he. But you can't tell me anything about Mrs. Robbie Walling. I have been there. There's nothing that lady does from the time she opens her eyes in the morning until the time she goes to bed the next morning that she would ever care to do if it were not for the mobs of ugly people looking on. You seem to be going everywhere, said Montague, after a pause. Oh, I guess I'm a success, said Lucy. I am certainly having a gorgeous time. I never saw so many beautiful houses or such dazzling costumes in my life. It's very fine, said Montague. But take it slowly and make it last. When one has got used to it, the life seems rather dull and grey. I am invited to the Wymans tonight, said Lucy, to play bridge. Fancy giving a bridge party on Sunday night. Montague shrugged his shoulders. Così fan tutti, he said. What do you make of Betty Wyman? Asked the other. She is having a good time, said he. I don't think she has much conscience about it. Is she very much in love with Ollie? She asked. I don't know, he said. I can't make them out. It doesn't seem to trouble them very much. This was after church while they were strolling down the avenue, gazing at the procession of new spring costumes. Who is that stately creature you just bowed to? Inquired Lucy. That, said Montague. That is Miss Hagan, Jim Hagan's daughter. Oh, said Lucy. I remember Betty Wyman told me about her. Nothing very good, I imagine, said Montague, with a smile. It was interesting, said Lucy. Fancy having a father with 100 millions, and talking about going in for settlement work. Well, he answered, I told you one could get tired of the splurge. Lucy looked at him quizzically. I should think that kind of a girl would rather appeal to you, she said. I would like to know her very much, said he, but she didn't seem to like me. Not like you, cried the other. Why, how perfectly outrageous. It was not her fault, said Montague, smiling. I am afraid I got myself a bad reputation. Oh, you mean about Mrs. Winnie, exclaimed Lucy. Yes, said he, that's it. I wish you would tell me about it, said she. There is nothing much to tell. Mrs. Winnie proceeded to take me up and make a social success of me, and I was fool enough to come when she invited me. Then the first thing I knew, all the gossips were wagging their tongues. That didn't do you any harm, did it? Asked Lucy. Not particularly, said he, shrugging his shoulders. Only here is a woman whom I would have liked to know, and I don't know her. That's all. Lucy gave him a sly glance. You need a sister, she said, smiling. Somebody to fight for you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. According to Jim Hagen's prediction, it was not long before Montague received an offer. It came from a firm of lawyers of whom he had never heard. We understand, ran the letter, that you have a block of 5,000 shares of the stock of the Northern Mississippi Railroad. We have a client on whose behalf we are authorized to offer you $50,000 cash for these shares. Will you kindly consult with your client, and advise us at your earliest convenience? He called up Lucy on the phone and told her that the offer had come. How much? She asked eagerly. It is not satisfactory, he said. But I would rather not discuss the matter over the phone. How can I arrange to see you? Can't you send me up the letter by a messenger? She asked. I could, said Montague, but I would like to talk with you about it, and also I have that mortgage, and the other papers for you to sign. There are some things to be explained about these, also. Couldn't you come to my office this morning? I would, Alan, she said, but I have just made a most important engagement, and I don't know what to do about it. Couldn't it be postponed? He asked. No, she said. It's an invitation to join a party on Mr. Waterman's new yacht. The Brunhilde, exclaimed Montague. You don't say so. Yes, and I hate to miss it, said she. How long shall you be gone? He asked. I shall be back sometime this evening, she answered. We are going up the Sound. The yacht has just been put into commission, you know. Where is she lying? Off the Battery. I am to be on board in an hour, and I was just about to start. Couldn't you possibly meet me there? Yes, said Montague. I will come over. I suppose they will wait a few minutes. I am half dying to know about the offer, said Lucy. Montague had a couple of callers, which delayed him somewhat. Finally he jumped into a cab and drove to the Battery. Here, in the neighborhood of Castle Garden, was a sheltered place popularly known as the Millionaire's Basin, being the favorite anchorage of the private yachts of the Wall Street flotilla. At this time of the year most of the great men had already moved out to their country places, and those of them who lived on the Hudson or up the Sound would come to their offices in vessels of every size, from racing motor boats to huge private steamships. They would have their breakfast served on board, and would have their secretaries and their mail. Many of these yachts were floating palaces of incredible magnificence. One, upon which Montague had been a guest, had a glass-domed library extending entirely around its upper deck. This one was the property of the Lester Todds, and the main purpose it served was to carry them upon their various hunting trips. Its equipment included such luxuries as a French laundry, a model dairy and poultry yard, an ice machine, and a shooting gallery. And here lay the Brunhilde, the wonderful new toy of old Waterman. Montague knew all about her, for she had just been completed that spring, and not a newspaper in the metropolis but had had her picture, and full particulars about her cost. Waterman had purchased her from the King of Belgium, who had thought she was everything the soul of a monarch could desire. Great had been his consternation when he learned that the new owner had given orders to strip her down to the bare steel hull and refit and refurnish her. The saloon was now done with Louis Quinze decorations, said the newspapers. Its walls were paneled in satinwood and inlaid walnut, and underfoot were velvet carpets 12 feet wide and woven without seam. Its closets were automatically lighted, and opened at the touch of a button. Even the drawers of its bureaus were upon ball bearings. The owner's private bedroom measured the entire width of the vessel, 28 feet, and opened upon a Roman bath of white marble. Such was the Brunhilde. Montague looked about him for one of the yacht's launches, but he could not find any, so he hailed a boatman and had himself rowed out. A man in uniform met him at the steps. "Is Mrs. Taylor on board?" he asked. She is, the other answered. Is this Mr. Montague? She left word for you. Montague had begun to ascend, but a half a second later he stopped short in consternation. Through one of the portholes of the vessel he heard distinctly a muffled cry. Help, help. And he recognized the voice. It was Lucy's. Chapter V. Montague hesitated only an instant. He sprang up to the deck. Where is Mrs. Taylor? He cried. She went below, sir, said the man, hesitating, but Montague sprang past him and down the companionway. At the foot of the stairs he found himself in a broad entrance hall, lighted by a glass dome above. He sprang toward a door which opened in the direction of the cry he had heard, and shouted aloud, Lucy! Lucy! He heard her answer beyond the doorway, and he seized the knob and tried it. The door was locked. Open the door, he shouted. There was no sound. Open the door, he called again, or I'll break it down. Suiting his action to the word, he flung his weight upon it. The barrier cracked, and then suddenly he heard a man's voice. All right. Wait. Someone fumbled at the knob, and Montague stood crouching and watching breathlessly, prepared for anything. The door opened, and he found himself confronted by Dan Waterman. Montague recoiled a step in consternation, and the other strode out, and without a word went past him down the hall. There was just time enough for Montague to receive one look of the most furious rage that he had ever seen upon a human face. He rushed into the room. Lucy was standing at the farther end, leaning upon a table to support herself. Her clothing was in disarray, and her hair was falling about her ears, her face was flushed, and she was panting in great agitation. Lucy, he gasped, running to her. She caught at his arm to steady herself. What is the matter? He cried. She turned her face away, making not a sound. For a minute or so he stood staring at her. Then she whispered, Quick, let us go from here. And with a sudden movement of her hands, she swept her hair back from her forehead, and straightened her clothing, and started to the door, leaning upon her friend. They went up to the deck, where the officer was still standing in perplexity. Mrs. Taylor wishes to go ashore, said Montague. Will you get us a boat? The launch will be back in a few minutes, sir, the man began. We wish to go at once, said Montague. Will you let us have one of those rowboats? Otherwise I shall hail that tug. The man hesitated but a moment. Montague's voice was determined, and so he turned and gave orders to lower a small boat. In the meantime, Lucy stood, breathing heavily, and gazing about her nervously. When at last they had left the yacht, he heard her sigh with relief. They sat in silence until she had stepped upon the landing. Then she said, Get me a cab, Alan. He led her to the street and hailed a vehicle. When they were seated, Lucy sank back with a gasp. Please don't ask me to talk, Alan, she said. And she made not another sound during the long drive to the hotel. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is there anything I can do for you? He said, after he had seen her safely to her apartment. No, she answered. I am all right. Wait for me. She retired to her dressing room, and when she came back, all traces of her excitement had been removed. Then she seated herself in a chair opposite Montague and gazed at him. Alan, she began, I have been trying to think. What can I do to that man? I am sure I don't know, he answered. Why, I can hardly believe that this is New York, she gasped. I feel as though I had got back into the Middle Ages. You forget, Lucy, he replied, that I don't know what happened. Again she fell silent. They sat staring at each other, and then suddenly she leaned back in her chair and began to laugh. Once she had started, burst after burst of merriment swept over her. I try to stay angry, Alan, she gasped. It seems as if I ought to. But, honestly, it was perfectly absurd. "I am sure you'd much better laugh than cry," said he. "I will tell you about it, Alan," the girl went on. "I know I shall have to tell somebody, or I shall simply explode. You will have to advise me about it, for I was never more bewildered in my life." "Go ahead," said he. "Begin at the beginning." "I told you how I met Waterman at his art gallery," said Lucy. "Mr. David Alden took me, and the old man was so polite, and so dignified, why, I never had the slightest idea. And then he wrote me a little note in his own hand, mind you, inviting me to be one of a party for the first trip of the Brunhilde. Of course, I thought it was all right. I told you I was going, you know, and you didn't have any objections either. I went down there, and the launch met me and took me on board, and a steward took me down into that room and left me, and a second later the old man himself came in. And he shut the door behind him and locked it. 'How do you do, Mrs. Taylor,' he said, and before I had a chance even to open my mouth and reply, he came to me and calmly put his arms around me. You can fancy my feelings. I was simply paralyzed. 'Mr. Waterman,' I gasped. I didn't hear what he said, I was almost dazed with anger and fright. I remember I cried several times, 'Let me go,' but he paid not the slightest attention to me. He just held me tight in his arms. Finally I got myself together, a little. I didn't want to bite and scratch like a kitchen wench. I tried to speak calmly. 'Mr. Waterman,' I said, 'I want you to release me.' 'I love you,' he said. 'But I don't love you,' I protested. I remember thinking even then how absurd it sounded. I can't think of anything that wouldn't have sounded absurd in such a situation. 'You will learn to love me,' he said. 'Many women have.' 'I am not that sort of a woman,' I said. 'I tell you, you have made a mistake. Let me go.' 'I want you,' he said. 'And when I want a thing, I get it. I never take any refusal, understand that. You don't realize the situation. It will be no disgrace to you. Women think it an honor to have me love them. Think what I can do for you. You can have anything you want. You can go anywhere you wish. I will never stint you.' I remember his going on like that for some time. And fancy, there I was. I might as well have been in the grip of a bear. You would not think it, you know, but he is terribly strong. I could not move. I could hardly think. I was suffocated, and all the time I could feel his breath on my face, and he was glaring into my eyes like some terrible wild beast. 'Mr. Waterman,' I protested, 'I am not used to being treated in this way.' 'I know,' he said. 'If you were, I should not want you. But I am different from other men. Think of it, think of all that I have on my hands. I have no time to make love to women. But I love you. I loved you the minute I saw you. Is not that enough? What more can you ask? You have brought me here under false pretenses,' I cried. 'You have taken cowardly advantage of me. If you have a spark of decency in you, you should be ashamed of yourself.' 'Tut, tut,' he said, 'don't talk that kind of nonsense. You know the world. You are no spring chicken.' Yes, he did, Alan, I remember that very phrase. And it made me so furious you can't imagine. I tried to get away again, but the more I struggled, the more it seemed to enrage him. I was positively terrified. You know, I don't believe there was another person on board that yacht except his servants. 'Mr. Waterman,' I cried, 'I tell you to take your hands off me. If you don't, I will make a disturbance. I will scream.' 'It won't do you any good,' he said savagely. 'But what do you want me to do?' I protested. 'I want you to love me,' he said. And then I began to struggle again. I shouted once or twice, I am not sure, and then he clapped his hand over my mouth. Then I began to fight for my life. I really believe I would have scratched the old creature's eyes out if he had not heard you out in the hall. When you called my name, he dropped me and sprang back. I never saw such furious hatred on a man's countenance in my life. When I answered you, I tried to run to the door, but he stood in my way. I will follow you, he whispered. Do you understand me? I will never give you up. And then you flung yourself against the door, and he turned and opened it and went out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lucy had turned scarlet over the recalling of the scene, and she was breathing quickly in her agitation. Montague sat staring in front of him, without a sound. Did you ever hear of anything like that in your life before? She asked. Yes, said he, gravely, I am sorry to say that I have heard of it several times. I have heard of things even worse. But what am I to do? She cried. Surely a man can't behave like that with impunity. Montague said nothing. He is a monster, cried Lucy. I ought to have him put in jail. Montague shook his head. You couldn't do that, he said. I couldn't, exclaimed the other. Why not? You couldn't prove it, said Montague. It would be your word against his, and they would take his every time. You can't go and have Dan Waterman arrested as you could any ordinary man. And think of the notoriety it would mean. I would like to expose him, protested Lucy. It would serve him right. It would not do him the least harm in the world, said Montague. I can speak quite positively there, for I have seen it tried. You couldn't get a newspaper in New York to publish that story? All that you could do would be to have yourself blazoned as an adventuress. Lucy was staring, with clenched hands. Why, I might as well be living in Turkey, she cried. Very nearly, said he. There's an old man in this town who has spent his lifetime lending money and hoarding it. He has something like 80 or 100 millions now, I believe, and once every 6 months or so you will read in the newspapers that some woman has made an attempt to blackmail him. That is because he does to every pretty girl who comes into his office just exactly what old Waterman did to you, and those who are arrested for blackmail are simply the ones who are so unwise as to make a disturbance. You see, Lucy, continued Montague, after a pause, you must realize the situation. This man is a god in New York. He controls all the avenues of wealth, he can make or break any person he chooses. It is really the truth. I believe he could ruin any man in the city whom he chose to set out after. He can have anything that he wants done, so far as the police are concerned. It is simply a matter of paying them. And he is accustomed to rule in everything, his lightest whim is law. If he wants a thing, he buys it, and that is his attitude toward women. He is used to being treated as a master, women seek him, and vie for his favor. If you had been able to hold it, you might have had $1 million palace on Riverside Drive, or a cottage with $1 million pier at Newport. You might have had carte blanche at all the shops, and all the yachting trips and private trains that you wanted. That is all that other women want, and he could not understand what more you could want. Montague paused. Is that the way he spends his money? Lucy asked. He buys everything he takes a fancy to, said Montague. They say he spends $5,000 a day. One of the stories they tell in the clubs is that he loved the wife of a physician, and he gave $1 million to found a hospital, and one of the conditions of the endowment was that this physician should go abroad for 3 years and study all the hospitals of Europe. Lucy sat buried in thought. Alan, she asked suddenly, what do you suppose he meant by saying he would follow me? What could he do? I don't know, said Alan, it is something which we shall have to think over very carefully. He made a remark to me that I thought was very strange, she said. I just happened to recall it. He said, you have no money. You cannot keep up the pace in New York. What you own is worth nothing. Do you suppose, Alan, that he can know anything about my affairs? Montague was staring at her in consternation. Lucy, he exclaimed. What is it? She cried. Nothing, he said, and he added to himself, no, it is absurd. It could not be. The idea that it could have been Dan Waterman who had set the detectives to follow him seemed too grotesque for consideration. It was nothing but a chance shot, he said to Lucy, but you must be careful. He is a dangerous man. And I am powerless to punish him, whispered Lucy, after a pause. It seems to me, said Montague, that you are very well out of it. You will know better next time, and as for punishing him, I fancy that nature will attend to that. He is getting old, you know, and they say he is morose and wretched. But, Alan, protested Lucy. I can't help thinking what would have happened to me if you had not come on board. I can't help thinking about other women who must have been caught in such a trap. Why, Alan, I would have been equally helpless no matter what he had done. I am afraid so, said he, gravely. Many a woman has discovered it, I imagine. I understand how you feel, but what can you do about it? You can't punish men like Waterman. You can't punish them for anything they do, whether it is monopolizing a necessity of life and starving thousands of people to death, or whether it is an attack upon a defenseless woman. There are rich men in the city who make it their diversion to answer advertisements and decoy young girls. A stenographer in my office told me that she had had over 20 positions in 1 year, and that she had left every one because some man in the office had approached her. He paused for a moment. You see, he added, I have been finding out these things. You thought I was unreasonable, but I know what your dangers are. You are a stranger here, you have no friends and no influence, and so you will always be the one to suffer. I don't mean merely in a case like this, where it comes to the police and the newspapers, I mean in social matters where it is a question of your reputation, of the interpretation which people will place upon your actions. They have their wealth and their prestige and their privileges, and they stand at bay. They are perfectly willing to give a stranger a good time, if the stranger has a pretty face and a lively wit to entertain them, but when you come to trespass, or to threaten their power, then you find out how they can hate you, and how mercilessly they will slander and ruin you. Chapter 6. Lucy's adventure had so taken up the attention of them both that they had forgotten all about the matter of the stock. Afterwards, however, Montague mentioned it, and Lucy exclaimed indignantly at the smallness of the offer. That is only 10 cents on the dollar, she cried. You surely would not advise me to sell for that. No, I should not, he answered. I should reject the offer. It might be well, however, to set a price for them to consider. They had talked this matter over before, and had agreed upon $180,000. I think it will be best to state that figure, he said, and give them to understand that it is final. I imagine they would expect to bargain, but I am not much of a hand at that, and would prefer to say what I mean and stick by it. Very well, said Lucy, you use your own judgment. There was a pause, then Montague, seeing the look on Lucy's face, started to his feet. It won't do you any good to think about today's mishap, he said. Let's start over again, and not make any more mistakes. Come with me this evening. I have some friends who have been begging me to bring you around ever since you came. Who are they? Asked Lucy. General Prentice and his wife. Do you know of them? I have heard Mr. Ryder speak of Prentice the banker. Is that the one you mean? Yes, said Montague, the president of the Trust Company of the Republic. He was an old comrade of my father's, and they were the first people I met here in New York. I have got to know them very well since. I told them I would bring you up to dinner sometime, and I will telephone them, if you say so. I don't think it's a good idea for you to sit here by yourself and think about Dan Waterman. Oh, I don't mind it now, said Lucy. But I will go with you, if you like. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They went to the Prentices. There were the General himself, and Mrs. Prentice, and their 2 daughters, one of whom was a student in college, and the other a violinist of considerable talent. General Prentice was now over 70, and his beard was snow white, but he still had the erect carriage and the commanding presence of a soldier. Mrs. Prentice Montague had first met one evening when he had been their guest at the opera, and she had impressed him as a lady with a great many diamonds, who talked to him about other people while he was trying to listen to the music. But she was, as Lucy phrased it afterwards, a motherly soul, when one got underneath her war paint. She was always inviting Montague to her home and introducing him to people whom she thought would be of assistance to him. Also there came that evening young Harry Curtis, the general's nephew. Montague had never met him before, but he knew him as a junior partner in the firm of William E. Davenant, the famous corporation lawyer, the man whom Montague had found opposed to him in his suit against the Fidelity Insurance Company. Harry Curtis, whom Montague was to know quite well before long, was a handsome fellow, with frank and winning manners. He had met Alice Montague at an affair a week or so ago, and he sent word that he was coming to see her. After dinner they sat and smoked, and talked about the condition of the market. It was a time of great agitation in Wall Street. There had been a violent slump in stocks, and matters seemed to be going from bad to worse. "They say that Wyman has got caught," said Curtis, repeating one of the wild tales of the street. "I was talking with one of his brokers yesterday." "Wyman is not an easy man to catch," said the general. "His own brokers are often the last men to know his real situation. There is good reason to believe that some of the big insiders are loaded up, for the public is very uneasy, as you know, but with the situation as it is just now in Wall Street, you can't tell anything. The men who are really on the inside have matters so completely in their own hands that they are practically omnipotent." "You mean that you think the slump may be the result of manipulation?" asked Montague, wonderingly. "Why not?" asked the general. "It seems to be such a widespread movement," said Montague. "It seems incredible that any one man could cause such an upset." "It is not one man," said the general, "it is a group of men. I don't say that it's true, mind you. I wouldn't be at liberty to say it even if I knew it, but there are certain things that I have seen, and I have my suspicions of others. And you must realize that a half-dozen men now control about 90% of the banks of the city. Things will get worse before they get any better, I believe," said Curtis, after a pause. "Something has got to be done," replied the general. "The banking situation in this country at the present moment is simply unendurable. The legitimate banker is practically driven from the field by the speculator. A man finds himself in the position where he has either to submit to the dictation of such men, or else permit himself to be supplanted. It is a new element that has forced itself in. Apparently all a man needs in order to start a bank is credit enough to put up a building with marble columns and bronze gates. I could name you a man who at this moment owns 8 banks, and when he started in, 3 years ago, I don't believe he owned $1 million. "But how in the world could he manage it?" gasped Montague. "Just as I stated," said the general. "You buy a piece of land, with as big a mortgage as you can get, and you put up $1 million building and mortgage that. You start a trust company, and you get out imposing advertisements, and promise high rates of interest, and the public comes in. Then you hypothecate your stock in company number 1, and you have your dummy directors lend you more money, and you buy another trust company. They call that pyramiding. You have heard the term, no doubt. With regard to stocks, it is a fascinating game to play with banks, because the more of them you get, the more prominent you become in the newspapers, and the more the public trusts you." And the general went on to tell of some of the cases of which he knew. There was Stewart, the young Lochinvar out of the West. He had tried to buy the trust company of the Republic long ago, and so the general knew him and his methods. He had fought the Copper Trust to a standstill in Montana. The trust had bought up the legislature and both political machines, but Cummings had appealed to the public in a series of sensational campaigns, and had got his judges into office, and in the end the trust had been forced to buy him out. And now he had come to New York to play this new game of bank gambling, which paid even quicker profits than buying courts. And then there was Holt, a sporting character, a vulgar man about town, who was identified with everything that was low and vile in the city. He, too, had turned his millions into banks. And there was Cummings, the Ice King, who for years had financed the political machine in the city, and, by securing a monopoly of the docking privileges, had forced all his rivals to the wall. He had set out to monopolize the coastwise steamship trade of the country, and had bought line after line of vessels by the same device of pyramiding, and now, finding that he needed still more money to buy out his rivals, he had purchased or started a dozen or so of trust companies and banks. "Anyone ought to realize that such things cannot go on indefinitely," said the general. "I know that the big men realize it. I was at a directors' meeting the other day, and I heard Waterman remark that it would have to be ended very soon. Anyone who knows Waterman would not expect to get a second hint." "What could he do?" asked Montague. "Waterman," exclaimed young Curtis. "He would find a way," said the general, simply. "That is the one hope that I see in the situation, the power of a conservative man like him." "You trust him, then?" asked Montague. "Yes," said the general, "I trust him. One has to trust somebody." "I heard a curious story," put in Harry Curtis. "My uncle had dinner at the old man's house the other night, and asked him what he thought of the market. 'I can tell you in a sentence,' was the answer. 'For the first time in my life I don't own a security.'" The general gave an exclamation of surprise. "Did he really say that?" he asked. "Then one can imagine that things will happen before long." "And one can imagine why the stock market is weak," added the other, laughing. At that moment the door of the dining room was opened, and Mrs. Prentice appeared. "Are you men going to talk business all evening?" she asked. "If so, come into the drawing room, and talk it to us." They arose and followed her, and Montague seated himself upon a sofa with Mrs. Prentice and the younger man. "What were you saying of Dan Waterman?" she asked of the latter. "Oh, it's a long story," said Curtis. "You ladies don't care anything about Waterman." Montague had been watching Lucy out of the corner of his eye, and he could not forbear a slight smile. "What a wonderful man he is," said Mrs. Prentice. "I admire him more than any man I know of in Wall Street." Then she turned to Montague. "Have you met him?" "Yes," said he, and added with a mischievous smile, "I saw him today." "I saw him last Sunday night," said Mrs. Prentice, guilelessly. "It was at the Church of the Holy Virgin, where he passes the collection plate. Isn't it admirable that a man who has as much on his mind as Mr. Waterman has, should still save time for the affairs of his church?" And Montague looked again at Lucy, and saw that she was biting her lip. Chapter 7. It was a week before Montague saw Lucy again. She came in to lunch with Alice one day, when he happened to be home early. "I went to dinner at Mrs. Frank Landis's last night," she said. "And who do you think was there? Your friend, Mrs. Winnie Duval." "Indeed," said Montague. "I had quite a long talk with her," said she. "I liked her very much." "She is easy to like," he replied. "What did you talk about?" "Oh, everything in the world but one thing," said Lucy, mischievously. "What do you mean?" asked Montague. You goose," she answered. "Mrs. Winnie knew that I was your friend, and I had a feeling that every word she was saying was a message to you." "Well, and what did she have to say to me?" he asked, smiling. "She wants you to understand that she is cheerful, and not pining away because of you," was the answer. "She told me about all the things that she was interested in." "Did she tell you about the Baba banana?" "The what?" exclaimed Lucy. "Why, when I saw her last," said Montague, "she was turning into a Hindu, and her talk was all about swamis and nanis and so on." "No, she didn't mention them," said Lucy. "Well, probably she has given it up, then," said he. "What is it now?" "She has gone in for anti-vivisection." "Anti-vivisection? Yes, said the other, didn't you see in the papers that she had been elected an honorary vice president of some society or other, and had contributed several $1,000s. One cannot keep track of Mrs. Winnie in the newspapers, said Montague. Well, she continued, she has heard some dreadful stories about how surgeons maltreat poor cats and dogs, and she would insist on telling me all about it. It was the most shocking dinner-table conversation imaginable. She certainly is a magnificent-looking creature, said Lucy, after a pause. I don't wonder the men fall in love with her. She had her hair done up with some kind of a band across the front, and I declare she might have been an Egyptian princess. She has many rolls, said Montague. Is it really true, asked the other, that she paid $50,000 for a bathtub? She says she did, he answered. The newspapers say it, too, so I suppose it is true. I know Duval told me with his own lips that she cost him $1 million a year, but then that may have been because he was angry. Is he so rich as all that? Asked Lucy. I don't know how rich he is personally, said Montague. I know he is one of the most powerful men in New York. They call him the systems banker. I have heard Mr. Ryder speak of him, said she. Not very favorably, I imagine, said he, with a smile. No, said she, they had some kind of a quarrel. What was the matter? I don't know anything about it, was the answer. But Ryder is a freelance, and a new man, and Duval works with the big men who don't like to have trespassers about. Lucy was silent for a minute, her brows were knit in thought. Is it really true that Mr. Ryder's position is so unstable? I thought the Gotham Trust Company was one of the largest institutions in the country. What are those huge figures that you see in their advertisements, 70 millions, 80 millions, what is it? Something like that, said Montague. And is not that true, she asked. Yes, I guess that's true, he said. I don't know anything about Ryder's affairs, you know, I simply hear the gossip. Everyone says he is playing a bold game. You take my advice, and keep your money somewhere else. You have to be doubly careful because you have enemies. Enemies? Asked Lucy, in perplexity. Have you forgotten what Waterman said to you? Montague asked. You don't mean to tell me, cried she, that you think that Waterman would interfere with Mr. Ryder on my account. It sounds incredible, I know, said Montague, but such things have happened before this. If anyone knew the inside stories of the battles that have shaken Wall Street, he would find that many of them had some such beginning. Montague said this casually, and with nothing in particular in mind. He was not watching his friend closely, and he did not see the effect which his words had produced upon her. He led the conversation into other channels, and he had entirely forgotten the matter the next day, when he received a telephone call from Lucy. It had been a week since he had written to Smith and Hanson, the lawyers, in regard to the sale of her stock. Alan, she asked, no letter from those people yet? Nothing at all, he answered. I was talking about it with a friend this morning, and he made a suggestion that I thought was important. Don't you think it might be well to find out whom they are representing? What good would that do? Asked Montague. It might help us to get an idea of the prospects, said she. I fancy they know who wants to sell the stock, and we ought to know who is thinking of buying it. Suppose you write them that you don't care to negotiate with agents. But I am in no position to do that, said Montague. I have already set the people a figure, and they have not replied. We should only weaken our position by writing again. It would be much better to try to interest someone else. But I would like to know very much who made that offer, Lucy insisted. I have heard rumors about the stock, and I really would like to know. She reiterated this statement several times, and seemed to be very keen about it. Montague wondered a little who had been talking to her, and what she had heard. But warned by what the Major had told him, he did not ask these questions over the phone. He answered, finally, I think you are making a mistake, but I will do what you wish." So he sat down and wrote a note to Messrs. Smith and Hanson, and said that he would like to have a consultation with a member of their firm. He sent this note by messenger, and an hour or so later a wiry little person, with a much wrinkled face and a shrewd look in his eyes, came into his office and introduced himself as Mr. Hanson. "I have been talking with my client about the matter of the Northern Mississippi stock," said Montague. "You know, perhaps, that this road was organized under somewhat unusual circumstances. Most of the stockholders were personal friends of our family. For this reason my client would prefer not to deal with an agent, if it can possibly be arranged. I wish to find out whether your client would consent to deal directly with the owner of the stock." Montague finished what he had to say, although while he was speaking he noticed that Mr. Hanson was staring at him with very evident astonishment. Before he finished, this had changed to a slight sneer. "What kind of a trick is this you are trying to play on me?" the man demanded. Montague was too much taken aback to be angry. He simply stared. "I don't understand you," he said. "You don't, said the other, laughing in his face. "Well, it seems I know more than you think I do." "What do you mean?" asked Montague. "Your client no longer has the stock that you are talking about," said the other. Montague caught his breath. "No longer has the stock," he gasped. "Of course not," said Hanson. "She sold it 3 days ago." Then, unable to deny himself the satisfaction, he added, "She sold it to Stanley Ryder. And if you want to know any more about it, she sold it for $160,000, and he gave her a 6-month note for $140,000. Montague was utterly dumbfounded. He could do nothing but stare. It was evident to the other man that his emotion was genuine, and he smiled sarcastically. "Evidently, Mr. Montague," he said, "you have been permitting your client to take advantage of you." Montague caught himself together, and bowed politely. "I owe you an apology, Mr. Hanson," he said, in a low voice. "I can only assure you that I was entirely helpless in the matter." Then he rose and bade the man good morning. When the door of his office was closed, he caught at the chair by his desk to steady himself, and stood staring in front of him. "To Stanley Ryder," he gasped. He turned to the phone, and called up his friend. "Lucy," he said, "is it true that you have sold that stock?" He heard her give a gasp. "Answer me," he cried. "Alan," she began, "you are going to be angry with me." "Please answer me," he cried again. "Have you sold that stock?" "Yes, Alan," she said, "I didn't mean." "I don't care to discuss the matter on the telephone," he said. "I will stop in to see you this afternoon on my way home. Please be in, because it is important." And then he hung up the receiver. He called at the time he had set, and Lucy was waiting for him. She looked pale, and very much distressed. She sat in a chair, and neither arose to greet him nor spoke to him, but simply gazed into his face. It was a very somber face. "This thing has given me a great deal of pain," said Montague, "and I don't want to prolong it any more than necessary. I have thought the matter over, and my mind is made up, so there need be no discussion. It will not be possible for me to have anything further to do with your affairs." Lucy gave a gasp. "Oh, Alan." He had a valise containing all her papers. "I have brought everything up to date," he said. "There are all the accounts, and the correspondence. Anyone will be able to find exactly how things stand." "Alan," she said, "this is really cruel." "I am very sorry," he answered, "but there is nothing else that I can do." "But did I not have a right to sell that stock to Stanley Ryder?" she cried. "You had a perfect right to sell it to anyone you pleased," he said. "But you had no right to ask me to take charge of your affairs, and then to keep me in the dark about what you had done." "But, Alan," she protested, "I only sold it 3 days ago." "I know that perfectly well," he said, but the moment you made up your mind to sell it, it was your business to tell me. That, however, is not the point. You tried to use me as a catspaw to pull chestnuts out of the fire for Stanley Ryder." He saw her wince under the words. "Is it not true?" he demanded. "Was it not he who told you to have me try to get that information?" "Yes, Alan, of course it was he," said Lucy. "But don't you see my plight? I am not a businesswoman, and I did not realize." "You realized that you were not dealing frankly with me," he said. "That is all that I care about, and that is why I am not willing to continue to represent you. Stanley Ryder has bought your stock, and Stanley Ryder will have to be your advisor in the future." He had not meant to discuss the matter with her any further, but he saw how profoundly he had hurt her, and the old bond between them held him still. "Can't you understand what you did to me, Lucy?" he exclaimed. "Imagine my position, talking to Mr. Hanson, I knowing nothing and he knowing everything. He knew what you had been paid, and he even knew that you had taken a note." Lucy stared at Montague with wide-open eyes. "Alan," she gasped. "You see what it means," he said. "I told you that you could not keep your doings secret. Now it will only be a matter of a few days before everybody who knows will be whispering that you have permitted Stanley Ryder to do this for you." There was a long silence. Lucy sat staring before her. Then suddenly she faced Montague. "Alan," she cried. "Surely you understand." She burst out violently, "I had a right to sell that stock. Ryder needed it. He is going to organize a syndicate, and develop the property. It was a simple matter of business." "I have no doubt of it, Lucy," said Montague, in a low voice, "but how will you persuade the world of that? I told you what would happen if you permitted yourself to be intimate with a man like Stanley Ryder. You will find out too late what it means. Certainly that incident with Waterman ought to have opened your eyes to what people are saying." Lucy gave a start, and gazed at him with horror in her eyes. "Alan," she panted. "What is it?" he asked. "Do you mean to tell me that happened to me because Stanley Ryder is my friend?" "Of course I do," said he. Waterman had heard the gossip, and he thought that if Ryder was a rich man, he was a 10 times richer man. Montague could see the color mount swiftly over Lucy's throat and face. She stood twisting her hands together nervously. "Oh, Alan," she said. "That is monstrous. It is not of my making. It is the way the world is. I found it out myself, and I tried to point it out to you. But it is horrible," she cried. "I will not believe it. I will not yield to such things. I will not be coward enough to give up a friend for such a motive." "I know the feeling," said Montague. "I'd stand by you, if it were another man than Stanley Ryder. But I know him better than you, I believe." "You don't, Alan, you can't," she protested. "I tell you he is a good man. He is a man nobody understands." Montague shrugged his shoulders. "It is possible," he said. "I have heard that before. Many men are better than the things they do in this world, at any rate, they like to persuade themselves that they are. But you have no right to wreck your life out of pity for Ryder. He has made his own reputation, and if he had any real care for you, he would not ask you to sacrifice yourself to it." "He did not ask me to," said Lucy. "What I have done of my own free will. I believe in him, and I will not believe the horrible things that you tell me." "Very well," said Montague, "then you will have to go your own way." He spoke calmly, though really his heart was wrung with grief. He knew exactly the sort of conversation by which Stanley Ryder had brought Lucy to this state of mind. He could have shattered the beautiful image of himself which Ryder had conjured up, but he could not bear to do it. Perhaps it was an instinct which guided him. He knew that Lucy was in love with the man, and that no facts that anyone could bring would make any difference to her. All he could say was, "You will have to find out for yourself." And then, With one more look at her pitiful face of misery, he turned and went away, without even touching her hand. Chapter 8. It was now well on in May, and most of the people of Montague's acquaintance had moved out to their country places, and those who were chained to their desks had yachts or automobiles or private cars, and made the trip into the country every afternoon. Montague was invited to spend another week at Eldridge Devon's, where Alice had been for a week, but he could not spare the time until Saturday afternoon, when he made the trip up the Hudson in Devon's new 300-foot steam yacht, the Triton. Some unkind person had described Devon to Montague as a human yawn, but he appeared to have a very keen interest in life that Saturday afternoon. He had been seized by a sudden conviction that a new and but little advertised automobile had proven its superiority to any of the 17 cars which he at present maintained in his establishment. He had got 3 of these new cars, and while Montague sat upon the quarter-deck of the Triton and gazed at the magnificent scenery of the river, he had in his ear the monotonous hum of Devon's voice, discussing annular ball bearings and water-jacketed cylinders. One of the new cars met them at Devon's private pier, and swept them over the hill to the mansion. The Devon place had never looked more wonderful to Montague than it did just then, with fruit trees in full blossom, and the wonder of springtime upon everything. 4 miles about one might see hillsides that were one unbroken stretch of luscious green lawn. But alas, Eldridge Devon had no interest in these hills, except to pursue a golf ball over them. Montague never felt more keenly the pitiful quality of the people among whom he found himself than when he stood upon the portico of this house, a portico huge enough to belong to some fairy palace in a dream, and gazed at the sweeping vista of the Hudson over the heads of Mrs. Billy Alden and several of her cronies, playing bridge. *****. After luncheon, he went for a stroll with Alice, and she told him how she had been passing the time. Young Curtis was here for a couple of days, she said. General Prentice's nephew, he asked. Yes. He told me he had met you, said she. What do you think of him? He struck me as a sensible chap, said Montague. I like him very much, said Alice. I think we shall be friends. He is interesting to talk to, you know he was in a militia regiment that went to Cuba, and also he's been a cowboy, and all sorts of exciting things. We took a walk the other morning, and he told me some of his adventures. They say he's quite a successful lawyer. He is in a very successful firm, said Montague. And he'd hardly have got there unless he had ability. He's a great friend of Laura Hegan's, said Alice. She was over here to spend the day. She doesn't approve of many people, so that is a compliment. Montague spoke of a visit which he had paid to Laura Hegan, at one of the neighboring estates. I had quite a talk with her, said Alice. And she invited me to luncheon, and took me driving. I like her better than I thought I would. Don't you like her, Alan? I couldn't say that I really know her, said Montague. I thought I might like her, but she did not happen to like me. But how could that be? Asked the girl. Montague smiled. Tastes are different, he said. But there must be some reason, protested Alice. For she looks at many things in the same way that you do. I told her I thought she would be interested to talk to you. What did she say? Asked the other. She didn't say anything, answered Alice, and then suddenly she turned to him. I am sure you must know some reason. I wish you would tell me. I don't know anything definite, Montague answered. I have always imagined it had to do with Mrs. Winnie. With Mrs. Winnie, exclaimed Alice, in perplexing wonder. I suppose she heard gossip and believed it, he added. But that is a shame, exclaimed the girl. Why don't you tell her the truth? I tell her, laughed Montague. I have no reason for telling her. She doesn't care anything in particular about me. He was silent for a moment or two. I thought of it once or twice, he said. For it made me rather angry at first. I saw myself going up to her, and startling her with the statement, what you believe about me is not true. Then again, I thought I might write her a letter and tell her. But of course it would be absurd, she would never acknowledge that she had believed anything, and she would think I was impertinent. I don't believe she would do anything of the sort, Alice answered. At least, not if she meant what she said to me. She was talking about people one met in society, and how tiresome and conventional it all was. No one ever speaks the truth or deals frankly with you, she said. All the men spend their time in paying you compliments about your looks. They think that is all a woman cares about. The more I come to know them, the less I think of them. That's just it, said Montague. One cannot feel comfortable knowing a girl in her position. Her father is powerful, and someday she will be enormously rich herself, and the people who gather about her are seeking to make use of her. I was interested in her when I first met her. But when I learned more about the world in which she lives, I shrank from even talking to her. But that is rather unfair to her, said Alice. Suppose all decent people felt that way. And she is really quite easy to know. She told me about some charities she is interested in. She goes down into the slums, on the east side, and teaches poor children. It seemed to me a wonderfully daring sort of thing, but she laughed when I said so. She says those people are just the same as other people, when you come to know them, you get used to their ways, and then it does not seem so terrible and far off. I imagine it would be so, said Montague, with a smile. Her father came over to meet her, Alice added. She said that was the first time he had been out of the city in 6 months. Just fancy working so hard, and with all the money he has. What in the world do you suppose he wants more for? I don't suppose it is the money, said he. It's the power. And when you have so much money, you have to work hard to keep other people from taking it away from you. He certainly looks as if he ought to be able to protect himself, said the girl. His face is so grim and forbidding. You would hardly think he could smile, to look at him. He is very pleasant, when you know him, said Montague. He remembered you, and asked about you, said she. Wasn't it he who was going to buy Lucy Dupree's stock? I spoke to him about it, he answered, but nothing came of it. There was a moment's pause. Alan, said Alice, suddenly, what is this I hear about Lucy? What do you mean? He asked. People are talking about her and Mr. Ryder. I overheard Mrs. Landis yesterday. It's outrageous. Montague did not know what to say. What can I do? He asked. I don't know, said Alice, but I think that Victoria Landis is a horrible woman. I know she herself does exactly as she pleases. And she tells such shocking stories. Montague said nothing. Tell me, asked the other, after a pause, because you've given up Lucy's business affairs, are we to have nothing to do with her at all? I don't know, he answered. I don't imagine she will care to see me. I have told her about the mistake she's making, and she chooses to go her own way. So what more can I do? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That evening Montague found himself settled on a sofa next to Mrs. Billy Alden. What's this I hear about your friend, Mrs. Taylor? She asked. I don't know, said he, abruptly. The fascinating widow seems to be throwing herself away, continued the other. What makes you say that? He asked. Vivie Patton told me, said she. She's an old flame of Stanley Ryder's, you know, and so I imagine it came directly from him. Montague was dumb, he could think of nothing to say. It's too bad, said Mrs. Billy. She is really a charming creature. And it will hurt her, you know she is a stranger, and it's a trifle too sudden. Is that the Mississippi way? Montague forced himself to say, Lucy is her own mistress. But his feeble impulse toward conversation was checked by Mrs. Billy's prompt response. Vivie said she was Stanley Ryder's. I understand how you feel, continued the great lady, after a pause. Everybody will be talking about it. Your friend Reggie Mann heard what Vivie said, and he will see to that. Reggie man is no friend of mine, said Montague, abruptly. There was a pause. How in the world do you stand that man? He asked, by way of changing the conversation. Oh, Reggie fills his place, was the reply. And Mrs. Billy gazed about the room. You see all these women, she said. Take them in the morning and put half a dozen of them together in one room, they all hate each other like poison, and there are no men around, and there is nothing to do, and how are you to keep them from quarreling? Is that Reggie's role? Asked the other. Precisely. He sees a spark fly, and he jumps up and cracks a joke. It doesn't make any difference what he does. I've known him to crow like a rooster, or stumble over his own feet, anything to raise a laugh. Aren't you afraid these epigrams may reach your victim? Asked Montague, with a smile. That is what they are intended to do, was the reply. I judge you have not many enemies, added Mrs. Billy, after a pause. No especial ones, said he. Well, said she, you should cultivate some. Enemies are the spice of life. I mean it, really, she declared, as she saw him smile. I had never thought of it, said he. Have you never known what it is to get into a really good fight? You see, you are conventional, and you don't like to acknowledge it. But what is there that wakes one up more than a good, vigorous hatred? Some day you will realize it. The chief zest in life is to go after somebody who hates you, and to get him down and see him squirm. But suppose he gets you down, interposed Montague. Ah, said she, you mustn't let him. That is what you go into the fight for. Get after him, and do him first. It sounds rather barbarous, said he. On the contrary, was the answer, it's the highest reach of civilization. That is what society is for, the cultivation of the art of hatred. It is the survival of the fittest in a new realm. You study your victim, you find out his weaknesses and his foibles, and you know just where to plant your sting. You learn what he wants, and you take it away from him. You choose your allies carefully, and you surround him and overwhelm him, then when you get through with him, you go after another. And Mrs. Billy glanced about her at the exquisite assemblage in Mrs. Devons Lewis's drawing room. What do you suppose these people are here for tonight? She asked. Chapter 9. A week or two had passed, when one day Oliver called his brother on the phone. Have you or Alice any engagement this evening? He asked. I want to bring a friend around to dinner. Who is it? Inquired Montague. Nobody you have heard of, said Oliver. But I want you to meet him. You will think he's rather queer, but I will explain to you afterwards. Tell Alice to take my word for him. Montague delivered the message, and at 7 o'clock they went downstairs. In the reception room they met Oliver and his friend, and it was all that Montague could do to repress a look of consternation. The name of the personage was Mr. Gamble. He was a little man, a trifle over 5 feet high, and so fat that one wondered how he could get about alone. His chin and neck were a series of rolls of fat. His face was round like a full moon, and out of it looked 2 little eyes like those of a pig. It was only after studying them for a while that one discovered that they twinkled shrewdly. Mr. Gamble was altogether the vulgarest-looking personage that Alice Montague had ever met. He put out a fat little hand to her, and she touched it gingerly, and then gazed at Oliver and his brother in helpless dismay. Good evening. Good evening, he began volubly. I am charmed to meet you. Mr. Montague, I have heard so much about you from your brother that I feel as if we were old friends. There was a moment's pause. Shall we go into the dining room? Asked Montague. He did not much relish the stairs which would follow them, but he could see no way out of the difficulty. They went into the room and seated themselves, Montague wondering in a flash whether Mr. Gamble's arms would be long enough to reach to the table in front of him. A warm evening, he said, puffing slightly. I have been on the train all day. Mr. Gamble comes from Pittsburgh, interposed Oliver. Indeed, said Montague, striving to make conversation. "Are you in business there?" "No, I am out of business," said Mr. Gamble, with a smile. "Made my pile, so to speak, and got out. I want to see the world a bit before I get too old." The waiter came to take their orders. In the meantime Montague darted an indignant glance at his brother, who sat and smiled serenely. Then Montague caught Alice's eye, and he could almost hear her saying to him, "What in the world am I going to talk about?" But it proved not very difficult to talk with the gentleman from Pittsburgh. He appeared to know all the gossip of the metropolis, and he cheerfully supplied the topics of conversation. He had been to Palm Beach and Hot Springs during the winter, and told about what he had seen there. He was going to Newport in the summer, and he talked about the prospects there. If he had the slightest suspicion of the fact that all his conversation was not supremely interesting to Montague and his cousin, he gave no hint of it. After he had disposed of the elaborate dinner which Oliver ordered, Mr. Gamble proposed that they visit one of the theaters. He had a box all ready, it seemed, and Oliver accepted for Alice before Montague could say a word for her. He spoke for himself, however. He had important work to do, and must be excused. He went upstairs and shook off his annoyance and plunged into his work. Some time after midnight, when he had finished, he went out for a breath of fresh air, and as he returned he found Oliver and his friends standing in the lobby of the hotel. "How do you do, Mr. Montague?" said Gamble. "Glad to see you again." "Alice has just gone upstairs," said Oliver. "We were going to sit in the cafe a while. Will you join us?" "Yes, do," said Mr. Gamble, cordially. Montague went because he wanted to have a talk with Oliver before he went to bed that night. "Do you know Dick Ingham?" asked Mr. Gamble, as they seated themselves at a table. "The steel man, you mean?" asked Montague. "No, I never met him." "We were talking about him," said the other. "Poor chap, it really was hard luck, you know. It wasn't his fault. Did you ever hear the true story?" "No," said Montague, but he knew to what the other referred. Ingham was one of the steel crowd, as they were called, and he had been president of the trust until a scandal had forced his resignation. "He is an old friend of mine," said Gamble. "He told me all about it. It began in Paris. Some newspaper woman tried to blackmail him, and he had her put in jail for 3 months. And when she got out again, then the papers at home began to get stories about poor Ingham's cutting up. And the public went wild, and they made him resign. Just imagine it." Gamble chuckled so violently that he was seized by a coughing spell, and had to signal for a glass of water. "They've got a new scandal on their hands now," said Oliver. "They're a lively crowd, the steel fellows," laughed the other. "They want to make Davidson resign, too, but he'll fight them. He knows too much. You should hear his story." "I imagine it's not a very savory one," said Montague, for lack of something to say. "It's too bad," said the other, earnestly. "I have talked to them sometimes, but it don't do any good. I remember Davidson one night. 'Jim,' says he, 'a fellow gets a whole lot of money, and he buys him everything he wants, until at last he buys a woman, and then his trouble begins. If you're buying pictures, there's an end to it. You get your walls covered sooner or later. But you never can satisfy a woman.'" And Mr. Gamble shook his head. Too bad," he repeated. "Were you in the steel business yourself?" asked Montague, politely. No, oil was my line. I been fighting the trust, and last year they bought me out, and now I'm seeing the world." Mr. Gamble relapsed into thought again. "I never went in for that sort of thing myself," he said meditatively. "I am a married man, I am, and one woman is enough for me." "Is your family in New York?" asked Montague, in an effort to change the subject. No, they live in Pittsburgh," was the answer. "I've got 4 daughters all in college. They're stunning girls. I tell you, I'd like you to meet them, Mr. Montague." I should be pleased, said Montague, writhing inwardly. But a few minutes later, to his immense relief, Mr. Gamble arose, and bade him good night. Montague saw him clamber laboriously into his automobile, and then he turned to his brother. "Oliver," he asked, "what in the devil does this mean?" "What mean?" asked Oliver, innocently. "That man," exclaimed the other. "Why, I thought you would like to meet him," said Oliver, "he is an interesting chapter." "I am in no mood for fooling," said his brother, angrily. "Why in the world should you insult Alice by introducing such a man to her?" "Why, you are talking nonsense," exclaimed Oliver, "he knows the best people." "Where did you meet him?" asked Montague. "Mrs. Landis introduced him to me first. She met him through a cousin of hers, a naval officer. He has been living in Brooklyn this winter. He knows all the Navy people." "What is it, anyway?" demanded Montague, impatiently. "Is it some business affair that you are interested in?" "No, no," said Oliver, smiling cheerfully, "purely social. He wants to be introduced about, you know." "Are you going to put him into society, by any chance?" asked the other, sarcastically. "You are warm, as the children say," laughed his brother. Montague stared at him. "Oliver, you don't mean it," he said. "That fellow in society?" "Sure," said Oliver, "if he wants to." "Why not?" "But his wife and his daughters," exclaimed the other. "Oh, that's not it, the family stays in Pittsburgh. It's only himself this time." "All the same," Oliver added, after a pause, "I'd like to wager you that if you were to meet Jim Gamble's 4 prized daughters, you'd find it hard to tell them from the real thing. They've been to a swell boarding school, and they've had everything that money can buy them. My God, but I'm tired of hearing about their accomplishments." "But do you mean to tell me," the other protested, "that your friends will stand for a man like that?" "Some of them will. He's got barrels of money, you know. And he understands the situation perfectly, he won't make many mistakes." "But what in the world does he want?" "Leave that to him." "And you," demanded Montague, "you are getting money for this?" Oliver smiled a long and inscrutable smile. "You don't imagine that I'm in love with him, I trust. I thought you'd be interested to see the game, that's why I introduced him." "That's all very well," said the other. "But you have no right to inflict such a man upon Alice." "Oh, stuff," said Oliver. "She'll meet him at Newport this summer, anyway. How could I introduce him anywhere else, if I wasn't willing to introduce him here? He won't hurt Alice. He gave her a good time this evening, and I wager she'll like him before he gets through. He's really a good-natured chap, the chief trouble with him is that he gets confidential." Montague relapsed into silence, and Oliver changed the subject. "It seems too bad about Lucy," he said. "Is there nothing we can do about it?" "Nothing," said the other. "She is simply ruining herself," said Oliver. "I've been trying to get Reggie Mann to have her introduced to Mrs. Devon, but he says he wouldn't dare to take the risk." "No, I presume not," said Montague. "It's a shame," said Oliver. "I thought Mrs. Billy Alden would ask her to Newport this summer, but now I don't believe she'll have a thing to do with her. Lucy will find she knows nobody except Stanley Ryder and his crowd. She has simply thrown herself away." Montague shrugged his shoulders. "That's Lucy's way," he said. "I suppose she'll have a good time," added the other. "Ryder is generous, at any rate." "I hope so," said Montague. "They say he's making barrels of money," said Oliver, then he added, longingly, "My God, I wish I had a trust company to play with." "Why a trust company particularly?" asked the other. "It's the easiest graft that's going," said Oliver. "It's some dodge or other by which they evade the banking laws, and the money comes rolling in floods. You've noticed their advertisements, I suppose?" "I have noticed them," said Montague. He is adding something over $1 million a month, I hear. It sounds very attractive, said the other, and added, drily, I suppose Ryder feels as if he owned it all. He might just as well own it, was the reply. If I were going into Wall Street to make money, I'd rather have the control of 50 millions than the absolute ownership of 10. By the way, Oliver remarked after a moment, the Prentices have asked Alice up to Newport. Alice seems to be quite taken with that young chap, Curtis. He comes around a good deal, said Montague. He seems a very decent fellow. No doubt, said the other. But he hasn't enough money to take care of a girl like Alice. Well, he replied, that's a question for Alice to consider. Chapter X. One day, a month or so later, Montague, to his great surprise, received a letter from Stanley Ryder. Could you make it convenient to call at my office sometime this afternoon, it read. I wish to talk over with you a business proposition which I believe you will find of great advantage to yourself. I suppose he wants to buy my Northern Mississippi stock, he said to himself, as he called up Ryder on the phone, and made an appointment. It was the first time that he had ever been inside the building of the Gotham Trust Company, and he gazed about him at the overwhelming magnificence, huge gates of bronze and walls of exquisite marble. Ryder's own office was elaborate and splendid, and he himself a picture of aristocratic elegance. He greeted Montague cordially, and talked for a few minutes about the state of the market, and the business situation, in the meantime twirling a pencil in his hand and watching his visitor narrowly. At last he began, Mr. Montague, I have for some time been working over a plan which I think will interest you. I shall be very pleased to hear of it, said Montague. Of course, you know, said Ryder, that I bought from Mrs. Taylor her holdings in the Northern Mississippi Railroad. I bought them because I was of the opinion that the road ought to be developed, and I believed that I could induce someone to take the matter up. I have found the right parties, I think, and the plans are now being worked out. Indeed, said the other, with interest. The idea, Mr. Montague, is to extend the railroad according to the old plan, with which you are familiar. Before we took the matter up, we approached the holders of the remainder of the stock, most of whom, I suppose, are known to you. We made them, through our agents, a proposition to buy their stock at what we considered a fair price, and we have purchased about 5,000 shares additional. The prices quoted on the balance were more than we cared to pay, in consideration of the very great cost of the improvements we propose to undertake. Our idea is now to make a new proposition to these other shareholders. The annual stockholders' meeting takes place next month. At this meeting will be brought up the project for the issue of 20,000 additional shares, with the understanding that as much of this new stock as is not taken by the present shareholders is to go to us. As I assume that few of them will take their allotments, that will give us control of the road, you can understand, of course, that our syndicate would not undertake the venture unless it could obtain control. Montague nodded his assent to this. At this meeting, said Ryder, we shall propose a ticket of our own for the new board of directors. We are in hopes that as our proposition will be in the interest of every stockholder, this ticket will be elected. We believe that the road needs a new policy, and a new management entirely. If a majority of the stockholders can be brought to our point of view, we shall take control, and put in a new president. Ryder paused for a moment, to let this information sink into his auditor's mind, then, fixing his gaze upon him narrowly, he continued, what I wished to see you about, Mr. Montague, was to make you a proposal to assist us in putting through this project. We should like you, in the first place, to act as our representative, in consultation with our regular attorneys. We should like you to interview privately the stockholders of the road, and explain to them our projects, and vouch for our good intentions. If you can see your way to undertake this work for us, we should be glad to place you upon the proposed board of directors, and as soon as we have matters in our hands, we should ask you to become president of the road. Montague gave an inward start, but practice had taught him to keep from letting his surprise manifest itself very much. He sat for a minute in thought. "Mr. Ryder," he said, "I am a little surprised at such a proposition from you, seeing that you know so little about me." "I know more than you suppose, Mr. Montague," said the other, with a smile. "You may rest assured that I have not broached such a matter to you without making inquiries, and satisfying myself that you were the proper person." "It is very pleasant to be told that," said Montague. "But I must remind you, also, that I am not a railroad man, and have had no experience whatever in such matters." "It is not necessary that you should be a railroad man," was the answer. "One can hire talent of that kind at market prices. What we wish is a man of careful and conservative temper, and, above all, a man of thoroughgoing honesty, someone who will be capable of winning the confidence of the stockholders, and of keeping it. It seemed to us that you possess these qualifications. Also, of course, you have the advantage of being familiar with the neighborhood, and of knowing thoroughly the local conditions." Montague thought for a while longer. "The offer is a very flattering one," he said, "and I need hardly tell you that it interests me. But before I could properly consider the matter, there is one thing I should have to know, that is, who are the members of the syndicate?" "Why would it be necessary to know that?" asked the other. "Because I am to lend my reputation to their project, and I should have to know the character of the men that I was dealing with." Montague was gazing straight into the other's eyes. "You will understand, of course," replied Ryder, "that in a matter of this sort it is necessary to proceed with caution. We cannot afford to talk about what we are going to do. We have enemies who will do what they can to check us at every step. Whatever you tell me will, of course, be confidential," said Montague. "I understand that perfectly well," was the reply. "But I wished first to get some idea of your attitude toward the project, whether or not you would be at liberty to take up this work and to devote yourself to it." "I can see no reason why I should not," Montague answered. "It seems to me," said Ryder, "that the proposition can be judged largely upon its own merits. It is a proposition to put through an important public improvement. A road which is in a broken down and practically bankrupt condition is to be taken up, and thoroughly reorganized, and put upon its feet. It is to have a vigorous and honest administration, a new and adequate equipment, and a new source of traffic. The business of the Mississippi Steel Company, as you doubtless know, is growing with extraordinary rapidity. All this, it seems to me, is a work about the advisability of which there can be no question." "That is very true," said Montague, "and I will meet the persons who are interested and talk out matters with them, and if their plans are such as I can approve, I should be very glad to join with them, and to do everything in my power to make a success of the enterprise. As you doubtless know, I have 500 shares of the stock myself, and I should be glad to become a member of the syndicate." "That is what I had in mind to propose to you," said the other. "I anticipate no difficulty in satisfying you. The project is largely of my own originating, and my own reputation will be behind it. The Gotham Trust Company will lend its credit to the enterprise so far as possible." Ryder said this with just a trifle of hauteur, and Montague felt that perhaps he had spoken too strenuously. No one could sit in Ryder's office and not be impressed by its atmosphere of magnificence. After all, it was here, and its $70 or $80 million of deposits were real, and this serene and aristocratic gentleman was the master of them. And what reason had Montague for his hesitation, except the gossip of idle and cynical society people? Whatever doubts he himself might have, he needed to reflect but a moment to realize that his friends in Mississippi would not share them. If he went back home with the name of Stanley Ryder and the Gotham Trust Company to back him, he would come as a conqueror with tidings of triumph, and all the old friends of the family would rush to follow his suggestions. Ryder waited a while, perhaps to let these reflections sink in. Finally he continued, "I presume, Mr. Montague, that you know something about the Mississippi Steel Company. The steel situation is a peculiar one. Prices are kept at an altogether artificial level, and there is room for large profits to competitors of the trust. But those who go into the business commonly find themselves unexpectedly handicapped. They cannot get the credit they want, orders overwhelm them in floods, but Wall Street will not put up money to help them. They find all kinds of powerful interests arrayed against them, there are raids upon their securities in the market, and mysterious rumors begin to circulate. They find suits brought against them which tend to injure their credit. And sometimes they will find important papers missing, important witnesses sailing for Europe, and so on. Then their most efficient employees will be bought up, their very bookkeepers and office boys will be bribed, and all the secrets of their business passed on to their enemies. They will find that the railroads do not treat them squarely, cars will be slow in coming, and all kinds of petty annoyances will be practiced. You know what the rebate is, and you can imagine the part which that plays. In these and 100 other ways, the path of the independent steel manufacturer is made difficult. And now, Mr. Montague, this is a project to extend a railroad which will be of vast service to the chief competitor of the Steel Trust. I believe that you are man of the world enough to realize that this improvement would have been made long ago, if the Steel Trust had not been able to prevent it. And now, the time has come when that project is to be put through in spite of every opposition that the Trust can bring, and I have come to you because I believe that you are a man to be counted on in such a fight. I understand you, said Montague, quietly, and you are right in your supposition. Very well, said Ryder. Then I will tell you that the syndicate of which I speak is composed of myself and John S. Price, who has recently acquired control of the Mississippi Steel Company. You will find out without difficulty what Price's reputation is. He is the one man in the country who has made any real headway against the trust. The business of the Mississippi Company has almost doubled in the past year, and there is no limit to what it can do, except the size of the plant and the ability of the railroads to handle its product. This new plan would have been taken up through the company, but for the fact that the company's capital and credit is involved in elaborate extensions. Price has furnished some of the capital personally, and I have raised the balance, and what we want now is an honest man to whom we can entrust this most important project, a man who will take the road in hand and put it on its feet, and make it of some service in the community. You are the man we have selected, and if the proposition appeals to you, why, we are ready to do business with you without delay. For a minute or two Montague was silent, then he said, I appreciate your confidence, Mr. Ryder, and what you say appeals to me. But the matter is a very important one to me, as you can readily understand, and so I will ask you to give me until tomorrow to make up my mind. Very well, said Ryder. Montague's first thought was of General Prentice. Come to me any time you need advice, the general had said, so Montague went down to his office. Do you know anything about John S. Price? He asked. I don't know him very well personally, was the reply. I know him by reputation. He is a daring Wall Street operator, and he's been very successful, I am told. Price began life as a cowboy, I understand, continued the general, after a pause. Then he went in for mines. 10 or 15 years ago we used to know him as a silver man. Several years ago there was a report that he had been raiding Mississippi Steel, and had got control. That was rather startling news, for everybody knew that the trust was after it. He seems to have fought them to a standstill. That sounds interesting, said Montague. Price was brought up in a rough school, said the general, with a smile. He has a tongue like a whiplash. I remember once I attended a creditors' meeting of the American Stove Company, which had got into trouble, and Price started off from the word go. Mr. Chairman, he said, when I come into the office of an industrial corporation, and see a stock ticker behind the president's chair with the carpet worn threadbare in front of it, I know what's the matter with that corporation without asking another word. What do you want to know about him for? Asked the general, after he had got through laughing over this recollection. It's a case I'm concerned in, the other answered. I tell you who knows about him, said the general. Harry Curtis. William E. Davenant has done law business for Price. Is that so? Said Montague. Then probably I shall meet Harry. I can tell you a better person yet, said the other, after a moment's thought. Ask your friend Mrs. Alden, she knows Price intimately, I believe. So Montague sent up a note to Mrs. Billy, and the reply came, come up to dinner. I am not going out. And so, late in the afternoon, he was ensconced in a big leather armchair in Mrs. Billy's private drawing room, and listening to an account of the owner of the Mississippi Steel Company. Johnny Price, said the great lady. Yes, I know him. It all depends whether you are going to have him for a friend or an enemy. His mother was Irish, and he is built after her. If he happens to take a fancy to you, he'll die for you, and if you make him hate you, you will hear a greater variety of epithets than you ever supposed the language contained. I first met him in Washington, Mrs. Billy went on, reminiscently, that was 15 years ago, when my brother was in Congress. I think I told you once how Davy paid $40,000 for the nomination, and went to Congress. It was the year of a Democratic landslide, and they could have elected Reggie Mann if they had felt like it. I went to Washington to live the next winter, and Price was there with a whole army of lobbyists, fighting for free silver. That was before the craze, you know, when silver was respectable, and Price was the Silver King. I saw the inside of American government that winter, I can assure you. Tell me about it, said Montague. The Democratic Party had been elected on a low-tariff platform, said Mrs. Billy, and it sold out bag and baggage to the corporations. Money was as free as water. My brother could have got his $40,000 back 3 times over. It was the steel crowd that bossed the job. You know, William Roberts used to come down from Pittsburgh every 2 or 3 days, and he had a private telephone wire the rest of the time. I have always said it was the Steel Trust that clamped the tariff swindle on the American people, and that's held it there ever since. What did Price do with his silver mines? Asked Montague. He sold them, said she, and just in the nick of time. He was on the inside in the campaign of '96, and I remember one night he came to dinner at our house and told us that the Republican Party had raised $10 or $15 million to buy the election. That's the end of silver, he said, and he sold out that very month, and he's been freelancing it in Wall Street ever since. Have you met him yet? Asked Mrs. Billy, after a pause. Not yet, he answered. He's a character, said she. I've heard Davy tell about the first time he struck New York as a miner, with huge wads of greenbacks in his pockets. He spent his money like a coal oil Johnny, as the phrase is, $100 bill for a shine, and that sort of thing. And he'd go on the wildest debauches, you can have no idea of it. Is he that kind of a man? Said Montague. He used to be, said the other. But one day he had something the matter with him, and he went to a doctor, and the doctor told him something, I don't know what, and he shut down like a steel trap. Now he never drinks a drop, and he lives on 1 meal a day and a cup of coffee. But he still goes with the old crowd. I don't believe there is a politician or a sporting man in town that Johnny Price does not know. He sits in their haunts and talks with them until all sorts of hours in the morning, but I can never get him to come to my dinner parties. My people are human, he will say, yours are sawdust. Sometime, if you want to see New York, just get Johnny Price to take you about and introduce you to his bookmakers and burglars. Montague meditated for a while over his friend's picture. Somehow or other, he said, it doesn't sound much like the president of $100 million corporation. That's all right, said Mrs. Billy, but Price will be at his desk bright and early the next morning, and every man in the office will be there, too. And if you think he won't have his wits about him, just you try to fool him on some deal, and see. Let me tell you a little that I know about the fight he has made with the Mississippi Steel Company. And she went on to tell. The upshot of her telling was that Montague borrowed the use of her desk and wrote a note to Stanley Ryder. From my inquiries about John S. Price, I gather that he makes steel. With the understanding that I am to make a railroad and carry his steel, I have concluded to accept your proposition, subject, of course, to a satisfactory arrangement as to terms. Chapter 11. The next morning Montague had an interview with John S. Price in his Wall Street office, and was retained as counsel in connection with the new reorganization. He accepted the offer, and in the afternoon he called by appointment at the law offices of William E. Davenant. The first person Montague met there was Harry Curtis, who greeted him with eagerness. "I was pleased to death when I heard that you were in on this deal," said he. "We shall have some work to do together." About the table in the consultation room of Davenant's offices were seated Ryder and Price and Montague and Curtis, and, finally, William E. Davenant. Davenant was one of the half-dozen highest-paid corporation lawyers in the metropolis. He was a tall, lean man, whose clothing hung upon him like rags upon a scarecrow. One of his shoulders was a trifle higher than the other, and his long neck invariably hung forward, so that his thin, nervous face seemed always to be peering about. One had a sense of a pair of keen eyes, behind which a restless brain was constantly plotting. Some people rated Davenant as earning $250,000 a year, and it was his boast that no one who made money according to plans which he approved had ever been made to give any of it up. In curious contrast was the figure of Price, who looked like a well-dressed pugilist. He was verging on stoutness, and his face was round, but underneath the superfluous flesh one could see the jaw of a man of iron wool. It was easy to believe that Price had fought his way through life. He spoke sharply and to the point, and he laid bare the subject with a few quick strokes, as of a surgeon's knife. The first question was as to Montague's errand in the South. There was no need of buying more stock of the road, for if they got the new stock they would have control, and that was all they needed. Montague was to see those holders of the stock whom he knew personally, and to represent to them that he had succeeded in interesting some northern capitalists in the road, and that they would undertake the improvements on condition that their board of directors should be elected. Price produced a list of the new directors. They consisted of Montague and Curtis and Ryder and himself, a cousin of the latter's, and two other men, who, as he phrased it, were accustomed to help me in that way. That left 2 places to be filled by Montague from among the influential holders of the stock. "That always pleases," said Price, succinctly, "and at the same time we shall have an absolute majority." There was to be voted an issue of $1 million worth of bonds, which the Gotham Trust Company would take, also a new issue of 20,000 shares of stock, which was to be offered pro-rata to the present stockholders at 50 cents on the dollar. Montague was to state that his clients would take any which these stockholders did not want. He was to use every effort to keep the plan secret, and would make no attempt to obtain the stockholders' list of the road. The reason for this came out a little later, when the subject of the old-time survey was broached. "I must take steps to get hold of those plans," said Price. "In this, as well as everything else, we proceed upon the assumption that the present administration of the road is crooked. The next matter to be considered was the charter. When I get a charter for a railroad," said Price, "I get one that lets me do anything from building a toothpick factory to running flying machines." But the fools who drew the charter of the Northern Mississippi got permission to build a railroad from Upton to Opala. So we have to proceed to get an extension. While you are down there, Mr. Montague, you will see the job through with the legislature." Montague thought for a moment. "I don't believe that I have much influence with the legislature," he began. "That's all right," said Price, grimly. "We'll furnish the influence." Here spoke Davenant. "It seems to me," he said, "that we can just as well arrange this matter without mentioning the Northern Mississippi Railroad at all. If the steel people get wind of this, we are liable to have all sorts of trouble. The governor is their man, as you know. The thing to do is to pass a blanket bill, providing that any public service corporation whose charter antedates a certain period may extend its line within certain limits and under certain conditions, and so on. I think that I can draw a bill that will go through before anybody has an idea what it's about. Very good, said Price. Do it that way. And so they went, from point to point. Price laid down Montague's own course of procedure in a few brief sentences. They had just 2 weeks before the stockholders' meeting, and it was arranged that he should start for Mississippi upon the following day. When the conference was over, Montague rode uptown with Harry Curtis. What was that Davenant said about the governor, he asked, when they were seated in the train. Governor Hannies, you mean, said the other. I don't know so very much about it, but there's been some agitation down there against the railroads and watermen, and the steel crowd put in Governor Hannies to do nothing. It was rather staggering to me, said Montague, after a little thought. I didn't say anything about it, but you know Governor Hannies is an old friend of my father's, and one of the finest men I ever knew. Oh, yes, I don't doubt that, said Curtis, easily. They put up these fine, respectable old gentlemen. Of course, he's simply a figurehead. He probably has no idea of what he's really doing. You understand, of course, that Senator Harmon is the real boss of your state. I have heard it said, said Montague. But I never took much stock in such statements. Humph, said Curtis. You'd take it if you'd been in my boots. I used to do business for old Waterman Southern Railroads, and I've had occasion to take messages to Harmon once or twice. New York is the place where you find out about this game. It's not a very pleasant game, said Montague, soberly. I didn't make the rules, said Curtis. You find you either have to play that way or else get out altogether. The younger man relapsed into silence for a moment, then laughed to himself. I know how you feel, he said. I remember when I first came out of college, the twinges I used to have. I had my head full of all the beautiful maxims of the old professor of ethics. And they took me on in the legal department of the New York and Hudson Railroad, and we had a case, some kind of a damage suit, and old Henry Corbin, their chief counsel, you know, gave me the papers, and then took out of his desk a typewritten list of the judges of the Supreme Court of the state. Some of them are marked with red, he said. You can bring the case before any of them. They are our judges. Just fancy, you know. And I as innocent as a spring chicken. I should think things like that would get out in the end, said Montague. Curtis shrugged his shoulders. How could you prove it, he asked. But if a certain judge always decided in favor of the railroad, began Montague. Oh, pshaw, said Curtis. Leave that to the judge. Sometimes he'll decide against the railroad, but he'll make some ruling that the higher courts will be sure to upset, and by that time the other fellow will be tired out, and ready to quit. Or else here's another way. I remember one case that I had that old Corbin told me I'd be sure to win, and I took 11 different exceptions, and the judge decided against me on every single one. I thought I was gone sure, but, by thunder, he instructed the jury in my favor. It took me a long time to see the shrewdness of that. You see, it goes to the higher courts, and they see that the judge has given the losing side every advantage, and has decided purely on the evidence. And of course they haven't the witnesses before them, and don't feel half so well able to judge of the evidence, and so they let the decision stand. There are more ways than one to skin a cat, you see. It doesn't seem to leave much room for justice, said Montague. To which the other responded, oh, hell. If you'd been in this business as long as I have, and seen all the different kinds of shysters that are trying to plunder the railroads, you'd not fret about justice. The way the public has got itself worked up just at present, you can win almost any case you can get before a jury, and there are men who spend all their time hunting up cases and manufacturing evidence. Montague sat for a while in thought. He muttered, half to himself, Governor Hannies. It takes my breath away. Get Davenant to tell you about it, said Curtis, with a laugh. Maybe it's not so bad as I imagine. Davenant is cynical on the subject of governors, you know. He had an experience a few years ago, when he went up to Albany to try to get the governor to sign a certain bill. The governor went out of his office and left him, and Davenant noticed that a drawer of his desk was open, and he looked in, and there was an envelope with 50 brand new $1,000 bills in it. He didn't know what they were there for, but this was a mighty important bill, and he concluded he'd take a chance. He put the envelope in his pocket, and then the governor came back, and after some talk about the interests of the public, he told him he'd concluded to veto that bill. "Very well, Mr. Governor," said the old man, "I have only this to say," and he took out the envelope. "I have here 50 new $1,000 bills, which are yours if you sign that measure. On the other hand, if you refuse to sign it, I will take the bills to the newspaper men, and tell them what I know about how you got them." And the governor turned as white as a sheet, and, by God, he signed the bill and sent it off to the legislature while Davenant waited. "So you can see why he is skeptical about governors." "I suppose," said Montague, "that was what Price meant when he said he'd furnish the influence." "That was what he meant," said the other, promptly. "I don't like the prospect," Montague responded. The younger man shrugged his shoulders. "What are you going to do about it?" he asked. "Your political machines and your offices are in the hands of peanut politicians and grafters who are looking for what's coming to them. If you want anything, you have to pay them for it, just the same as in any other business. You face the same situation every hour, pay or quit. Look," Curtis went on, after a pause, "take our own case. Here we are, and we want to build a little railroad. It's an important work, it's got to be done. But we might haunt the lobbies of your state legislature for 50 years, and if we didn't put up, we wouldn't get the charter. And, in the meantime, what do you suppose the Steel Trust would be doing?" "Have you ever thought what such things will lead to?" asked Montague. "I don't know," said Curtis. "I've had a fancy that someday the businessmen of the country will have to go into politics and run it on business lines." The other pondered the reply. "That sounds simple," he said. "But doesn't it mean the overthrow of Republican institutions?" "I am afraid it would," said Curtis. "But what's to be done?" There was no answer. "Do you know any remedy?" he persisted. "No, I don't know any remedy," said Montague, "but I am looking for one. And I can tell you of this, for a start, I value this republic more than I do any business I ever got into yet, and if I come to that dilemma, it will be the business that will give way." Curtis was watching him narrowly. He put his hand on his shoulder. "That's all right, old man," he said. "But take my advice, and don't let Davenant hear you say that." "Why not?" asked the other. The younger man rose from his seat. "Here's my station," he said. "The reason is it might unsettle his ideas. He's a conservative Democrat, you know, and he likes to make speeches at banquets." Chapter 12. In spite of his doubts, Montague returned to his old home, and put through the program as agreed. Just as he had anticipated, he found that he was received as a conquering hero by the holders of the Northern Mississippi stock. He talked with old Mr. Lee, his cousin, and 2 or 3 others of his old friends, and he had no difficulty in obtaining their pledges for the new ticket. They were all interested, and eager about the future of the road. He did not have to concern himself with the new charter. Davenant drew up the bill, and he wrote that a nephew of Senator Harmon's would be able to put it through without attracting any attention. All that Montague knew was that the bill passed, and was signed by the governor. And then came the day of the stockholders' meeting. He attended it, presenting proxies for the stock of Ryder and Price, and nominated his ticket, greatly to the consternation of Mr. Carter, the president of the road, who had been a lifelong friend of his family's. The new board of directors was elected by the votes of nearly 3/4 of the stock, and the new stock issue was voted by the same majority. As none of the former stockholders cared to take the new stock, Montague subscribed for the whole issue in the name of Ryder and Price, and presented a certified check for the necessary deposit. The news of these events, of course, created great excitement in the neighborhood. Also it did not pass unobserved in New York. Northern Mississippi was quoted for the first time on the curb, and there was quite a little trading. The stock went up nearly 10 points in one day. Montague received this information in a letter from Harry Curtis. "You must be prepared to withstand the flatteries of the Steel crowd," he wrote. "They will be after you before long." Montague judged that he would not mind facing the Steel crowd, but he was much troubled by an interview which he had to go through with on the day after the meeting. Old Mr. Carter came to see him, and gave him a feeble hand to shake, and sat and gazed at him with a pitiful look of unhappiness. "Allen," he said, "I have been president of the Northern Mississippi for 15 years, and I have served the road faithfully and devotedly. And now I want you to tell me, what does this mean? Am I?" Montague could not remember a time when Mr. Carter had not been a visitor at his father's home, and it was painful to see him in his helplessness. But there was nothing that could be done about it. He set his lips together. "I am very sorry, Mr. Carter," he said, "but I am not at liberty to say a word to you about the plans of my clients. Am I to understand, then, that I am to be turned out of my position? I am to have no consideration for all that I have done? Surely." "I am very sorry," Montague said again, firmly, "but the circumstances at the present time are such that I must ask you to excuse me from discussing the matter in any way." A day or two later Montague received a telegram from Price, instructing him to go to Riverton, where the works of the Mississippi Steel Company were located, and to meet Mr. Andrews, the president of the company. Montague had been to Riverton several times in his youth, and he remembered the huge mills, which were one of the sights of the state. But he was not prepared for the enormous development which had since taken place. The Mississippi Steel Company had now 2 huge Bessemer converters, in which a volcano of molten flame roared all day and night. It had bought up the whole western side of the town, and cleared away 100 ramshackle dwellings, and here were long rows of coke ovens, and 2 huge rail mills, and a plate mill from which arose sounds like the crashing of the day of doom. Everywhere loomed rows of towering chimneys, and pillars of rolling black smoke. Little miniature railroad tracks ran crisscross about the yards, and engines came puffing and clanking, carrying blazing white ingots which the eye could not bear to face. Opposite to the entrance of the stockade yards, the company had put up a new office building, and upon the top floor of this were the president's rooms. "Mr. Andrews will be in on the 2 o'clock train," said his secretary, who was evidently expecting the visitor. "Will you wait in his office? I think I should like to see the works, if you can arrange it for me," said Montague. And so he was provided with a pass and an attendant, and made a tour of the yards. It was interesting to Montague to see the actual property of the Mississippi Steel Company. Sitting in comfortable offices in Wall Street and exchanging pieces of paper, one had a tendency to lose sight of the fact that he was dealing in material things and disposing of the destinies of living people. But Montague was now to build and operate a railroad, to purchase real cars and handle real iron and steel, and the thought was in his mind that at every step of what he did he wished to keep this reality in mind. It was a July day, with not a cloud in the sky, and an almost tropical sun blazed down upon the works. The sheds and railroad tracks shimmered in the heat, and it seemed as if the cinders upon which one trod had been newly poured from a fire. In the rooms where the furnaces blazed, Montague could not penetrate at all. He could only stand in the doorway, shading his eyes from the glare. In each of these infernos toiled hundreds of grimy, smoke-stained men, stripped to the waist and streaming with perspiration. He gazed down the long rows of the blast furnaces, great caverns through the cracks of which the molten steel shone like lightning. Here the men who worked had to have buckets of water poured over them continually, and they drank several gallons of beer each day. He went through the rail mills, where the flaming white ingots were caught by huge rollers, and tossed about like pancakes, and flattened and squeezed, emerging at the other end in the shape of tortured red snakes of amazing length. At the far end of the mill one could see them laid out in long rows to cool, and as Montague stood and watched them, the thought came to him that these were some of the rails which Wyman had ordered, and which had been the cause of such dismay in the camp of the Steel Trust. Then he went on to the plate mill, where giant hammers resounded, and steel plates of several inches thickness were chopped and sliced like pieces of cheese. Here the spectator stared about him in bewilderment and clung to his guide for safety. Huge traveling cranes groaned overhead, and infernal engines made deafening clatter upon every side. It was a source of never-ending wonder that men should be able to work in such confusion, with no sense of danger and no consciousness of all the uproar. Montague's eye roamed from place to place, then suddenly it was arrested by a sight even unusually startling. Across on the other side of the mill was a steel shaft, which turned one of the largest of the rollers. It was high up in the air, and revolving with unimaginable speed, and Montague saw a man with an oil can in his hand rest the top of a ladder upon this shaft, and proceed to climb up. He touched his guide upon the arm and pointed. "Isn't that dangerous?" he shouted. "It's against orders," said the man. "But they will do it." And even while the words of a reply were upon his lips, something happened which turned the sound into a scream of horror. Montague stood with his hand still pointing, his whole body turned to stone. Instantaneously, as if by the act of a magician, the man upon the ladder had disappeared, and instead there was a hazy mist about the shaft, and the ladder tumbling to the ground. No one else in the mill appeared to have noticed it. Montague's guide leaped forward, dodging a white-hot plate upon its journey to the roller, and rushed down the room to where the engineer was standing by his machinery. For a period which could not have been less than a minute, Montague stood staring at the horrible sight, and then slowly he saw what had been a mist beginning to define itself as the body of a man whirling about the shaft. Then, as the machinery moved more slowly yet, and the din in the mill subsided, he saw several men raise the ladder again to the shaft and climb up. When the revolving had stopped entirely, they proceeded to cut the body loose, but Montague did not wait to see that. He was white and sick, and he turned and went outside. He went away to another part of the yards and sat down in the shade of one of the buildings, and told himself that that was the way of life. All the while the din of the mills continued without interruption. A while later he saw 4 men go past, carrying a stretcher covered with a sheet. It dropped blood at every step, but Montague noticed that the men who passed it gave it no more than a casual glance. When he passed the plate mill again, he saw that it was busy as ever, and when he went out at the front gate, he saw a man who had been pointed out to him as the foreman of the mill, engaged in picking another laborer from the group which was standing about. He returned to the president's office, and found that Mr. Andrews had just arrived. A breeze was blowing through the office, but Andrews, who was stout, was sitting in his chair with his coat and vest off, vigorously wielding a palm-leaf fan. "How do you do, Mr. Montague?" he said. "Did you ever know such heat? Sit down, you look done up." "I have just seen an accident in the mills," said Montague. "Oh," said the other. "Too bad. But one finds that steel can't be made without accidents. We had a blast furnace explosion the other day, and killed 8. They are mostly foreigners, though hunkas, they call them." Then Andrews pressed a button, summoning his secretary. "Will you please bring those plans," he said, and to Montague's surprise he proceeded to spread before him a complete copy of the old reports of the Northern Mississippi Survey, together with the surveyor's original drawings. "Did Mr. Carter let you have them?" Montague asked, and the other smiled a dry smile. "We have them," he said. "And now the thing for you to do is to have your own surveyors go over the ground. I imagine that when you get their reports, the proposition will look very different." These were the instructions which came in a letter from Price the next day, and with the help of Andrews Montague made the necessary arrangements, and the next night he left for New York. He arrived upon a Friday afternoon. He found that Alice had departed for her visit to the Prentices, and that Oliver was in Newport, also. There was an invitation from Mrs. Prentice to him to join them. As Price was away, he concluded that he would treat himself to a rest, and accordingly took an early train on Saturday morning. Montague's initiation into society had taken place in the winter time, and he had yet to witness its vacation activities. When society's belles and dames had completed a season's round of dinner parties and dances, they were more or less near to nervous prostration, and Newport was the place which they had selected to retire to and recuperate. It was an old-fashioned New England town, not far from the entrance to Long Island Sound, and from a village with several grocery shops and a tavern. It had been converted by a magic touch of society into the most famous and expensive resort in the world. Estates had been sold there for as much as $1 a square foot, and it was nothing uncommon to pay $10,000 a month for a cottage. The tradition of vacation and of the country was preserved in such terms as cottage. You would be invited to a lawn party, and you would find a blaze of illumination, and potted plants enough to fill a score of greenhouses, and costumes and jeweled splendor suggesting the field of the cloth of gold. You would be invited to a picnic at Gooseberry Point, and when you went there, you would find gorgeous canopies spread overhead, and velvet carpets underfoot, and scores of liveried lackeys in attendance, and every luxury one would have expected in a Fifth Avenue mansion. You would take a cab to drive to this picnic, and it would cost you $5, yet you must on no account go without a cab. Even if the destination was just around the corner, a stranger would commit a breach of the proprieties if he were to approach the house on foot. Coming to Newport as Montague did, directly from the Mississippi steel mills, produced the strangest possible effect upon him. He had seen the social splurge in the metropolis, and had heard the fabulous prices that people had paid for things. But these thousands and millions had seemed mere abstractions. Now suddenly they had become personified. He had seen where they came from, where all the luxury and splendor were produced. And with every glance that he cast at the magnificence about him, he thought of the men who were toiling in the blinding heat of the blast furnaces. Here was the palace of the Wymans, upon the laying out of the grounds of which $500,000 had been spent. The stone wall which surrounded it was famous upon 2 continents, because it had cost $100,000. And it was to make steel rails for the Wymans that the slaves of the mills were toiling. Here was the palace of the Eldridge Devons, with a greenhouse which had cost $150,000, and which merely supplied the daily needs of its owners. Here was the famous tulip tree, which had been dug up and brought a distance of 50 miles, at a cost of $1,000. And Montague had seen in the making the steel for one of the great hotels of the Eldridge Devons. And here was the Walling establishment, the $3 million palace on a desert, as Mrs. Billy Alden had described it. Montague had read of the famous mantel in its entrance hall, made from Pompeian marble, and costing $75,000. And the Wallings were the railroad kings who transported Mississippi steel. And from that his thoughts roamed on to the slaves of other mills, to the men and women and little children shut up to toil in shops and factories and mines for these people who flaunted their luxury about him. They had come here from every part of the country, with their millions drawn from every kind of labor. Here was the great white marble palace of the Johnsons. The ceilings, floors, and walls of its state apartments had all been made in France, its fences and gates, even its locks and hinges, had been made from special designs by famous artists. The Johnsons were lords of railroads and coal, and ruled the state of West Virginia with a terrible hand. The courts and the legislature were but branches of old Johnson's office, and Montague knew of mining villages which were owned outright by the company, and were like stockade forts. The wretched toilers could not buy so much as a pint of milk outside of the company store, and even the country doctor could not enter the gates without a pass. And beyond that was the home of the Warfields, whose fortune came from great department stores, in which young girls worked for $2.50 a week, and eked out their existence by prostitution. And this was the summer that Warfield's youngest daughter was launched, and for her debutante dance they built a ballroom which cost $30,000 and was torn down the day afterwards. And beyond this, upon the cliffs, was the castle of the Mayors, whose fortunes came from coal. Montague thought of the young man who had invented the device for the automatic weighing of coal as it was loaded upon steamships. Major Venable had hinted to him that the reason the Coal Trust would not consider it, was because they were selling short weight, and since then he had investigated the story, and learned that this was true, and that it was old Meyer himself who had devised the system. And here was his palace, and here were his sons and daughters among the most haughty and exclusive of society's entertainers. So you might drive down the streets and point out the mansions and call the roll of the owners kings of oil and steel and railroads and mines. Here everything was beauty and splendor. Here were velvet lawns and gardens of rare flowers, and dancing and feasting and merriment. It seemed very far from the sordid strife of commerce, from poverty and toil and death. But Montague carried with him the sight that he had seen in the plate mill, the misty blur about the whirling shaft, and the shrouded form upon the stretcher, dripping blood. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He was so fortunate as to meet Alice and her friends upon the street, and he drove with them to the bathing beach which society had purchased and maintained for its own exclusive use. The first person he saw here was Reggie Mann, who came and took possession of Alice. Reggie would not swim himself, because he did not care to exhibit his spindle legs. He was watching with disapproving eye the antics of Harry Percy, his dearest rival. Percy was a man about 40 years of age, a cotillion leader by profession, and he caused keen delight to the spectators upon the beach by wearing a monocle in the water. They had lunch at the casino, and then went for a sail in the Prentice's new racing yacht. It was estimated just at this time that there was 30 millions worth of steam and sailing pleasure craft in Newport Harbor, and the bay was a wonderful sight that afternoon. They came back rather early, however, as Alice had an engagement for a drive at 6 o'clock, and it was necessary for her to change her costume before she went. It was necessary to change it again before dinner, which was at 8 o'clock, and Montague learned upon inquiry that it was customary to make 5 or 6 such changes during the day. The great ladies of society were adepts in this art, and prided themselves upon the perfect system which enabled them to accomplish it. All of Montague's New York acquaintances were here in their splendor: Miss Yvette Simpkins, with her 40 trunks of new Paris costumes, Mrs. Billy Alden, who had just launched an aristocratic and exclusive bridge club for ladies, Mrs. Winnie Duval, who had created a sensation by the rumor of her intention to introduce the simple life at Newport, and Mrs. Vivie Patton, whose husband had committed suicide as the only means of separating her from her count. It chanced to be the evening of Mrs. Landis's long-expected dinner dance. When you went to the Landis mansion, you drove directly into the building, which had a court so large that a coach and 4 could drive around it. The entire ground floor was occupied by what were said to be the most elaborately equipped stables in the world. Your horses vanished magically through sliding doors at one side, and your carriage at the other side, and in front of you was the entrance to the private apartments, with liveried flunkies standing in state. There were 5 tables at this dinner, each seating 10 persons. There was a huge floral umbrella for the centerpiece, and an elaborate color effect in flowers. During the dance, screens were put up concealing this end of the ballroom, and when they were removed sometime after midnight, the tables were found set for the supper, with an entirely new scenic effect. They danced until broad daylight. Montague was told of parties at which the guests had adjourned in the morning to play tennis. All these people would be up by 9 or 10 o'clock the next day, and he would see them in the shops and at the bathing beach before noon. And this was society's idea of resting from the labors of the winter season. After the supper, Montague was taken in charge by Mrs. Caroline Smythe, the lady who had once introduced him to her cats and dogs. Mrs. Smythe had become greatly interested in Mrs. Winnie's anti-vivisection crusade, and told him all about it while they strolled out upon the loggia of the Landis Palace, and stood and watched the sunrise over the bay. "Do you see that road back of us?" said Mrs. Smythe. "That is the one the Landises have just succeeded in closing. I suppose you've heard the story?" "No," said Montague, "I haven't heard it." "It's the joke of Newport," said the lady. "They had to buy up the town council to do it. There was a sightseer's bus that used to drive up that road every day, and the driver would rein up his horses and stand up and point with his whip. "This, ladies and gentlemen," he'd say, "is the home of the Landises, and just beyond there is the home of the Joneses. Once upon a time Mr. Smith had a wife and got tired of her, and Mr. Jones had a wife and got tired of her, so they both got divorces and exchanged, and now Mrs. Smith is living in Mr. Jones's house, and Mrs. Jones is living in Mr. Smith's." Gedap. Chapter 13. Alice was up early the next morning to go to church with Harry Curtis, but Montague, who had really come to rest, was later in arising. Afterwards he took a stroll through the streets, watching the people. He was met by Mrs. de Graffenreid, who, after her usual fashion, invited him to come round to lunch. He went, and met about 40 other persons who had been invited in the same casual way, including his brother Ollie, and to his great consternation, Ollie's friend, Mr. Gamble. Gamble was clad in a spotless yachting costume, which produced a most comical effect upon his expansive person. He greeted Montague with his usual effusiveness. "How do you do, Mr. Montague, how do you do?" he said. "I've been hearing about you since I met you last." "In what way?" asked Montague. "I understand that you have gone with the Mississippi Steel Company," said Gamble. "After a fashion," the other assented. "You want to be careful, you are dealing with a smooth crowd. Smoother even than the men in the trust, I fancy." And the little man added, with a twinkle in his eye, "I'm accustomed to say there are two kinds of rascals in the oil business. There are the rascals who found they could rely upon each other, and they are in the trust, and there are the rascals the devil himself couldn't rely upon, and they're the independents. I ought to know what I'm talking about, because I was an independent myself." Mr. Gamble chuckled gleefully over this witticism, which was evidently one which he relied upon for the making of conversation. "How do you do, Captain?" he said, to a man who was passing. "Mr. Montague, let me introduce my friend Captain Gill." Montague turned and faced a tall and dignified-looking naval officer. "Captain Henry Gill, of the Allegheny." "How do you, Mr. Montague?" said the captain. "Oliver Montague's brother," added Gamble, by way of further introduction. And then, espying someone else coming whom he knew, he waddled off down the room, leaving Montague in conversation with the officer. Captain Gill was in command of one of the half-dozen vessels which the government obligingly sent to assist in maintaining the gaieties of the Newport season. He was an excellent dancer, and a favorite with the ladies, and an old crony of Mrs. de Graffenreid's. "Have you known Mr. Gamble long?" he asked, by way of making conversation. "I met him once before," said Montague. "My brother knows him." "Ollie seems to be a great favorite of his," said the captain. "Queer chapter." Montague assented readily. "I met him in Brooklyn," continued the other, seeming to feel that acquaintance with Gamble called for explanation. "He was quite chummy with the officers at the Navy Yard. Retired millionaires don't often fall in their way." "I should imagine not," said Montague, smiling. "But I was surprised to meet him here." "You'd meet him in heaven," said the other, with a laugh, "if he made up his mind that he wanted to go there. He is a good-natured personage, but I can tell you that anyone who thinks that Gamble doesn't know what he's about will make a sad mistake." Montague thought of this remark at lunch, where he sat at table on the opposite side to Gamble. Next to him sat Vivie Fatton, who made the little man the victim of her raillery. It was not particularly delicate wit, but Gamble was tough, and took it all with a cheerful grin. He was a mystery which Montague could not solve. To be sure he was rich, and spent his money like water, but then there was no scarcity of money in this crowd. Montague found himself wondering whether he was there because Mrs. de Graffenreid and her friends liked to have somebody they could snub and wipe their feet upon. His eye ran down the row of people sitting at the table, and the contrast between them and Gamble was an amusing one. Mrs. de Graffenreid was fond of the society of young people, and most of her guests were of the second or even the third generation. The man from Pittsburgh seemed to be the only one there who had made his own money, and who bore the impress of the money struggle upon him. Montague smiled at the thought. He seemed the very incarnation of the spirit of oil. He was gross and unpleasant, while in the others the oil had been refined to a delicate perfume. Yet somehow he seemed the most human person there. No doubt he was crudely egotistical, and yet, if he was interested in himself, he was also interested in other people, while among Mrs. de Graffenried's intimates it was a sign of vulgarity to be interested in anything. He seemed to have taken quite a fancy to Montague, for reasons best known to himself. He came up to him again, after the luncheon. "This is the first time you've been here, Oliver tells me," said he. Montague assented, and the other added, "You'd better come and let me show you the town. I have my car here." Montague had no engagement, and no excuse handy. "It's very good of you," he began. "All right," said Gamble. "Come on." And he took him out and seated him in his huge red touring car, which had a seat expressly built for its owner, not too deep, and very low, so that his fat little legs would reach the floor. Gamble settled back in the cushions with a sigh. "Rum sort of a place this, ain't it?" said he. "It's interesting for a short visit," said Montague. "You can count me out of it," said the other. "I like to spend my summers in a place where I can take my coat off. And I prefer beer to champagne in hot weather, anyhow." Montague did not reply. "Such an ungodly lot of snobs a fellow does meet," remarked his host, cheerily. "They have a fine time making fun of me. It amuses them, and I don't mind. Sometimes it does make you mad, though, you feel you'd like to make them swallow you, anyway. But then you think, what's the use of going after something you don't want, just because other people say you can't have it?" It was on Montague's lips to ask, "Then why do you come here?" But he forbore. The car sped on down the stately driveway, and his companion proceeded to point out the mansions and the people, and to discuss them in his own peculiar style. "See that yellow brick house in there," said he. "That belongs to Alice, the railroad man. He used to live in Pittsburgh, and I remember him 30 years ago, when he had one carriage for his 3 babies, and pushed them himself, by thunder. He was glad to borrow money from me then, but now he looks the other way when I go by. Alice used to be in the steel business 6 or 8 years ago," Gamble continued, reminiscently. "Then he sold out. It was the real beginning of the forming of the Steel Trust. Did you ever hear that story?" "Not that I know of," said Montague. "Well," said the other, "if you are going to match yourself against the steel crowd, it's a good idea to know about them. Did you ever meet Jim Stagg?" "The Wall Street plunger?" asked Montague. "He's a mere name to me. His last exploit was to pull off a prize fight in one of the swell hotels in New York, and one nigger punched the other through a plate glass mirror. Stagg comes from the Wild West, you know, and he's wild as they make 'em. My God, I could tell you some stories about him that'd make your hair stand up. Perhaps you remember some time ago he raided Tennessee Southern in the market and captured it, and old Waterman testified that he took it away from him because he didn't consider he was a fit man to own it. As a matter of fact, that was just pure bluff, for Waterman uses him in little jobs like that all the time. Well, 6 or 8 years ago, Stagg owned a big steel plant out west, and there was a mill in Indiana, belonging to Alice, that interfered with their business. One time Stagg and some of his crowd had been on a spree for several days, and late one night they got to talking about Alice. "Let's buy the out," said Stagg, so they ordered a special and a load of champagne, and away they went to the city in Indiana. They got to Alice's house about 4 o'clock in the morning, and they rang the bell and banged on the door, and after a while the butler came, half awake. "Is Alice in?" asked Stagg, and before the fellow could answer, the whole crowd pushed into the hall, and Stagg stood at the foot of the stairs and roared, "He's got a voice like a bull, you know, Alice, Alice, come down here." Alice came to the head of the stairs in his nightshirt, half frightened to death. "Alice, we want to buy your steel plant," said Stagg. "Buy my steel plant," gasped Alice. "Sure, buy it outright. Spot cash. We'll pay you 500,000 for it." "But it cost me over 1,200,000, said Alice. "Well, then, we'll pay you 1,200,000, said Stagg. "God damn you, we'll pay you 1,500,000. "My plant isn't for sale," said Alice. "We'll pay you 2 million, shouted Stagg. "It isn't for sale, I tell you. We'll pay you 2.5 million. Come on down here." "Do you mean that?" gasped Alice. He could hardly credit his ears. "Come downstairs and I'll write you a check," said Stagg. And so they hauled him down, and they bought his mill. Then they opened some more champagne, and Alice began to get good-natured, too. "There's only one thing the matter with my mill," said he, "and that's Jones's mill over in Harristown. The railroads give him rebates, and he undersells me." "Well, damn his soul," said Stagg, "we'll have his mill, too." And so they bundled into their special again, and about 6 o'clock in the morning they got to Harristown, and they bought another mill. And that started them, you know. They'd never had such fun in their lives before. It seems that Stagg had just cleaned up 10 or 12 millions on a big Wall Street plunge, and they blew in every dollar, buying steel mills and paying 2 or 3 prices for every one, of course. Gamble paused and chuckled to himself. "What I'm telling you is the story that Stagg told me," said he. "And of course you've got to make allowances. He said he had no idea of what Dan Waterman had been planning, but I fancy that was a lie. Harrison of Pittsburgh had been threatening to build a railroad of his own, and take away his business from Waterman's roads, and so there was nothing for Waterman to do but buy him out at 3 times what his mills were worth. He took the mills that Stagg had bought at the same time. Stagg had paid 2 or 3 prices, and Waterman paid him a couple of prices more, and then he passed them on to the American people for a couple of prices more than that." Gamble paused. "That's where they get these fortunes," he added, waving his fat little hand. "Sometimes it makes a fellow laugh to think of it. Every concern they bought was overcapitalized to begin with. I doubt if $200 million worth of honest dollars was ever put into the Steel Trust properties, and they capitalized it at $1 billion, and now they've raised it to $1.5 billion. The men who pulled it off made hundreds of millions, and the poor public that bought the common stock saw it go down to 6. They gave old Harrison a $400 million mortgage on the property, and he sits back and grins, and wonders why a man can't die poor." Gamble's car was opposite one of the clubs. Suddenly he signaled his chauffeur to stop. "Hello, Billy," he called, and a young naval officer who was walking down the steps turned and came toward him. "What have you been doing with yourself?" said Gamble. "Mr. Montague, my friend Lieutenant Long, of the Engineers." "Where are you going, Billy?" "Nowhere in particular," said the officer. "Get in," said Gamble, pointing to the vacant seat between them. "I am showing Mr. Montague the town." The other climbed in, and they went on. "The lieutenant has just come up from Brooklyn," he continued. "Lively times we had in Brooklyn, didn't we, Billy? Tell me what you have been doing lately." "I'm working hard," said the lieutenant, studying. "Studying here in Newport," laughed Gamble. "That's easy enough when you belong to the Engineers," said the other. "We are working men, and they don't want us at their balls. By the way, Gamble," he added, after a moment, "I was looking for you. I want you to help me." "Me?" said Gamble. "Yes," said the other. "I have just had notice from the department that I am one of a board of 5 that has been appointed to draw up specifications for machine oil for the Navy." "What can I do about it?" asked Gamble. "I want you to help me draw them up." "But I don't know anything about machine oil." "You cannot possibly know less than I do," said the lieutenant. Surely, if you have been in the oil business, you can give me some sort of an idea about machine oil. Gamble thought for a minute. I might try, he said. But would it be the proper thing for me to do? Of course, I'm out of the business myself, but I have friends who might bid for the contract. Well, your friends can take their chances with the rest, said the lieutenant. I am a friend, too, hang it. And how in the world am I to find out anything about oil? Gamble was silent again. Well, I'll do what I can for you, he said, finally. I'll write out what I know about the qualities of good oil, and you can use it as you think best. All right, said the lieutenant, with relief. But you'll have to agree to say nothing about it, said Gamble. It's a delicate matter, you understand. You may trust me for that, said the other, laughing. So the subject was dropped, and they went on with their ride. Half an hour later Gamble set Montague down, at General Prentice's door, and he bade them farewell and went in. The general was coming down the stairs. Hello, Alan, he said. Where have you been? Seeing the place a little, said Montague. Come into the drawing room, said the general. There's a man in there you ought to know. One of the brainiest newspaper men in Wall Street, he added, as he went across the hall, the financial man of the Express. Montague entered the room and was introduced to a powerfully built and rather handsome young fellow, who had not so long ago been center rush upon a famous football team. Well, Bates, said the general, what are you after now? I'm trying to get the inside story of the failure of Grant and Ward, said Bates. I supposed you'd know about it, if anyone did. I know about it, said the general, but the circumstances are such that I'm not free to tell, at least, not for publication. I'll tell you privately, if you want to know. No, said Bates, I'd rather you didn't do that, I can find it out somehow. Did you come all the way to Newport to see me? Asked the general. Oh, no, not entirely, said Bates. I'm to get an interview with Wyman about the new bond issue of his road. What do you think of the market, General? Things look bad to me, said Prentice. It's a good time to reef sail. Then Bates turned to Montague. I think I passed you a while ago in the street, he said pleasantly. You were with James Gamble, weren't you? Yes, said Montague. Do you know him? Bates knows everybody, put in the general, that's his specialty. I happen to know Gamble particularly well, said Bates. I have a brother in his office in Pittsburgh. What in the world do you suppose he is doing in Newport? Just seeing the world, so he told me, said Montague. He has nothing to do since his company sold out. Sold out, echoed Bates. What do you mean? Why, the trust has bought him out, said Montague. The other stared at him. What makes you think that? He asked. He told me so himself, was the answer. Oh, laughed the other. Then it's just some dodge that he's up to. You think he hasn't sold? I don't think it, I know it, said Bates. At any rate, he hadn't sold 3 days ago. I had a letter from my brother saying that they were expecting to land a big oil contract with the government that would put them on easy street for the next 5 years. Montague said no more. But he did some thinking. Experience had sharpened his wits, and by this time he knew a clue when he met it. A while later, when Bates had gone and his brother had come in with Alice, he got Oliver off in a corner and demanded, "How much are you to get out of that oil contract?" The other stared at him in consternation. "Good heavens," he exclaimed. "Did he tell you about it?" "He told me some things," said Montague, "and I guessed the rest." Oliver was watching him anxiously. "See here, Alan," he said, "you'll keep quiet about it." "I imagine I will," said the other. "It's none of my business, that I can see." Then suddenly Oliver broke into a smile of amusement. "Say, Alan," he exclaimed. He's a clever dog, isn't he? Very clever, admitted the other. He's been after that thing for 6 months, you know, and just as smooth and quiet. It's about the slickest game I ever heard of. But how could he know what officers were to make out those specifications? Oh, that's easy, said the other. That was the beginning of the whole thing. They got a tip that the contract was to be let, and they had no trouble in finding out the names of the officers. That kind of thing is common, you know, the bureaus in Washington are rotten. I see, said Montague. Gamble's company is in a bad way, Oliver continued. The trust just about had it in a corner. But Gamble saw this chance, and he staked everything on it. But what's his idea? Asked the other. What good will it do him to write the specifications? There are 5 officers, said Oliver, and he's been laying siege to every one of them. So now they are all his intimate friends, and every one of them has come to him for help. So there will go into Washington 5 sets of specifications, all different, but each containing one essential point. You see, Gamble's company has a peculiar kind of oil, it contains some ingredient or other, he told me the name, but I don't remember it now. It doesn't make it any better oil, and it doesn't make it any worse, but it's different from any other oil in the world. And now, don't you see, whatever other requirements are specified, this one quality will surely appear, and there will be only one company in the world that can bid. Of course they will name their own figure, and get a 5-year contract. I see, said Montague, drily. It's a beautiful scheme. And how much do you get out of it? He paid me $10,000 at the start, said Oliver, and I am to get 5% of the first year's contract, whatever that may be. Gamble says his bid won't be less than $500,000, so you see it was worthwhile. And Oliver chuckled to himself. He's going home tomorrow, he added. So my job is done. I'll probably never see him again until his 4 prized daughters get ready for the market. Chapter 14. Montague returned to New York and plunged into his work. The election at which he was scheduled to become president of the Northern Mississippi was not to come off for a month. Meantime there was no lack of work for him to do. It would, of course, be necessary for him to return to Mississippi to live, and he had to close up his affairs in New York. Also he wished to fit himself for the work of superintending a railroad. Through the courtesy of General Prentice, he was introduced to the president of one of the great transcontinental lines, and made a study of that official's office system. He went south again to inspect the work of the surveyors, and to consult with the engineers who had been selected for the work. Price went ahead with his arrangements to take over the control of the road, without paying any attention to the old management. He sent for Montague one day, and introduced him to a Mr. Haskins, who was to be elected vice president of the road. Haskins, he said, had formerly been general manager of the Tennessee Southern, and was a practical railroad man. Montague was to rely upon him for all the details of his work. Haskins was a wiry, nervous little man, with a bad temper and a sarcastic tongue. He worshipped the gospel of efficiency, and in the consultations with him Montague got many curious lights upon the management of railroads. He learned, for instance, that a conspicuous item in the construction account was the money to be used in paying local government boards for right-of-way through towns and villages. Apparently no one even considered the possibility of securing the privilege by any other methods. Montague did not like the prospect, but he said nothing. Then again, the road was to purchase its rails and other necessaries from the Mississippi Steel Company, and apparently it was expected to pay a fancy price for these. It was not to ask for any of the discounts which were customary. Also Montague was troubled to learn that the secretary and treasurer of the road were to receive liberal salaries, and that no questions were to be asked, because they were relatives of Price. All that he put up with, but matters came to a head about 10 days before the election, when one day Haskins came to his office with the engineer's estimates, and with his own figures of the probable cost of the extension. Most of the figures were much higher than those which Montague had worked out for himself. We ought to do better on those contracts, he said, pointing to some of the items. I dare say we might, said Haskins, but those contracts are to go to the Hill Manufacturing Company. I don't understand you, said Montague. I thought that we were to advertise for bids. Yes, replied Haskins, but that company is to get the contracts, all the same. You mean, asked Montague, that we are not to give them to the lowest bidder? I'm afraid not, said the other. Has Price said anything to you to that effect? He has. But I don't understand, said Montague. What is this Hill Manufacturing Company? And Haskins smiled. It's a concern that Price has organized himself, he said. Montague stared in amazement. Price himself, he gasped. His nephew is president of the company, added the other. Is it a new company? Montague asked. Organized especially for the purpose, smiled the other. And what does it manufacture? It doesn't manufacture anything, it simply sells. In other words, said Montague, it's a device whereby Mr. Price proposes to rob the stockholders of the Northern Mississippi Railroad. You can phrase it that way if you choose, said Haskins, quietly, but I wouldn't advise you to let Price hear you. I thank you, responded Montague, and brought the interview to an end. He took a day to think the matter over. It was not his habit to act upon impulse. He saw that the time had come for him to speak, but he wished to be sure of his course of action before he began. He had dinner at the club that evening, and, seeing his friend Major Venable ensconced in a big leather chair in the reading room, he went and sat down beside him. How do you do, Major, he said. I've got another case that I want to ask you some questions about. Always at your service, said the Major. It has to do with the railroad, said Montague. Did you ever hear of such a thing as a railroad president organizing a company to sell supplies to his own road? The Major smiled grimly. Yes, I have heard of it, he said. Is it common? Asked Montague. Not so common as you might suppose, answered the other. A railroad president is commonly not an important enough man to be permitted to do it. If it happens to be a big road, and the president is a power in it, why, then he may do it. I see, said Montague. That was Higgins's trick, said the Major. Higgins used to go around making speeches to Sunday schools. He was the kind of man that the newspapers liked to refer to as a model citizen and a leader of enterprise. His brothers, and his brothers-in-law, and his cousins, and all his family went into business in order to sell things to his railroads. I heard of one story, it has never come out, but it's very amusing. Every year the road would advertise its contract for stationery. It used about $1 million worth, and there'd be long and most elaborate specifications, published columns and columns. But sandwiched away somewhere in the middle of a paragraph was the provision that the paper must all bear a certain watermark, and that watermark was patented by one of Higgins's companies. It didn't even own so much as a mill, it sublet all the contracts. When Higgins died, he left $80 million, but they juggled the records, and you read in all the newspapers that he left a few millions. That was in Philadelphia, where you can do such things. Montague sat thinking for a few moments. But I can't see why they should do it in this case, he said. The men who are doing it own nearly all of the stock of the road. What difference does that make? Asked the Major. Why, they are simply plundering their own property, said Montague. Tut, was the reply. What do they care about the value of the property? They'll unload it before the public finds out, and in the meantime they are probably manipulating the stock. That's the scheme they're working with the street railroads over in Brooklyn. For instance, the more irregular the dividends are, the more violently the stock fluctuates, and the better they like it. But this is the case of a railroad that is being built, said Montague, and they are putting up the money to build it. Yes, said the Major, of course, and then they are paying it back to themselves by this dodge, and they'll still have the stock, and whatever they can get for it will be profit. And if the state legislature comes along and asks any impertinent questions, they can open their books and say, "See, we have spent this much for improvements. This is the cost of the road, and if you reduce our freight rates, you will cut off our dividends and confiscate our property." And the Major gazed at Montague with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "Besides," he said, "another thing. You say they are putting up the money. Are you sure it's their own money? Commonly the greater part of the cost of railroad building is paid by bonds, and they work those bonds off on banks and insurance companies and trust companies. Have you thought of that?" "No, I hadn't," said Montague. "I know very few men in Wall Street who use their own money," the Major added. "Take the case of Wyman, for instance. Wyman's railroad keeps a cash surplus of 20 or 30 millions, and Wyman uses that in Wall Street. And when he has made his profit, he takes it and salts it away in village improvement bonds all over the country. Do you see?" "I see," said Montague. "It's a bad game for the small stockholder." "It's a bad game for the small man of any sort," said the Major. "When I was young, I can remember, a man would save a little money and put it into an enterprise of some sort, and whatever the profits were, he would get his share of them. But now, you see, the big men have got control, and they are greedier than they used to be. There is nothing hurts them so much as to see the little fellow get any share of the profits, and they've all sorts of schemes for doing him out of it. I could take a week off and tell you about them. You are manufacturing soap, we will say. You find there are too many soap manufacturers and too much soap, and so you propose to combine, and put your rivals out of business, and monopolize the soap market. Your properties are already capitalized at twice what they cost you, because you are naturally hopeful, and that is what you expected they would earn, but now for this new combination you issue stock to the amount of 3 times this imagined value. Then you fill the street with rumors of the wonders of your soap combination, and all the privileges and monopolies that you've got, and you unload your stock on the public, we'll say at 80. You may have sold all your stock, but you've still got control of the corporation. The public is helpless and unorganized, and your men are in. Then the street begins to hear disturbing rumors about the soap trust, and your board of directors meet and declare that it is impossible to pay any dividends. There is great indignation among the stockholders, and an opposition is organized, but you set the clock an hour ahead, and elect your ticket before the other fellow comes around. Or perhaps the troubles have already knocked the stock down sufficiently low to satisfy you, and you buy a majority of it back. Then the public hears that a new interest has purchased the soap trust, and that a new and honest administration is to be elected, and once more there is hope for soap. You buy a few more plants, and issue more stocks and bonds, and soap begins to boom, and you sell once more. You can work that regularly every 2 or 3 years, for there is always a new crop of investors, and nobody but a few people in Wall Street can possibly keep track of what you are doing." The Major paused for a while, and sat with a happy smile on his countenance. "You see," he said, "there are floods and floods of wealth, pouring into Wall Street from all over the country. It comes to me like a vision. The crops are growing, the mines and the mills and the factories are working, and here is all the money. People don't like to take it and hide it up their chimneys. Few people have chimneys nowadays. They want to invest it, and so you prepare investments for them. Take the street railroads here in New York, for instance. What could be a safer investment than the street railroads of the metropolis? An absolute monopoly, and traffic growing so fast that construction can't keep up with it. Profits are sure. So people buy street railway stocks and bonds. In this case it's the politicians who organize the construction companies, that's their share, in return for the franchises. The insiders have a new scheme, the best yet, it's like a Gatling gun against bows and arrows. They organize a syndicate, and get the franchises for nothing, and then sell them to the company for millions. They've even sold franchises they didn't own, and railroad lines that hadn't been built. You'll find some improvements charged for 4 or 5 times over, and the improvements haven't yet been made. First and last they have paid themselves about $30 million. And, in the meantime, the poor stockholder wonders why he doesn't get his dividends. That's the investment market, the major continued after a pause, but of course the biggest reservoirs of wealth are the insurance companies and the banks. It's there the real fortunes are made. You'll find you lose the greater part of your profits, unless you've got your own banks to take your bonds. I heard an amusing story the other day of a man who was manufacturing electrical supplies. He prides himself on being an honest businessman, and having nothing to do with Wall Street. His company wanted to extend its business, and it issued a couple of $100,000 worth of bonds, and went to the Fidelity Insurance Company and offered them at 90. "We aren't buying any bonds just at present," said they, "but suppose you try the National Trust Company." So the man went there, and they offered him 80 for the bonds. That was the best he could do, and in the end he had to take it. And then the trust company turns the bonds over to the insurance company at par. I could name you half a dozen trust companies in New York that are simply syndicates of insurance people for the working of that little game. The Major paused. "You see it?" he asked. "Yes, I see," Montague replied. "Is there a trust company by any chance back of this railroad you are talking of?" "There is," said Montague, and the Major shrugged his shoulders. "There you have it," he said. "By and by they will find their first bond issue inadequate to meet the cost of the proposed improvements. The estimates of the engineers will be found too low, and there will be another issue of bonds, and your president's company will get another contract. And then the first thing you know, your president will organize a manufacturing enterprise along the line of his road, and the road will give him secret rebates, and practically carry his goods free, or else he'll organize a private car line, and make the road pay for the privilege of hauling his cars. Or perhaps he's already got some industrial concern, and is simply building the road as a side issue." The Major stopped. He saw that Montague was staring at him with an expression of perplexity. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Good heavens, Major," exclaimed the other. "Do you know what road I've been talking about?" And the Major sank back in his chair and went into a fit of laughter. He laughed until he was purple in the face, and he could hardly find breath to speak. "I really thought you did," Montague protested. "It's exactly the situation." "Oh, dear me," said the Major, fishing for his pocket handkerchief to wipe the tears from his eyes. "Dear me. It makes me think of our district attorney's lemon story. Did you ever hear it?" "No," said Montague, "I never did. It was one of the bright spots in a dreary reform campaign that we had a few years ago. It seems that our young crusader was giving his audience a few illustrations of how dishonest officials could make money in the city. 'Let us imagine a case,' he said. 'You are an inspector of fruit, and there is a scarcity of lemons in New York. There are 2 ships full of lemons on the way, and one ship gets in 24 hours ahead. Now the law requires that the fruit be carefully inspected. If you are too careful about it, it will take more than 24 hours, and the owner of the cargo will lose a small fortune. So he comes to you and offers you 1,000 or 2, and you don't stop to open every crate of his lemons.' The district attorney told that story at a meeting, and the next morning the newspapers published it. That afternoon he happened to meet a fruit inspector, who was an old friend of his. 'Say, old man,' said the inspector, 'who the devil told you about those lemons?' The next morning Montague called at Price's office. 'Mr. Price,' he said, 'a matter has come up in my discussions with Mr. Haskins about which I thought it necessary to consult you immediately.' 'What is it?' asked Price. 'Mr. Haskins informs me that it is understood that the Hill Manufacturing Company is to be favored in the matter of contracts.' Montague was watching Price narrowly, and he saw his jaw set grimly, and a hostile look come upon his features. Price had been lounging back in his chair. Now, slowly, he straightened himself up, as if to receive an attack. Well, he asked. Is Mr. Haskins correct? Asked the other. He is correct. He also stated that you are interested in the company. Is that true? That is true. He also stated that the company did not manufacture, but simply sold. Is that true? Yes, that is true. Very well, Mr. Price, said Montague. This is a matter about which we must have an understanding without delay. In my preliminary talks with you I was informed that it was your wish to find a man who should run the road honestly. The situation which you have just outlined to me does not seem to me consistent with that program. Montague was prepared for an angry response, but he saw the other make an effort and control himself. You must realize, Mr. Montague, he said, that you are not very familiar with methods in the railroad world. This company of which you speak possesses advantages, it can secure better terms. Price stopped. You mean that it can purchase goods more cheaply than the railroad itself can, demanded Montague. In some cases, began the other. Very well, then, he answered. In any case where it can obtain better terms, there can be no objection to its receiving the contract. But that does not agree with what Mr. Haskins told me. He gave me to understand that we were to prepare to pay a much higher price because it would be necessary to give the contracts to the Hill Manufacturing Company, and that was my reason for coming to see you. I wish to have a distinct understanding with you upon this point. While I am president of the Northern Mississippi Railroad, everything that is purchased by the road will be purchased in fair competition, and the concern which will give us the lowest price for the quality of goods we need will receive our order. That is a matter about which there must be left no possible room for misunderstanding. I trust one have made myself clear. You have made yourself clear, said Price, and so the interview terminated. Chapter 15. Montague went back to his work, but with a heart full of misgivings. He would have liked to persuade himself that that was the end of the episode, but he could not do it. He foresaw that his job as president of a railroad would not be a sinecure. With all his forebodings, however, he was unprepared for the development which came the next day. Young Curtis called him up, early in the morning, and asked him to wait at his office. A few minutes later he came in, with evident agitation upon his countenance. Montague, he said, I have something important to tell you. I cannot leave you in ignorance about it. But before I begin, you must understand one thing, that I am taking my future in my hands by telling you. And you must promise me that you will never give the slightest hint that I have spoken to you. I will promise, said Montague. What is it? You must not even let on that you know, added the other. Price would know that I told you. Oh, it's Price, said Montague. I'll promise to protect you. What is it? He called up Davenant yesterday afternoon, and told him that you were not to be elected president of the road. Montague gazed at him in dismay. He says you are to be dropped entirely, said the other. Haskins is to be president. Davenant had to tell me, because I am one of the directors. So that's it, Montague whispered to himself. Do you know what's the matter? Asked Curtis. Yes, I do, said Montague. What is it? It's a long story, just some graft that I wouldn't stand for. Oh, cried Curtis, with sudden light. Is it the Hill Manufacturing Company? It is, said Montague. It was Curtis's turn to stare in amazement. My God, he gasped. Do you mean that you have thrown up the sponge for that? I haven't thrown up the sponge, by any means, was the answer. But that's why Price wants to get rid of me. But, man, cried the other. How perfectly absurd. Montague fixed his glance upon him. Would you advise me to stand for it? He asked. But, my dear fellow, said Curtis. I've got some stock in that company myself. Montague sat in silence. He could think of nothing to say after that. What in the world do you suppose you have gone into? Protested the other. A charity enterprise. Then he stopped, seeing the look of pain upon his friend's face. He put a hand upon his arm. "See here, old man," he said, "this is too bad, honestly. I understand how you feel, and it's a great credit to you, but you are living in the world, and you have got to be practical. You can't expect to take a railroad and run it as if it were an orphan asylum. You can't expect to do business, if you're going to have notions like that. It's really a shame, to give up a work like this for such a reason." Montague stiffened. "I assure you I haven't given up yet," he replied grimly. "But what are you going to do?" protested the other. "I am going to fight," said he. "Fight," echoed Curtis. "But, man, you are perfectly helpless. Price and Ryder own the road, and they will do as they please with it." "You are one of the directors of the road," said Montague. "And you know the situation. You know the pledges upon which the election of the new board was secured. Will you vote for Haskins as president?" "My God, Montague," protested the other. "What a thing to ask of me. You know perfectly well that I have no power in the road. All the stock I own, Price gave me, and what can I do? Why, my whole career would be ruined if I were to oppose him." "In other words," said Montague, "you are a dummy. You are willing to sell your name and your character for a block of stock. You take a position of trust, and you betray it." The other's face hardened. "Oh, well," he said, "if that's the way you put it." "That's not the way I put it," said Montague. "That is simply the fact." "But," cried the other, "don't you realize that they have a majority, even without me?" "Perhaps they have," said Montague, "but that is no reason why you should not do what is right." Curtis arose. "There is nothing more to be said," he remarked. "I am sorry you take it that way. I tried to do you a service." "I appreciate that," said Montague, promptly. "For that I shall always be obliged to you." "In this fight that you propose to make," said the other, "you must not forget that it is I who have brought you this information." "Do not trouble about that," said Montague, "I will protect you. No one shall ever know that I had the information." Montague spent a half an hour pacing up and down his office in thought. Then he called his stenographer, and dictated a letter to his cousin, Mr. Lee, and to each of the 3 other persons whom he had approached in relation to their votes at the stockholders' meeting. "Certain matters have developed," he wrote, "in connection with the affairs of the Northern Mississippi Railroad, which make me unwilling to accept the position of president. It is also my intention to resign from the board of directors of the road, in which I find myself powerless to prevent the things of which I disapprove." And then he went on to outline the plan which he intended to carry out, explaining that he offered to those whom he had been the means of influencing, the opportunity to go in with him upon equal terms. He requested them to communicate their decisions by telegraph, and 2 days later he had heard from them all, and was ready for business. He called up Stanley Ryder, and made an appointment for an interview. "Mr. Ryder," he said, "a few weeks ago you talked with me in this office, and asked me to assist you in electing your ticket for the Northern Mississippi Railroad. You said that you wished me to become president of the road, and that the reason for the request was that you wanted a man whom you could depend upon for efficient and honest management. I accepted your offer in good faith, and I have made all arrangements, and put in a great deal of hard work at the task of fitting myself for the position. Now I have learned from Mr. Price's own lips that he has organized a company for the purpose of exploiting the road for his own private benefit. I told him that I was unwilling to stand for anything of the sort. Since then I have been thinking the matter over, and I have concluded that the situation will make it impossible for me to cooperate with Mr. Price. I have concluded, therefore, that it would be best for me to resign my position as a member of the board of directors, and also to withdraw my candidacy as president." Ryder had avoided Montague's gaze. He sat staring in front of him, and tapping nervously with a pencil upon his desk. It was some time before he answered. "Mr. Montague," he said, finally, I am very sorry indeed to hear your decision. But taking all the circumstances into consideration, it seems to me that perhaps it is a wise one." Again there was a pause. "You must permit me to thank you for what you have done," Ryder added. "And I trust that this unfortunate episode will not alter our personal relationship." "Thank you," said Montague, coldly. He had waited to see what Ryder would say. He waited again, having no mind to help him in his embarrassment. "As I say," Ryder repeated, "I am very much obliged to you." "I have no doubt of it," said Montague. "But I trust that you do not expect to end our relationship in any such simple way as that." He saw Ryder's expression change. "What do you mean?" he asked. "There is a matter of grave importance which has to be settled before we can part. As you know, I am personally the holder of 500 shares of Northern Mississippi stock, and to that extent I am interested in the affairs of the road." "Most certainly," said Ryder, quietly, "but I have nothing to do with that. As a stockholder of the road, you look to the board of directors." "Besides being a stockholder myself," continued Montague, without heeding this remark, "I have also to consider the interests of the 3 persons whom I interviewed in your behalf. I was the means of inducing these people to vote for the board which you named. I was the means of inducing them to place themselves in the power of Mr. Price and yourself. This being the case, I consider that my honor is involved, and that I am responsible to them." "What do you expect to do?" asked Ryder. "I have written to them, informing them of my intention to withdraw. I have not told them the circumstances, but have simply indicated that I find myself powerless to prevent certain things to which I object. I have told them the course I intend to take, and offered them the opportunity to get out upon the same terms as myself. They have accepted the offer, and tomorrow I should receive their stock certificates, and their authorization to dispose of them. I have my own certificates here, and I have to say that I consider you are under obligation to purchase the stock at the same price which you paid for the new stock, namely, $50 a share." Ryder stared at him. "Mr. Montague, you amaze me," he said. "I am sorry for that," said Montague. His voice was hard, and there was a grim look upon his face. He fixed his eyes upon Ryder. "Nevertheless," he said, "it will be necessary for you to take the stock." "I am sorry to have to say it," said Ryder, "but this seems to me impertinent." "The total number of shares," said Montague, "is 3,500, and the price of them is $175,000. The two gazed at each other. Ryder saw the look in Montague's eyes, and he did not repeat his sneer. "May I ask," he inquired, in a low voice, "what reason you have to believe that I will comply with this extraordinary request?" "I have a very good reason, as I believe you will perceive," said Montague. "You and Mr. Price have purchased this railroad, and you wish to plunder it. That is your privilege. Apparently it is the custom here in Wall Street to play tricks upon the investing public. But you cannot play them upon me, because I know too much." "May I know what you propose to do?" asked Ryder. "You certainly may," said the other. "I propose to fight. Until you have purchased my stock and the stock of my friends, I shall remain a director in the railroad, and also a candidate for the position of president. I shall make a contest at the next directors' meeting, and if I fail in my purpose there, I shall carry the fight before the public. I flatter myself that my reputation will count for something in my old home. You will not be able to carry matters with quite the same high hand in Mississippi as you are accustomed to in New York. Also, I shall fight you in the courts. I don't happen to know just what is the law in regard to the plundering of a public service corporation by its own directors, but I shall be very much surprised if I cannot find some ground upon which to put a stop to it. Also, as you know, I am in possession of facts regarding the means whereby you got your new privileges from the state legislature." Ryder was glaring at him in rage. "Mr. Montague," he cried, "this is blackmail." "You may call it that if you please," said the other. "I shall not be afraid to face the charge, if you should see fit to bring it in the courts. Ryder started to reply, then caught his breath and gasped. When he spoke again, he had mastered himself. "It seems to me a most extraordinary thing," he said. "Surely, Mr. Montague, you cannot feel at liberty to make public what you learned from Mr. Price and myself while you were acting as our confidential advisor. Surely you cannot have forgotten the pledge of secrecy which you gave me here in this office." "I have not forgotten it," answered Montague. "And I have considered the matter with the greatest care. I consider that it is you who have violated a pledge. I believe that your violation was a deliberate one, that you had intended it from the very beginning. You assured me that you wished an honest administration of the road. I don't believe that you ever did wish it. I believe that you had no thought whatever except to use me as your tool to secure the control of the railroad, without buying out the remaining stockholders. Having accomplished that purpose, you are perfectly willing to have me retire. In fact, I have made up my mind that you never intended that I should be president. I have all along been suspicious about it. But I can assure you that you have struck the wrong man. You cannot play with me in any such manner. I have no idea whatever of retiring from the railroad and permitting you and Mr. Price to exploit it, and to deprive me of the value of my holdings." Montague was going on, but the other interrupted him quickly. "I recognize the justice of what you say there, Mr. Montague," said he. "So far as your own shares are concerned, you are entitled to be bought out. I am sure that that is a fair basis." "On the contrary," said Montague, "it's a basis the suggestion of which I take as an insult. I have been the means of placing other people at your mercy. My reputation and my promises were used for that purpose, and to whatever I am entitled, they are entitled equally. There can be no possible settlement except the one which I have offered you." Ryder could think of nothing more to say. He sat staring at the other. And Montague, who had no desire to prolong the interview, arose abruptly. "I do not expect you to decide this matter immediately," he said. "I presume that you will wish to consult with Mr. Price. I have made known my terms to you, and I have nothing more to say. Either you will accept the terms, or I shall drop everything else, and prepare to fight you at every step. I expect to receive the stock by this evening's mail, and I am obliged to ask you to favor me with a decision by tomorrow noon, so that we can close the matter up without delay." And with that he bowed formally and took his departure. The next morning's mail brought him a letter from William E. Davenant. "My dear Mr. Montague," it read. "It is reported to me that you have 3,500 shares of the stock of the Northern Mississippi Railroad which you desire to sell at $50 a share. If you will bring the stock to my office today, I shall be glad to purchase it." Having received the letters from the South, Montague went immediately. Davenant was formal, but Montague could catch a humorous twinkle in his eye, which seemed to say, quite confidentially, that he appreciated the joke. "That ends the matter," he said, as he blotted the last of Montague's signatures. "And I trust you will permit me to say, Mr. Montague, that I consider you an exceedingly capable businessman." "I appreciate the compliment," replied Montague, drily. Chapter 16. Montague was now a gentleman of leisure, comparatively speaking. He had 2 cases on his hands, but they did not occupy his time as had the prospect of running a railroad. They were contingency cases, and as they were against large corporations, Montague saw a lean year ahead of him. He smiled bitterly to himself as he realized that the only thing which had given him the courage to break with Price and Ryder had been the money which he and his brother Oliver had won by means of a Wall Street tip. He received a letter from Alice. "I am going to remain a couple of weeks longer in Newport," she wrote. "Who do you think has invited me? Laura Hagen. She has been perfectly lovely to me, and I go to her place next week. You will be interested to know that I had a long talk with her about you. I took occasion to tell her a few things that she ought to know. She was very nice about it. I am hoping that you will come up for another weekend before I leave here. Harry Curtis is going to spend his vacation here, you might come with him. Montague smiled to himself as he read this letter. He did not go with Curtis. But the heat of the city was stifling, and the thought of the surf and the country was alluring, and he went up by way of the Sound one Friday night. He was invited to dinner at the Hegans. Jim Hegan was there himself for the first occasion in 3 years. Mrs. Hegan declared that it was only because she had gone down to New York and fetched him. It was the first time that Montague had ever been with Hegan for any length of time. He watched him with interest, for the man was a fascinating problem to him. He was so calm and serene, always courteous and friendly. But what was there behind the mask, Montague wondered. For 40 years this man had toiled and fought in the arena of Wall Street, and with only one purpose and one thought in life, so far as Montague knew, the piling up of money. Jim Hegan indulged himself in none of the pleasures of rich men. He had no hobbies, and he seldom went into company. In his busy times it was said that he would use a dozen secretaries, and wear them all out. He was a gigantic engine which drove all day and all night, a machine for the making of money. Montague did not care much for money himself, and he wondered about it. What did the man want it for? What did he expect to accomplish by it? What was the moral code, the outlook upon life, of a man who gave all his time to heaping up money? What reason did he give to himself for his own career? Some reason he must have, or he could not be so calm and cheerful. Or could it be that he had no thoughts about it at all? Was it simply a blind instinct with him? Was he an animal whose nature it was to make money, and who was untroubled by any scruples? This last idea seemed rather uncanny to Montague. He found himself watching Jim Hegan with a kind of awe, thinking of him as some terrible elemental force, blind and unconscious, like the lightning or the tornado. For Jim Hegan was one of the wreckers. His fortune had been made by the methods which Major Venable had outlined, by buying aldermen and legislatures and governors, by getting franchises for nothing and selling them for millions, by organizing huge swindles and unloading them upon the public. And here he sat upon the veranda of his home, in the twilight of an August evening, smoking a cigar and telling about an orphan asylum he had founded. He was cheerful and kindly, he was even benevolent. And could it be that he had no idea of the trail of ruin and distress which he had left behind him? Montague found himself possessed by a sudden desire to penetrate beneath that reserve, to spring at the man and surprise him with some sudden question, to get at the reality of him, to know him as he was. This air of power and masterfulness, surely that must be the mask that he wore. And how was he to himself? When he was alone with his own conscience? Surely there must come doubt and wonder, unhappiness and loneliness. Surely, then, the lives that he had wrecked must come back to plague him. Surely the memories of treachery and cruelty must make him wince. And from Hegan, Montague's thoughts went to his daughter. She, too, was serene and stately. Montague wondered what was in her mind. How much did she know about her father's career? Surely she could not have persuaded herself that all that she had heard was calumny. There might be question about this offense or that, but of the great broad facts there could be no question. And did she justify it and excuse it, or was she, too, secretly unhappy? And was this the reason for her pride, and for her bitter speeches? It was a continual topic of chatter in society, how Laura Hegan had withdrawn herself from all of her mother's affairs, and was interesting herself in work in the slums. Could it be that Nemesis had overtaken Jim Hegan in the form of his daughter? That she was the conscience by which he was to be tormented? Jim Hegan never talked about his affairs. In all the time that Montague spent with him during his 2 days at Newport, he gave just one hint for the other to go upon. Money, he remarked, that evening. I don't care about money. Money is just chips to me. Life was a game, and the chips were dollars. What he had played for was power. And suddenly Montague seemed to see the career of this man, unrolled before him like a panorama. He had begun life as an office boy, and above him were all the heights of business and finance, and the ladder by which to scale them was money. There were rivals with whom he fought, and the overcoming of these rivals had occupied all his time and his thought. If he had bought legislatures, it was because his rivals were trying to buy them. And perhaps then he did not even know that he was a wrecker, perhaps he would not have believed it if anyone had told him. He had traveled all the long journey of his life, trampling out opposition and crushing everything before him, nourishing in his heart the hope that someday, when he had attained to mastery, when there were no more rivals to oppose and thwart him, then he would be free to do good. Then he would no longer have to be a wrecker. And perhaps that was the meaning of his pitiful little effort, an orphan asylum. It seemed to Montague that the gods must shake with Olympian laughter when they contemplated the spectacle of Jim Hagan and his orphan asylum. Jim Hagan, who could have filled a score of orphan asylums with the children of the men whom he had driven to ruin and suicide. These thoughts were seething in Montague's mind, and they would not let him rest. Perhaps it was just as well that he did not stay too long that evening. After all, what was the use? Jim Hagan was what circumstances had made him. Vain was the dream of peace and well-doing. There was always another rival. There was a new battle on just at present. If one might believe the gossip of the street, Hagan and Wyman were at each other's throats. They would fight out their quarrel, and there was no way to prevent them, even though they pulled down the pillars of the nation about each other's heads. As to just what these men were doing in their struggles, Montague got new information every day. The next morning, while he was sitting on the piazza of one of the hotels watching the people, he recognized a familiar face, and greeted the young engineer, Lieutenant Long, who came and sat down beside him. "Well," said Montague, "have you heard anything from our friend Gamble?" "He's back in the bosom of his family again," said the young officer. "He got tired of the splurge." "Great fellow, Gamble," said Montague. "I liked him very much," said the lieutenant. "He's not beautiful to look at, but his heart's in the right place." Montague thought for a moment, then asked, "Did he ever send you your oil specifications?" "You bet he did," said the other. "And say, they were great. The department will think I'm an expert." "Indeed," said Montague. "It was a precious lucky thing for me," said the officer. "I'd have been in quite a predicament, you know." He paused for a moment. "You cannot imagine," he said, "the position that we naval officers are in. Do you know, I think some word must have got out about that contract." "You don't say so," said Montague, with interest. "I do. By gad, I thought of writing to headquarters about it. I was approached no less than 3 times. "Indeed?" "Fancy," said the officer. "A young chap got himself introduced to me by one of my friends here. He stuck by me the whole evening, and afterwards, as we were strolling home, he opened up on me in this fashion. He'd heard from a friend in Washington that I was one of those who had been asked to write specifications for the oil contracts of the Navy, and he had some friends who were interested in oil, and who might be able to advise me. He hinted that it might be a good thing for me. Just think of it. I can imagine it was unpleasant. I tell you, it sets a man to thinking," said the lieutenant. "You know the men in our service are exposed to that sort of thing all the time, and some of them are trying to live a good deal higher than their incomes warrant. It's a thing that we've all got to look out for. I can stand graft in politics and in business, but when it comes to the Army and Navy, I tell you, that's where I'm ready to fight." Montague said nothing. He could think of nothing to say. "Gamble said something about your being interested in a fight against the Steel Trust," said the other. "Is that so?" "It was so," replied Montague. "I'm out of it now." "What we were saying made me think of the Steel Trust," said the lieutenant. "We get some glimpses of that concern in the Navy, you know." "I hadn't thought of that," said Montague. "Ask any man in the service about it," said the lieutenant. "It's an old scar that we carry around in our souls. It won't heal. I mean the armor-plate frauds." "Sure enough," said Montague. He carried a long list of indictments against the Steel Kings in his mind, but he had forgotten this one. I know about it particularly, the other continued, because my father was on the board of investigation 15 years ago. I am disposed to be a little keen on the subject, because what he found out at that time practically caused his death. Montague darted a keen glance at the young officer, who sat gazing ahead in somber thought. "Fancy how a naval man feels," he said. "We are told that our ships are going to the Pacific, and any hour the safety of the nation may depend upon them. And they are covered with rotten armor plate that was made by old Harrison, and sold to the government for 4 or 5 times what it cost. Take one case that I know about, the Oregon. I've got a brother on board her today. During the Spanish War the whole country was watching her and praying for her. And I could go on board that battleship and put my finger on the spot in her conning tower that has a series of blowholes straight through the middle of it, holes that old Harrison had drilled through and plugged up with an iron bar. If ever that plate was struck by a shell, it would splinter like so much glass." Montague listened, half dazed. "Can one see that?" he cried. "See it? No," said the officer. "It's all on the inside of the plate, of course. When they got through with their dirty work, they would treat the surface, and who would ever know the difference?" "But then, how can you know it?" asked Montague. "I," said the other. "Because my father had laid before him the history of that plate from the hour it was made until it was put in, the original copies of the doctored shop records, and the affidavits of the man who did the work. He had the same thing in 100 other cases. I know the man who has the papers at this day. You see," continued the lieutenant, after a pause, "the government's specifications required that each plate should undergo an elaborate set of treatments, and the shop records of each plate were kept. But, of course, it cost enormous sums to get these treatments right, and even then hundreds of the plates would be bad. So when the shop records came up to the office, young Ingham and Davidson would go over them and edit them and bring them up to standard. That's the way those brilliant young fellows made all the money that they are spending on chorus girls and actresses today. They would have these shop records recopied, but they did not always tear up the old ones, and somebody in the office hid them, and that was how the government got hold of the story." "It sounds almost incredible," exclaimed Montague. "Take the story of plate H619, of the Oregon," said the lieutenant. "That was one of a whole group of plates, which was selected for the ballistic tests at Indian Head. After it had been selected, it was taken back into the company's shops at night, and secretly retreated 3 times. And then of course it passed the tests, and the whole group was passed with it." "What was done about it?" Montague asked. "Nothing much was ever done about it," said the other. "The government could not afford to let the real facts get out. But, of course, the insiders in the Navy knew it, and the memory will last as long as the ships last. As I say, it killed my father. But weren't the men punished at all? There was a board appointed to try the case, and they awarded the government about $600,000 damages. There's a man here in this hotel now who could tell you that story straight from the inside." And the lieutenant paused and looked about him. Suddenly he stood up, and went to the railing and called to a man who was passing on the other side of the street. "Hello, Bates," he said, "come here." "Oh. Bates of the Express," said Montague. "You know him, do you?" asked the lieutenant. "Hello, Bates. Have they put you on the society notes?" "I'm hunting interviews," replied the other. "How do you do, Mr. Montague? Glad to see you again. Come up," said the lieutenant, "and have a seat. I was talking to Mr. Montague about the armor plate frauds," he added, when the other had drawn up a chair. "I told him you knew the story of the government's investigation. Bates comes from Pittsburgh, you know." "Yes, I know it," Montague replied. "That was the first newspaper story I ever worked on," said Bates. "Of course, the Pittsburgh papers didn't print the facts, but I got them all the same. And afterwards I came to know intimately a lawyer in Pittsburgh who had charge of a secret investigation, and every time I read in the newspapers that old Harrison has given a new library, it sets my blood to boiling all over again. I sometimes think, put in the other, that if somebody could be found to tell that story to the American people, they would rise up and drive the old scoundrel out of the country. You could never bring it home to him, said Bates, he's too cunning for that. He has always turned his dirty work over to other people. You remember during the big strike how he ran away and left the job to William Roberts, and after it was all over, he came back smiling. And then buying out the government to keep himself from being punished, said the lieutenant, savagely. Montague turned and looked at him. What is that? That is the story that Bates's lawyer friend can tell, was the reply. The Board of Officers awarded $600,000 damages to the government, and the case was appealed to the President of the United States, and he sold out the Navy. Sold it out, gasped Montague. The officer shrugged his shoulders. That's what I call it, he said. One day old Harrison startled the country by making a speech in support of the President's policy of tariff reform, and the next day the lawyer got word that the award was to be scaled down about 75%. And then, added Bates, William Roberts came down from Pittsburgh, and bought up the Democratic Party in Congress, and so the country got neither the damages nor the tariff reform. And then a few years later old Harrison sold out to the Steel Trust, and got off with a $400 million mortgage on the American people. Bates sank back in his chair. It's not a very pleasant topic for a holiday afternoon, he said. But I can't forget about it. It's this kind of thing that does it, you know this. And he waved his hand about at the gay assemblage. The women spending their money on dresses and diamonds, and the men tearing the country to pieces to get it. You'll hear people talk about it, they say these idle rich harm nobody but themselves, but I tell you they spread a trail of corruption wherever they go. Don't you believe that, Mr. Montague? I believe it, said he. Take these New England towns, said Bates, and look at the people in them. The ones who had any energy got up and went west years ago, and those who are left haven't any jawbones. Did you ever notice it? And it's just the same, wherever this pleasure crowd comes, it turns the men into boarding house keepers and lackeys, and the girls into waitresses and prostitutes. They learn to take tips, put in the lieutenant. Everything they've got is for sale to city people, said Bates. Politically, there isn't a rottener little corner in the whole United States of America than this same Rhode Island, and how much that's saying, you can imagine. You can buy votes on election day as you'd buy herrings, and there's not the remotest effort at reform, nor any hope of it. You speak bitterly, said Montague. I am bitter, said Bates. But it doesn't often break out. I hold my tongue, and stew in my own juice. We newspaper men see the game, you know. We are behind the scenes, and we see the sawdust put into the dolls. We have to work in this rottenness all the time, and some of us don't like it, I can tell you. But what can we do? He shrugged his shoulders. I spend my time getting facts together, and 9 times out of 10 my newspaper won't print them. I should think you'd quit, said the other, in a low voice. What better can I do? Asked the reporter. I have the facts, and once in a while there comes an explosion, and I get my chance. So I stick at the job. I can't but believe that if you keep putting these things before the people, sometime, sooner or later, they will do something. Sometime there will come a man who has a conscience and a voice, and who won't sell out. Don't you think so, Mr. Montague? Yes, said Montague, I think so. Chapter 17. The summer wore on. At the end of August Alice returned from Newport for a couple of days, having some shopping to do before she joined the Prentices at their camp in the Adirondacks. Society had here a new way of enjoying itself. People built themselves elaborate palaces in the wilderness, and lived in a fantastic kind of rusticity, with every luxury of civilization included. For this life one needed an entirely separate wardrobe, with doeskin hunting boots and mountain climbing skirts, all very picturesque and expensive. It reminded Montague of a jest that he had heard about Mrs. Vivie Patton, whose husband had complained of the expensiveness of her costumes, and requested her to wear simpler dresses. "Very well," she said, "I will get a lot of simple dresses immediately." Alice spent one evening at home, and she took her cousin into her confidence. "I've an idea, Alan, that Harry Curtis is going to ask me to marry him. I thought it was right to tell you about it." "I've had a suspicion of it," said Montague, smiling. "Harry has a feeling you don't like him," said the girl. "Is that true?" "No," replied Montague, "not precisely that." He hesitated. "I don't understand about it," she continued. "Do you think I ought not to marry him?" Montague studied her face. "Tell me," he said, "have you made up your mind to marry him?" "No," she answered, "I cannot say that I have." "If you have," he added, "of course there is no use in my talking about it." "I wish you would tell me just what happened between you and him," exclaimed the girl. "It was simply," said Montague, "that I found that Curtis was doing, in a business way, something which I considered improper. Other people are doing it, of course he has that excuse." "Well, he has to earn a living," said Alice. "I know," said the other, "and if he marries, he will have to earn still more of a living. He will only place himself still tighter in the grip of these forces of corruption." "But what did he do?" asked Alice, anxiously. Montague told her the story. "But, Alan," she said, "I don't see what there is so very bad about that. Don't Ryder and Price own the railroad?" "They own some of it," said Montague. "Other people own some." "But the other people have to take their chances," protested the girl, "if they choose to have anything to do with men like that." "You are not familiar with business," said the other, "and you don't appreciate the situation. Curtis was elected a director. He accepted a position of trust. He simply did it as a favor to Price," said she. "If he hadn't done it, Price would only have got somebody else. As you say, Alan, I don't understand much about it, but it seems to me it isn't fair to blame a young man who has to make his way in the world, and who simply does what he finds everybody else doing. Of course, you know best about your own affairs, but it always did seem to me that you go out of your way to look for scruples." Montague smiled sadly. "That sounds very much like what he said, Alice. I guess you have made up your mind to marry him, after all." Alice set out, accompanied by Oliver, who was bound for Bertie Stuyvesant's imitation baronial castle, in another part of the mountains. Betty Wyman was also to be there, and Oliver was to spend a full month. But 3 days later Montague received a telegram, saying that his brother would arrive in New York shortly after 8 that morning, and to wait at his home for him. Montague suspected what this meant, and he had time enough to think it over and make up his mind. "Well," he said, when Oliver came in. "It's come again, has it?" "Yes," said Oliver, "it has. Another sure thing." "Dead sure. Are you coming in?" Oliver asked, after a moment. Montague shook his head. "No," he said. "I think once was enough for me." "You don't mean that, Alan," protested the other. "I mean it," was the reply. "But, my dear fellow, that is perfectly insane. I have information straight from the inside. It's as certain as the sunrise." "I have no doubt of that," responded Montague. "But I am through with gambling in Wall Street. I've seen enough of it, Oliver, and I'm sick of it. I don't like the emotions it causes in me. I don't like the things it makes me do." "You found the money came in useful, didn't you?" said Oliver, sarcastically. "Yes, I can use what I've got." "And when that's gone?" "I don't know about that yet. But I'll find some way that I like better." "All right," said Oliver, "it's your own lookout. I will make my own little pile." They rode downtown in a cab together. "Where does your information come from this time?" asked Montague. "The same source," was the reply. "And is it transcontinental again?" "No," said Oliver, "it's another stock." "What is it?" "It's Mississippi Steel," was the answer. Montague turned and stared at him. "Mississippi Steel?" he gasped. "Why, yes," said Oliver. "What's that to you?" he added, in perplexity. "Mississippi Steel?" Montague ejaculated again. "Why, didn't you know about my relations with the Northern Mississippi Railroad?" "Of course," said Oliver, "but what's that got to do with Mississippi Steel?" "But it's Price who is managing the deal, the man who owns the Mississippi Steel Company." "Oh," said the other, "I had forgotten that." Oliver's duties in society did not give him much time to ask about his brother's affairs. "Alan," he added quickly, "you won't say anything about it?" "It's none of my business now," answered the other. "I'm out of it? But naturally I am interested to know. What is it, a raid on the stock?" "It's going down," said Oliver. Montague sat staring ahead of him. "It must be the Steel Trust," he whispered, half to himself. "Nothing more likely," was the reply. "My tip comes from that direction. Do you suppose they are going to try to break Price?" "I don't know, I guess they could do it if they made up their mind to." "But he owns a majority of the stock," said Montague. "They can't take it away from him outright." "Not if he's got it locked up in his safe," was the reply, "and if he's got no debts or obligations." "But suppose he's overextended, and suppose some bank has loaned him money on the stock, what then?" Montague was now keenly interested. He went with his brother while the latter drew his money from the bank, and called at his brokers and ordered them to sell Mississippi Steel. The other was called away then by an engagement in court, which occupied him for several hours. When he came out, he made for the nearest ticker, and the first figures he saw were Mississippi Steel quoted at nearly 20 points below the price of the morning. The bare figures were eloquent to him of many tragedies. They brought before him half a dozen different personalities, with their triumphs and despairs. He could read in them the story of a Titan struggle. Oliver had made his killing, but what of Price and Ryder? Montague knew that most of Price's stock was hypothecated at the Gotham Trust. And now what would become of it? And what would become of the Northern Mississippi? He bought the afternoon papers. Their columns were full of the sensational events of the day. The bottom had dropped out of Mississippi Steel, as they phrased it. The wildest rumors were afloat. The company was known to be making enormous extensions, and it was said to have overreached itself. There were whispers that its officers had been speculating that the company would be unable to meet the next quarterly payment upon its bonds, that a receivership would be necessary. There were hints that the concern was to be taken over by the trust, but this was vigorously denied by officers of the latter. All of which had come like a bolt out of the blue. To Montague it was an amazing and terrible thing. It counted little to him that he was out of the struggle himself, that he no longer had anything to lose personally. He was like a man who had been through an earthquake, and who stood and stared at a gaping crack in the ground. Even though he was safe at the moment, he could not forget that this was the earth upon which he had to spend the rest of his life, and that the next crack might open where he stood. Montague could not see that there was the least chance for Price and Ryder. He pictured them bowled clean out, and he would not have been surprised to read that they were ruined. But apparently they weathered the storm. The episode passed with no more than a crop of rumors. Mississippi Steel did not go back, however, and he noticed that Northern Mississippi stock had also gone off 8 or 10 points on the curb. It was a period of great anxiety in the financial world. Men felt the unrest, even though they could not give definite reasons. There had been several panics in the stock market throughout the summer, and leading financiers and railroad presidents seemed to have got the habit of prognosticating the ruin of the country every time they made a speech at a banquet. But apparently men could not agree about the causes of the trouble. Some insisted that it was owing to the speeches of the president, to his attacks upon the great business interests of the country. Others maintained that the world's supply of capital was inadequate, and pointed out the destruction of great wars and earthquakes and fires. Others argued that there was not enough currency to do the country's business. Now and again there rose above the din the shrill voice of some radical who declared that the stock collapses had been brought about deliberately, but such statements seemed so preposterous that they were received with ridicule whenever they were heeded at all. To Montagu the idea that there were men in the country sufficiently powerful to wreck its business, and sufficiently unscrupulous to use their power, the idea seemed to him sensational and absurd. But he had a talk about it one evening with Major Venable, who laughed at him. The Major named half a dozen men, Waterman and Duval and Wyman among them, who controlled 90% of the banks in the metropolis. They controlled all three of the big insurance companies, with their resources of $400 or $500 million. One of them controlled a great transcontinental railroad system, which alone kept a $20 or $30 million surplus for stock gambling purposes. If any 2 or 3 of those men were to make up their minds, declared the Major, they could wreck the business of this country in a day. If there were stocks they wanted to pick up, they could knock them to any price they chose. How would they do it? Asked the other. There are many ways. You notice that the last big slump began with the worst scarcity of money the street has known for years. Now suppose those men should gradually accumulate a lot of cash in the banks, and make an agreement to withdraw it at a certain hour. Suppose that the banks that they own, and the banks where they own directors, and the insurance companies which they control, suppose they all did the same. Can't you imagine the scurrying around for money, the calling in of loans, the rush to realize on holdings? And when you have a public as nervous as ours is, when you have credit stretched to the breaking point, and everybody involved, don't you see the possibilities? It seems like playing with dynamite, said Montagu. It's not as bad as it might be, was the answer. We are saved by the fact that these big men don't get together. There are too many jealousies and quarrels. Waterman wants easy money, and gets the Treasury Department to lend 10 millions, Wyman, on the other hand, wants high prices, and he goes into the street and borrows 15 millions, and so it goes. There are a half dozen big banking groups in the city. They are still competing, then? Asked Montagu. Oh, yes, said the Major. For instance, they fight for the patronage of the out-of-town banks. The banks all over the country send their reserves to New York. It's a matter of $400 or $500 million, and that's an enormous power. Some of the big banks are agents for 1,000 or 2,000 institutions, and there's the keenest kind of struggle going on. It's not an easy thing to follow, of course, but they offer all kinds of secret advantages. There's more graft in it than you'd find in Russia. I see, said Montagu. There's only one thing about which the banks are agreed, continued the other. That is their hatred of the independent trust companies. You see, the national banks have to keep 25% reserve, while the trust companies only keep 5%. Consequently they do a faster business, and they offer 4%, and advertise widely, and they are simply driving the banks to the wall. There are over 50 of them in the city alone, and they've got over $1 billion of the people's money. And, mark my word, that is where you'll see blood spilled before long. And Montagu was destined to remember the prophecy. A couple of days later occurred an incident which gave him a new light upon the situation. His brother came around one afternoon, with a letter in his hand. "Alan," he said, "what do you make of this?" Montagu glanced at it, and saw that it was from Lucy Dupree. "My dear Ollie," it read. "I find myself in an embarrassing position, owing to the fact that some business arrangements upon which I had counted have fallen through. The money which I brought with me to New York is nearly all gone, and, as you can understand, my position as a stranger is a difficult one. I have a note which Stanley Ryder gave me for my stock. It is for $140,000, and is due in 3 months. It occurred to me that you might know someone who has some ready cash, and who would like to purchase the note. I should be very glad to sell it for 130,000. Please do not mention it except in confidence. Now, what in the world do you suppose that means? Said Oliver. The other stared at him. I am sure I can't imagine, he replied. How much money did Lucy have when she came here? She had $3,000 or $4,000. But then, she got 10,000 from Stanley Ryder when he bought that stock. She can't have spent any such sum of money, exclaimed Oliver. She may have invested it, said the other, thoughtfully. Invested nothing, exclaimed Oliver. But that's not what puzzles me, said Montague. Why doesn't Ryder discount the note himself? That's just it. What business has he letting Lucy hawk his notes about the town? Maybe he doesn't know it. Maybe she's trying to keep her affairs from him. Nonsense. Oliver replied. I don't believe anything of the sort. What I think is that Stanley Ryder is doing it himself. How do you mean? Asked Montague, in perplexity. I believe that he is trying to get his own note discounted. I don't believe that Lucy would ever come to us of herself. She'd starve first. She's too proud. But Stanley Ryder, protested Montague. The president of the Gotham Trust Company. That's all right, said Oliver. It's his own note, and not the trust company's, and I'll wager you he's hard up for cash. There was a big realty company that failed the other day, and I saw that Ryder was one of the stockholders. And he's been hit by that Mississippi steel slump, and I'll wager you he's scurrying around to raise money. It's just like Lucy, too. Before he gets through, he'll take every dollar she owns. Montague said nothing for a minute or two. Suddenly he clenched his hands. I must go up and see her, he said. Lucy had moved from the expensive hotel to which Oliver had taken her, and rented an apartment on Riverside Drive. Montague went up early the next morning. She came and stood in the doorway of the drawing room and looked at him. He saw that she was paler than she had been, and with lines of pain upon her face. Alan, she said. I thought you would come some day. How could you stay away so long? I didn't think you would care to see me, he said. She did not answer. She came and sat down, continuing to gaze at him, with a kind of fear in her eyes. Suddenly he stretched out his hands to her. Lucy, he exclaimed. Won't you come away from here? Won't you come, before it is too late? Where can I go? She asked. Anywhere, he said. Go back home. I have no home, she answered. Go away from Stanley Ryder, said Montague. He has no right to let you throw yourself away. He has not let me, Alan, said Lucy. You must not blame him, I cannot bear it. She stopped. Lucy, he said, after a pause, I saw that letter you wrote to Oliver. I thought so, said she. I asked him not to. It wasn't fair. Listen, he said. Will you tell me what that means? Will you tell me honestly? Yes, I will tell you, she said, in a low voice. I will help you if you are in trouble, he continued, but I will not help Stanley Ryder. If you are permitting him to use you. Alan, she gasped, in sudden excitement. You don't think that he knew I wrote? Yes, I thought it, said he. Oh, how could you, she cried. I knew that he was in trouble. Yes, he is in trouble, and I wanted to help him, if I could. It was a crazy idea, I know, but it was all I could think of. Oh, I understand, said Montague. And don't you see that I cannot leave him, exclaimed Lucy. Now of all times when he needs help, when his enemies have surrounded him. I'm the only person in the world who cares anything about him, who really understands him. Montague could think of nothing to say. I know how it hurts you, said Lucy, and don't think that I have not cared. It is a thought that never leaves me. But someday I know that you will understand, and the rest of the world, I don't care what the world says. All right, Lucy, he answered, sadly. I see that I can't be of any help to you. I won't trouble you any more. Chapter 18. Another month passed by. Montague was buried in his work, and he caught but faint echoes of the storm that rumbled in the financial world. It was a thing which he thought of with wonder in future times, that he should have had so little idea of what was coming. He seemed to himself like some peasant who digs with bent head in a field, while armies are marshalling for battle all around him, and who is startled suddenly by the crash of conflict, and the bursting of shells about his head. There came another great convulsion of the stock market. Stewart, the young Lachinvar out of the West, made an attempt to corner copper. One heard wild rumors in relation to the crash which followed. Some said that a trader had sold out the pool, others, that there had been a quarrel among the conspirators. However that might be, copper broke, and once more there were howling mobs on the curb, and a shudder throughout the financial district. Then suddenly, like a thunderbolt, came tidings that a conference of the big bankers had decreed that the young Lachinvar should be forced out of his New York banks. There were rumors that other banks were involved, and that there were to be more conferences. Then a couple of days later came the news that all the banks of Cummings the Ice King were in trouble, and that he too had been forced from the field. Montague had never seen anything like the excitement in Wall Street. Everyone he met had a new set of rumors, wilder than the last. It was as if a great rift in the earth had suddenly opened before the eyes of the banking community. But Montague was at an important crisis in a suit which he had taken up against the Tobacco Trust, and he had no idea that he was in any way concerned in what was taking place. The newspapers were all making desperate efforts to allay the anxiety. They said that all the trouble was over, that Dan Waterman had come to the rescue of the imperiled institutions. And Montague believed what he read, and went his way. 3 or 4 days after the crisis had developed, he had an engagement to dine with his friend Harvey. Montague was tired after a long day in court, and as no one else was coming, and he did not intend to dress, he walked uptown from his office to Harvey's hotel, a place of entertainment much frequented by society people. Harvey rented an entire floor, and had had it redecorated especially to suit his taste. "How do you do, Mr. Montague?" said the clerk, when he went to the desk. "Mr. Harvey left a note for you." Montague opened the envelope, and read a hurried scrawl to the effect that Harvey had just got word that a bank of which he was a director was in trouble, and that he would have to attend a meeting that evening. He had telephoned both to Montague's office and to his hotel, without being able to find him. Montague turned away. He had no place to go, for his own family was out of town, consequently he strolled into the dining room and ate by himself. Afterwards he came out into the lobby, and bought several evening papers, and stood glancing over the headlines. Suddenly a man strode in at the door, and he looked up. It was Winton Duval, the banker. Montague had never seen him since the time when they had parted in Mrs. Winnie's drawing room. He did not see Montague, but strode past, his brows knit in thought, and entered one of the elevators. A moment later Montague heard a voice at his side. "How do you do, Mr. Montague?" He turned. It was Mr. Lyon, the manager of the hotel, whom Siegfried Harvey had once introduced to him. "Have you come to attend the conference?" said he. "Conference?" said Montague. "No. There's a big meeting of the bankers here tonight," remarked the other. "It's not supposed to be known, so don't mention it. How do you do, Mr. Ward?" he added, to a man who went past. "That's David Ward." "Ah," said Montague. Ward was known in the street by the nickname of Waterman's office boy. He was a high-salaried office boy. Waterman paid him $100,000 a year to manage one of the big insurance companies for him. "So he's here, is he?" said Montague. "Waterman is here himself," said Lyon. "He came in by the side entrance. It's something especially secret. I gather they've rented 8 rooms upstairs, all connecting. Waterman will go in at one end, and Duval at the other, and so the reporters won't know they're together. So that's the way they work it, said Montague, with a smile. I've been looking for some of the newspaper men, Leon added. But they don't seem to have caught on. He strolled away, and Montague stood watching the people in the lobby. He saw Jim Hagan come and enter the elevator, in company with an elderly man whom he recognized as Bascom, the president of the Empire Bank, Waterman's own institution. He saw two other men whom he knew as leading bankers of the system, and then, as he glanced toward the desk, he saw a tall, broad-shouldered man, who had been talking to the clerk, turn around, and reveal himself as his friend Bates, of the Express. Humph, thought Montague. The newspaper men are on, after all. He saw Bates's glance sweep the lobby and rest upon him. Montague made a movement of greeting with his hand, but Bates did not reply. Instead, he strolled toward him, went by without looking at him, and, as he passed, whispered in a low, quick voice, "Please come into the writing room." Montague stood for a moment, wondering, then he followed. Bates went to a corner of the room and seated himself. Montague joined him. The reporter darted a quick glance about, then began hastily, "Excuse me, Mr. Montague, I didn't want anyone to see us talking. I want to ask you to do me a favor." "What is it?" "I'm running down a story. It is something very important. I can't explain it to you now, but I want to get a certain room in this hotel. You have an opportunity to do me the service of a lifetime. I'll explain it to you as soon as we are alone." "What do you want me to do?" asked Montague. "I want to rent room 407, said Bates. "If I can't get 407, I want 507, or 607. I daren't ask for it myself, because the clerk knows me. But he'll let you have it." "But how shall I ask for it?" said Montague. "Just ask," said Bates, "it will be all right." Montague looked at him. He could see that his friend was laboring under great excitement. "Please, please," he whispered, putting his hand on Montague's arm. And Montague said, "All right." He got up and strolled into the lobby again, and went to the desk. "Good evening, Mr. Montague," said the clerk. "Mr. Harvey hasn't returned." "I know it," said Montague. "I would like to get a room for the evening. I would like to be near a friend. Could I get a room on the 4th floor?" "4th," said the clerk, and turned to look at his schedule on the wall. "Whereabouts, front or back?" "Have you 405, asked Montague. 405? "No, that's rented. We have 401, 406, on the other side of the hall 407. "I'll take 407, said Montague. $4 a day, said the clerk, as he took down the key. Not having any baggage, Montague paid in advance, and followed the boy to the elevator. Bates followed him, and another man, a little wiry chap, carrying a dress suitcase, also entered with them, and got out at the 4th floor. The boy opened the door, and the three men entered the room. The boy turned on the light, and proceeded to lower the shades and the windows, and to do enough fixing to earn his tip. Then he went out, closing the door behind him, and Bates sank upon the bed and put his hands to his forehead and gasped, "Oh, my God!" The young man who accompanied him had set down his suitcase, and he now sat down on one of the chairs, and proceeded to lean back and laugh hilariously. Montague stood staring from one to the other. My God," said Bates, again. "I hope I may never go through with a job like this. I believe my hair will be gray before morning." "You forget that you haven't told me yet what's the matter," said Montague. "Sure enough," said Bates. And suddenly he sat up and stared at him. "Mr. Montague," he exclaimed, "don't go back on us. You've no idea how I've been working, and it will be the biggest scoop of a lifetime. Promise me that you won't give us away." "I cannot promise you," said Montague, laughing in spite of himself, "until you tell me what it is." "I'm afraid you are not going to like it," said Bates. "It was a mean trick to play on you, but I was desperate. I didn't dare take the risk myself, and Rodney wasn't dressed for the occasion." "You haven't introduced your friend," said Montague. "Oh, excuse me," said Bates. "Mr. Rodney, one of our office men." "And now tell me about it," said Montague, taking a seat. "It's the conference," said Bates. "We got a tip about it an hour or so ago. They meet in the room underneath us." "What of it?" asked Montague. "We want to find out what's going on," said Bates. "But how?" "Through the window. We've got a rope here." And Bates pointed toward the suitcase. Montague stared at him, dumbfounded. "A rope," he gasped. "You are going to let him down from the window?" "Sure thing," said Bates, "it's a rear window, and quite safe." "But for heaven's sake, man," gasped the other, "suppose the rope breaks?" "Oh, it won't break," was the reply, "we've got the right sort of rope." "But how will you ever get him up again?" Montague exclaimed. "That's all right," said Bates, "he can climb up, or else we can let him down to the ground. We've got rope enough." "But suppose he loses his grip?" "Suppose." "That's all right," said Bates, easily. "You leave that to Rodney. He's nimble. He began life as a steeplejack. That's why I picked him." Rodney grinned. "I'll take my chances," he said. Montague gazed from one to the other, unable to think of another word to say. "Tell me, Mr. Bates," he asked finally, "do you often do this in your profession?" "I've done it once before," was the reply. "I wanted some photographs in a murder case. I've often tried back windows and fire escapes and such things. I used to be a police reporter, you know, and I learned bad habits." "But," said Montague, "suppose you were caught?" "Oh, pshaw," said he. "The office would soon fix that up. The police never bother a newspaper man." There was a pause. "Mr. Montague," said Bates, earnestly, "I know this is a tough proposition, but think what it means. We get word about this conference. Waterman is here, and Duval, think of that. Dan Waterman and the Oil Trust getting together. The managing editor sent for me himself, and he said, 'Bates, get that story.' And what am I to do? There's about as much chance of my finding out what goes on in that conference." He stopped. "Think of what it may mean, Mr. Montague," he cried. "They will decide on tomorrow's moves? It may turn the stock market upside down. Think of what you could do with the information." "No," said Montague, shaking his head, "don't go at me that way." Bates was gazing at him. "I beg your pardon," he said, "but then maybe you have interests of your own, or your friends. Surely the situation—" "No, not that either," said Montague, smiling, and Bates broke into a laugh. "Well, then," he said, "just for the sport of it? Just to fool them?" "That's more like it," said Montague. "Of course, it's your room," said Bates. "You can stop us, if you insist. But you needn't stay if you don't want to. We'll take all the risk, and you may be sure that if we were caught, the hotel would suppress it. You can trust me to clear your name." "I'll stay," said Montague. "I'll see it through." Bates jumped up and stretched out his hand. "Good," he cried. "Put it there." In the meantime, Rodney pounced upon the dress suitcase, and opened it, taking out a coil of wire rope, very light and flexible, and a short piece of board. He proceeded to make a loop with the rope, and in this he fixed the board for a seat. He then took the blankets from the bed and folded them. He took out a pair of heavy calfskin gloves, which he tossed to Bates, and a ball of twine, one end of which he tied about his wrist. He tossed the ball on the floor, and then turned out the lights in the room, raised the shade of the window, and placed the bundle of blankets upon the sill. "All ready," he said. Bates put on the gloves and seized the rope, and Rodney adjusted the seat under his thighs. "You hold the blankets, if you will be so good, Mr. Montague, and keep them in place, if you can." And Bates uncoiled some of the rope, and passed it over the top of the large bureau which stood beside the window. He brought the rope down to the middle of the body of the bureau, so that by this means he could diminish the pull of Rodney's weight. "Steady now," said the latter, and he climbed over the sill, and, holding on with his hands, gradually put his weight against the rope. "Now." "All ready," he whispered. Bates grasped the line, and, bracing his knees against the bureau, paid the rope out inch by inch. Montague held the blankets in place in the corner, and Rodney's shoulders and head gradually disappeared below the sill. He was still holding on with his hands, however. "All right," he whispered, and let go, and slowly the rope slid past. Montague's heart was beating fast with excitement, but Bates was calm and businesslike. After he had let out several turns of the rope, he stopped and whispered, "Look out now." Montague leaned over the sill. He could see a stream of light from the window below him. Rodney was standing upon the cornice at the top of the window. "Lower," said Montague, as he drew in his head, and once more Bates paid out. "Now," he whispered, and Montague looked again. Rodney had cleverly pushed himself by the corner of the cornice, and kept himself at one side of the window, so that he would not be visible from the inside of the room. He made a frantic signal with his hand, and Montague drew back and whispered, "Lower." The next time he looked out, Rodney was standing upon the sill of the window, leaning to one side. "Now, make fast," muttered Bates. And while he held the rope, Montague took it and wound it again around the bureau, and then carried it over and made it fast to the leg of the bathtub. "I guess that will hold all right," said Bates, and he went to the window and picked up the ball of cord, the other end of which was tied around Rodney's wrist. "This is for signals," he said. "Morse telegraph." "Good heavens," gasped Montague. "You didn't leave much to chance." "Couldn't afford to," said Bates. "Keep still." Montague saw that the hand which held the cord was being jerked. "Windopen," said Bates, and added, "By the Lord, we've got them." Chapter 19. Montague brought a couple of chairs, and the two seated themselves at the window for a long wait. "How did you learn about this conference?" asked Montague. "Be careful," whispered the other in his ear. "We mustn't make a noise, because Rodney will need quiet to hear them." Montague saw that the cord was jerking again. Bates spelled out the letters one by one. "Waterman. Duval. He's telling us who's there. David Ward. Hagen. Prentice." "Prentice," whispered Montague. "Why, he's up in the Adirondacks. He came down on a special train today," whispered the other. "Ward telegraphed him. I think that's where we got our tip." "Henry Patterson. He's the real head of the oil trust now. Bascom of the Empire Bank. He's Waterman's man. You can imagine from that list that there's something big going on," Bates muttered, and he spelled the names of several other bankers, heads of the most important institutions in Wall Street. "Talking about Stewart," spelled out Rodney. "That's ancient history," muttered Bates. "He's a dead one." "Price," spelled Rodney. "Price," exclaimed Montague. "Yes," said the other. "I saw him down in the lobby. I rather thought he'd come." "But to a conference with Waterman," exclaimed Montague. "That's all right," said Bates. "Why not?" "But they are deadly enemies." "Oh," said the other, "you don't want to let yourself believe things like that." "What do you mean?" protested Montague. "Do you suppose they're not enemies?" "I certainly do suppose it," said Bates. "But, man, I can give you positive facts that prove they are." "For every fact that you bring," laughed the other, "I can bring half a dozen to show you they are not." But that is perfectly absurd, began Montague. Hush, said Bates, and he waited while the string jerked. I see, spelled Rodney. That's Cummings, another dead one, said Bates. My lord, but they did him up brown. Who did it? Asked Montague. Waterman, answered the other. The Steamship Trust was competing with his New England railroads, and now it's in the hands of a receiver. Before long you'll hear that he's gathered it in. Then you think this last smash-up was planned, said he. Planned? My heavens, man, it was the greatest gobbling up of the little fish that I have ever known since I've been in Wall Street. And it was Waterman. With the Oil Trust. They were after young Stewart. You see, he beat them out in Montana, and they had to buy him off for $10 million. But he was fool enough to come to New York and go in for banking, and now they've got his banks, and a good part of his 10 millions as well. It takes a man's breath away, said Montague. Just save your breath, you'll need it tonight, said Bates, drily. The other sat in thought for a moment. We were talking about Price, he whispered. Do you mean John S. Price? There is only one Price that I know of, was the reply. And you don't believe that he and Waterman are enemies? I mean that Price is simply one of Waterman's agents in every big thing he does. But, man, doesn't he own the Mississippi Steel Company? He owns it for Waterman, said Bates. But that is impossible, cried Montague. Isn't Waterman interested in the Steel Trust? And isn't Mississippi Steel its chief competitor? It is supposed to be, said the other. But that is simply a bluff to fool the public. There has been no real competition between them ever since 4 years ago, when Price raided the stock and captured it for Waterman. Montague was staring at his friend, almost speechless with amazement. Mr. Bates, he said, it happens that I was very recently connected with Price and the Mississippi Steel Company in a very intimate way, and I know most positively that what you say is not true. It's very hard to answer a statement like that, Bates responded. I'd have to know just what your facts are. But they'd have to be very convincing indeed to make an impression upon me, for I ran that story down pretty thoroughly. I got it straight from the inside, and I got all the details of it. I nailed Price down, right in his own office. The only trouble was that my people wouldn't print the facts. It was some time before Montague spoke again. He was groping around in his own mind, trying to grasp the significance of what Bates had said. But Price was fighting Waterman, he whispered. The whole crowd were fighting him. That was the whole purpose of what they were doing. It had no sense otherwise. But are you sure? Asked the other. Think it over. Suppose they were only pretending to fight. There was a silence again. Mind you, Bates added, I am only speaking about Price himself. I don't know about any people he may have been with. He may have been deceiving them, he may have been leading them into a trap. And suddenly Montague clutched the arms of his chair. He sat staring ahead of him, struck dumb by the thought which the other's words had brought to him. My God, he gasped, and again, and yet again, my God. It seemed to unroll before him, in vista after vista. Price deceiving Ryder. Leading him into that northern Mississippi deal, getting him to lend money upon the stock of the Mississippi Steel Company, promising, perhaps, to support the stock in the market, and helping to smash it instead. Twisting Ryder around his finger, crushing him, and why? And why? Montague's thoughts stopped still. It was as if he had found himself suddenly confronted by a bottomless abyss. He shrank back from it. He could not face the thought in his own mind. Waterman. It was Dan Waterman. It was something which he had planned. It was the vengeance that he had threatened. He had been all this time plotting it, setting his nets about Ryder's feet. It was an idea so wild and so horrible that Montague fought it off. He pushed it away from him, again and again. No, no, it could not be. And yet, why not? He had always felt certain in his own mind that that detective had come from Waterman. The old man had set to work to find out about Lucy and her affairs, the first time that he had ever laid eyes on her. And then suddenly Montague saw the face of volcanic fury that had flashed past him on board the Brunhilde. "You will hear from me again," the old man had said, and now, all these months of silence, and at last he heard. Why not? Why not? Montague kept asking himself. After all, what did he know about the Mississippi Steel Company? What had he ever seen to prove that it was actually competing with the trust? What had he even heard, except what Stanley Ryder had told him, and what more likely than that Ryder was simply repeating what Price had said? Montague had forgotten all about his present situation in the rush of thoughts which had come to him. The cord had been jerking again, and had spelled out the names of several more of the masters of the city who had arrived, but he had not heard their names. What object would there be, he asked, in keeping the fact a secret? I mean that Price was Waterman's agent. Object, exclaimed Bates. Good heavens, and with the public half crazy about monopolies, and the president making such a fight. If it were known that the Steel Trust had gathered in its last big competitor, you can't tell what the government might do. I see, said Montague. And how long has this been? 4 years, was the reply. All they're waiting for is some occasion like this, when they can put the company in a hole, and pose as benefactors in taking it over. I see, said Montague, again. Listen, said Bates, and leaned out of the window. He could catch faintly the sounds of a deep voice in the consultation room. Waterman, spelled Rodney. I guess business has begun, whispered Bates. Situation intolerable, spelled Rodney. And wildcat banking. That means end of opposition to me, was the other's comment. Duval assents, continued Rodney. The two in the window were on edge by this time. It was tantalizing to have to wait several minutes, and then get only such snatches. But they'll get past the speech-making pretty soon, whispered Bates, and indeed they did. The next two words which the cord spelled out made Montague sit up and clutch the arms of his chair again. Gotham Trust. Ah, whispered Bates. Montague made not a sound. Ryder misusing, spelled the cord. Bates seized his companion by the arm, and leaned close to him. By the Lord, he whispered breathlessly, I wonder if they're going to smash the Gotham Trust. Refuse clearing, spelled Rodney, and Montague felt Bates's hand trembling. They refused to clear for Ryder, he panted. Montague was beyond all speech, he sat as if turned to stone. Tomorrow morning, spelled the cord. Bates could hardly keep still for his excitement. Do you catch what that means? He whispered. The clearinghouse is to throw out the Gotham Trust. Why, they'll wreck it, panted the other. My God, they're mad, cried Bates. Don't they realize what they'll do? There'll be a panic such as New York has never seen before. It will bring down every bank in the city. The Gotham Trust. Think of it. The Gotham Trust. Prentice objects, came Rodney's next message. Objects, exclaimed Bates, striking his knee in repressed excitement. I should think he might object. If the Gotham Trust goes down, the trust company of the Republic won't live for 24 hours. Afraid, spelled the cord. Patterson angry. Much he has to lose, muttered Bates. Montague started up and began to pace the room. Oh, this is horrible, horrible, he exclaimed. Through all the images of the destruction and suffering which Bates's words brought up before him, his thoughts flew back to a pale and sad-faced little woman, sitting alone in an apartment up on the riverside. It was to her that it all came back, it was for her that this terrible drama was being enacted. Montague could picture the grim, hawk-faced old man, sitting at the head of the council board, and laying down the law to the masters of the metropolis. And this man's thoughts, too, went back to Lucy, his and Montague's alone, of all those who took part in the struggle. Waterman protect Prentice, spelled Rodney. Insist turnout rider. Withdraw funds. There's no doubt of it, whispered Bates, they can finish him if they choose. But oh, my lord, what will happen in New York tomorrow? Ward protect legitimate banks, was the next message. The little whelp, sneered Bates. By legitimate banks he means those that back his syndicates. A lot of protecting he will do. But then the newspaper man in Bates rose to the surface. Oh, what a story, he whispered, clenching his hands, and pounding his knees. Oh, what a story. Montague carried away but a faint recollection of the rest of Rodney's communications, he was too much overwhelmed by his own thoughts. Bates, however, continued to spell out the words, and he caught the statement that General Prentice, who was a director in the Gotham Trust, was to vote against any plan to close the doors of that institution. While they were after it, they were going to finish it. Also he caught the sentence, panic useful, curb president. And he heard Bates's excited exclamations over that. Did you catch that? He cried. That's Waterman. Oh, the nerve of it. We are in at the making of history tonight, Mr. Montague. Perhaps half an hour later, Montague, standing beside Bates, saw his hand jerked violently several times. That means pull up, cried he. Quick. And he seized the rope. Put your weight on it, he whispered. It will hold. They proceeded to haul. Rodney helped them by catching hold of the cornice of the window and lifting himself. Then there was a moment of great straining, during which Montague held his breath, after which the weight grew lighter again. Rodney had got his knees upon the cornice. A few moments later his fingers appeared, clutching the edge of the sill. He swung himself up, and Montague and Bates grasped him under the arms, and fairly jerked him into the room. He staggered to his feet, and there was a moment's pause, while all three caught their breath. Then Rodney leaped at Bates, and grasped him by the shoulders. Old man, he cried. We landed them. We landed them. We landed them, laughed the other in exultation. Oh, what a scoop, shouted Rodney. There was never one like it. The two were like schoolboys in their glee. They hugged each other, and laughed and danced about. But it was not long before they became serious again. Montague turned on the lights, and pulled down the window, and Rodney stood there, with his clothing disheveled and his face ablaze with excitement, and talked to them. Oh, you can't imagine that scene, he said. It makes my hair stand on end to think of it. Just fancy I was not more than 20 feet from Dan Waterman, and most of the time he seemed to be glaring right at me. I hardly dared wink, for fear he'd notice, and I thought every instant he would jump up and run to the window. But there he sat, and pounded on the table, and glared about at those fellows, and laid down the law to them. I've heard him talk, said Bates. I know how it is. Why, he fairly knocked them over, said the other. You could have heard a pin drop when he got through. Oh, it was a mad thing to see. I've hardly been able to get my breath, said Bates. I can't believe it. They have no idea what it will mean, said Montague. They know, said Rodney, but they don't care. They've smelled blood. That's about the size of it. They were like a lot of hounds on the trail. You should have seen Waterman, with that lean, hungry face of his. The time has come, said he. There's no one here but has known that sooner or later this work had to be done. We must crush them, once and for all time. And you should have seen him turn on Prentice, when he ventured a word. Prentice doesn't like it, then, asked Montague. I should think he wouldn't, put in Bates. Waterman said he'd protect him, said Rodney. But he must place himself absolutely in their hands. It seems that the Trust Company of the Republic has $1 million with the Gotham Trust, and that's to be withdrawn. Imagine it, gasped Bates. And wait, exclaimed the other, Then they got onto politics. I would have given one arm if I could have got a photograph of Dan Waterman at that moment just to spread it before the American people and ask them what they thought of it. David Ward had made the remark that a little trouble might have a bad effect just now. And Waterman brought down his fist on the table. "This country needs a lesson," he cried. "There's been too much abuse of responsible men, and there's been too much wild talk in high places. If the people get a little taste of hard times, they'll have something else to think about besides abusing those who have made the prosperity of the country, and it seems to me, gentlemen, that we have it in our power to put an end to this campaign of radicalism." Think of it," gasped Bates. "The old devil." And then Duval chimed in, with a laugh, "To put it in a nutshell, gentlemen, we are going to smash Ryder and scare the president." "Was the conference over?" asked Bates, after a moment's pause. "All but the handshakes," said the other. "I didn't dare to stay while they were moving about." And Bates started suddenly to his feet. "Come," he said. "We haven't any time to waste. Our work isn't done yet, by a long sight." He proceeded to untie the rope and coil it up. Rodney took the blanket and put it on the bed, covering it with the spread, so as to conceal the holes which had been worn by the rope. He wound up the ball of cord, and dropped it into the bag with the rest of the stuff. Bates took his hat and coat and started for the door. "You will excuse us, Mr. Montague," he said. "You can understand that this story will need a lot of work." "I understand," said Montague. "We'll try to thank you by and by," added the other. "Come around after the paper goes to press, and we'll have a celebration." Chapter XX. They went out, and Montague waited a minute or two, to give them a chance to get out of the way, and then he rang the elevator bell and entered the car. It stopped again at the next floor, and he gave a start of excitement. As the door opened, he saw a group of men, with Duval, Ward, and General Prentice among them. He moved behind the elevator man, so that none of them should notice him. Montague had caught one glimpse of the face of General Prentice. It was deathly pale. The general said not a word to anyone, but went out into the corridor. The other hesitated for a moment, then, with a sudden resolution, he turned and followed. As his friend passed out of the door, he stepped up beside him. "Good evening, General," he said. The general turned and stared at him, half in a daze. "Oh, Montague," he said. "How are you?" "Very well," said Montague. In the street outside, among a group of half a dozen automobiles, he recognized the general's limousine car. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Home," was the reply. "I'll ride with you, if you like," said Montague. "I've something to say to you." "All right," said the general. He could not very well have refused, for Montague had taken him by the arm and started toward the car. He did not intend to be put off. He helped the general in, got in himself, and shut to the door behind him. Prentice sat staring in front of him, still half in a daze. Montague watched him for a minute or so. Then suddenly he leaned toward him, and said, "General, why do you let them persuade you to do it?" "Hey," said the other. "I say," repeated Montague, "why do you let them persuade you?" The other turned and stared at him, with a startled look in his eyes. "I know all about what has happened," said Montague. "I know what went on at that conference." "What do you mean?" gasped the general. "I know what they made you promise to do. They are going to wreck the Gotham Trust Company." The general was dumbfounded. "Why?" he gasped. "How? Who told you? How could you?" Montague had to wait a minute or two until his friend had got over his dismay. "I cannot help it," he burst out, finally. "What can I do?" "You can refuse to play their game," exclaimed Montague. "But don't you suppose that they would do it just the same? And how long do you suppose that I would last, if I refused them? But think of what it means, cried Montague. Think of the ruin. You will bring everything about your head. I know, cried the general, in a voice of anguish. Don't think that I haven't realized it, don't think that I haven't fought against it. But I am helpless, utterly helpless. He turned upon Montague, and caught his sleeve with a trembling hand. I never thought that I would live to face such an hour, he exclaimed. To despise myself, to be despised by all the world. To be browbeaten and insulted and dragged about. The old man paused, choking with excess of emotion. Look at me, he cried, with sudden vehemence. Look at me. You think that I am a man, a person of influence in the community, the head of a great institution in which thousands of people have faith. But I am nothing of the kind. I am a puppet, I am a sham, I am a disgrace to myself and to the name I bear. And suddenly he clasped his hands over his face, and bowed his head, so that Montague should not see his grief. There was a long silence. Montague was dumb with horror. He felt that his mere presence was an outrage. Finally the general looked up again. He clenched his hand, and mastered himself. I have chosen my part, he said. I must play it through. What I feel about it makes no difference. Montague again said nothing. I have no right to inflict my grief upon you, the general continued. I have no right to try to excuse myself. There is no turning back now. I am Dan Waterman's man, and I do his bidding. But how can you have got into such a position? Asked Montague. A friend of mine organized the trust company of the Republic. He asked me to become president, because I had a name that would be useful to him. I accepted. He was a man I knew I could trust. I managed the business properly, and it prospered, and then, 3 years ago, the control was bought by other men. That was when the crisis came. I should have resigned. But I had my family to think of, I had friends who were involved, I had interests that I could not leave. And I stayed, and that is all. I found that I had stayed to be a puppet, a figurehead. And now it is too late. But can't you withdraw now? Asked Montague. Now, echoed the general. Now, in the most critical moment, when all my friends are hanging upon me. There is nothing that my enemies would like better, for they could lay all their sins at my door. They would class me with steward and rider. I see, said Montague, in a low voice. And now the crisis comes, and I find out who my real master is. I am told to do this, and do that, and I do it. There are no threats, I understand without any. Oh, my God, Mr. Montague, if I should tell you of some of the things that I have seen in the city, of the indignities that I have seen heaped upon men, of the deeds to which I have seen them driven. Men whom you think of as the most honorable in the community, men who have grown gray in the service of the public. It is too brutal, too horrible for words. There was a long silence. And there is nothing you can do? Asked Montague. Nothing, he answered. Tell me, General, is your institution sound? Perfectly sound. And you have done nothing improper? Nothing. Then why should you fear Waterman? Why, exclaimed the general. Because I am liable for 80% of my deposits, and I have only 5% of reserves. I see, said Montague. It is a choice between Stanley Ryder and myself, added the other. And Stanley Ryder will have to fight his own battle. There was nothing more said. Each of the men sat buried in his own thoughts, and the only sound was the hum of the automobile as it sped up Broadway. Montague was working out another course of action. He moved to another seat in the car where he could see the numbers upon the street lamps as they flashed by, and at last he touched the general upon the knee. I will leave you at the next corner, he said. The general pressed the button which signaled his chauffeur, and the car drew up at the curb. Montague descended. Good night, General, he said. Good night, said the other, in a faint voice. He did not offer to take Montague's hand. The latter closed the door of the car, and it sped away up the street. Then he crossed over and went down to the river drive, and entered Lucy's apartment house. "Is Mrs. Taylor in?" he asked of the clerk. "I'll see," said the man. Montague gave his name and added, "Tell her it is very important." Lucy came to the door herself, clad in an evening gown. One glance at his haggard face was enough to tell her that something was wrong. "What is it, Alan?" she cried. He hung up his hat and coat, and went into the drawing room. "What is it, Alan?" she cried again. "Lucy, do you know where Stanley Ryder is?" he asked. "Yes," she answered, and added quickly, "Oh, it's some bad news." "It is," said he. "He must be found at once." She stared at him for a moment, hesitating, then, her anxiety overcoming every other emotion, she said, "He is in the next room." "Call him," said Montague. Lucy ran to the door. "Come in." Quickly, she called, and Ryder appeared. Montague saw that he was very pale, and there was nothing left of his air of aristocratic serenity. "Mr. Ryder," he began, "I have just come into possession of some news which concerns you very closely. I felt that you ought to know. There is to be a directors' meeting tomorrow morning, at which it is to be decided that the bank which clears for the Gotham Trust Company will discontinue to do it." Ryder started as if he had been shot, his face turned grey. There was no sound except a faint cry of fright from Lucy. "My information is quite positive," continued Montague. "It has been determined to wreck your institution." Ryder caught at a chair to support himself. Who, he stammered. "It is Duval and Waterman," said Montague. "Dan Waterman." It was Lucy who spoke. Montague turned to look at her, and saw her eyes, wide open with terror. "Yes, Lucy," he said. "Oh, oh," she gasped, choking, then suddenly she cried wildly, "Tell me. I don't understand. What does it mean?" "It means that I am ruined," exclaimed Ryder. "Ruined," she echoed. "Absolutely," he said. "They've got me. I knew they were after me, but I didn't think they'd dare." He ended with a furious imprecation, but Montague had kept his eyes fixed upon Lucy. It was her suffering that he cared about. He heard her whisper, under her breath, "It's for me." And then again, "It's for me." "Lucy," he began, but suddenly she put up her hand, and rushed toward him. "Hush, he doesn't know," she panted breathlessly. "I haven't told him." And then she turned toward Ryder again. "Oh, surely there must be some way," she cried, wildly. "Surely." Ryder had sunk down in a chair and buried his face in his hands. "Ruined," he exclaimed. "Utterly ruined. I won't have a dollar left in the world." "No, no," cried Lucy, "it cannot be." And she put her hands to her forehead, striving to think. "It must be stopped. I'll go and see him. I'll plead with him." "You must not, Lucy," cried Montague, starting toward her. But again she whirled upon him. "Not a word," she whispered, with fierce intensity. "Not a word." And she rushed into the next room, and half a minute later came back with her hat and wrap. "Alan," she said, "tell them to call me a cab." He tried to protest again, but she would not hear him. "You can ride with me," she said. "You can talk then. Call me a cab. Please save me that trouble." He gave the message, and Lucy, meanwhile, stood in the middle of the room, twisting her hands together nervously. "Now, Alan, go downstairs," she said, "wait for me there." And after another glance at the broken figure of Ryder, he took his hat and coat and obeyed. Montague spent his time pacing back and forth in the entrance hall. The cab arrived, and a minute later Lucy appeared, wearing a heavy veil. She went straight to the vehicle, and sprang in, and Montague followed. She gave the driver the address of Waterman's great marble palace over by the park, and the cab started. Then suddenly she turned upon Montague, speaking swiftly and intensely. "I know what you are going to say," she cried. "But you must spare me and you must spare yourself. I am sorry that you should have to know this. God knows that I could not help it. But it cannot be undone. And there is no other way out of it. I must go to him, and try to save Ryder." "Lucy," he began, "listen to me." "I don't want to listen to you," she cried wildly, almost hysterically. "I cannot bear to be argued with. It is too hard for me as it is." "But think of the practical side of it," he cried. "Do you imagine that you can stop this huge machine that Waterman has set in motion?" I don't know," she exclaimed, choking back a sob. "I can only do what I can. If he has any spark of feeling in him, I'll get down on my knees to him, I will beg him. But, Lucy, think of what you are doing. You go there to his house at night? You put yourself into his power." "I don't care, Alan, I am not afraid of him. I have thought about myself too long. Now I must think about the man I love." Montague did not answer, for a moment. "Lucy," he said at last, "will you tell me how you have thought of yourself in one single thing?" "Yes, yes, I will," she cried, vehemently. "I have known all along that Waterman was following me. I have been haunted by the thought of him. I have felt his power in everything that has befallen us. And I have never once told Ryder of his peril. That was more a kindness to him," began the other. "No, no," panted Lucy, and she caught his coat sleeve in her trembling hands. You see, you cannot even imagine it of me. I kept it a secret because I was afraid." "Afraid," he echoed. "I was afraid that Ryder would leave me. I was afraid that he would give me up. And I loved him too much. Now," she rushed on, "you see what kind of a person I have been. And I can sit here, and tell you that. Is there anything that can make me ashamed after that? Is there anything that can degrade me after that? And what is there left for me to do but go to Waterman and try to undo what I have done?" Montague was speechless, before the agony of her humiliation. "You see," she whispered. "Lucy," he began, protesting. But suddenly she caught him by the arm. "Alan," she whispered, "I know that you have to try to stop me. But it is no use, and I must do it. And I cannot bear to hear you, it makes it too hard for me. My course is chosen, and nothing in the world can turn me, and I want you to go away and leave me. I want you to go right now. I am not afraid of Waterman, I am not afraid of anything that he can do. I am only afraid of you, and your unhappiness. I want you to leave me to my fate. I want you to stop thinking about me." "I cannot do it, Lucy," he said. She reached up and pulled the signal cord, and the cab came to a halt. "I want you to get out, Alan," she cried wildly. "Please get out, and go away." He started to protest again, but she pushed him away in frenzy. "Go, go," she cried, and half dazed, and scarcely realizing what he did, he gave way to her and stepped out into the street. "Drive," she called to the man, and shut the door, and Montague found himself standing on a driveway in the park, with the lights of the cab disappearing around a turn. Chapter XXI. Montague started to walk. He had no idea where he went, his mind was in a whirl, and he was lost to everything about him. He must have spent a couple of hours wandering about the park and the streets of the city, when at last he stopped and looked about him. He was on a lighted thoroughfare, and a big clock in front of a jeweller's store was pointing to the hour of 2. He looked around. Immediately across the street was a building which he recognized as the office of the Express, and in a flash he thought of Bates. "Come in after the paper has gone to press," the latter had said. He went in and entered the elevator. "I want to see Mr. Bates, a reporter," he said. "City room," said the elevator man, 11th floor. Montague confronted a very cross and sleepy-looking office boy. "Is Mr. Bates in?" he asked. "I dunno," said the boy, and slowly let himself down from the table upon which he had been sitting. Montague produced a card, and the boy disappeared. "This way," he said, when he returned, and Montague found himself in a huge room, crowded with desks and chairs. Everything was in confusion, the floor was literally buried out of sight in paper. Montague observed that there were only about a dozen men in the room, and several of these were putting on their coats. "There he is, over there," said the office boy. He looked and saw Bates sitting at a desk, with his head buried in his arms. "Tired," he thought to himself. "Hello, Bates," he said, then, as the other looked up, he gave a start of dismay. "What's the matter?" he cried. It was half a minute before Bates replied. His voice was husky. "They sold me out," he whispered. "What?" gasped the other. "They sold me out," repeated Bates, and struck the table in front of him. "Cut out the story, by God. Did me out of my scoop. Look at that, sir," he added, and shoved toward Montague a double column of newspaper proofs, with a huge headline, "Gotham Trust Company to be wrecked," and the words scrawled across in blue pencil, "Killed by orders from the office." Montague could scarcely find words to reply. He drew up a chair and sat down. "Tell me about it," he said. "There's nothing much to tell," said Bates. "They sold me out." "They wouldn't print it?" "But why didn't you take it elsewhere?" asked the other. "Too late," said Bates, "the scoundrels, they never even let me know." He poured out his rage in a string of curses. Then he told Montague the story. "I was in here at 10:30, he said, "and I reported to the managing editor. He was crazy with delight, and told me to go ahead, front page, double column, and all the rest. So Rodney and I set to work. He did the interview, and I did all the embroidery. Oh, my God, but it was a story. And it was read, and went through, and then an hour or two ago, just when the forms were ready, in comes old Hodges, he's one of the owners, you know, and begins nosing round. 'What's this?' he cries, and reads the story, and then he goes to the managing editor. They almost had a fight over it. 'No paper that I am interested in shall ever print a story like that,' says Hodges, and the managing editor threatens to resign, but he can't budge him. The first thing I knew of it was when I got this copy, and the paper had already gone to press." "What do you suppose was the reason for it?" asked Montague, in wonder. "Reason?" echoed Bates. "The reason is Hodges, he's a crook. If we publish that story," he said, "the directors of the bank will never meet, and will bear the onus of having wrecked the Gotham Trust Company. But that's all a bluff, and he knew it. We could prove that that conference took place, if it ever came to a fight." "You were quite safe, it seems to me," said Montague. "Safe?" echoed Bates. "We had the greatest scoop that a newspaper ever had in this country, if only the Express were a newspaper. But Hodges isn't publishing the news, you see, he's serving his masters, whoever they are. I knew that it meant trouble when he bought into the Express. He used to be managing editor of the Gazette, you know, and he made his fortune selling the policy of that paper. Its financial news is edited to this very hour in the offices of Wyman's bankers, and I can prove it to anybody who wants me to. That's the sort of proposition a man's up against, and what's the use of gathering the news?" And Bates rose up with an oath, kicking away the chair behind him. "Come on," he said, "let's get out of here. I don't know that I'll ever come back." Montague spent another hour wandering about with Bates, listening to his opinion of the newspapers of the metropolis. Then, utterly exhausted, he went home, but not to sleep. He sat in a chair for an hour or two, his mind besieged by images of ruin and destruction. At last he lay down, but he had not closed his eyes when daylight began to stream into the room. At 8 o'clock he was up again and at the telephone. He called up Lucy's apartment house. "I want to speak to Mrs. Taylor," he said. "She is not in," was the reply. "Will you ring up the apartment?" asked Montague. "I will speak to the maid." "This is Mr. Montague," he said, when he heard the woman's voice. "Where is Mrs. Taylor?" "She has not come back, sir," was the reply. Montague had some work before him that day which could not be put off. Accordingly he bathed and shaved, and had some coffee in his room, and then set out for his office. Even at that early hour there were crowds in the financial district, and another day's crop of rumors had begun to spring. He heard nothing about the Gotham Trust Company, but when he left court at lunchtime, the newsboys on the street were shouting the announcement of the action of the bank directors. Lucy had failed in her errand, then, the blow had fallen. There was almost a panic on the exchange that day, and the terror and anxiety upon the faces of the people who thronged the financial district were painful to see. But the courts did not suspend, even on account of the Gotham Trust, and Montague had an important case to argue. He came out on the street late in the afternoon, and though it was after banking hours, he saw crowds in front of a couple of the big trust companies, and he read in the papers that a run upon the Gotham Trust had begun. At his office he found a telegram from his brother Oliver, who was still in the Adirondacks, Money in Trust Company of the Republic. "Notify me of the slightest sign of trouble." He replied that there was none, and, as he rode up in the subway, he thought the problem over, and made up his own mind. He had a trifle over $60,000 in Prentice's institution, more than half of all he owned. He had Prentice's word for it that the company was in a sound condition, and he believed it. He made up his mind that he would not be one of those to be stampeded, whatever might happen. He dined quietly at home with his mother, then he took his way uptown again to Lucy's apartment, for he was haunted by the thought of her, and could not rest. He had read in the late evening papers that Stanley Ryder had resigned from the Gotham Trust Company. "Is Mrs. Taylor in?" he asked, and gave his name. "Mrs. Taylor says will you please to wait, sir," was the reply. And Montague sat down in the reception room. A couple of minutes later, the hall boy brought him a note. He opened it and read these words, in a trembling hand. "Dear Alan, it is good of you to try to help me, but I cannot bear it. Please go away. I do not want you to think about me. Lucy." Montague could read the agony between those lines, but there was nothing he could do about it. He went over to Broadway, and started to walk downtown. He felt that he must have someone to talk to take his mind off these things. He thought of the Major, and went over to the club, but the storm had rooted out even the Major, it appeared. He was just off to attend some conference, and had only time to shake hands with Montague, and tell him to trim sail. Then he thought of Bates, and went down to the office of the Express. He found Bates hard at work, seated at a table in his shirt sleeves, and with stacks of papers around him. "I can always spare time for a chat," he said, as Montague offered to go. "I see you came back," observed the other. "I'm like an old horse in a treadmill," answered Bates. "What else is there for me to do?" He leaned back in his chair, and put his thumbs in his armholes. "Well," he remarked, "they made their killing." "They did, indeed," said Montague. "And they're not satisfied yet," exclaimed the other. "They're on another trail." "What?" cried Montague. "Listen," said Bates. "I went in to see David Ward about the action of the Clearing House Committee. Gary, he's the dispatch man, was with me. Ward talked for half an hour, as he always does. He told us all about the gallant efforts which the bankers were making to stem the tide, and he told us that the Trust Company of the Republic was in danger and that an agreement had been made to try to save it. Mind you, there's not been the least sign of trouble for the company." "Shall we print that?" asked Gary. "Surely," said Ward. "But it will make trouble," said Gary. "That's all right," said Ward. "It's a fact. So print it." Now what do you think of that? Montague sat rigid. But I thought they had promised to protect Prentice, he exclaimed. Yes, said Bates, grimly, and now they throw him down. Do you suppose Waterman knew that? Why, of course, Ward is no more than one of his clerks. And will the dispatch print it, do you suppose? I don't know why not, said the other. I asked Gary if he was going to put it in, and he said yes. It will make another panic, I said, and he answered, panics are news. Montague said nothing for a minute or two. Finally he remarked, I have good reason to believe that the trust company of the Republic is perfectly sound. I have no doubt of it, was the reply. Then why he stopped? Bates shrugged his shoulders. Ask Waterman, he said. It's some quarrel or other, he wants to put the screws on somebody. Perhaps it's simply that two trust companies will scare the president more than one, or perhaps it's some stock he wants to break. I've heard it said that he has 75 millions laid by to pick up bargains with, and I shouldn't wonder if it was true. There was a moment's pause. And by the way, Bates added, the oil trust has made another haul. The electric manufacturing company is in trouble. That's a rival of one of their enterprises. Doesn't it all fit together beautifully? Montague thought for a moment or two. This is rather important news to me, he said. I've got money in the trust company of the Republic. Do you suppose they are going to let it go down? I talked it over with Rodney, the other replied. He says Waterman was quite explicit in his promises to see Prentice through. And there's one thing you can say about old Dan, for all his villainies, he never breaks his word. So I imagine he'll save it. But then, why give out this report? Exclaimed the lawyer. Don't you see, said Bates. He wants a chance to save it. Montague's jaw fell. Oh, he said. It's as plain as the nose on your face, said Bates. That story will come out tomorrow morning, and everybody will say it was the blunder of a newspaper reporter, and then Waterman will come forward and do the rescue act. It'll be just like a play. It's taking a long chance, said Montague, and added, I had thought of telling Prentice, who's an intimate friend of mine, but I don't suppose it will do him any good. Poor old Prentice can't help himself, was the reply. All you can do is to make him lose a night's sleep. Montague went out, with a new set of problems to ponder. As he went home, he passed the magnificent building of the Gotham Trust Company, where there stood a long line of people who had prepared to spend the night. All the afternoon a frantic mob had besieged the doors, and millions of dollars had been withdrawn in a few hours. Montague knew that by the time he got downtown the next morning there would be another such mob in front of the Trust Company of the Republic, but he was determined to stand by his own resolve. However, he had sent a telegram to Oliver, warning him to return at once. He went home and found there another letter from Lucy Dupree. Dear Alan, she wrote. No doubt you have heard the news that Ryder has been forced out of the Gotham Trust. But I have accomplished part of my purpose. Waterman has promised that he will put him on his feet again after this trouble is over. In the meantime, I am told to go away. This is for the best. You will remember that you yourself urged me to go. Ryder cannot see me, because the newspaper reporters are following him so closely. I beg of you not to try to find me. I am hateful in my own sight, and you will never see me again. There is one last thing that you can do for me. Go to Stanley Ryder and offer him your help, I mean your advice in straightening out his affairs. He has no friends now, and he is in a desperate plight. Do this for me. Lucy. Chapter XXII. At 8 the next morning the train from the Adirondacks arrived, and Montague was awakened by his brother at the telephone. Have you seen this morning's dispatch? Was Oliver's first word. I haven't seen it, said Montague, but I know what's in it. About the Trust Company of the Republic? Asked Oliver. Yes, said the other. I was told the story before I telegraphed you. But my God, man, cried Oliver. Then why aren't you downtown? I'm going to let my money stay. What? I believe that the institution is sound, and I am not going to leave Prentice in the lurch. I telegraphed you, so that you could do as you chose. It was a moment or two before Oliver could find words to reply. Thanks, he said. You might have done a little more, sent somebody down to keep a place in line for me. You're out of your mind, but there's no time to talk about it now. Goodbye. And so he rang off. Montague dressed and had his breakfast. In the meantime he glanced over a copy of the dispatch, where, in the account of the day's events, he found the fatal statements about the Trust Company of the Republic. It was very interesting to Montague to read these newspapers and see the picture of events which they presented to the public. They all told what they could not avoid telling, that is, the events which were public matters, but they never by any chance gave a hint of the reasons for the happenings. You would have supposed that all these upheavals in the banking world were so many thunderbolts which had fallen from the heavens above. And each day they gave more of their space to insisting that the previous day's misfortunes were the last, that by no chance could there be any more thunderbolts to fall. When he went downtown, he rode one station farther than usual in order to pass the Trust Company of the Republic. He found a line of people extending halfway round the block, and in the minute that he stood watching there were a score or more added to it. Police were patrolling up and down. It was not many hours later that they were compelled to adopt the expedient of issuing numbered tickets to those who waited in the line. Montague walked on toward the front, looking for his brother. But he had not gone very far before he gave an exclamation of amazement. He saw a short, stout, gray-haired figure, which he recognized, even by its back. "Major Venable," he gasped. The Major whirled about. "Montague," he exclaimed. "My God, you are just in time to save my life." "What do you want?" asked the other. "I want a chair," gasped the Major, whose purple features seemed about to burst with his unwonted exertions. "I've been standing here for 2 hours. In another minute more I should have sat down on the sidewalk." "Where can I get a chair?" asked Montague, biting his tongue in order to repress his amusement. "Over on Broadway," said the Major. "Go into one of the stores, and make somebody sell you one. Pay anything, I don't care." So Montague went back, and entered a leather goods store, where he saw several cane-seated chairs. He was free to laugh then all he pleased, and he explained the situation to one of the clerks, who demurred at $5, but finally consented for $10 to take the risk of displeasing his employer. For 50 cents more Montague found a boy to carry it, and he returned in triumph to his venerable friend. "I never expected to see you in a position like this," he remarked. "I thought you always knew things in advance." "By the Lord, Montague," muttered the other, "I've got $250,000 in this place." "I've got about 1/4 as much myself," said Montague. "What?" cried the Major. "Then what are you doing?" "I'm going to leave it in," said Montague. "I have reason to know that that report in the dispatch is simply a blunder, and that the institution is sound." "But, man, there'll be a run on it," sputtered the old gentleman. "There will, if everybody behaves like you. You don't need your $250,000 to pay for your lunch, do you?" The Major was too much amazed to find a reply. "You put your money in a trust company," the other continued, "and you know that it only keeps 5% reserve, and is liable to pay 100% of its deposits. How can you expect it to do that?" "I don't expect it," said the Major, grimly, "I expect to be among the 5%. And he cast his eye up the line, and added, "I rather think I am." Montague went on ahead, and found his brother, with only about a score of people ahead of him. Apparently not many of the depositors of the trust company read their newspapers before 8 o'clock in the morning. "Do you want a chair, too?" asked Montague. "I just got one for the Major." "Is he here, too?" exclaimed Oliver. "Good heavens! No, I don't want a chair," he added, "I'll get through early." "But, Alan, tell me what in the world is the matter? Do you really mean that your money is still in here? It's here, the other answered. There's no use arguing about it. Come over to the office when you get your money. I got the train just by half a minute, said Oliver. Poor Bertie Stuyvesant didn't get up in time, and he's coming on a special. He's got about 300,000 in here. It was to pay for his new yacht. I guess some of the yacht makers won't be quite so busy from now on, remarked the other, as he moved away. That afternoon he heard the story of how General Prentice, as a director of the Gotham Trust, had voted that the institution should not close its doors, and then, as president of the Trust Company of the Republic, had sent over and cashed a check for $1 million. None of the newspapers printed that story, but it ran from mouth to mouth, and was soon the jest of the whole city. Men said that it was this act of treachery which had taken the heart out of the Gotham Trust Company directors, and led to the closing of its doors. Such was the beginning of the panic as Montague saw it. It had all worked out beautifully, according to the schedule. The stock market was falling to pieces. Some of the leading stocks were falling several points between transactions, and Wyman and Hagen and the oil and steel people were hammering the market and getting ready for the killing. And at the same time, representatives of Waterman in Washington were interviewing the president, and setting before him the desperate plight of the Mississippi Steel Company. Already the structure of the country's finances was tottering, and here was one more big failure threatening. Realizing the desperate situation, the Steel Trust was willing to do its part to save the country. It would take over the Mississippi Steel Company, provided only that the government would not interfere. The desired promise was given, and so that last of Waterman's purposes was accomplished. But there was one factor in the problem upon which few had reckoned, and that was the vast public which furnished all the money for the game, the people to whom dollars were not simply gamblers' chips, but to whom they stood for the necessities of life, businessmen who must have them to pay their clerks on Saturday afternoon, working men who needed them for rent and food, helpless widows and orphans to whom they meant safety from starvation. These unhappy people had no means of knowing that financial institutions, which were perfectly sound and able to pay their depositors, might be wrecked deliberately in a gambler's game. When they heard that banks were tottering, and were being besieged for money, they concluded that there must be real danger, that the long-predicted crash must be at hand. They descended upon Wall Street in hordes. The whole financial district was packed with terrified crowds, and squads of policemen rode through upon horseback in order to keep open the streets. Somebody asked for $1, was the way one banker phrased it. Wall Street had been doing business with pieces of paper, and now someone asked for $1, and it was discovered that the dollar had been mislaid. It was an experience for which the captains of finance were not entirely prepared. They had forgotten the public. It was like some great convulsion of nature, which made mockery of all the powers of men, and left the beholder dazed and terrified. In Wall Street men stood as if in a valley, and saw far up above them the starting of an avalanche. They stood fascinated with horror, and watched it gathering headway, saw the clouds of dust rising up, and heard the roar of it swelling, and realized that it was a matter of only a second or two before it would be upon them and sweep them to destruction. The lines of people before the Gotham Trust and the Trust Company of the Republic were now blocks in length, and every hour one heard of runs upon new institutions. There were women wringing their hands and crying in nervous excitement, there were old people, scarcely able to totter, there were people who had risen from sick beds, and who stood all through the day and night, shivering in the keen October winds. Runs had begun on the savings banks also. Over on the east side the alarm had reached the ignorant foreign population. It had spread with the speed of lightning all over the country. Already there were reports of runs in other cities, and from thousands and tens of thousands of banks in east and south and west came demands upon the metropolis for money. And there was no money anywhere. And so the masters of the banking trust realized to their annoyance that the monster which they had turned loose might get beyond their control. Runs were beginning upon institutions in which they themselves were concerned. In the face of madness such as this, even the 25% reserves of the national banks would not be sufficient. The moving of the cotton and grain crops had taken hundreds of millions from New York, and there was no money to be got by any chance from abroad. Everywhere they turned, they faced this appalling scarcity of money. Nothing could be sold, no money could be borrowed. The few who had succeeded in getting their cash were renting safe deposit boxes and hiding the actual coin. And so, all their purposes having been accomplished, the bankers set to work to stem the tide. Frantic telegrams were sent to Washington, and the Secretary of the Treasury deposited $6 million in the national banks of the metropolis, and then came on himself to consult. Men turned to Dan Waterman, who was everywhere recognized as the master of the banking world. The rivalry of the different factions ceased in the presence of this peril, and Waterman became suddenly a king, with practically absolute control of the resources of every bank in the city. Even the government placed itself in his hands. The Secretary of the Treasury became one of his clerks, and bank presidents and financiers came crowding into his office like panic-stricken children. Even the proudest and most defiant men, like Wyman and Hagen, took his orders and listened humbly to his tirades. All these events were public history, and one might follow them day by day in the newspapers. Waterman's earlier acts had been planned and carried out in darkness. No one knew, no one had the faintest suspicion. But now newspaper reporters attended the conferences and trailed Waterman about wherever he went, and the public was invited to the wonderful spectacle of this battle-worn veteran, rousing himself for one last desperate campaign and saving the honor and credit of the country. The public hung upon his lightest word, praying for his success. The Secretary of the Treasury sat in the Sub-Treasury building near his office, and poured out the funds of the government under his direction. $32 million in all were thus placed with the national banks, and from all these institutions Waterman drew the funds which he poured into the vaults of the imperiled banks and trust companies. It was a time when one man's peril was every man's, and none might stand alone. And Waterman was a despot, imperious and terrible. "I have taken care of my bank," said one president, "and I intend to shut myself up in it and wait until the storm is over." "If you do," Waterman retorted, "I will build a wall around you, and you will never get out of it again." And so the banker contributed the necessary number of millions. The fight centered around the imperiled trust company of the Republic. It was recognized by everyone that if Prentice's institution went down, it would mean defeat. Longer and longer grew the line of waiting depositors. The vaults were nearly empty. The cashiers adopted the expedient of paying very slowly. They would take half an hour or more to investigate a single check, and thus they kept going until more money arrived. The savings banks of the city agreed unanimously to close their doors, availing themselves of their legal right to demand 60 days before paying. The national banks resorted to the expedient of paying with clearing-house certificates. The newspapers preached confidence and cheered the public. Even the newsboys were silenced, so that their shrill cries might no longer increase the public excitement. Groups of mounted policemen swept up and down the streets, keeping the crowds upon the move. And so at last came the fateful Thursday, the climax of the panic. A pall seemed to have fallen upon Wall Street. Men ran here and there, bareheaded and pale with fright. Upon the floor of the stock exchange men held their breath. The market was falling to pieces. All sales had stopped. One might quote any price one chose, for it was impossible to borrow a dollar. Interest rates had gone to 150% to 200%, a man might have offered 1,000% for a large sum and not obtained it. The brokers stood about, gazing at each other in utter despair. Such an hour had never before been known. All this time the funds of the government had been withheld from the exchange. The government must not help the gamblers, everyone insisted. But now had come the moment when it seemed that the exchange must be closed. Thousands of firms would be ruined, the business of the country would be paralyzed. There came word that the Pittsburgh exchange had closed. So once more the terrified magnates crowded into Waterman's office. Once more the funds of the government were poured into the banks, and from the banks they came to Waterman, and within a few minutes after the crisis had developed, the announcement was made that Dan Waterman would lend $25 million at 10%. So the peril was averted. Brokers upon the floor wept for joy, and cheers rang through all the street. A mob of men gathered in front of Waterman's office, singing a chorus of adulation. All these events Montague followed day by day. He was passing through Wall Street that Thursday afternoon, and he heard the crowd singing. He turned away, bitter and sick at heart. Could a more tragic piece of irony have been imagined than this, that the man, who of all men had been responsible for this terrible calamity, should be heralded before the whole country as the one who averted it? Could there have been a more appalling illustration of the way in which the masters of the metropolis were wont to hoodwink its blind and helpless population? There was only one man to whom Montague could vent his feelings, only one man besides himself who knew the real truth. Montague got the habit, when he left his work, of stopping at the Express building, and listening for a few minutes to the grumbling of Bates. Bates would have each day's news fresh from the inside, not only the things which would be printed on the morrow, but the things which would never be printed anywhere. And he and Montague would feed the fires of each other's rage. One day it would be one of the Express's own editorials, in which it was pointed out that the intemperate speeches and reckless policies of the president were now bearing their natural fruit. Another day it would be a letter from a prominent clergyman, naming Waterman as the president's successor. Men were beside themselves with wonder at the generosity of Waterman in lending $25 million at 10%. But it was not his own money, it was the money of the national banks which he was lending, and this was money which the national banks had got from the government, and for which they paid the government no interest at all. There was never any graft in the world so easy as the national bank graft, declared Bates. These smooth gentlemen got the people's money to build their institutions. They got the government to deposit money with them, and they paid the government nothing, and charged the people interest for it. They had the privilege of issuing a few hundred millions of bank notes, and they charged interest for these and paid the government nothing. And then, to cap the climax, they used their profits to buy up the government. They filled the Treasury Department with their people, and when they got into trouble, the sub-treasury was emptied into their vaults. And in the face of all this, the people agitated for postal savings banks, and couldn't get them. In other countries the people had banks where they could put their money with absolute certainty, for no one had ever known such a thing as a run upon a postal bank. Sometimes, said Bates, it seems almost as if our people were hypnotized. You saw all this life insurance scandal, Mr. Montague, and there's one simple and obvious remedy for all the evils. If we had government life insurance, it could never fail, and there'd be no surplus for Wall Street gamblers. It sounds almost incredible, but do you know, I followed that agitation as I don't believe any other man in this country followed it, and from first to last I don't believe that one single suggestion of that remedy was ever made in print. A startled look had come upon Montague's face as he listened. I don't believe I ever thought of it myself, he exclaimed. And Bates shrugged his shoulders. You see, he said. So it goes. Chapter XXIII. Montague had taken a couple of days to think over Lucy's last request. It was a difficult commission, but he made up his mind at last that he would make the attempt. He went up to Ryder's home and presented his card. Mr. Ryder is very much occupied, sir, began the butler, apologetically. This is important, said Montague. Take him the card, please. He waited in the palatial entrance hall, decorated with ceilings which had been imported intact from old Italian palaces. At last the butler returned. Mr. Ryder says will you please see him upstairs, sir. Montague entered the elevator, and was taken to Ryder's private apartments. In the midst of the drawing room was a great library table, covered with a mass of papers, and in a chair in front of it sat Ryder. Montague had never seen such dreadful suffering upon a human countenance. The exquisite man of fashion had grown old in a week. Mr. Ryder, he began, when they were alone, I received a letter from Mrs. Taylor, asking me to come to see you. I know, said Ryder. It was like her, and it is very good of you. If there is any way that I can be of assistance, the other began. But Ryder shook his head. No, he said, there is nothing. If I could give you my help in straightening out your own affairs. They are beyond all help, said Ryder. I have nothing to begin on. I have not a dollar in the world. That is hardly possible, objected Montague. It is literally true, he exclaimed. I have tried every plan. I have been over the thing and over it, until I am almost out of my mind. And he glanced about him at the confusion of papers, and leaned his forehead in his hands in despair. Perhaps if a fresh mind were to take it up, suggested Montague. It is difficult to see how a man of your resources could be left without anything. Everything I have is mortgaged, said the other. I have been borrowing money right and left. I was counting on profits. I was counting on increases in value. And now see, everything is wiped out. There is not value enough left in anything to cover the loans. But surely, Mr. Ryder, this slump is merely temporary. Values must be restored. It will be years, it will be years. And in the meantime I shall be forced to sell. They have wiped me out. They have destroyed me. I have not even money to live on. Montague sat for a few moments in thought. Mrs. Taylor wrote me that Waterman, he began. I know, cried the other. He had to tell her something, to get what he wanted. Montague said nothing. And suppose he does what he promised, continued the other. He has done it before, but am I to be one of Dan Waterman's lackeys? There was a silence. Like John Lawrence, continued Ryder, in a low voice. Have you heard of Lawrence? He was a banker, one of the oldest in the city. And Waterman gave him an order, and he defied him. Then he broke him, took away every dollar he owned. And the man came to him on his knees. I've taught you who is your master, said Waterman. Now here's your money. And now Lawrence fawns on him, and he's got rich and fat. But all his bank exists for is to lend money when Waterman is floating a merger, and call it in when he is buying. Montague could think of nothing to reply to that. Mr. Ryder, he began at last, I cannot be of much use to you now, because I haven't the facts. All I can tell you is that I am at your disposal. I will give you my best efforts, if you will let me. That is all I can say. And Ryder looked up, the light shining on his white, wan face. Thank you, Mr. Montague, he said. It is very good of you. It is a help, at least, to hear a word of sympathy. I will let you know. All right, said Montague, rising. He put out his hand, and Ryder took it tremblingly. Thank you, he said again. And the other turned and went out. He went down the great staircase by himself. At the foot he passed the butler, carrying a tray with some coffee. He stopped the man. Mr. Ryder ought not to be left alone, he said. He should have his physician. Yes, sir, began the other, and then stopped short. From the floor above a pistol shot rang out and echoed through the house. Oh, my God, gasped the butler, staggering backward. He half dropped and half set the tray upon a chair, and ran wildly up the steps. Montague stood for a moment or two as if turned to stone. He saw another servant run out of the dining room and up the stairs. Then, with a sudden impulse, he turned and went to the door. I can be of no use, he thought to himself, I should only drag Lucy's name into it. And he opened the door, and went quietly down the steps. In the newspapers the next morning he read that Stanley Ryder had shot himself in the body, and was dying. And that same morning the newspapers in Denver, Colorado, told of the suicide of a mysterious woman, a stranger, who had gone to a room in one of the hotels and taken poison. She was very beautiful, it was surmised that she must be an actress. But she had left not a scrap of paper or a clue of any sort by which she could be identified. The newspapers printed her photograph, but Montague did not see the Denver newspapers, and so to the day of his death he never knew what had been the fate of Lucy Dupree. The panic was stopped, but the business of the country lay in ruins. For a week its financial heart had ceased to beat, and through all the arteries of commerce, and every smallest capillary, there was stagnation. Hundreds of firms had failed, and the mills and factories by the thousands were closing down. There were millions of men out of work. Throughout the summer the railroads had been congested with traffic, and now there were 250,000 freight cars laid by. Everywhere were poverty and suffering. It was as if a gigantic tidal wave of distress had started from the metropolis and rolled over the continent. Even the oceans had not stopped it, it had gone on to England and Germany, it had been felt even in South America and Japan. One day, while Montague was still trembling with the pain of his experience, he was walking up the avenue, and he met Laura Hegan coming from a shop to her carriage. "Mr. Montague," she exclaimed, and stopped with a frank smile of greeting. "How are you?" "I am well," he answered. "I suppose," she added, "you have been very busy these terrible days." "I have been more busy observing than doing," he replied. "And how is Alice?" "She is well." "I suppose you have heard that she is engaged?" "Yes," said Miss Hegan. "Harry told me the first thing. I was perfectly delighted." "Are you going uptown?" she added. "Get in and drive with me." He entered the carriage, and they joined the procession up the avenue. They talked for a few minutes, then suddenly Miss Hegan said, "Won't you and Alice come to dinner with us some evening this week?" Montague did not answer for a moment. "Father is home now," Miss Hegan continued. "We should like so much to have you." He sat staring in front of him. "No," he said at last, in a low voice. "I would rather not come." His manner, even more than his words, struck his companion. She glanced at him in surprise. "Why," she began, and stopped. There was a silence. "Miss Hegan," he said at last, "I might make conventional excuses. I might say that I have engagements, that I am very busy. Ordinarily one does not find it worthwhile to tell the truth in this social world of ours. But somehow I feel impelled to deal frankly with you." He did not look at her. Her eyes were fixed upon him in wonder. "What is it?" she asked. And he replied, "I would rather not meet your father again." "Why? Has anything happened between you and father?" she exclaimed in dismay. "No," he answered, "I have not seen your father since I had lunch with you in Newport." "Then what is it?" He paused a moment. "Miss Hegan," he began, "I have had a painful experience in this panic. I have lived through it in a very dreadful way. I cannot get over it, I cannot get the images of suffering out of my mind. It is a very real and a very awful thing to me, this wrecking of the lives of tens of thousands of people. And so I am hardly fitted for the amenities of social life just at present." "But my father," gasped she. "What has he to do with it?" "Your father," he answered, "is one of the men who were responsible for that panic. He helped to make it, and he profited by it." She started forward, clenching her hands and staring at him wildly. "Mr. Montague," she exclaimed. He did not reply. There was a long pause. He could hear her breath coming quickly. "Are you sure?" she whispered. "Quite sure," said he. Again there was silence. "I do not know very much about my father's affairs," she began, at last. "I cannot reply to what you say. It is very dreadful. Please understand me, Miss Hegan," said he. "I have no right to force such thoughts upon you, and perhaps I have made a mistake. I should have preferred that you should tell me the truth," she said quickly. "I believed that you would," he answered. "That was why I spoke." "Was what he did so very dreadful?" asked the girl, in a low voice. "I would prefer not to answer," said he. "I cannot judge your father. I am simply trying to protect myself. I'm afraid of the grip of this world upon me. I have followed the careers of so many men, one after another. They come into it, and it lays hold of them, and before they know it, they become corrupt. What I have seen here in the metropolis has filled me with dismay, almost with terror. Every fiber of me cries out against it, and I mean to fight it all my life. And so I do not care to make terms with it socially. When I have seen a man doing what I believe to be a dreadful wrong, I cannot go to his home, and shake his hand, and smile, and exchange the commonplaces of life with him. It was a long time before Miss Hagan replied. Her voice was trembling. Mr. Montague, she said, you must not think that I have not been troubled by these things. But what can one do? What is the remedy? I do not know, he answered. I wish that I did know. I can only tell you this, that I do not intend to rest until I have found out. What are you going to do? She asked. He replied, I am going into politics. I am going to try to teach the people. Samuel the Seeker. Contents. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter X. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter XX. Chapter XXI. Chapter XXII. Chapter XXIII. Chapter XXIV. Chapter XXV. Chapter XXVI. Chapter XXVII. Chapter XXVIII. Chapter XXIX. Chapter XXX. Chapter XXXI. The First Edition. Chapter I. Samuel, said old Ephraim, seek, and ye shall find. He had written these words upon the little picture of Samuel's mother, which hung in that corner of the old attic which served as the boy's bedroom, and so Samuel grew up with the knowledge that he, too, was one of the seekers. Just what he was to seek, and just how he was to seek it, were matters of uncertainty. They were part of the search. Old Ephraim could not tell him very much about it, for the seekers had moved away to the west before he had come to the farm, and Samuel's mother had died very young, before her husband had a chance to learn more than the rudiments of her faith. So all that Samuel knew was that the seekers were men and women of fervor, who had broken with the churches because they would not believe what was taught, holding that it was every man's duty to read the word of God for himself and to follow where it led him. Thus the boy learned to think of life, not as something settled, but as a place for adventure. One must seek, and in the end the way of truth would be revealed to him. He could see this zeal in his mother's face, beautiful and delicate, even in the crude picture, and Samuel did not know that the picture was crude, and wove his dreams about it. Sometimes at twilight old Ephraim would talk about her, and the tears would steal down his cheeks. The 1 year that he had known her had sufficed to change the course of his life, and he had been a man past middle life, too, a widower with 2 children. He had come into the country as the foreman of a lumber camp back on the mountain. Samuel had always thought of his father as an old man. Ephraim had been hurt by a vicious horse, and had aged rapidly after that. He had given up lumbering. It had not taken long to clear out that part of the mountains. Now the hills were swept bare, and the population had found a new way of living. Samuel's childhood life had been grim and stern. The winter fell early upon the mountain wilderness, the lake would freeze over, and the roads block up with snow, and after that they would live upon what they had raised in the summer, with what Dan and Adam, Samuel's half-brothers, might bring in from the chase. But now all this was changed and forgotten, for there was a hotel at the end of the lake, and money was free in the country. It was no longer worthwhile to reap the hay from the mountain meadows. It was better to move the family into the attic, and take boarders. Some of the neighbors even turned their old corn cribs into sleeping shacks, and advertised in the city papers, and were soon blossoming forth in white paint and new buildings, and were on the way to having hotels of their own. Old Ephraim lacked the cunning for that kind of success. He was lame and slow, tending toward stoutness, and having a film over one eye, and Samuel knew that the boarders made fun of him, even while they devoured his food and took advantage of him. This was the first bitterness of Samuel's life, for he knew that within old Ephraim's bosom was the heart of a king. Once the boy had heard him in the room beneath his attic, talking with one of the boarders, a widow with a little daughter of whom the old man was fond. "I've had a feeling, ma'am," he was saying, "that somehow you might be in trouble. And I wanted to say that if you can't spare this money, I would rather you kept it, for I don't need it now, and you can send it to me when things are better with you." That was Ephraim Prescott's way with his boarders, and so he did not grow in riches as fast as he grew in soul. Ephraim's wife had taught him to read the Bible. He read it every night, and on Sundays also, and if what he was reading was sublime poetry, and a part of the world's best literature, the old man did not know it. He took it all as having actual relationship to such matters as trading horses and feeding boarders. And he taught Samuel to take it that way also, and as the boy grew up there took root within him a great dismay and perplexity, that these moral truths which he read in the book seemed to count for so little in the world about him. Besides the Bible and his mother, Ephraim taught his son one other great thing, that was America. America was Samuel's country, the land where his fathers had died. It was a land set apart from all others, for the working out of a high and wonderful destiny. It was the land of liberty. For this whole armies of heroic men had poured out their heart's blood, and their dream was embodied in institutions which were almost as sacred as the book itself. Samuel learned hymns which dealt with these things, and he heard great speeches about them. Every 4th of July that he could remember he had driven out to the courthouse to hear one, and he was never in the least ashamed when the tears came into his eyes. He had seen tears even in the summer boarders' eyes, once or twice when on a quiet evening it chanced that the old man unlocked the secret chambers of his soul. For Ephraim Prescott had been through the war. He had marched with the 17th Pennsylvania from Bull Run to Cold Harbor, where he had been 3 times wounded, and his memory was a storehouse of mighty deeds and thrilling images. Heroic figures strode through it, there were marches and weary sieges, prison and sickness and despair, there were moments of horror and of glory, visions of blood and anguish, of flame and cannon smoke, there were battle flags, torn by shot and shell, and names of precious memory, which stirred the deep places of the soul. These men had given their lives for freedom, they had lain down to make a pathway before her, they had filled up a bloody chasm so that she might pass upon her way. And that was the heritage they handed to their children, to guard and cherish. That was what it meant to be an American, that one must hold himself in readiness to go forth as they had done, and dare and suffer whatever the fates might send. Such were the things out of which Samuel's life was made. Besides these he had only the farm, with its daily tasks, and the pageant of nature in the wilderness of day and night, and of winter and summer upon the mountains. The books were few. There was one ragged volume which Samuel knew nearly by heart, which told the adventures of a castaway upon a desert island, and how, step by step, he solved his problem. Samuel learned from that to think of life as made by honest labor, and to find a thrill of romance in the making of useful things. And then there was the story of Christian, and of his pilgrimage, the very book for a seeker with visions of glory not too definite, leaving danger of premature success. And then, much later, someone left at the place a volume of the farm rhymes of James Whitcomb Riley, and before Samuel's eyes there opened a new vision of life. He had been happy, but now suddenly he realized it. He had loved the blue sky above him, and the deep woods and the sparkling lake, but now he had words to tell about them, and the common tasks of his life were transfigured with the glory of song. So one might milk the cow with stirrings of wonder, and mow in the meadows to the rhythm of knee-deep in June. From which you may divine that Samuel was what is called an enthusiast. He was disposed to take rosy views of things, and to believe what he was told, especially if it was something beautiful and appealing. He was given to having ideals and to accepting theories. he would be stirred by some broad new principle, and he would set to work to apply it with fervor. But you are not to conclude from this that Samuel was a fool. On the contrary, when things went wrong he knew it, and according to his religion, he sought the reason, and he sought persistently, and with all his might. If all men would do as much, the world might soon be quite a different place. Chapter 2. Such was Samuel's life until he was 17, and then a sad experience came to the family. It was because of the city people. They brought prosperity to the country, everyone said, but old Ephraim regretted their coming, nonetheless. They broke down the old standards, and put an end to the old ways of life. What was the use of grubbing up stumps in a pasture lot, when one could sell minnows for a penny apiece? So all the men became guides and camp servants, and the girls became waitresses. They wore more stylish clothes and were livelier of speech, but they were also more greedy and less independent. They had learned to take tips, for instance, and more than one of the girls went away to the city to nameless and terrible destinies. These summer boarders all had money. Young and old, it flowed from them in a continuous stream. They did not have to plow and reap, they bought what they wanted, and they spent their time at play with sailboats and fishing tackle, bicycles and automobiles, and what not. How all this money came to be was a thing difficult to imagine, but it came from the city, from the great metropolis, to which one's thoughts turned with ever livelier interest. Then, one August, came a man who opened the gates of knowledge a little. Manning was his name, Percival Manning, junior partner in the firm of Manning and Isaacson, bankers and brokers, with an address which had caused the Prescott family to start and stare with awe. It was Wall Street. Mr. Percival Manning was round and stout, and wore striped shirts, and trousers which were like a knife blade in front. Also, he fairly radiated prosperity. His talk was all of financial wizardry by which fortunes were made overnight. The firm of Manning and Isaacson was one of the oldest and most prosperous in the street, so he said, and its junior partner was in the confidence of some of the greatest powers in the financial affairs of the country. And, alas, for the Prescott family, which did not read the magazines and had never even heard of a bucket shop. Adam, the oldest brother, took Mr. Manning back to Indian Pond on a fishing trip, and Samuel went along to help with the carries. And all the way the talk was of the wonders of city life. Samuel learned that his home was a God-forsaken place in winter, something which had never been hinted at in any theological book which he had read. Manning wondered that Adam didn't get out to some place where a man had a chance. Then he threw away a half-smoked cigar and talked about the theaters and the music halls, and after that he came back to the inexhaustible topic of Wall Street. He had had interesting news from the office that day. There was a big deal about to be consummated. The Glass Bottle Trust was ready for launching. For nearly a year old Harry Lockman, you've heard of him, no doubt. He built up the great glass works at Lockmanville, said Manning. No, Adam confessed that he had never heard of Lockman, that shrewd and crafty old multimillionaire who had gone on a still hunt for glass bottle factories, and now had the country in the grip of the $14 million Glass Bottle Securities Company. No one knew it, as yet, but soon the enterprise would be under full sail. And won't the old cormorant take in the shekels, though, chuckled Manning. That might be a good sort of thing for a man to invest in, said Adam cautiously. Well, I just guess, laughed the other. If he's quick about it. Do you suppose you could find out how to get some of that stock, was the next question. Sure, said Manning, that's what we're in business for. And then, as luck would have it, a city man bought the old Wickman farm, and the trustees of the estate came to visit Ephraim in solemn state and paid down 3 crisp $1,000 bills and carried off the cancelled mortgage. And the old man sat a tremble, holding in his hands the savings of his whole lifetime, and facing the eager onslaught of his 2 eldest sons. But, Adam, he protested. It's gambling. It's nothing of the kind, cried the other. It's no more gambling than if I was to buy a horse because I know that horses would be scarce next spring. It's just business. But those factories make beer bottles and whiskey bottles, exclaimed the old man. Does it seem right to you to get our money that way? They make all kinds of bottles, said Adam, how can they help what they're used for? And besides, put in Dan, with a masterstroke of diplomacy, it will raise the prices on M, and make M harder to get. There's been fortunes lost in Wall Street, said the father. How can we tell? We've got a chance to get in on the inside, said Adam. Such chances don't happen twice in a lifetime. Just read this here circular, added Dan. If we let a chance like this go, we'll deserve to break our backs hoeing corn the rest of our days. That was the argument. Old Ephraim had never thought of a broken back in connection with the hoeing of corn. There were 4 acres in the field, and every spring he had plowed and harrowed it and planted it and replanted what the crows had pulled up, and all summer long he had hoed and tended it, and in the fall he had cut it, stalk by stalk, and stacked it, and then through October, sitting on the bare bleak hillside, he had husked it, ear by ear, and gathered it in baskets if the season was good, perhaps $100 worth of grain. That was the way one worked to create $100 worth of value, and Manning had paid as much for the fancy mounted shotgun which stood in the corner of his room. And here was the great $14 million glass bottle trust, with properties said to be worth $25 million, and the control of one of the great industries of the country and stock which might easily go to 150 in a single week. Boys, said the old man, sadly, it won't be me that will spend this money. And I don't want to stand in your way. If you're bent on doing it. We are, cried Adam. What do you say, Samuel? Asked the father. I don't know what to say, said Samuel. It seems to me that $3,000 is a lot of money. And I don't see why we need any more. Do you want to stand in the way? Demanded Adam. No, I don't want to stand in the way, said Samuel. And so the decision was made. When they came to give the order, they found themselves confronted with a strange proposition. They did not have to buy the whole stock, it seemed they might buy only the increase in its value. And the effect of this marvelous device would be that they would make 10 times as much as they had expected to make. So, needless to say, they bought that way. And they took a daily paper and watched breathlessly, while glass bottle securities crept up from 63 1/8 to 64 1/4. And then, late one evening, old Hiram Johns, the storekeeper, drove up with a telegram from Manning and Isaacson, telling them that they must put up more margin. Glass bottle securities was at 56 5/8. They sat up all night debating what this could mean and trying to lay the specters of horror. The next day Adam set out to go to the city and see about it, but he met the mail on the way and came home again with a letter from the brokers, regretfully informing them that it had been necessary to sell the stock, which was now below 50. In the news columns of the paper they found the explanation of the calamity. Old Henry Lockman had dropped dead of apoplexy at the climax of his career, and the bears had played havoc with glass bottle securities. Their $3,000 was gone. It took them 3 days to realize it. It was so utterly beyond belief, that they had to write to the brokers and receive another letter in which it was stated in black and white and beyond all misunderstanding that there was not a dollar of their money left. Adam raged and swore like a madman, and Dan vowed savagely that he would go down to the city and kill Manning. As for the father, he wrote a letter of agonized reproach, to which Mr. Manning replied with patient courtesy, explaining that he had had nothing to do with the matter, that he was a broker and had bought as ordered, and that he had been powerless to foresee the death of Lockman. You will remember, he said, that I warned you of the uncertainties of the market, and of the chances that you took. Ephraim did not remember anything of the sort, but he realized that there was nothing to be gained by saying so. Samuel did not care much about the loss of his share of the money, but he did care about the grief of his father, which was terrible to see. The blow really killed him. He looked 10 years older after that week and he failed all through the winter. And then late in the spring he caught a cold, and took to his bed, and it turned to pneumonia, and almost before anyone had had time to realize it, he was gone. He went to join Samuel's mother. He had whispered this as he clutched the boy's hand, and Samuel knew that it was true, and that therefore there was no occasion for grief. So he was ashamed for the awful waves of loneliness and terror which swept over him, and he gulped back his feelings and forced himself to wear a cheerful demeanor, much too cheerful for the taste of Adam and Dan, who were more concerned with what their neighbors would think than they were with the subtleties of Samuel's faith. The boy had been doing a great deal of thinking that winter, and after the funeral he called a council of the family. "Brothers," he said, "this farm is too small for 3 men. Dan wants to marry already, and we can't live here always. It's just as Manning said." "I don't want to hear what that skunk said," growled Adam. "Well, he was right that time. People stay on the land and they divide it up and get poorer and poorer. So I've made up my mind to break away. I'm going to the city and get a start." "What can you do in the city?" asked Dan. "I don't know," said Samuel. "I'll do my best. I don't expect to go to Wall Street and make my fortune." "You needn't be smart," growled Dan. But the other was quite innocent of sarcasm. "What I mean is that I'll have to work," said he. "I'm young and strong, and I'm not afraid to try. I'll find somebody to give me a chance, and then I'll work hard and learn and I'll get promoted. I've read of boys that have done that." "It's not a bad idea," commented Adam. "Go ahead," said Dan. "The only thing is," began Samuel, hesitatingly, "I shall have to have a little money for a start." "Humph," said Adam. "Money's a scarce thing here." "How much'll I want?" asked the other. "Well," said the boy, "I want enough to feel safe. For if I go, I promise you I shall stay till I succeed. I shan't play the baby." "How do you expect to raise it?" was the next question. "I thought," replied Samuel, "that we might make some kind of a deal. Let me sell out my share in the farm." "You can't sell your share," said Adam, sharply. "You ain't of age." "Maybe I'm not," was the answer, "but all the same you know me. And if I was to make a bargain I'd keep it." "You may be sure I'll never come back and bother you." "Yes, I suppose not," said Adam, doubtfully. "But you can't tell." "How much do you expect to get?" asked Dan warily. "Well, I thought maybe I could get $100, said the other, and then he stopped, hesitating. Adam and Dan exchanged a quick glance. "Money's mighty scarce hereabouts," said Adam. "Still," said Dan, "I don't know, I'll go to the village tomorrow and see what I can do." So Dan drove away and came back in the evening, and there was another council. He produced 8 new $10 bills. "It was the best I could do," he said. "I'm sorry if it ain't enough," and then he stopped. "I'll make that do," said Samuel. And so his brother produced a long and imposing-looking document. Samuel was too polite to read it but signed at once, and so the bargain was closed. And that night Samuel packed his few belongings in a neat newspaper bundle, and before sunrise the next morning he set out upon his search. Chapter 3. He had his bundle slung over his back and his $80 pinned tightly in an inside pocket. Underneath it his heart beat fast and high. He was young and he was free. The open road stretched out before him, and perpetual adventure beckoned to him. Every pilgrimage that he had ever read of helped to make up the thrill that stirred him, as he stood on the ridge and gazed at the old farmhouse, and waved his hand, and turned and began his journey. The horse was needed for the plowing, and so Samuel walked the 6 miles to the village, and from there the mail stage took him out to the solitary railroad station. He had 3 hours to wait here for the train, and so he decided that he would save 15 cents by walking on to the next station. Distance was nothing to Samuel just then. Halfway to his destination there was a fire in a little clearing by the track, and a young man sat toasting some bread on a stick. "Hello," he said. "You're hittin' her lively." "Yes," said Samuel. The stranger was not much older than he, but his clothing was dirty and he had a dissipated, leering face. "You're new at this game, aren't you?" said he. "What game?" asked Samuel. The other laughed. "Where ye goin'?" "To New York." "Goin' to hoof it all the way?" "No," gasped the boy. "I'm just walking to the next station." "Oh, I see. What's the fare?" "6.37, I think." "Humph. Got the price, hey?" "Yes, I've got the price." Samuel said this without pride. "Well, you won't have it long if you live at that rate," commented the stranger. "Why don't you beat your way?" "How do you mean?" asked Samuel. "Nobody but a duffer pays fare," said the other. "There'll be a freight along pretty soon, and she stops at the water tank just below here. Why don't you jump her?" Samuel hesitated. "I wouldn't like to do that," he said. "Come," said the other, "sit down." And he held out a piece of his toast, which Samuel accepted for politeness' sake. This young fellow had run away from school at the age of 13, and he had traveled all over the United States, following the seasons, and living off the country. He was on his way now from a winter's holiday in Mexico. And as Samuel listened to the tale of his adventures, he could not keep the thought from troubling him, how large a part of $80 was 6.37. And all in a single day. "Come," said the young fellow, and they started down the track. The freight was whistling for brakes, far up the grade. And Samuel's heart thumped with excitement. They crouched in the bushes, not far beyond the tank. But the train did not stop for water, it only slowed down for a curve, and it thundered by at what seemed to Samuel an appalling rate of speed. "Jump!" shouted the other, and started to run by the track. He made a leap, and caught, and was whirled on, half visible in a cloud of dust. Samuel's nerve failed him. He waited, while car after car went by. But then he caught hold of himself. If anyone could do it, so could he. For shame. He started to run. There came a boxcar, empty, with the door open, and he leaped and clutched the edge of the door. He was whirled from his feet, his arms were nearly jerked out of him. He was half blinded by the dust, but he hung on desperately, and pulled himself up. A minute more and he lay gasping and trembling upon the floor of the car. He was on his way to the city. After a while, Samuel began to think, and then scruples troubled him. He was riding free, but was he not really stealing? And would his father have approved of his doing it? He had begun his career by yielding to temptation. And this at the suggestion of a young fellow who boasted of drinking and thieving. Simply to start such questions was enough, with Samuel, and he made up his mind that when he reached the city the first thing he would do would be to visit the office of the railroad, and explain what he had done, and pay his fare. Perhaps an hour later the train came to a stop, and he heard someone walking by the track. He hid in a corner, ashamed of being there. Someone stopped before the car, and the door was rolled shut. Then the footsteps went on. There came clankings and jarrings, as of cars being shifted, and then these ceased and silence fell. Samuel waited for perhaps an hour. Then, becoming restless, he got up and tried the door. It was fast. The boy was startled and rather dazed. He sat down to think it out. "I suppose I'm locked in till we reach New York," he reflected. But then, why didn't they go? "Perhaps we're on a siding, waiting for the passenger train to pass," was his next thought, and he realized regretfully that he would have been on that train. But then, as hour after hour passed, and they did not go on, a terrible possibility dawned upon him. He was left behind on a siding. 2 or 3 trains went by, and each time he waited anxiously. But they did not stop. Silence came again, and he sat in the darkness and waited and wondered and feared. He had no means of telling the time, and doubtless an hour seemed an age in such a plight. He would get up and pace back and forth, like a caged animal, and then he would lie down by the door, straining his ears for a sound, thinking that someone might pass, unnoticed through the thick wall of the car. By and by he became hungry and he ate the scanty meal he had in his bundle. Then he became thirsty and he had no water. The realization of this made his heart thump. It was no joking matter to be shut in, at one could not tell what lonely place, to suffer from thirst. He sprang up and began to pound and kick upon the door in a frenzy. But he soon tired of that and crouched on the floor again, listening and shivering, half with fear and half with cold. It was becoming chillier, so he judged it must be night. Up here in the mountains there was still frost at night. There came another train, a freight, he knew by the heavy pounding and the time it took to pass. He kicked on the door and shouted, but he soon realized that it was of no use to shout in that uproar. The craving for water was becoming an obsession. He tried not to think about it, but that only made him think about it the more. He would think about not thinking about it and about not thinking about that, and all the time he was growing thirstier. He wondered how long one could live without water, and as the torment grew worse he began to wonder if he was dying. He was hungry, too, and he wondered which was worse, of which one would die the sooner. He had heard that dying men remembered all their past, and so he began to remember his with extraordinary vividness, and with bursts of strange and entirely new emotions. He remembered particularly all the evil things that he had ever done, including the theft of a ride, for which he was paying the penalty. And meantime, with another part of his mind, he was plotting and seeking. He must not die here like a rat in a hole. There must be some way. He tried every inch of the car, of the floor and ceiling and walls. But there was not a loose plank nor a crack. The car was new. And that suggested another idea, that he might suffocate before he starved. He was beginning to feel weak and dizzy. If only he had a knife. He could have cut a hole for air and then perhaps enlarged it and broken out a board. He found a spike on the floor and began tapping round the walls for a place that sounded thin, but they all sounded thick. How thick he had no idea. He began picking splinters away at the juncture of two planks. Meantime hunger and thirst continued to gnaw at him. At long intervals he would pause while a train roared by, or because he fancied he had heard a sound. Then he would pound and call until he was hoarse, and then go on picking at the splinters. And so on, for an unknown number of hours, but certainly for days and nights. And Samuel was famished and wild and weak and gasping, when at last it dawned upon his senses that a passing train had begun to make less noise, that the thumping was growing slower. The train was stopping. He leaped up and began to pound. Then he realized that he must control himself, he must save his strength until the train had stopped. But suppose it went on without delay? He began to pound again and to shout like a madman. The train stopped and there was silence. Then came sounds of cars being coupled, and meantime Samuel was kicking and beating upon the wall. He was almost exhausted and in despair when suddenly from outside came a muffled call, "Hello." For a moment he could not speak. Then, "Help! Help!" he shrieked. "What's the matter?" asked the voice. "I'm locked in," he called. "How'd you get in?" "They locked me in by accident. I'm nearly dead." "Who are you?" "I was riding in the car." "A tramp, hey? Serves you right. Better stay there." "No. No," screamed the boy, in terror. "I'm starving, I've been here for days. For heaven's sake let me out, I'll never do it again." "If I let you out," said the voice, "it's my business to arrest you." "All right," cried Samuel. "Anything but don't leave me here." There was a moment's silence. "Have you got any money?" asked the voice. "Yes. Yes, I've got money." "Don't yell so loud." "How much?" "Why, what? How much?" "I've got $80. "All right. Give it to me and I'll let you out." Frantic as he was, this staggered Samuel. "I can't give you all my money," he cried. "All right then," said the other. "Stay there." "No, no," he protested. "Wait. Leave me just a little." "I'll leave you $5, said the voice. "Speak up. Quick." "All right," said Samuel faintly. "I'll give it to you. Mind." No nonsense now. No. Let me out. I'll bat you over the head if you try it, growled the voice, and the boy stood trembling while the hasp was unfastened and the door was pushed back a little. The light of a lantern flashed in through the crack, blinding him. Now hand out the money, said the stranger, standing at one side for safety. Yes, said Samuel, fumbling with the pin in his waistcoat. But I can't see to count it. Be quick. I'll count it. And so he shoved out the wad. Fingers seized it, and then the light vanished, and he heard the sound of footsteps running. For a moment he did not understand. Then, give me my $5, he yelled, and rolled back the door and leaped out. He was just in time to see the figure with the lantern vanish among the cars up the track. He started to run up the track and tripped over a tie and fell headlong into a ditch. When he scrambled to his feet again, the long train was beginning to move, and the light of the lantern was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 4. Samuel's money was gone, but he was suffering too keenly from hunger and thirst to worry about it for more than a minute. Then the thought came to him he was here in a lonely place at night, and the train was going. If he were left he might still starve. He ran over and caught the iron ladder of one of the freight cars and drew himself up and clung there. Later on he climbed on top of the car, but the wind was too cold, he could not stand it, and had to climb down again. And then he realized that he had left the bundle of his belongings in the empty car. Fortunately for him, the train began to slow up at the end of an hour or so, and peering out Samuel saw lights ahead. Also there were lights here and there in the landscape, and he realized that he had come to a large town. The east was just beginning to turn gray, and faint shadows of buildings were visible. Samuel got off and walked up the track very carefully, for he was stiff as well as weak. There was a light in one of the offices at the depot, and he looked in at the window and saw a man seated at a desk writing busily. He knocked at the door. "Come in," said a voice, and he entered. "Please, may I have a drink of water?" he asked. "Over there in the corner," said the man, scarcely looking up from his papers. There was a bucket and dipper, and Samuel drank. The taste of the water was a kind of ecstasy to him. He drank until he could drink no more. Then he stood waiting. "I beg pardon, sir," he began timidly. "Hey," said the man. "I'm nearly starved, sir. I've had nothing to eat for I don't know how long." "Oh," exclaimed the other. "So that's it? Get out." "You don't understand," began Samuel, perplexed. "Get out," cried the man. "That don't go in here. No beggars allowed." Beggars. The word struck Samuel like a whiplash. "I'm no beggar," he cried wildly. And then he stopped. He had been going to say, "I will pay for it." He went out burning with shame, and on the spot he took his resolution, come what might, he would never beg. He would not put a morsel of food into his mouth until he had earned it. Across from the depot was a public square, and a broad street with trolley tracks. Samuel walked down the street, and then, feeling weak and seeing a dark doorway, he went in and crouched in a corner. For a while he dozed, and then it was daylight. People were passing. He got more water at a fountain and felt better. He went down one of the poorer streets where a man was opening a shop. There was food in the window, fruit and bread, and the sight made him ravenous. But he asked for work and the man shook his head. Samuel went on. Shops were opened here and there, and everywhere he asked for a job, for any little thing to do, and always it was no. Now and then he caught a whiff of someone's breakfast, bacon frying, and coffee or hot bread in a bake shop. But each time he gripped his hands together and set his teeth. He would not beg. He would find work. And so on through the morning. He went into stores, big and little. Sometimes they answered politely, sometimes gruffly, but no one hesitated a moment. He went past warehouses, where men were loading wagons. Surely there would be work here. He spoke to a busy foreman in his shirt sleeves. "How often must I tell you no?" cried the man. But you never told me before, protested Samuel with great earnestness. Get out, said the man. There are so many of you, how the devil can I tell? There were so many. And suddenly Samuel realized that he had passed a good many poor-looking men upon the streets. And were they all hunting jobs and not finding them? Perhaps some were even begging and getting nothing by that. He went on with a blank terror in his soul. He gazed at the people he passed on the street. Some of them had kindly faces, surely they would have helped him had they known. But there was no way for him to let them know, no way but to be a beggar. He came to the suburbs and asked at the houses. But no one wanted anything done. It was noon and people were at luncheon. He caught odors as doors were opened. He went back into the city, because he could not stand it. He was feeling weaker, and he was afraid with a ghastly fear. Pretty soon he might not be able to work. It was a new idea to Samuel, that a man might starve in the midst of civilization. He could hardly believe it, and grew half delirious as he thought about it. What would happen at the end? Would they let him lie down and die in the street? Or was there some place where starving men went to die? So the day passed, and he found nothing. Several people advised him to get out of town. This was no place to look for work, they said. Apparently something was the matter with the place, but they did not stop to tell him what. This was the first large town Samuel had ever seen, and under other circumstances he would have gazed at it with wonder. He passed great buildings of brick and stone, and trolley cars, and a fire engine house, and many other strange sights. He came to a great high fence, enclosing many acres of buildings, dingy and black with smoke. There were tall chimneys, and rows of sheds, and railroad tracks running in. He passed other factories, huge brick buildings with innumerable windows, and many blocks of working men's houses, small and dirty frame structures, with pale-faced children in the doorways. The roads and sidewalks here were all of black cinders, and it was hot even in May. And then he came to a steel bridge and crossed a river, and the road broadened out, and he climbed a hill and found himself walking upon a macadamized avenue lined with trees, and with beautiful residences overlooking the ridge. Rich people lived here, evidently, and Samuel stared, marveling at the splendor. He came to a great estate with a stone gateway and iron railings 10 feet high, and an avenue of stately elm trees. There were bright green lawns with peacocks and lyre birds strutting about, and a great colonial mansion with white pillars in the distance. Fairview, read the name upon the gates. And then again Samuel remembered his appetite. Surely amid all this luxury there would be some chance for him. He started up the path. He had got about halfway to the house when a man who was tending the flowers caught sight of him and came toward him. "What are you doing here?" he called, before he had come halfway. "I'm looking for some work," began Samuel. "Do you want to get your head punched?" shouted the man. "What do you mean by coming in here?" "Why, what's the matter?" asked the boy, perplexed. "Get out, you loafer," cried the other. And Samuel turned and went quickly. A loafer. So for the first time it occurred to him to look at his clothes, which were muddy from his tumble in the ditch. And no doubt his face and hands were dirty also, and his hair unkempt, and his aspect unprepossessing enough for an applicant for labor. At any rate it was clear that this was not the part of the town to seek it in, so he went back across the bridge. Twilight had fallen and the stores were shutting up. Soon everything would be closed, and that night he felt that he would perish. And so at last desperation seized him. He bolted into the first lighted place he saw. It was a saloon, empty, save for a man in white behind the bar. "I'm no beggar," shouted Samuel. "Hey," said the man. "I say I'm no beggar. I'll come back and pay you. I'm starving. I must have something to eat." "Gee whiz," said the man. "I was never in a saloon in my life before," added Samuel, as he realized the character of the place. "But please give me something to eat." "Holly gee, young feller," exclaimed the barkeeper. "You do it great. You ought to be an actor. Step up and feed your face. What? Stammered Samuel, perplexed. Eat, said the other, and pointed. Maybe you understand that. And Samuel turned and saw a lot of food set out upon a counter. He rushed to it and began. At the first taste a kind of madness seized him, and he ate like a wild beast, gulping things. For several minutes he did this, while the other watched curiously. Then he remarked, "Say, you'd better quit." "What?" asked Samuel, seizing more food. "I say quit," said the man. "Just for your own good. I see your story's true, and a little rest won't hurt you." Samuel gazed longingly at the food, desiring more handfuls. "Come over here," said the man. "What happened to you?" "I was locked in an empty freight car." "Humph. That's a new one. How long?" "What day is this?" "Friday." "I was locked in Wednesday morning." "It seemed longer." "It's long enough," commented the barkeeper. "I was robbed," Samuel went on. "A man took all my money. And then the old shame started up in him. Don't think I'm a beggar. I'll work and pay for this." "That's all right," said the barkeeper. "Be easy. Haven't you anything I can do? Some wood to split?" "We don't burn wood." "Or some cleaning up?" Samuel looked round. The place did not seem very neat to him. "I'll scrub the floors for you," he said. "We have 'em scrubbed in the early morning," replied the man. "Well, let me come and do it," said Samuel. "Go on," said the other. "You'll be ready for more feed then." "I'll come, just the same, sir." "If you take my advice," the bartender observed, "you'll get out of this town. Lockmanville's a poor place to hunt jobs in." Samuel started. "Lockmanville," he gasped. "Yes," said the other. "Don't you know where you are?" "I didn't know," said the boy. "Lockmanville? The one where the big glass works are?" "That's the one." "And where old Henry Lockman lived?" "What about it?" asked the other. "Nothing," said Samuel, "only my father invested all his money in Lockman's company, and lost it." "Gee," said the bartender. "Maybe if I told them," said the boy, "they'd give me some work here." "Maybe," said the other, "only the works is shut down." "Shut down," cried Samuel, and then added, "on account of his death." "No, they always close in summer. But this year they closed in March. Times is bad." "Oh," said Samuel. "So there's plenty of men looking for jobs in Lockmanville." The other continued, "And some of the other factories is closed, too. The cotton mill is only run in half time." "I see. Old Lockman used to say there was too many glass works," the barkeeper added. "And the fellers he bought out went and built more. So there you are." There was a pause. "I'm coming back in the morning," said Samuel doggedly. "All right," said the other, with a smile, "if you don't forget it." Then a couple of customers entered. "Run along now," said he. And Samuel went the more readily because he realized that he had been all this time in a saloon, a place of mystery and wickedness to him. He started down the street again. A fine cold rain had begun to fall. What was he to do? He felt warm, having feasted. But there was no use in getting wet. He glanced into the doorways as he passed, and seeing a dark and empty one, crouched inside. Lockmanville. What a curious coincidence. And there were hundreds in the town out of work. It seemed a strange and terrible thing. Could it be that they let people starve as he was starving people they knew? Could it be that they went on about their business and paid no attention to such a thing? He must get out, they told him. But how? Would the railroad take him, if he explained? Or would the people on the way give him work? He had got some food at last, but only by begging. And was he expected to beg? There came footsteps outside. A man strode into the doorway and took hold of the door and tried it. Then he turned to go out. Samuel moved his foot out of the way. "Hello," said the man. "Who's that?" "Only me," said Samuel. "Get up there," commanded the other. He got up and a hand seized him by the collar. "Who are you?" He was jerked into the light before he had a chance to reply. "More bums," growled the voice, and Samuel, terrified, saw that he was in the grasp of a policeman. "Please, sir, I'm not doing any harm," he began. "Come," said the policeman. "Where to?" he cried. But the other merely jerked him along. A sudden wild horror seized Samuel. "You're not going to arrest me," he exclaimed. "Sure," said the other. "Why not?" "But," he exclaimed, "I've not done anything. I can't help it." He started to drag back, and the man twisted a huge hand in his collar, choking him. "Do you want to be hit?" he growled. So Samuel went on. But sobs shook him, convulsive sobs of terror and despair, and tears of shame rolled down his cheeks. He was going to jail. "What's the matter with you?" said the policeman after a bit. "Why don't you be quiet?" "You've no business to arrest me," wailed the boy. "I haven't done anything, and I couldn't help it. I've no place to go and no money. And it's not my fault." "You can tell that to the judge," replied the other. But what have I done?" "Why?" "Shut up," said the officer, and gave another twist at his throat. And after that Samuel was quiet. Chapter V. In the station house a fat sergeant sat dozing upon his throne. "Another vagrant," said the policeman, as if to say there was no special need to rouse himself. "What was he doing?" the sergeant asked. "Sleeping in a doorway," was the reply. By this time Samuel had come to realize the futility of protest. He accepted his fate with dumb despair. He gave the information the sergeant asked for: Samuel Prescott, aged 17, native born, from Yuba Corners, occupation farmer, never arrested before. "All right," said the man, and went back to his nap, and Samuel was led away, and after a pretense at a search was shoved into a cell and heard the iron door clang upon him. He was alone now, and free to sob out his grief. It was the culmination of all the shame and horror that he could ever have imagined: first, to have to beg, and then to be locked up in jail. He knew now what they did with men who were out of work and starving. He lay there weeping, and then suddenly he sat up transfixed. From the cell next to him had come a cry, a horrible blood-curdling screech, more like the scream of a wild cat than any human sound. Samuel listened, his heart pounding. There came the voice of a man from across the corridor: "Shut up, you hag." And after that bedlam broke loose. The woman, Samuel realized at last that the scream had come from a woman, broke forth into a torrent of yells and curses. Such hideous obscenities, such revolting blasphemies he had never heard in his life before. He had never dreamed that life contained within it the possibility of such depravity. It was like an explosion from some loathsome sewer, and its source was the lips of a woman. For 10 minutes or so the tirade continued, until it seemed to the boy that every beautiful and sacred thing he had ever heard of in his life had been defiled forever. Then a jailer strolled down the corridor, and with a few vigorous and judicious oaths contrived to quell the uproar. Samuel lay down again, and now he had a chance to make another discovery. He had felt sharp stinging sensations which caused him to scratch himself frantically. Then suddenly he realized that he was lying upon a mattress infested with vermin. The discovery sent him bounding to the middle of the floor. It set him wild with rage. Such a thing had never happened to him in his life before, for his home was a decent and clean one. This was the crowning infamy, that they should have taken him, helpless as he was, and shut him up in a filthy hole to be devoured by bedbugs and lice. In the morning they brought him bread and coffee, and after a couple of hours more waiting he was taken to court. It was a big bare room with whitewashed walls. There were a few scattered spectators, a couple of policemen and several men writing at tables. Seated within an enclosure were a number of prisoners, dull and listless looking. One by one they stepped up before the railing and faced the judge. There would be a few muttered words and they would move on. Everything went as a matter of routine, which had been going that way for ages. The judge, who was elderly and gray-haired, looked like a prosperous businessman in a masquerade costume. Samuel's turn came and he stood before the bar. His name was read, and the charge vagrancy. "Well," said the judge mechanically. "What have you to say for yourself?" Samuel caught his breath. "It's not my fault, sir," he began. "Your Honor," prompted the policeman who stood at his elbow. "Your Honor," said Samuel, "I lost all my money. And I been trying to find work, Your Honor." "Have you any friends in town?" "No, Your Honor." "How long have you been here?" "Only since yesterday, Your Honor." "How did you get here?" "I came in on a freight train, Your Honor." "I see," said the judge. "Well, you came to the wrong place. We're going to put an end to vagrancy in Lockmanville. 30 days. Next case." Samuel caught his breath. "Your Honor," he gasped. "Next case," repeated the judge. The policeman started to lead Samuel away. "Your Honor," he cried frantically. "Don't send me to jail." And fighting against the policeman's grip, he rushed on, "It's not my fault, I'm an honest boy and I tried to find work. I haven't done anything. And you'll kill me if you send me to jail. Have mercy. Have mercy." The policeman shook him roughly. But there was something so genuine in Samuel's wail that the judge said, "Wait. How could I help it if I was robbed?" The boy rushed on, taking advantage of his chance. "And what could I do but ask for work? I was brought up honest, Your Honor. It would have killed my father if he'd thought I'd be sent to jail. He brought me up to earn my living." "Who was your father?" asked the judge. "His name was Ephraim Prescott, and he was a farmer. You can ask anyone at Yuba Corners what sort of a man he was. He'd fought all through the war, he was wounded 4 times. And if he could be here he'd tell you that I don't deserve to go to jail." There was a moment's pause. "What regiment was your father in?" asked the magistrate. "He was in the 17th Pennsylvania, Your Honor." "Be careful, boy," said the other sternly. "Don't try to deceive me." "I don't want to deceive you, Your Honor," protested Samuel. "What brigade was the 17th Pennsylvania in?" "In the 3rd Brigade, Your Honor." "And who commanded it?" "General Anderson, that is, until he was killed at the Battle of Chancellorsville." "My father was there." "I was there, too," said the judge. "My father used to tell me about it," exclaimed Samuel with sudden eagerness. "His brigade was in the right wing and they had a double line of trenches. And the rebels charged the line with cavalry. They charged a dozen times during the day, and there were big trees cut down by the bullets. My father said the rebels never fought harder than they did right there." "Yes," said His Honor, "I know. I was one of them." Everyone within hearing laughed, and Samuel turned crimson. "I beg pardon, Your Honor," he said. "That's all right," said the judge. And then he added gravely, "Very well, Samuel, we'll give you another chance for your father's sake. But don't let me see you here again." "No, Your Honor," said Samuel. Then he added quickly, "But what can I do?" "Get out of Lockmanville," said the other. "But how? When I've no money. If Your Honor could only help me to some work." "No," said the judge. "I'm sorry, but I've found jobs for 3 men this week, and I don't know any more." "But then," began Samuel. "I'll give you $1 out of my own pocket," the other added. "Your Honor," cried Samuel startled, "I don't want to take money." "You can send it back to me when you get a job," said the judge, holding out a bill. "Take it." Prisoner discharged. Next case. Samuel took the money and was turning away, when a man who had been sitting in a chair near the magistrate suddenly leaned forward. "Judge," he said, "if I may interrupt." "Why, surely, Professor," said the other pleasantly. "I may possibly be able to find something for the boy to do." "Ah, that will be fine. He seems to be a capable young fellow and might be worth helping." "The very thing, Professor." "Samuel, this is Professor Stewart, of Lockman College." Samuel was very glad to meet the professor. He was a trim little gentleman, with a carefully cut black beard and gold-rimmed eyeglasses. "Here is my card," he said, "and if you'll come to see me tomorrow morning at my house, we'll see what we can do." "Thank you very much," said the boy, and put the card in his pocket. Then, realizing suddenly that the policeman had let go of his arm, and that he was free, he turned and made his way through the gate. "A diverting episode," said the professor. "Yes," said the judge, with a smile. "We have them now and then, you see." Samuel went out with a glow in his heart. At last he had got a start. He had got underneath the world's tough hide and found kindness and humanity after all. It had been a harrowing experience, but it would not happen again. He had now one definite purpose in mind. He walked straight out of town and down the river road until he came to a sufficiently solitary place. Then he took off his clothes and sat down on the bank and performed a most elaborate toilet. For half an hour at least he scrubbed his head with sand and water, and combed his hair out with his fingers. And then he went over his clothing inch by inch. At least he would be through with one hideous reminder of his imprisonment. After which he dressed again and went back to town and found the saloon where he had eaten. "Hello," said his friend Finnegan, the barkeeper. "Back again." "I came to explain about this morning," said Samuel. "I couldn't come because they put me in jail." "Gee," said the other, but then he added, with a laugh, "Well, it was a wet night." Samuel did not reply. "I'll come tomorrow morning," he said. "You'd better get out of town, Sonny," advised the other. "I'm all right. The judge gave me $1. "Humph. $1 won't last forever." "No. But I've got the promise of a job. There was a gentleman there, Professor Stewart, from the college." "Holly gee," said Finnegan. "I know that guy. A little runt with a black beard." "I guess so," said Samuel dubiously. "I seen his picture in the paper," said the other. "He's one of them reformers always messin' into things." "Maybe that's why he was at the court," observed Samuel. "Sure thing. He's a professor of sociology and such things, and he thinks he knows all about politics. But we handed him a few last election, just you bet." "Who's we?" asked Samuel. "The organization," said Finnegan, "the Democrats, o' course. Them reformers is always Republicans, the better element, and all that. That means the rich guys that have their own little grafts to work. This professor was a great friend of old Henry Lockman, and the old man used to run this town with his little finger. But they had a big strike here 3 years ago, and too many men got hit over the head. So it'll be a long day before there's any more reform in Lockmanville." "I see," said Samuel. "They make a great howl about the saloons and all the rest," added the barkeeper. "But when the Republicans ran things, my boss paid his little rake off just the same, you can bet. But you needn't tell that to the professor." "I won't," said the boy. "What you goin' to do now?" asked the other. "I don't know. I guess I'll have to get something to eat first." "You'll find the cheapest way is to buy a glass of beer and then feed over there." "No," said Samuel, startled. I think I'd rather not do that." "Well, so long," said Finnegan, with a laugh. "You'll see me tomorrow morning," said Samuel, as he went out. Chapter 6. Samuel went to a bake shop and bought a loaf of bread and sat on the bench of the public square and devoured it bit by bit. It was the cheapest thing he could think of, and quantity was what counted just then. Next he had to find a room to spend the night. He knew nothing about hotels and lodging houses. He walked through the workingmen's quarter of the town, scanning the cottages hesitatingly. At last in the doorway of one he noticed a woman standing, an elderly woman, very thin and weary looking, but clean, and with a kindly face. So he stopped. "Please," said he, "could you tell me any place where I could hire a room?" The woman looked at him. "For how long?" she asked. "I'm not quite sure," he said. "I want it for one night, and then if I get a job, I may want it longer." "A job in Lockmanville?" said the woman. "Well, I've the promise of one," he replied. "There can't be very many," said she. "I've 2 rooms I've always rented," she added, "but when the glass works shut down the men went away. One of them owed me $3, too." I'm not able to pay very much," said Samuel. "Come in," responded the woman, and he sat down and told her his story. And she told him hers. Mrs. Stedman was her name, and her husband had been a glass blower. He earned good wages, $5 a day in the busy season. But he worked in front of a huge tank of white-hot glass, and that was hard on a man. And once on a hot day he had gone suddenly dizzy, and fallen upon a mass of hot slag, and been frightfully burned in the face. They had carried him to the hospital and taken out one eye. And then, because of his family and the end of the season being near, he had gone to work too soon, and his wound had gone bad, and in the end he had died of blood poisoning. "That was 2 years ago," said Mrs. Stedman. "And I got no damages. We barely got along. This year's been worse than ever. It's the panic, they say. It seemed as if everything was shutting down." "It must be very hard on people here," said Samuel. "I've got 3 children, all girls," said Mrs. Stedman, "and only one old enough to work. That's Sophie. She's in the cotton mill, and that only started again last month. And they say it may run on half-time all the year. I do sewing and whatever I can to help, but there's never enough." Samuel forgot his own troubles in talking with this woman. His family had been poor on the farm, but they had never known such poverty as this. And here were whole streets full of people living the same sort of life, hanging over the abyss of destruction, and with no prospect save to struggle forever. Mrs. Stedman talked casually about her friends and neighbors, and new glimpses came to make the boy catch his breath. Next door was Mrs. Prosser, whose husband was dying of cancer. He had been 2 years dying, and they had 5 small children. And on the other side were the Rapinskys, a Polish family. They had been strong in the possession of 3 grown sons, and had even bought a phonograph. And now not one of them had done a stroke of work for 3 months. To have been robbed and put in jail seemed a mere incident in comparison with such bitter and lifelong suffering, and Samuel was ashamed of having made so much fuss. He had stated, with some trepidation, that he was just out of jail, but Mrs. Stedman had not seemed to mind that. Her husband had been in jail once, during the big glass strike, and for nothing more than begging another man not to take his job. It was arranged that Samuel was to pay her 35 cents for his supper and bed and breakfast, and if he wished to stay longer she would board him for $4 a week, or he might have the room alone for $1. The 2 young children came in from school. They were frail and undersized little girls, with clothing that was neatly but pitifully patched. And shortly after them came Sophie. Samuel gave a start of dismay when he saw her. He had been told that she worked in the cotton mill and was the mainstay of the family, and he had pictured a sturdy young woman, such as he had seen at home. Instead, here was a frail slip of a child scarcely larger than the others. Sophie was 13, as he learned afterwards, but she did not look to be 10 by his standards. She was grave and deliberate in her movements, and she gazed at the stranger with a pair of very big brown eyes. "This is Samuel Prescott," said her mother. "He is going to spend the night, and may be bored with us." "How do you do?" said Sophie, and took off the shawl from her head and sat down in a corner. The boy thought that this was shyness upon her part, but later on he realized that it was lassitude. The child rested her head upon her hand every chance that she got, and she never did anything that she did not have to. The next morning, bright and early, Samuel was on hand at the saloon, greatly to the amusement of his friend Finnegan. He got down on his hands and knees and gave the place such a scrubbing as it had never had before since it was built. And in return Finnegan invited him to some breakfast, which Samuel finally accepted, because it would enable him to take less from the Stedmans. Professor Stewart had not specified any hour in his invitation. He lived in the aristocratic district across the bridge, and Samuel presented himself at his door a little before 8. "Professor Stewart told me to come and see him," he said to the maid. "Professor Stewart is out of town," said she. "Out of town," he echoed. "He's gone to New York," said she. "He was called away unexpectedly last night." "When will he be back?" "He said he'd try to be back the day after tomorrow, but he wasn't sure." Samuel stared at her in consternation. "What did you want?" she asked. "He promised me a job." "Oh," said she. "Well, can't you come back later on?" And then, seeing that Samuel had nothing better to do than to stare at her dumbly, she closed the door and went about her business. Samuel walked back in a daze. It gave him a new sense of the world's lack of interest in him. Probably the great man had forgotten him altogether. There was nothing to do but to wait, and meantime he had only 60 cents. He could not stay with Mrs. Stedman, that was certain. But when he came to tell her, she recurred to a suggestion he had made. There were a few square yards of ground behind her house, given up mostly to tomato cans. If he would plant some garden seed for her, she would board him meanwhile. And so Samuel went to work vigorously with a borrowed spade. 2 days passed, and another day, and still the professor had not returned. It was Saturday evening, and Samuel was seated upon the steps of the house, resting after a hard day's work. Sophie was seated near him, leaning back against the house with her eyes closed. The evening was warm and beautiful, and gradually the peace of it stole over her. And so at last she revealed herself to Samuel. "Do you like music?" she asked. "Very much indeed," said he. "Not everybody does," she remarked. "I mean real music, such as Friedrich plays." "I don't know," said Samuel. "Who is Friedrich?" "He's a friend of mine," Sophie answered. "He's a German boy. His father's the designer at the carpet works. And he plays the violin." "I should like to hear him," said he. "I'll take you," she volunteered. "I generally go to see them on Sunday afternoons. It's the only time I have." So the next day Samuel met the Bramers. Their cottage was a little way out in the country, and they had a few trees about it and a flower bed. But the house was not large, and it was well filled with a family of 9 children. Johann, the father, was big and florid, with bristling hair. He was marked in the town because he called himself a socialist, but Samuel did not know that. His wife was a little mite of a woman, completely swamped by childbearing. Most interesting to Samuel was Friedrich, who played the violin, a pale ascetic-looking boy of 15, with wavy hair and beautiful eyes. Music was a serious rite with the Bramers. The father played the piano, and the next oldest son to Friedrich was struggling with the cello, and when they played, the whole family sat in the parlor, even the tiny tots, round-eyed and silent. Samuel knew some patriotic songs, and a great number of hymns, and a few tunes that one heard at country dances. But such music as this was a new revelation of the possibilities of life. He listened in a transport of wonder and awe. Such wailing grief, such tumultuous longing, such ravishing and soul-tormenting beauty. Friedrich had only such technique as his father had been able to give him, together with what he had invented for himself. His bowings were not always correct, and he was weak on the high notes, but Samuel knew nothing of this. He was thinking of the music. And he needed no one to tell him about it. He needed no criticisms and no commentaries. Across the centuries the souls of Schubert and Beethoven spoke to him, telling their visions of the wonderful world of the spirit, toward which humanity is painfully groping. It was impossible for him to keep from voicing his excitement, and this greatly delighted the Brahmers, who craved for comprehension in a lonely place. His sympathy gave wings to their fervor, and they played the whole afternoon through, and then Johann invited them to stay to supper, so that they might play some more in the evening. "You should have been a musician," he said to Samuel. "You've made for it." They had a supper such as the boy had missed for some time, a great platter of cold boiled meat, and a bowl of hot gravy, and another bowl of mashed potatoes, with no end of bread and butter. Also there was some kind of a German pudding, and to the stranger's dismay, a pitcher of beer in front of Johann. After offering some to his guests, he drank it all, and also he ate a vast supper. Afterwards he dozed, while Friedrich played yet more wonderful music, and this gave Samuel a new insight into the life of the family, and into the wild and terrible longing that poured itself out in Friedrich's tones. The father was good-natured and sentimental, but sunk in grossness, and the mother was worn out with the care of her brood, and beneath all this burden the soul of the boy was crying frantically for life. The exigencies of trade demanded endless variety of designs in carpets and rugs, and so all day Johann Bremer stood in front of a great sheet of cardboard, marked off in tiny numbered squares, on which he painted with many colors. For this he received $30 a week, and his son received $12 as his assistant, painting in the same colors upon all the squares of certain numbers, and so completing a symmetrical design. It was a very good job, and Johann prodded his son to devote his energies to the evolving of new designs. But the boy hated it all, thinking only of his music. And his music meant to him, not sentimental dreaming, but a passionate clutch into the infinite, a battle for deliverance from the bondage of the world. So Johann himself had been in his youth, when he had become a revolutionist, and before beer and gravy and domesticity had tamed him. No one said a word about these things. It was all in the playing. And now and then Samuel stole a glance about the room and discovered yet another soul's tragedy. Sophie, too, was drinking in the music, and life had crept into her face, and her breath came quick and fast, and now and then she furtively brushed away a tear. Afterwards, as they walked home, she said to Samuel, "I don't know if it's good for me to listen to music like that." "Why not?" he asked. "If it makes you happy." "But it makes me unhappy afterwards. It makes me want things. And I get restless, and when I go back to the factory it's so much harder." "What do you do in the factory?" asked Samuel. "I'm what they call a bobbin girl. I tie the threads on the bobbins when they are empty." "Is it very hard work?" "No, you might think so. But you have to stand up all day, and it's doing the same thing all the time, the same thing the whole day long. You get dull, you never think about anything. And then the air is full of dust and the machinery roars. You get used to it, but I'm sure it's bad for you." They walked for a while in silence. "Do you like to imagine things?" asked Sophie suddenly. "Yes," said he. "I used to," said she, "when I was younger." It was so strange to Samuel to notice that the slip of a child always spoke of herself as old. "Why don't you do it now?" he asked. "I'm too tired, I think. But I've a lot of pictures up in my room that I cut out of magazines that people gave me. Pictures of beautiful things, birds and flowers, and old castles, and fine ladies and gentlemen. And I used to make up stories about them, and imagine that I was there, and that all sorts of nice things were happening to me. Would you like to see my pictures?" "Very much," said Samuel. "I think of things like that when I listen to Friedrich. I've a picture of Sir Galahad. He's very beautiful, and he stands at his horse's head with a sword in his hand. I used to dream that somebody like that might come and carry me off to a place where there aren't any mills. But I guess it's no use anymore." "Why not?" asked the other. "It's too late. There is something the matter with me. I never say anything, because it would make mother unhappy, but I'm always tired now, and every day I have a headache. And I'm so very sleepy, and yet when I lie down I can't sleep, I keep hearing the mill. Oh, cried Samuel involuntarily. I don't mind it so much, said the child. There's no help, so what's the use? It's only when I hear Friedrich play then I get all stirred up. They walked on for a while again. He's very unhappy, she said finally. I suppose so, replied Samuel. Tell me, he asked suddenly. Isn't there some other work that you could do? What? I'm not strong enough for hard work. And where could I make $3 a week? Is that what they pay you? Yes, that is when we are on full time. Does it make all the girls sick? He inquired. There's that girl who came in this afternoon, she seems well and strong. Bessie, you mean? But it's just play for her, you see. She lives with her parents and stops whenever she feels like it. She just wants to buy dresses and go to the theater. But that girl we passed on the street today. Helen Davis. Ah, yes, but she's different again. She's bad. Bad, echoed Samuel, perplexed. There was a brief pause. It was not easy for him to adjust himself to a world in which the good were of necessity frail and ill, and the bad were rosy-cheeked and merry. How do you mean? He asked at last. And Sophie answered quite simply, she lives with a fellow. The blood leaped into Samuel's face. Such a blunder for him to have made. But then the flush passed, giving place to a feeling of horrified wonder. For Sophie was not in the least embarrassed, she spoke in the most matter-of-fact tone. And this from a child of 13, who did not look to be 10. I see, said he in a faint voice. A good many of the girls do it, she added. You see, they move about so much, the mill's close, and so a girl has no hope of marrying. But mother says it's wrong, just the same. And Samuel walked home the rest of the way in silence, and thinking no more about the joys of music. Chapter 7. On Monday morning Samuel found that Professor Stewart had returned, and he sat in the great man's study and waited until he had finished his breakfast. It was a big room, completely walled with crowded bookshelves. In the center was a big work table covered with books and papers. Samuel had never dreamed that there were so many books in the world, and he gazed about him with awe, feeling that he had come to the sources of knowledge. That was Samuel's way. Both by nature and training, he had a profound respect for all authority. He believed in the majesty of the law. That was why it had shocked him so to be arrested. He thought of the church as a divine institution, whose ministers were appointed as shepherds of the people. And up here on the heights was this great college, a temple of learning, and this professor was one who had been selected by those in the seats of authority, and set apart as one of its priests. So Samuel was profoundly grateful for the attention which was given to him, and was prepared to pick up whatever crumbs of counsel might be dropped. Ah, yes, the professor said, wiping his glasses with a silk handkerchief. Samuel, let me see. Samuel Prescott, sir. Yes, Samuel Prescott. And how have you been? I've been very well, sir. I meant to leave a message for you, but I overlooked it. I had so many things to attend to in the rush of departure. I hope you didn't wait for me. I had nothing else to do, sir, said Samuel. The truth is, continued the other, I'm afraid I shan't be able to do for you what I thought I could. Samuel's heart went down into his boots. You see, said the professor a trifle embarrassed, my sister wanted a man to look after her place, but I found she had already engaged someone. There was a pause. Samuel simply stared. Of course, as the man is giving satisfaction, you see it wouldn't do for her to send him away. And Samuel continued to stare, dumb with terror and dismay. I'm very sorry, said the other, no need to tell you that. But I don't know of any other place. But what am I to do? Burst out Samuel. It's really too bad, remarked the other. And again there was a silence. Professor Stewart, said Samuel in a low voice, What is a man to do who is out of work and starving? God knows, said the professor. And yet again there was silence. Samuel could have said that himself, he had the utmost faith in God. And after a while the professor himself seemed to realize that the reply was inadequate. You see, he went on, there is a peculiar condition here in Lockmanville. There was an attempt to corner the glass industry, and that caused the building of too many factories, and so there is overproduction. And then, besides that, they've just invented a machine that blows as many bottles as a dozen men. But then what are the men to do? Asked Samuel. The condition readjusts itself, said the other. The men have to go into some other trade. But then the cotton mills are on half-time, too. Yes, there are too many cotton mills. But then in the end there will be too many everything. That is the tendency, said the professor. There are foreign markets, of course. But the difficulty really goes deeper than that. Professor Stewart paused and looked at Samuel, wondering, perhaps, if he were not throwing away his instruction. But the boy looked very much interested, even excited. Most of our economists are disposed to blink the truth, said he. But the fact is, there are too many men. Samuel started. It was precisely that terrible suspicion which had been shaping itself in his own mind. There is a law, went on the other, which was clearly set forth by Malthus, that population tends continually to outrun the food supply. And then the surplus people have to be removed. I see, said Samuel, awe-stricken. But isn't it rather hard? It seems so to the individual. To the race it is really of the very greatest benefit. It is the process of life. Please tell me, Samuel's look seemed to say. If you will consider nature, Professor Stewart continued, you will observe that she always produces many times more individuals than can possibly reach maturity. The salmon lays millions of eggs, and thousands of young trees spring up in every thicket. And these individuals struggle for a chance to live, and those survive which are strongest and best fitted to meet the conditions. And precisely the same thing is true among men. There is no other way by which the race could be improved, or even kept at its present standard. Those who perish are sacrificed for the benefit of the race. Now, strange as it may seem, Samuel had never before heard the phrase, the survival of the fittest. And so now he was living over the experience of the thinking world of 50 or 60 years ago. What a marvelous generalization it was! What a range of life it covered! And how obvious it seemed one could think of 100 things, perfectly well known, which fitted into it. And yet he had never thought of it himself. The struggle for existence. The survival of the fittest. A few days ago Samuel had discovered music. And now he was discovering science. What an extraordinary thing was the intellect of man, which could take all the infinitely varied facts of life and interpret them in the terms of one vast law. Samuel was all aglow with excitement at the revelation. I see, he said, again and again I see. It is the law of life, said the professor. No one can escape from it. And then, said Samuel, when we try to change things, when we give out charity, for instance, we are working against nature, and we really make things worse. That is it, replied the other. And Samuel gave a great sigh. How very simple was the problem, when one had seen it in the light of science. Here he had been worrying and tormenting his brain about the matter, and all the time he was in the hands of nature, and all he had to do was to lie back and let nature solve it. Nature never makes mistakes, said Professor Stewart. Of course, in this new light Samuel's own case became plain. Those who are out of work are those who have failed in the struggle, he said. Precisely, said the professor. And that is because they are unfit. Precisely, said the professor again. As Herbert Spencer has phrased it, inability to catch prey must be regarded as a falling short of conduct from its ideal. And, of course, in an industrial community, the prey is a job. Who is Herbert Spencer? Asked Samuel. He is recognized as the authority in such matters, said the other. And then, pondered Samuel, those who have jobs must be the fit. And the very rich people, the ones who make the millions and millions, they are the fittest of all. Yes, said the professor. And, of course, that makes my problem clear. I'm out of a job, and so I must die. The professor gazed at Samuel sharply. But it was impossible to mistake the boy's open-eyed sincerity. He had no thought about himself, he was discovering the laws of life. I'm so glad you explained it to me, he went on. But all these thousands of men who are starving to death, they ought to be told it, too. What good would it do? Asked the other. Why, they ought to understand. They suffer, and it seems to them purposeless and stupid. But if you were to explain to them that they are being sacrificed for the benefit of the race, don't you see what a difference it would make? I don't believe they would take the suggestion kindly, said the professor with a faint attempt to smile. But why not? Asked Samuel. Wouldn't it sound rather hypocritical, so to speak, coming from a man who had succeeded? Not at all. You have a right to your success, haven't you? I hope so. You have a job, began Samuel, and then hesitated. I don't know how a professor comes to get his job, he said. But I suppose that the men who make the great fortunes, the ones who are wisest and best of all, they give the money for the colleges, don't they? Yes, said Professor Stewart. And then, said Samuel, I suppose it is they who have chosen you. Again the professor darted a suspicious glance at his questioner. One might put it that way, he said. Well, then, that is your right to teach, and you could explain it. Then you could say to these men, there are too many of you, you aren't needed, and you must be removed. But the professor only shook his head. It wouldn't do, he said. And Samuel, pondering and seeking as ever, came to a sudden comprehension. I see, he exclaimed. What is needed is action. Action. Yes, it's for us who are beaten to teach it, and to teach it in our lives. It's a sort of revival that is needed, you see. But I don't see the need, laughed the other, interested in spite of himself. That's because you aren't one of us, cried Samuel vehemently. Nobody else can understand nobody. It's easy to be one of the successes of life. You have a comfortable home and plenty to eat and all. But when you've failed, when you're down and out, then you have to bear hunger and cold and sickness. And there is grief and fear and despair, you can have no idea of it. Why, I've met a little girl in this town. She works in the cotton mill, and it's just killed her by inches, body and soul. And even so, she can only get half a day's work, and the mother is trying to support the little children by sewing, and they're all just dying of slow starvation. This very morning they asked me to stay to breakfast, and I refused, because I knew they had only some bread and a few potatoes, and it wasn't enough for one person. You see, it's so slow, it's such a terribly long process, this starving people off by inches. And keeping them always tormented by hope. Don't you see, Professor Stewart? And just because you don't come out honestly and teach them the truth. Because you won't say to them, the world is too full, and you've got to get out of the way, so as to give us a chance. Why, look, sir, you defeat your own purposes. These people stay, and they keep on having more children, and everything gets worse instead of better, and they have diseases and vices, they ruin the whole world. What's the use of having a world if it's got to be like this town, crowded with hovels full of dirty people, and sick people, and starving and miserable people? I can't see how you who live up here on the heights can enjoy yourselves while such things continue. No, said Professor Stewart, and he gazed at Samuel with knitted brows, unable, for the life of him, to feel certain whether he ought to feel amused, or to feel touched, or to feel outraged. As for Samuel, he realized that he was through with the professor. The professor had taught him all that he had to teach. He did not really understand this matter at all. That was because he belonged to the other world, the world of successful and fit people. They had their own problems to solve, no doubt. This non-comprehension was made quite clear by the professor's next remark. "I'm sorry to have disappointed you," he said. "If a little money will help you." "No," said the other quickly. "You mustn't offer me money." "How can that be right?" "That would be charity." "Ahem," said the professor. "Yes. But then you mentioned that you hadn't had any breakfast. Hadn't you better go into the kitchen and let them give you something?" "But what is the use of putting things off?" cried Samuel wildly. "If I'm going to preach this new idea, I've got to begin." "But you can't preach very long on an empty stomach," objected the other. To which Samuel answered, "The preaching has to be by deeds." And so he took his departure, and Professor Stewart turned back to his work table, upon which lay the bulky manuscript of his monumental work, which was entitled, "Methods of Relief, a Theory and a Program." Some pages lay before him. The top one was headed, Chapter 8, Unemployment and Social Responsibility. And Professor Stewart sat before this title, and stared, and stared. Chapter 8. Samuel meantime was walking down the broad macadam avenue debating his problem. The first glow of excitement was over, and he was finding difficulties. The theory still held, but in the carrying out of it there were complications. For one thing, it would be so hard to spread this doctrine. For if one tried to teach it by words, he seemed a hypocrite, as the professor had said, and on the other hand, if one simply practiced it, who would ever know? Suppose, for instance, that he starved to death during the next few days? That would be only one person removed, and apparently there were millions of the superfluous. The truth was that Samuel, in discussing the theory, had applied it only to himself. But now he pictured himself going home to tell Mrs. Stedman that she must give up her futile effort, and take herself and her 3 children out of the way of the progress of the race. And he realized that he could never do it. He was not equal to the task. Doubtless, it was because he was one of the unfit. It would need someone who did not know them, someone who could approach the matter from the purely scientific standpoint. Then there was another difficulty graver yet. Did not this doctrine really point to suicide? Would it not be the simplest solution of his problem if he were to climb down to the river, and tie a stone about his neck, and jump in? Samuel wished that he had thought to ask the professor about this. For the idea frightened him. He had a distinct impression of having been taught that it was a dreadful sin to take one's own life. The trouble seemed to lie in the dull and unromantic nature of the life about him. If only there had been some way to die nobly and heroically for the good of others. If only there was a war, for instance, and a call for men to perish on the ramparts. Or a terrible pestilence, so that one could be a nurse. But there was nothing at all but this low starving to death, and while other people lived in plenty. Samuel thought of the chance of finding some work which involved grave peril to life or limb, but apparently even the danger posts were filled. The world did not need him, either in life or death. So there was nothing for it but the starving. Having eaten nothing that day, Samuel was ready to begin at once. He tightened his belt and set his teeth for the grapple with the gaunt wolf of hunger. And so he strode on down the road, pining for a chance to sacrifice himself, and at the very hour that the greatest peril of his life was bearing down upon him. He had passed Fairview, the great mansion with the stately gates and the white pillars. He had passed beyond its vast grounds, and had got out into the open country. He was walking blindly. It made no great difference where he went. And then suddenly behind him there was a clatter of hoofs, and he turned, and up the road he saw a cloud of dust, and in the midst of it a horse galloping furiously. Samuel stared. There was some kind of a vehicle behind it, and there was a person in the vehicle. A single glance was enough for him to realize it was a runaway. To Samuel the thing came as a miracle. It was an answer to his prayer. And it found him ready. The chance was offered him, and he would not fail, not he. He did not falter for a second. He knew just what he had to do, and he was ready, resolute, and alert, and tense. He moved into the center of the road. The horse came on, galloping at top speed. It was a blooded horse, swift and frantic with fear, and terrible to see. Samuel spread out his arms, and then in a flash the creature was upon him. It swerved to pass him, and the boy wheeled, leaped swiftly, and flung himself at the bridle. He caught it, his arms were wrenched, but he hung on, and jerked himself up. The horse flung him to one side, but with a swift clutch, Samuel caught him by the nostrils with one hand, and gripped fast. Then he drew himself up close and hung grimly, his eyes shut, with a grasp like death. And he was still hanging there when the runaway stopped, and the occupant leaped from the vehicle and rushed to help him. "My God," he cried, but that was nerve. He was a young fellow, white as a sheet and trembling in every muscle. "How did you do it?" he panted. "I just held on," said Samuel. "God, but I'm thankful to you," exclaimed the other. "You've saved my life." Samuel still clung to the horse, which was quivering with nervousness. "He'd never have got away from me, but one rein broke. See here." And he held up the end. "What started him?" asked Samuel. "Nothing," said the other, "a piece of paper, likely. He's a fool, always was." And he shook his fist in the horse's face, exclaiming, "By God, I'll tame you before I finish with you." "Look out," said Samuel. "You'll start him again." And again he clutched the horse, which started to plunge. "I've got him now," said the other. "He'll quiet down." "Hold fast," Samuel continued, and then he put his hand to his forehead, and swayed slightly. I'll have to sit down a moment, I'm afraid. I feel sort of dizzy." "Are you hurt?" cried the stranger anxiously. "No," he said, "no, but I haven't had anything to eat today, and I'm a little weak." "Nothing to eat?" cried the other. "What's the matter?" "Why, I've been out of a job." "Out of a job? Good heavens, man, have you been starving?" "Well," said Samuel with a wan smile, "I had begun to." He sat down by the roadside, and the other stared at him. "Do you live in Lockmanville?" he asked. "No, I just came here. I left my home in the country to go to New York, and I was robbed and lost all my money. And I haven't been able to find anything to do, and I'd just about given up and got ready to die." "My God," cried the other in dismay. "Oh, it's all right," said Samuel. "I didn't mind." The stranger gazed at him in perplexity. And Samuel returned the gaze, being curious to see who it was he had rescued. It was a youth not more than a year or two older than himself. The color had now come back into his face, and Samuel thought that he was the most beautiful human being he had ever seen. He had a frank, open face, and laughing eyes, and golden hair like a girl's. He wore outing costume, a silk shirt and light flannels, things which Samuel had learned to associate with the possession of wealth and ease. Also, his horse was a thoroughbred, and with a rubber-tired runabout and a silver-mounted harness, the expensiveness of the rig was evident. Samuel was glad of this, because it meant that he had rescued someone of consequence, someone of the successful and fit people. "Just as soon as you're able, come hold the horse," said the stranger, "and then I'll fix this rein, and take you back and get you something to eat." "Oh, no," said Samuel. "Don't bother. That's all right." "Hell, man," cried the other. "Don't you suppose I'm going to do anything for you?" "Well, I hadn't thought," began Samuel. "Cut it out," exclaimed the other. "I'll set you up, and find you a job, and you can have a decent start." Find him a job? Samuel's heart gave a great throb. For a moment he hardly knew how to take this, how it would fit into his new philosophy. But surely it was all right for him to take a job. Yes, he had earned it. Even if someone else had to be turned out, even so, he had proven his fitness. He had won in the struggle. He had a place among the successful, and he could help Sophie and her mother. He got up with eagerness, and held the horse. "Do you think you can manage him?" he asked. "Oh, yes," said the other. I'll chance it, anyhow. And he leaped into the runabout and took the reins. Now, he said, and Samuel got in, and they sped away, back toward town. Don't say anything about this accident, please, said the young man suddenly. I won't, said Samuel. My friends are always teasing me because I drive horses, he explained. Why not? Asked the other. Well, everybody drives motors nowadays. But my father stood by horses, and I learned to be fond of them. We never had but one horse on the farm, observed Samuel. But I was fond of him. What is your name? Inquired the stranger, and Samuel told him. Also he told him where he had come from and what had happened to him. He took particular pains to tell about the jail, because he did not want to deceive anyone. But his companion merely called it an infernal outrage. Where were you going now? He asked. I'd just left Professor Stewart's, replied Samuel. What? Old Stu? How do you come to know him? He was at the court. And he said he'd get me a job, and then he found he couldn't. Do you know him? Oh, yes, I had him at college, you know. Oh, do you go to the college? I used to till my father died. Then I quit. I hate study. Samuel was startled. I suppose you don't need to, he said after a pause. No, said the other. My father thought the world of old Stu, he added, but he used to bore the life out of me. How'd you find him? Well, answered Samuel, you see, I haven't had any of your advantages. I found what he told me very wonderful. What did he tell you? Well, he explained to me how it was I was out of a job. There are too many people in the world, it seems, and I was one of the unfit. I had failed in the struggle for existence, and so I had to be exterminated, he said. The devil he did, exclaimed the stranger. Samuel wished that the young man would not use so many improper words, but he presumed that was one of the privileges of the successful. I was very grateful to him, he went on, because, you see, I hadn't understood what it meant. But when I realized it was for the good of the race, then I didn't mind any more. His companion stole a glance at him out of the corner of his eye. Gee, he said. I had quite an argument with him. I wanted him to see that he ought to teach the people. There are thousands of people starving here in Lockmanville, and would you want to starve without knowing the reason? No, said the other, I don't think I should. And again he looked at his companion. But the conversation was interrupted there. For some time they had been passing the place with the 10-foot iron railing, and now they came to the great stone entrance with the name Fairview carved upon it. To Samuel's surprise they turned in. Where are you going? He asked. Home, said the other. And Samuel started. Do you live here? He gasped. Yes, was the reply. Samuel stared at the familiar driveway with the stately elms, and the lawns with the peacocks and lyre birds. This is one of the places where I asked for work, he said. They ordered me out. The deuce they did, exclaimed the other. Well, they won't order you out now. There was a pause. You haven't told me your name, put in Samuel suddenly. I thought you'd guess, said the other with a laugh. How could I? Why don't you know what place this is? No, said Samuel. What? And his companion replied, it's the Lockman place. Samuel caught his breath and clutched at the seat. The Lockman place, he panted, and then again, the Lockman place. He stared ahead at the great building, with the broad porticos and the snow-white columns. He could hardly credit his ears. I'm the old man's son, added the stranger genially. Albert's my name. They call me Bertie. Chapter 9. Properly to understand the thrill which this revelation brought to Samuel, one would have to consider the state of his mind. With all the power of his being, Samuel was seeking for excellence, and a great and wise man had explained to him what were the signs by which this quality was known. And in the struggle for existence old Henry Lockman had succeeded more than any other man of whom Samuel had ever heard in his life. He owned these huge glass works, and many others all over the country. He owned the trolley roads, and the gas works, and the water works. The place had been named after him, and the great college also. For many years he had even run the government of the town, so Finnegan had stated. And here was this huge estate, his home a palace fit for a king. How great must have been the excellence of such a man! And what benefits he must have conferred upon the world, to have been rewarded with all this power and glory. And here was his son, a youth in aspect fitting perfectly to Samuel's vision, a very prince of the blood, yet genial and free-hearted noblesse oblige. To him had descended these virtues and excellences and all the estates and powers as the sign and symbol thereof. And now had come a poor ignorant country boy, and it had fallen to his fortune to save the life of this extraordinary being. And he was to have a chance to be near him, and to serve him, to see how he lived, and to find out the secret of his superior excellence. There was no snobbery in Samuel's attitude. He felt precisely as another and far greater Samuel had felt when his sovereign had condescended to praise his dictionary, and the tears of gratitude had started into his eyes. They drove up before the palace, and a groom came hurrying up. "Phillips," said young Lockman, "look at that rein." The groom stared aghast. "Take it and show it to Sanderson," the other continued. "Ask him if I don't pay enough for my harness that he gets me stuff like that." "Yes, sir," said the groom. They alighted and crossed the broad piazza, which was covered with easy chairs and tables and rugs. In the entrance hall stood a man in livery. "Peters," said the young man, "this is Samuel Prescott. I had some trouble with my horse and he helped me. He hasn't had anything to eat today, and I want him to have a good meal." "Yes, sir," said the man. "Where shall I serve it, sir?" "In the morning room." "We'll wait there. And mind you, bring him a plenty." "Yes, sir," said Peters, and went off. Meantime Samuel had time for a glance about him. Never had he heard or dreamed of such magnificence. It was appalling, beyond belief. The great entrance hall went up to the roof, and there was a broad staircase of white marble, with galleries of marble, and below a marble fireplace, big enough to hold a section of a tree. Beyond this was a court with fountains splashing, and visions of palms and gorgeous flowers, and on each side were vistas of rooms with pictures and tapestries and furniture which Samuel thought must be of solid gold. "Come," said his companion, and they ascended the staircase. Halfway up, however, Samuel stopped and caught his breath. Before him there was a painting. There is no need to describe it in detail, suffice it to say that it was a life-size painting of a woman, entirely naked, and that Samuel had never seen such a thing in his life before. He dropped his eyes as he came near to it. They went along the gallery and entered a room, dazzlingly beautiful and bright. It was all done in white satin, the front being of glass, and opening upon a wide balcony. There were flowers and singing birds, and in the panels most beautiful paintings, representing wood nymphs dancing. These airy creatures, also, were innocent of anything save filmy veils, but they were all about the room, and so poor Samuel had no way to escape them. He sought for light within his mind, and suddenly he recollected the illustrated Bible at home. Perhaps the peerless beings who lived in such palaces had returned to a state of guiltlessness, such as had existed before the serpent came. Young Lockman flung himself into an easy chair and proceeded to cross-question his companion. He wanted to know all about the interview with Old Stu, and afterwards, having managed to divine Samuel's attitude to himself, he led him to talk about that, which Samuel did with the utmost frankness. "Gee, but you're a queer duffer," was Lockman's comment, but Samuel didn't mind that. The butler came with the meal, carrying it on a big tray, and with another man to carry a folding table, and yet another to help. Such a display of silver and cut glass! Such snowy linen, and such unimaginable viands. There were piles of sandwiches, each one half a bite for a fairly hungry man. There was jellied game and caviar and a pate of something strange and spicy. Nothing was what one would have expected. There were eggs inside of baked potatoes, and ice cream in some sort of crispy cake. The crackers looked like cakes, and the cakes like crackers, and the cheese was green and discouraging. But a bowl of strawberries and cream held out a rich promise at the end, and Samuel took heart. "Fall to," said the host, and then divining the other's state of mind, he remarked, "You needn't serve, Peters," and the men went away, to Samuel's vast relief. "Don't mind me," added Lockman laughing. "And if there's any question you want to ask, all right." So Samuel tasted the food of the gods, a kind of food which human skill and ingenuity had labored for centuries to invent, and for days and even weeks to prepare. Samuel wondered vaguely where all these foods had come from, and how many people had had a hand in their preparation. Also he wondered if all those who ate them would become as beautiful and as dazzling as his young friend. The friend meanwhile was vastly diverted, and was bent upon making the most of his find. "I suppose you'd like to see the place," he said. "I should, indeed," said Samuel. "Come and I'll show it to you, that is, if you're able to walk after the meal." The meal did not trouble Samuel, and they went out and took a stroll. And so the boy met with yet another revelation of the possibilities of existence. If there was anything in the world he would have supposed he understood, it was farming, but here at Fairview was farming as it was done by the methods of science. At home they had had some lilac bushes and a row of peonies. Here were acres of greeneries, filled with flowers of gorgeous and unimaginable splendor, and rare plants from every part of the world. At home it had been Samuel's lot to milk the cow, and he had found it a trying job on cold and dark winter mornings, and here was a model dairy, with steam heat and electric light, and tiled walls and nickel plumbing, and cows with pedigrees in frames, and attendants with white uniforms and rubber gloves. Then there was a row of hen houses, each for a fancy breed of fowl, some of them red and lean as herons, and others white as snow and as fat and ungainly as hogs. And then out in front, at one corner of the lawn, was the aviary, with houses for the peacocks and lyre birds, and for parrots and magpies and innumerable strange birds from the tropics. Also there were dog kennels with many dozens of strange breeds. "Father got those for me," said young Lockman. "He thought I'd be interested in agriculture." "Well, aren't you?" asked Samuel. "Not very much," said the other carelessly. "Here's Punch, what do you think of him?" The occasion for this was a dog, the most hideously ugly object that Samuel had ever seen in his life. I don't think I'd care for him," he said hesitatingly. "He's a Japanese bulldog," observed the other. "He cost $3,000. $3,000, gasped the boy in horror. "Why should anyone pay so much for a dog?" "That's what he's worth," said the other with a laugh. They went to see the horses, which were housed in a palace of their own. There were innumerable rows of stalls, and a running track and endless acres of enclosures. "Why do you have so many horses?" asked Samuel. "Father ran a stock farm," said the other. "I don't have much time to give to it myself." "But who rides the horses?" asked Samuel. "Well, I go in for sport," replied Lockman. "I'm supposed to be quite a dab at polo." "I see," said the boy, though to tell the truth he did not see at all, not having the least idea what polo was. "If you're interested in horses, I'll have them find you something to do here," Lockman went on. "Oh, thank you," said the boy with a thrill. "That will be fine." He could have spent all day in gazing at the marvels of this place, but his host was tired now and started back to the house. "It's lunch time," he said. "Perhaps you are hungry again." They came out upon the piazza and sat down. And then suddenly they heard a clatter of hoofs and looked up. "Hello," exclaimed the host. "Here's glad." A horse was coming up the road at a lively pace. The rider was seated astraddle, and so Samuel was slow to realize that it was a woman. It was only when he saw her wave her hand and call to them that he was sure. She reined up her horse, and a groom who followed her took the rein, and she stepped off upon the piazza and stood looking at them. She was young and of extraordinary beauty. She was breathing fast, and her hair was blown about her forehead, and the glow of health was in her cheeks, and Samuel thought that she was the most beautiful object that he had ever beheld in all his life. He stared transfixed. He had never dreamed that anything so wonderful could exist in the world. He realized in a sudden glow of excitement what it was that confronted him. She was the female of this higher species, she was the superior and triumphant woman. "Hello, Bertie," she said. "Hello," the other replied, and then added, "This is my cousin, Miss Wygant. Glad, this is Samuel Prescott." The girl made a slight acknowledgement, and stared at Samuel with a look in which curiosity and hauteur were equally mingled. She was a brunette with dark hair, and an almost oriental richness of coloring. She was lithe and gracefully built, and quick in her motions. There was eager alertness in her whole aspect, her glance was swift and her voice imperious. One could read her at a glance for a person accustomed to command, impatient and adventurous, passionate and proud. "I've had an adventure," said her cousin by way of explanation. "Samuel, here, saved my life." And Samuel thrilled to see the sudden look of interest which came into the girl's face. "What?" she cried. "Yes," said the other. "Spitfire ran away with me." "You don't mean it, Bertie?" "Yes. The rain broke. He started near the gate here and ran 3 or 4 miles with me." "Bertie," cried the girl. "And what happened?" Samuel stopped him. "How? It was splendid, glad, the nerviest thing I ever saw. He just flung himself at the rein and caught it and hung on. He saved my life, beyond question." And now Samuel, burning up with embarrassment, faced the full blaze of the girl's impetuous interest. "How perfectly fine," she exclaimed. Then, "Where do you come from?" she asked. "He's just off a farm," said Lockman. "He was on his way to New York to make his fortune. And think of it, Glad, he'd been robbed, and he'd been wandering about town begging for work, and he was nearly starving." "You don't say so," gasped the girl. She took a chair and indicated to Samuel to sit in front of her. "Tell me all about yourself," she said, and proceeded to cross-question him about his life and his adventures. Poor Samuel was like a witness in the hands of a prosecutor. He became hopelessly confused and frightened. But that made no difference to the girl, who poured a ceaseless fire of questions upon him, until she had laid his whole life bare. She even made him tell about Manning, the stockbroker, and how the family had lost its money in the collapse of Glass Bottle Securities. And then her cousin put in a word about his adventure with Old Stu, and Samuel had to tell that all over again, and to set forth his sociological convictions. Miss Wygant and her cousin meantime exchanging glances of wonder and amusement. At last, however, they tired of him and fell to talking of a dance they were to attend and a tennis tournament in which they were to play. And so Samuel had a chance to gaze at Miss Wygant and to feast his eyes upon her beauty. He could have dreamed of no greater joy in all this world than to watch her for hours, to study every detail of her features and her costume, and to see the play of laughter about her mouth and eyes. But then came the butler announcing luncheon, and Samuel rose in a panic. He had a sudden vision of himself being asked to the table, to sit under Miss Wygant's merciless survey. "I think I'd better go now," he said. "All right," said young Lockman. "Will you come tomorrow morning, and we'll fix things up?" "I'll come," said Samuel. "What are you going to do with him?" asked the girl. "He likes to take care of horses," said Lockman. "No," exclaimed the other promptly, "that won't do." "Why not?" asked he. "Because, Bertie, you don't want to make a stable boy out of him. He has too many possibilities. For one thing, he's good looking." Samuel flushed scarlet and dropped his eyes. He felt again that penetrating gaze. "All right," said Lockman. "What can you suggest?" "I don't know, I'm sure. But something decent. He doesn't know enough to be a house servant, glad. No, but something outside. Couldn't he learn gardening? Are you fond of flowers, Samuel?" "Yes, ma'am," said Samuel quickly. "Well, then, make a gardener out of him," said Miss Wygant, and that settled Samuel's destiny. The boy took his departure and went home, almost running in his excitement. He was transported into a distant heaven of bliss. He had been seated among the gods. He was to dwell there forever after. His new patron had given him a $5 bill, and before he reached the Stedman home he stopped in a grocery store and loaded up his arms with bundles. And then, seized by a sudden thought, he went into a notion store and set down his bundles and purchased a clean, white linen collar, and a necktie of royal purple and brilliant green already tied, so that it would always be perfect in shape. Then he went into the Stedmans, and the widow and the youngest children sat round and listened open-eyed to his tale. And then came Sophie, and he had to tell it all over again. The girl's eyes opened wide with excitement when he came to the end of his recital. "Miss Wygant," she exclaimed. "Miss Gladys Wygant." "Yes," said Samuel. "You've heard of her?" "I've seen her," exclaimed Sophie eagerly. "Twice." "You don't mean it," he said. "Yes. Once she came to our church festival at Christmas." "Does she belong to your church?" "It's the mission. Great folks like her wouldn't want us in the church with them. She goes to St. Matthew's, you know, up there on the hill. But she came to the festival at the mission and helped to give out the presents. And she was dressed all in red, something filmy and soft, like you'd see in a dream. And, oh, Samuel, she was so beautiful. She had a rose in her hair and such a sweet perfume you could hardly bear it. And she stood there and smiled at all the children and gave them the presents. She gave me mine, and it was like seeing a princess. I wanted to fall down and kiss her feet." "Yes," said Samuel understandingly. "And to think that you've met her," cried Sophie in ecstasy. "And talked with her. Oh, how could you do it?" I don't think I did it very well," said Samuel. "What did you say to her?" "I don't remember much of it." "I never heard her voice," said Sophie. "She was talking, the other time I saw her, but the machinery drowned it out. That was in the mill. She came there with some other people and walked about, looking at everything. We were all so excited. You know, her father owns the mill." "No, I didn't know it," replied Samuel. "He owns all sorts of things in Lockmanville. They're very, very rich. And she's his only daughter, and so beautiful everybody worships her. I've got 2 pictures of her that were in the newspapers once. Come, you must see them." And so the 2 rushed upstairs, and over the bed were 2 faded newspaper clippings, one showing Miss Gladys in an evening gown, and the other in dimity and princess, with a bunch of roses in her arms. "Did you ever see anything so lovely?" asked the girl. "I made her my fairy godmother. And she used to say such lovely things to me. She must be very kind, you know. No one could be so beautiful who wasn't very, very good and kind." "No," said Samuel. "She must be, I'm sure." And then a sudden idea came to him. "Sophie," he exclaimed, "she said I was good looking. I wonder if I am." And Sophie shot a quick glance at him. "Why, of course you are," she cried. "You stupid boy." Samuel went to the cracked mirror which hung upon the wall and looked at himself with new and wandering interest. "Don't you see how fine and strong you are?" said Sophie. "And what a bright color you've got." "I never thought of it," said he, and recollected the green and purple necktie. "And to think that you've talked with her," exclaimed Sophie, turning back to the pictures, and she added in a sudden burst of generosity, "I tell you what I'll do, Samuel, I'll give you these, and you can put them in your room." "You mustn't do that," he protested. But the girl insisted. No, no. I know them by heart, so it won't make any difference. And they'll mean so much more to you, because you've really met her. Chapter X. Samuel presented himself the next morning and was turned over to the head gardener and duly installed as an assistant. Let me know how you're getting along, was young Lockman's last word to him. And if there's anything else I can do for you, come and tell me. Thank you very much, sir, said the boy gratefully, but without realizing how these magic words, pronounced in the gardener's hearing, would make him a privileged character about the place, an object of mingled deference and envy to the other servants. It was a little world all in itself, the Fairview menage. Without counting the stable hands, and the employees of the different farms, it took no less than 23 people to minister to the personal wants of Bertie Lockman. And they were divided into ranks and classes, with a rigid code of etiquette, upon which they insisted with vehemence. A housekeeper's assistant looked with infinite scorn upon a kitchen maid, and there had to be no less than 4 dining rooms for the various classes of servants who would not eat at the same table. All this was very puzzling to the stranger, but after a while he came to see how the system had grown up. It was just like a court, and the privileged beings who waited upon the sovereign necessarily were esteemed according to the importance of the service they performed for him and the access which they attained to his person. A good many of these servants were foreigners, and Samuel was pained to discover that they were for the most part without any ennobling conception of their calling. They were much given to gluttony and drinking, and there was an unthinkable amount of scandal and backbiting and jealousy. But it was only by degrees that he realized this, for he had one great motive in common with them. They were all possessed with a sense of the greatness of the Lockmans, and none of them wanted anything better than to talk for hours about the family and its wealth and power, and the habits and tastes of its members and their friends. It was Katy Riley, a bright little Irish damsel, the housekeeper's sewing girl, who first captured Samuel with her smile. She carried him off for a walk, in spite of the efforts of the second parlour maid, and Samuel drank up eagerly the stream of gossip which poured from her lips. Master Albert, that was what they all called him, was said to have an income of over $700,000 a year. What he did with such a sum no one could imagine. He had lived quite alone since his father's death. The house had always been run by Miss Aurelia, old Mr. Lockman's sister, a lady with the lumbago and a terrible temper, but she had died a couple of years ago. Mr. Lockman had taken great interest in his stock farm, but very little in his house, and Master Albert took even less, spending most of his time in New York. Consequently everything was at 6s and 7s, and he was being robbed most terribly. But in spite of all his relative suggestions, he would not have anyone to come and live with him. Master Albert was still a minor, and his affairs were managed by Mr. Hickman, the family lawyer, and also by his uncle, Mr. Wygant. The latter was a manufacturer and capitalist, also a great scholar, so Katy said. It was he Samuel had seen that afternoon in the automobile, a tall and very proud-looking man with an iron-gray mustache. He lived in the big white house just after you climbed the ridge, and Miss Gladys was his only daughter. She had been old Mr. Lockman's favorite niece, and he had left her a great deal of money. People were always planning a match between her and Master Albert, but that always made Miss Gladys very angry. They both declared they were not in love with each other, and Katy was inclined to think this was true. Miss Gladys had been away to a rich boarding school, and she wanted to visit some friends at Newport, but her father wanted her to stay with him, and that made her discontented. She was very beautiful, and everybody was her slave. But oh, I tell you, when she's angry, said Katy with a shake of her head. This little Irish girl was a rare find for Samuel, because her brother was the fellow to Miss Gladys's maid, and so there was nothing she could not tell Samuel about his divinity. He learned about Miss Gladys's beautiful party dresses, and about her wonderful riding horse, and about her skill at tennis, and even her fondness for chocolate fudge. Miss Gladys had been to Paris the summer before, and her family had a camp in the Adirondacks, and they went there every August in an automobile and flew about on a mountain lake in a motorboat the shape of a knife blade. Katie wanted to talk about Samuel a part of the time, and even, perhaps, about herself, but Samuel plied her with questions about Miss Wygant. He had her 2 pictures folded away in his vest pocket, and all the time that he trimmed the hedges he listened for the sound of her horse's hoofs or for the chug of her motor. And then, one blissful morning, when he was carrying in an armful of roses for the housekeeper, he ran full upon her in the hall. His heart leaped so that it hurt him, and instead of passing straight on, as he should have done, he stood stock still, and almost spilled his roses on the floor. Miss Gladys's face lighted with pleasure. "Why, it's Samuel," she exclaimed. "Yes, Miss Gladys," said he. "And how do you like your position?" "Very well, Miss Gladys," he replied, and then, feeling the inadequacy of this, he added with fervor, "I'm so happy I can't tell you." "I'm very glad to hear it," she said. "And I'm sure you feel it very well." "I've done the best I can, Miss Gladys," said he. There was a moment's pause. "You find there is a good deal to learn?" she inquired. "Yes," he answered. "But you see, it's about flowers, and I was always interested in flowers." And again there was a pause, and then suddenly Miss Wygant flung a question at him. "Samuel, why do you look at me like that?" Samuel was almost knocked over. Why," he gasped. "Miss Gladys." "I don't." "Ah," she said, "but you do." Poor Samuel was in an agony of horror. I really," he stammered. "I didn't mean it, I wouldn't for the world." He stopped, utterly at a loss, and Miss Wygant kept her merciless gaze upon him. "Am I so very beautiful?" she asked. This startled Samuel into lifting his eyes. He stared at her, transfixed, and at last he whispered, faintly, "Yes." "Tell me about it," she said, and her look shook him to the depths of his soul. He stood there, trembling, he could feel the blood pouring in a warm flood about his throat and neck. "Tell me," she said again. You are more beautiful than anyone I have ever seen," he panted. "You are not used to women, Samuel." "No," said he. "I'm just a country boy." She stood waiting for him to continue. "The girls there," he whispered, "they are pretty, but you. And then suddenly the words came to him. "You are like a princess," he cried. "Ah, if you ever find your tongue," she said with a smile, and then after a pause she added, "You don't know how different you are, Samuel." "Different?" he echoed. "Yes. You are so fresh, so young. You would do anything for me, wouldn't you?" "Yes," he said. "You'd risk your life for me, as you did for Bertie." And Samuel answered her with fervor that left no room for doubt. "I wish there was a chance," she laughed. "But there's only this dull everyday round." There was a pause, the boy dropped his eyes and stood trembling. "Where are you going with the roses?" she asked. "I'm to take them to the housekeeper." "Let me have one." She took one from the bunch, and he stood watching while she pinned it to her dress. "You may bring me some, now and then," she said with one of her marvelous smiles. "Don't forget." And then, as she went on, she touched him upon the hand. At the touch of her warm, living fingers such a thrill passed through the boy as made him reel. It was something blind and elemental, outside of anything that he had dreamed of in his life. She went on down the hall and left him there, and he had to lean against a table for support. And all that day he was in a daze with bursts of rapture sweeping over him. She was interested in him. She had smiled upon him. She had touched his hand. He went home that evening on purpose to tell Sophie, and the two of them talked about it for hours. He told the story over and over again. And Sophie listened, with her eyes shining and her hands clasped in an ecstasy of delight. "Oh, Samuel," she whispered. "I knew it, I knew she'd appreciate you. She was so beautiful, I knew she must be kind and good." Chapter 11. A week passed, and Samuel did not see his divinity again. He lived upon the memory of their brief interview, and while he trimmed the hedges he was dreaming the most extravagant dreams of rescues and perilous escapes. For the first time he began to find that his work was tedious, it offered so few possibilities of romance. If only he had been her chauffeur, now. Or the guide who escorted her in her tramps about the wilderness. Or the man who ran the wonderful motorboat that was shaped like a knife blade. Samuel continued to ponder, and was greatly worried lest the commonplace should engulf him. So little he dreamed how near was a change. Bertie Lockman had been away for a few days, visiting some friends, and he came back unexpectedly one afternoon. Samuel knew that he had not been expected, for always there were great bunches of flowers to be placed in his room. The gardener happened to be away at the time the motor arrived, and so Samuel upon his own responsibility cut the flowers and took them into the house. He left them in the housekeeper's workroom and then set out to find that functionary, and tell her what he had done. So, in the entrance to the dining room, he stumbled upon his young master, giving some orders to Peters, the butler. As an humble gardener's boy, Samuel should have stepped back and vanished. Instead he came forward, and Bertie smiled pleasantly and said, "Hello, Samuel." "Good afternoon, Master Albert," said Samuel. "And how do you like your work?" the other asked. "I like it very well, sir," he replied, and then added apologetically, "I was bringing some flowers." The master turned to speak to Peters again, and Samuel turned to retire. But at that instant there came the sound of a motor in front of the house. "Hello," said Bertie. "Who's that?" and turned to look through the entrance hall. Peters went forward to the door, and so Samuel was left standing and watching. A big red touring car had drawn up in front of the piazza. It was filled with young people, waving their hands and shouting, "Bertie! Oh, Bertie!" The other appeared to be startled. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered as he went to meet them. Of course Samuel had no business whatever to stand there. He should have fled in trepidation. But he, as a privileged person, had not yet been drilled into a realization of his place. And they were such marvelous creatures, these people of the upper world, and he was so devoured with the desire to know about them. There were two young men in the motor, of about his master's age, and nearly as goodly to look at. And there were four young women, of a quite extraordinary sort. They were beautiful, all of them nearly as beautiful as Miss Gladys, and perhaps it was only the automobile costumes, but they struck one as even more alarmingly complex. They were airy, ethereal creatures, with delicate peach-blow complexions, and very small hands and feet. They seemed to favor all kinds of fluffy and flimsy things. They were explosions of all the colors of the springtime. There were leaves and flowers and fruits and birds in their hats, and there were elaborate filmy veils to hold the hats on. They descended from the motor, and Samuel had glimpses of ribbons and ruffles, of shapely ankles and daintily slippered feet. They came in the midst of a breeze of merriment, with laughter and bantering and little cries of all sorts. "You don't seem very glad to see us, Bertie," one said. "Cheer up, old chap, nobody'll tell on us," cried one of the young men. "And we'll be good and go home early," added another of the girls. One of the party Samuel noticed particularly, because she looked more serious, and hung back a little. She was smaller than the others, a study in pink and white, her dress and hat were trimmed with pink ribbons, and she had the most marvelously pink cheeks and lips, and the most exquisite features Samuel had ever seen in his life. Now suddenly she ran to young Lockman and flung her arms about his neck. "Bertie," she exclaimed, "it's my fault. I made them come. I wanted to see you so badly. You aren't mad with us, are you?" "No," said Bertie, "I'm not mad." "Well, then, be glad," cried the girl, and kissed him again. "Be a good boy, do." "All right," said Bertie feebly. "I'll be good, Belle." "We wanted to surprise you," added one of the young fellows. "You surprised me all right," said Bertie, a reply which all of them seemed to find highly amusing, for they laughed uproariously. "He doesn't ask us in," said one of the girls. "Come on, Dolly, let's see this house of his." And so the party poured in. Samuel waited just long enough to catch the rustle of innumerable garments, and a medley of perfumes which might have been blown from all the gardens of the East. Then he turned and fled to the regions below. One of the young men, he learned from the talk in the servants' hall, was Jack Holliday, the youngest son of the railroad magnate. It was his sister who was engaged to marry the English duke. The other boy was the heir of a great lumber king from the West, and though he was only 20 he had got himself involved in a divorce scandal with some actor people. Who the young ladies were no one seemed to know, but there were half-whispered remarks about them, the significance of which was quite lost upon Samuel. Presently the word came that the party was to stay to dinner. And then instantly the whole household sprang into activity. Above stairs everything would move with the smoothness of clockwork, but downstairs in the servants' quarters it was a serious matter that an elaborate banquet for 7 people had to be got ready in a couple of hours. Even Samuel was pressed into service at odd jobs, something for which he was very glad, as it gave him a chance to remain in the midst of events. So it happened that he saw Peters emerging from the wine cellar, followed by a man with a huge basket full of bottles. And this set Samuel to pondering hard, the while he scraped away at a bowl of potatoes. It was the one thing which had disconcerted him in the life of this upper world, the obvious part that drinking played in it. There were always decanters of liquor upon the buffet in the dining room, and liquor was served to guests upon any and every pretext. And the women drank as freely as the men, even Miss Gladys drank, a thing which was simply appalling to Samuel. Of course, these were privileged people, and they knew what they wanted to do. But could it be right for anyone to drink? As in the case of suicide, Samuel found his moral convictions beginning to waver. Perhaps it was that drink did not affect these higher beings as it did ordinary people. Or perhaps what they drank was something that cheered without inebriating. Certain it was that the servants got drunk, and Samuel had seen that they took the stuff from the decanters used by the guests. It was something over which he labored with great pain of soul. But, of course, all his hesitations and sophistries were for the benefit of his master. That it could be right for Samuel himself to touch liquor was something that could not by any chance enter his mind. The dinner had begun, and Samuel went on several errands to the room below the butler's pantry, and so from the dumbwaiter shafts he could hear the sounds of laughter and conversation. And more wine went up. It was evidently a very merry party. The meal was protracted for 2 or 3 hours, and the noise grew louder and louder. They were shouting so that one could hear them all over the house. They were singing songs, wild rollicking choruses which were very wonderful to listen to, and yet terribly disturbing to Samuel. These fortunate successful ones, he would grant them the right to any happiness. It was to be expected that they should dwell in perpetual merriment and delight. But he could hear the champagne corks popping every few minutes. And could it be right for them to drink? It grew late, and still the revelry went on. A thunderstorm had come up and was raging outside. The servants who were not at work had gone to bed, but there was no sleep for Samuel. He continued to prowl about, restless and tormented. The whole house was now deserted, save for the party in the dining room, and so he crept up, by one of the rear stairways, and crouched in a doorway, where he could listen to the wild uproar. He had been there perhaps 10 minutes. He could hear the singing and yelling, though he could not make out the words because of the noise of the elements. But then suddenly, above all the confusion, he heard a woman's shrieks, piercing and shrill, and he started up and sprang into the hall. Whether they were cries of anger, or of fear, or of pain, Samuel could not be certain, but he knew that they were not cries of enjoyment. He stood trembling. There rose a babble of shouts, and then again came the woman's voice. "No, no, you shan't, I say. Sit down, you fool." Samuel heard Bertie Lockman shout. And then came another woman's voice. "Shut up and mind your business." "I'll tear your eyes out, you devil," shrilled the first voice, and there followed a string of furious curses. The other woman replied in kind, and Samuel made out that there was some kind of a quarrel, and that some of the party wanted to interfere, and that others wanted it to go on. All were whooping and shrieking uproariously, and the two women yelled like hyenas. It was like the nightmare sounds he had heard from his cell in the police station, and Samuel listened appalled. There came a crash of breaking glass, and then suddenly, in the midst of the confusion, he heard his young master cry, "Get out of here!" And the dining room door was flung open, and the uproar burst full upon him. A terrible sight met his eyes. It was the beautiful and radiant creature who had kissed Bertie Lockman. Her face was now flushed with drink and distorted with rage, her hair disheveled and her aspect wild, and she was screaming in the voice which had first startled Samuel. Bertie had grappled with her and was trying to push her out of the room, while she fought frantically, and screamed, "Let me go! Let me go! Get out of here, I say," cried Bertie, "I mean it now. I won't." "Let me be," exclaimed the girl. "Hurrah!" shouted the others, crowding behind them. Young Holiday was dancing about, waving a bottle and yelling like a maniac, "Go it, Bertie! Give it to him, Belle!" "This is the end of it," cried Bertie. "I'm through with you. And you get out of here." "I won't. I won't," screamed the girl again and again. "Help!" And she flung one arm about his neck and caught at the doorway. But he tore her loose and dragged her bodily across the entrance hall. "Out with you," he exclaimed. "And don't ever let me see your face again." "Bertie! Bertie!" she protested. "I mean it," he said. "Here, Jack. Open the door for me." "Bertie!" "No," shrieked the girl, but then with a sudden effort he half threw her out into the darkness. There was a brief altercation outside, and then he sprang back, and flung to the heavy door, and bolted it fast. "Now, by God," he said, "you'll stay out." The girl beat and kicked frantically upon the door. But Bertie turned his back and staggered away, reeling slightly. "That'll settle it, I guess," he said, with a wild laugh. And amidst a din of laughter and cheers from the others, he went back to the dining room. One of the other women flung her arms about him hilariously, and Jack Holiday raised a bottle of wine on high, and shouted, "Off with the old love, on with the new." And so Bertie shut the door again, and the scene was hid from Samuel's eyes. Chapter 12. For a long while, Samuel stood motionless, hearing the swish of the rain and the crashing of the thunder as an echo of the storm in his own soul. It was as if a chasm had yawned beneath his feet, and all the castles of his dreams had come down in ruins. He stood there, stunned and horrified, staring at the wreckage of everything he had believed. Then suddenly he crossed the drawing room and opened one of the French windows which led to the piazza. The rain was driving underneath the shelter of the roof, but he faced it, and ran toward the door. The girl was lying in front of it, and above the noise of the wind and rain he heard her sobbing wildly. He stood for a minute, hesitating, then he bent down and touched her. "Lady," he said. She started. "Who are you?" she cried. "I'm just one of the servants, ma'am." She caught her breath. "Did he send you?" she demanded. "No," said he, "I came to help you." "I don't need any help. Let me be." "But you can't stay here in the rain," he protested. "You'll catch your death." "I want to die," she answered. "What have I to live for?" Samuel stood for a moment, perplexed. Then, as he touched her wet clothing again, common sense asserted itself. "You mustn't stay here," he said. "You mustn't." But she only went on weeping. "He's cast me off," she exclaimed. "My God, what shall I do?" Samuel turned and ran into the house again and got an umbrella in the hall. Then he took the girl by the arm and half lifted her. "Come," he said. "Please." "But where shall I go?" she asked. "I know someone in the town who'll help you," he said. You can't stay here, you'll catch cold. What's there left for me, she moaned. What am I good for? He's thrown me over and I can't live without him. Samuel got the umbrella up and held it with one hand, then with his other arm about the girl's waist, he half carried her down the piazza steps. That she-devil was after him, she was saying. And it was Jack Holiday set her at it, damn his soul. I'll pay him for it. She poured forth a stream of wild invective. Please stop, pleaded Samuel. People will hear you. What do I care if they do hear me? Let them put me in jail, that's all I'm fit for. I'm drunk, and I'm good for nothing, and he's tired of me. So she rushed on, all the way toward town. Then, as they came to the bridge, she stopped and looked about. Where are you taking me? She asked. To a friend's house, he said, having in mind the Stedmans. No, she replied. I don't want to see anyone. Take me to some hotel, can't you? There's one down the street here, he said. I don't know anything about it. I don't care. Any place. The rain had slackened and she stopped and gathered up her wet and straggled hair. There was a bar underneath the hotel, and a flight of stairs led up to the office. They went up, and a man sitting behind the desk stared at them. I want to get a room for this lady, said Samuel. She's been caught in the rain. Is she your wife? Asked the man. Mercy, no, said he, startled. Do you want a room, too? No, no, I'm going away. Oh, said the man, and took down a key. Register, please. Samuel took the pen, and then turned to the girl. I beg pardon, he said, but I don't know your name. Mary Smith, she answered, and Samuel stared at her in surprise. Mary Smith, she repeated, and he wrote it down obediently. The man took them upstairs, and Samuel, after helping the girl to a chair, shut the door and stood waiting. And she flung herself down upon the bed and burst into a paroxysm of weeping. Samuel had never even heard the word hysterics, and it was terrifying to him to see her. He could not have believed that so frail and slender a human body could survive so frightful a storm of emotion. Oh, please, please stop, he cried wildly. I can't live without him, she wailed again and again. I can't live without him. What am I going to do? Samuel's heart was wrung. He went to the girl, and put his hand upon her arm. Listen to me, he said earnestly. Let me try to help you. What can you do? She demanded. I'll go and see him. I'll plead with him, perhaps he'll listen to me. All right, she cried. Anything. Tell him I'll kill myself. I'll kill him and Dolly both, before I'll ever let her have him. Yes, I mean it. He swore to me he'd never leave me. And I believed him, I trusted him. And Samuel clenched his hands with sudden resolution. I'll see him about it, he said. I'll see him tonight. And leaving the other still shaking with sobs, he turned and left the room. He stopped in the office to tell the man that he was going. But there was nobody there, and after hesitating a moment he went on. The storm was over and the moon was out, with scud of clouds flying past. Samuel strode back to Fairview, with his hands gripped tightly, and a blaze of resolution in his soul. He was just in time to see the automobile at the door, and the company taking their departure. They passed him, singing hilariously, and then he found himself confronting his young master. "Who's that?" exclaimed Bertie, startled. "It's me, sir," said Samuel. "Oh. Samuel. What are you doing here?" "I've been with the young lady, sir." "Oh. So that's what became of her." "I took her to a hotel, sir." "Humph," said Bertie. "I'm obliged to you." The piazza lights were turned up, and by them Samuel could see the other's face, flushed with drink, and his hair and clothing in disarray. He swayed slightly as he stood there. "Master Albert," said Samuel very gravely, "may I have a few words with you?" "Sure," said Bertie. He looked about him for a chair and sank into it. "What is it?" he asked. "It's the young lady, Master Albert." "What about her?" "She's very much distressed, sir." "I dare say. She'll get over it, Samuel." "Master Albert," exclaimed the boy, "you've not treated her fairly." The other stared at him. "The devil," he exclaimed. "You must not desert her, sir. It would be a terrible thing to have on your conscience. You have ruined and betrayed her." "What?" cried the other, and gazed at him in amazement. "Did she give you that kind of a jolly?" "She didn't go into particulars," said the boy. "My dear fellow," laughed Bertie. "Why, I been the making of that girl. She was an $18 a week chorus girl when I took her up." "That might be, Master Albert. But if she was an honest girl—" "Nonsense, Samuel, forget it. She'd had 3 or 4 lovers before she ever laid eyes on me." There was a pause, while the boy strove to get these facts into his mind. "Even so," he said, "you can't desert her and let her starve, Master Albert." "Oh, stuff," said the other. "What put that into your head? I'll give her all the money she needs, if that's what's troubling her." "Did she say that?" "And no," admitted Samuel, disconcerted. "But, Master Albert, she loves you." "Yes, I know," said Bertie, "and that's where the trouble comes in. She wants to keep me in a glass case, and I've got tired of it." He paused for a moment, and then a sudden idea flashed over him. "Samuel," he exclaimed, "why don't you marry her?" Samuel started in amazement. "What?" he gasped. "It's the very thing," cried Bertie. "I'll set you up in a little business, and you can have an easy time." "Master Albert," panted the boy, shocked to the depths of his soul. "She's beautiful, Samuel, you know she is. And she's a fine girl, too, only a little wild. I believe you'd be just the man to hold her in." Bertie paused a moment, and then, seeing that the other was unconvinced, he added with a laugh, "Wait till you've known her a bit. Maybe you'll fall in love with her." But Samuel only shook his head. "Master Albert," he said, in a low voice, "I'm afraid you've not understood the reason I've come to you." "How do you mean?" This business, sir, it's shocked me more than I can tell you. I came here to serve you, sir. You don't know how I felt about it. I was ready to do anything, I was so grateful for a chance to be near you. You were rich and great, and everything about you was so beautiful, I thought you must be noble and good, to have deserved so much. And now, instead, I find you are a wicked man." The other sat up. "The dickens," he exclaimed. "And it's a terrible thing to me," went on Samuel. "I don't know just what to make of it." "See here, Samuel," demanded the other angrily. "Who sent you here to lecture me?" "I don't see how it can be," the boy exclaimed. "You are one of the fit people, as Professor Stewart explained it to me, and yet I know some who are better than you, and who have nothing at all." And Bertie Lockman, after another stare into the boy's solemn eyes, sank back in his chair and burst into laughter. "Look here, Samuel," he exclaimed. "You aren't playing the game." "How do you mean, sir? If I'm one of the fit ones, what right have you got to preach at me?" Samuel was startled. "Why, sir," he stammered. "Just look," went on Bertie. "I'm the master, and you're the servant. I have breeding and culture, everything, and you're just a country bumpkin. And yet you presume to set your ideas up against mine. You presume to judge me, and tell me what I ought to do." Samuel was taken aback by this. He could not think what to reply. "Don't you see," went on Bertie, following up his advantage. "If you really believe what you say, you ought to submit yourself to me. If I say a thing's right, that makes it right. If I had to come to you to have you approve it, wouldn't that make you the master and me the servant? No, no, Master Albert, protested Samuel. I didn't mean quite that. Why, I might just as well give you my money and be done with it, insisted the other. Then you could fix everything up to suit yourself. That isn't what I mean at all, cried the boy in great distress. I don't know how to answer you, sir, but there's a wrong in it. But where? How? Master Albert, blurted Samuel, it can't be right for you to get drunk. Bertie's face clouded. It can't be right, sir, repeated Samuel. And suddenly the other sat forward in his chair. All right, he said, maybe it isn't. But what are you going to do about it? There was anger in his voice, and Samuel was frightened into silence. There was a pause while they stared at each other. I'm on top, exclaimed Bertie. I'm on top, and I'm going to stay on top, don't you see? The game's in my hands, and if I please to get drunk, I get drunk. And you will take your orders and mind your own business. And what have you to say to that? I presume, sir, said Samuel, his voice almost a whisper, I can leave your service. Yes, said the other, and then either you'll starve, or else you'll go to somebody else who has money, and ask him to give you a job. And then you'll take your orders from him, and keep your opinions to yourself. Don't you see? Yes, said Samuel, lowering his eyes, I see. All right, said Bertie, and he rose unsteadily to his feet. Now, if you please, said he, you'll go back to Belle, wherever you've left her, and take her a message for me. Yes, sir, said Samuel. Tell her I'm through with her, and I don't want to see her again. I'll have a couple of $100 a month sent to her so long as she lets me alone. If she writes to me or bothers me in any way, she'll get nothing. And that's all. Yes, sir, said Samuel. And as for you, this was all right for a joke, but it wouldn't bear repeating. From now on, you're the gardener's boy, and you'll not forget your place again. Yes, sir, said Samuel once more, and stood watching while his young master went into the house. Then he turned and went down the road, half dazed. Those had been sledge-hammer blows, and they had landed full and hard. They had left him without a shred of all his illusions. His work, that he had been so proud of, he hated it, and everything associated with it. And he was overwhelmed with perplexity and pain just as before when he had found himself in jail, and it had dawned upon him that the law, an institution which he had revered, might be no such august thing at all, but an instrument of injustice and oppression. In that mood he came to the hotel. Again there was no one in the office, so he went directly to the room and knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again, more heavily. I wonder if she's gone, he thought, and looked again at the number, to make sure he was at the right room. Then, timidly, he tried the door. It opened. Lady, he said, and then louder, lady. There was no response, and he went in. Could she be asleep? He thought. No, that was not likely. He listened for her breathing. There was not a sound. And finally he went to the bed, and put his hand upon it. Then he started back with a cry of terror. He had touched something warm and moist and sticky. He rushed out into the hall, and as he looked at his hand he nearly fainted. It was a mass of blood. Help! Help! The boy screamed, and he turned and rushed down the stairs into the office. The proprietor came running in. Look, shouted Samuel. Look what she's done. Good God, cried the man. And he rushed upstairs, the other following. With trembling fingers the man lit the gas, and Samuel took one look, and then turned away and caught at a table, sick with horror. The girl was lying in the midst of a pool of blood, and across her throat, from ear to ear, was a great gaping slit. Oh, oh, gasped Samuel, and then I can't stand it. And holding out one hand from him, he hid his face with the other. Meantime the proprietor was staring at him. See here, young fellow, he said. What is it? Asked Samuel. When did you find out about this? Why, just now. When I came in. You been out? Why, of course. I went out just after we came. I didn't see you. No. I stopped in the office, but you weren't there. Humph, said the man, maybe you did and maybe you didn't. You can tell it to the police. The police, echoed Samuel, and then in sudden horror, do you think I did it? I don't know anything about it, replied the other. I only know you brought her here, and that you'll stay here till the police come. By this time several people had come into the room, awakened by the noise. Samuel, without a word more, went and sank down into a chair and waited. And half an hour later he was on his way to the station house again, this time with a policeman on either side of him, and gripping him very tightly. And now the charge against him was murder. Chapter 13. The same corpulent official was seated behind the desk at the police station, but on this occasion he woke up promptly. The chief had better handle this, he said, and went to the telephone. Where's this chap to go? Asked one of the policemen. We're full up, said the sergeant. Put him in with Charlie Swift. The chief'll be over in a few minutes. So once more Samuel was led into a cell, and heard the door clang upon him. He was really not much alarmed this time, for he knew it was not his fault, and that he could prove it. But he was sick with horror at the fate of the unhappy girl. He began pacing back and forth in his cell. Then suddenly from one corner growled a voice, "Say, when are you going to get quiet?" "Oh, I beg pardon," said Samuel. "I didn't know you were here." "What are you in for?" asked the voice. "For murder," said Samuel. And he heard the cot give a sudden creak as the man sat up. "What?" he gasped. "I didn't do it," the boy explained hastily. "She killed herself." "Where was this?" asked the man. "At the Continental Hotel." "And what did you have to do with it?" "I took her there." "Who was she?" "Why, she called herself Mary Smith." "Where did you meet her?" "Up at Fairview." "At Fairview?" exclaimed the other. "Yes," said Samuel. "The Lockman place." "Albert Lockman's place?" "Yes." "How did she come to be there?" "Why, she was a friend of his." "She was there to dinner." "What?" gasped the man. "How do you know it?" "I work there," replied Samuel. "And how did she come to go to the hotel?" "Master Albert turned her out," said Samuel. "And it was raining, and so I took her to a hotel." "For the love of God," exclaimed the other, and then he asked quickly, "Did you tell the sergeant that?" "No," said the boy. "He didn't ask me anything." The man sprang up and ran to the grated door and shook it. "Hello! Hello there," he cried. "What's the matter?" growled a policeman down the corridor. "Come here, quick," cried the other, and then through the grating he whispered, "Say, tell the cap to come here for a moment, will you?" "What do you want?" demanded the policeman. "Look here, O'Brien," said the other. "You know Charlie Swift is no fool. And there's something about this fellow you've put in here that the cap ought to know about quick." The sergeant came. "Say," said Charlie. "Did you ask this boy any questions?" "No," said the sergeant, "I'm waiting for the chief." "Well, did you know that girl came from Albert Lockman's place?" "Good God, no. He says she was there to dinner and Lockman turned her out of the house. This boy says he works for Lockman." "Well, I'm damned," exclaimed the sergeant. And so Samuel was led into a private room. A minute or two later the chief strode in. McCulloch was his name and he was huge and burly, with a red face and a protruding jaw. He went at Samuel as if he meant to strike him. "What's this you're givin' us?" he cried. Why, stammered Samuel, in alarm. "You're tryin' to tell me that girl came from Lockman's," roared the chief. "Yes, sir." And you expect me to believe that? It's true, sir. What are you trying to give me, anyhow? Demanded the man. But it's true, sir, declared Samuel again. You tell me she was there at dinner. Yes, sir. Come. Quit your nonsense, boy. But she was, sir. What do you expect to make out of this, young fellow? But she was, sir. Apparently the chief's method was to doubt every statement that Samuel made, and repeat his incredulity 3 times, each time in a louder tone of voice and with a more ferocious expression of countenance. Then, if the boy stuck it out, he concluded that he was telling the truth. By this exhausting method the examination reached its end, and Samuel was led back to his cell. Did you stick to your story? Asked his cellmate. Of course, said he. Well, if it is true, remarked the other, there'll be something doing soon. And there was. About an hour later the sergeant came again and entered. He drew the 2 men into a corner. See here, young fellow, he said to Samuel in a low voice. Have you got anything against young Lockman? No, replied Samuel. Why? If we let you go, will you shut up about this? Why, yes, said the boy, if you want me to. All right, said the sergeant. And you, Charlie, we've got you dead, you know. Yes, said the other, I know. And there's 10 years coming to you, you understand. Yes, I guess so. All right. Then will you call it a bargain? I will, said Charlie. You'll skip the town, and hold your mouth. I will. Very well. Here's your own kit and you ought to get through them bars before daylight. And here's $50. You take this young fellow to New York and lose him. Do you see? I see, said Charlie. All right, went on the sergeant. And mind you don't play any monkey tricks. I'm on, said Charlie with a chuckle. And without more ado he selected a saw from his bag and set to work at the bars of the window. The sergeant retired, and Samuel sat down on the floor and gasped for breath. For about an hour the man worked without a word. Then he braced himself against the wall and wrenched out one of the bars, then another wrench, and another bar gave way, after which he packed up his kit and slipped it into a pocket under his coat. Now, he said, come on. He slipped through the opening and dropped to the ground, and Samuel followed suit. This way, he whispered, and they darted down an alley and came out upon a dark street. For perhaps a mile they walked on in silence, then Charlie turned into a doorway and opened the door with a latchkey, and they went up 2 flights of stairs and into a rear room. He lit the gas, and took off his coat and flung it on the bed. Now, make yourself at home, he said. Is this your room? Asked Samuel. Yes, was the reply. The bulls haven't found it, either. But I thought we were to go out of town, exclaimed the other. Humph, laughed Charlie. Young fellow, you're easy. Do you mean you're not going? Cried Samuel. What? When I've got a free license to work the town. Samuel stared at him, amazed. You mean they wouldn't arrest you? Not for anything short of murder, I think. But what could you do? Just suppose I was to tip off some newspaper with that story? Not here in Lockmanville but the New York Howler, we'll say. I see, gasped Samuel. Charlie had tilted back in his chair and was proceeding to fill his pipe. Gee, Sonny, he said, they did me the greatest turn of my life when they poked you into that cell. I'll get what's coming to me now. How will you get it? Asked the boy. I'm a gopher man, said the other. What's that? Asked Samuel. You'll have to learn to sling the lingo, said Charlie with a laugh. It's what you call a burglar. Samuel looked at the man in wonder. He was tall and lean, with a pale face and restless dark eyes. He had a prominent nose and a long neck, which gave him a peculiar, alert expression that reminded Samuel of a startled partridge. Scares you, hey? he said. Well, I wasn't always a gopher man. What were you before that? I was an inventor. An inventor, exclaimed Samuel. Yes. Have you seen the glass-blowing machines here in town? No, I haven't. Well, I invented 3 of them. And old Henry Lockman robbed me of them. Robbed you? Gasped the boy amazed. Yes, said the other. Didn't he rob everybody he ever came near? I didn't know it, replied Samuel. Guess you never came near him, laughed the man. Say, where do you come from, anyhow? Tell me about yourself. So Samuel began at the beginning and told his story. Pretty soon he came to the episode of glass bottle securities. My God, exclaimed the other. I thought you said old Lockman had never robbed you. I did, answered Samuel. But don't you see that he robbed you then? Why, no. It wasn't his fault. The stock went down when he died. But why should it have gone down when he died, except that he'd unloaded it on the public for a lot more than it was worth? Samuel's jaw fell. I never thought of that, he said. Go on, said Charlie. Then Samuel told how he was starving, and how he had gone to Professor Stewart, and how the professor had told him he was one of the unfit. His companion had taken his pipe out of his mouth and was staring at him. And you swallowed all that, he gasped. Yes, said Samuel. And you tried to carry it out? You went away to starve. But what else was there for me to do? Asked the boy. But the Lord, ejaculated the other. When it came time for me to starve, I can promise you I found something else to do. Go on, he said after a pause, and Samuel told how he had saved young Lockman's life, and what happened afterwards. And so he was your dream, exclaimed the other. You were up against a brace game, Sammy. But how was I to know, protested the boy. You should read the papers. That kid's been cutting didos in the tenderloin for a couple of years. He wasn't worth the risking of your little finger, to say nothing of your life. It seems terrible, said Samuel dismayed. The trouble with you, Sammy, commented the other, is that you're too good to live. That's all there is to your unfitness. You take old Lockman, for instance. What was all his fitness? It was just that he was an old wolf. I was raised in this town, and my dad went to school with him. He began by cheating his sisters out of their inheritance. Then he foreclosed a mortgage on a glass factory and went into the business. He was a skinflint, and he made money. They say he burned the plant down for the insurance, but I don't know. Anyway, he had rivals, and he made a crooked deal with some of the railroad people, gave them stock, and got rebates. And he had some union leaders on his payrolls, and he called strikes on his rivals, and when he'd ruined them he bought them out for a song. And when he had everything in his hands, and got tired of paying high wages, he fired some of the union men and forced a strike. Then he brought in some strike breakers and hired some thugs to slug them, and turned the police loose on the men, and that was the end of the unions. Meanwhile he'd been running the politics of the town, and he'd given himself all the franchises there was. Nobody could do anything in Lockmanville unless he said so. And finally, when he'd got the glass trade cornered, he formed the trust, and issued stock for about 5 times what the plants had cost, and dumped it on the market for suckers like you to buy. And that's the way he made his millions. That's the meaning of his palace and all the wonders you saw up there. And now he's dead, and all his fortune belongs to Master Albert, who never did a stroke of work in his life, and isn't fit enough to be a $10 a week clerk. And you come along and lie down for him to walk on, and the more nails he has in his boots the better you like it. And there's the whole story for you. Samuel had been listening awe-stricken. The abysmal depths of his ignorance and folly. Now he's got his money, said the other, and he means to keep it. So there are the bulls, to slam you over the head if you bother him. That's called the law. And then he hires some duffer to sit up and hand you out a lot of dope about your being unfit, and that's called a college. Don't you see? Yes, whispered Samuel. I see. His companion stabbed at him with his finger. All that was wrong with you, Sammy, he said, was that you swallowed the dope. That's where your unfitness came in. Why take his own argument? Suppose you hadn't given up. Suppose you'd fought and won out. Then you'd have been as good as any of them, wouldn't you? Suppose, for instance, you'd hit that son of a gun over the head with a poker and got away with his watch and his pocketbook, then you'd have been fitter than he, wouldn't you? Samuel had clutched at the arms of his chair and was staring with wide open eyes. You never thought of that, hey, Sammy? But that's what I found myself facing a few years ago. They'd got every cent I had, and I was ready for the scrap heap. But I said, nay, Isabel. I'd played their game and lost, but I made a new game and I made my own rules, you can bet. You mean stealing, cried the boy. I mean war, replied the other. And you see I've survived. I'm not pretty to look at and I don't live in a palace, but I'm not starving, and I've got some provisions salted away. But they had you in jail. Of course. I've done my bit twice. But that didn't kill me, and I can learn things, even in the pen. There was a pause. Then Charlie Swift stood up and shook the ashes out of his pipe. Speaking of provisions, he said, these midnight adventures give you an appetite. And he got out a box of crackers and some cheese and a pot of jam. Move up, he said, and dip in. You'll find that red stuff the real thing. My best girl made it. One of the things that bothered me in jail was the fear that the bulls might get it. Samuel was too much excited to eat. But he sat and watched, while his companion stowed away crackers and cheese. What am I going to do now, he said half to himself. You come with me, said Charlie. I'll teach you a trade where you'll be your own boss. And I'll give you a quarter of the swag until you've learned it. What? Gasped Samuel in horror. Be a burglar. Sure, said the other. What else can you do? I don't know, said the boy. Have you got any money? Only a few pennies. I hadn't got my wages yet. I see. And will you go and ask Master Albert for them? No, said Samuel quickly. I'll never do that. Then you'll go out and hunt for a job again, I suppose? Or will you start out on that starving scheme again? Don't, cried the boy wildly. Let me think. Come. Don't be a summer boarder, exclaimed the other. You've got the professor's own warrant for it, haven't you? And you've got a free field before you. You can help yourself to anything you want in Lockmanville, and the bulls won't dare to lift a finger. You'll be a fool if you let go of such a chance. But it's wrong, protested Samuel. You know it's wrong. Humph, laughed Charlie. And he shut the top of the cracker box with a bang and rose up. You sleep over it, he said. You'll be hungry tomorrow morning. That won't make any difference, cried the boy. Maybe not, commented the other, and then he added with a grin, don't you ask me for grub. For that would be charity, and if you're really one of the unfit, it's not for me to interfere with nature. And so all the next day Samuel sat in Charlie's room and faced the crackers and cheese and the pot of jam, and wrestled with the problem. He knew what it would mean to partake of the food, and Charlie knew what it would mean also, and feeling certain that Samuel would not partake upon any other terms, he left the covers off the food, so that the odors might assail the boy's nostrils. Of course Samuel might have gone out and bought some food with the few pennies he had in his pocket. But that would have been merely to postpone the decision, and what was the use of that? And to make matters 10 times worse, he owed money to the Stedmans, for he had lived upon the expectation of his salary. In the end it was not so much hunger that moved him, as it was pure reason. For Samuel, as we know, was a person who took an idea seriously, and there was no answer to be found to Charlie's argument. Doubtless the reader will find a supply of them, but Samuel racked his wits in vain. If, as the learned professor had said, life is a struggle for existence, and those who have put money in their purses are the victors, and if they have nothing to do for the unemployed save to let them starve or put them in jail, then on the other hand, it would seem to be up to the unemployed to take measures for their own survival. And apparently the only proof of their fitness would be to get some money away from those who had it. Had not Herbert Spencer, the authority in such matters, stated that inability to catch prey shows a falling short of conduct from its ideal? And if the good people let themselves be starved to death by the wicked, would that not mean that only the wicked would be left alive? It was thoughts like this that were driving Samuel. He had Bertie Lockman's taunts ringing in his ears, and for the life of him he could not see why he should vacate the earth in favor of Bertie Lockman. So breakfast time passed, and dinner time passed, and supper time came. And his friend spread out the contents of his larder again, and then leaned over the table and said, "Come and try it once and see how you like it." And Samuel clenched his hands suddenly and answered, "All right, I'll try it." Then he started upon a meal. But in the middle of it he stopped, and set down an untasted cracker, and gasped within himself, "Merciful heaven! I promised to be a burglar." The other was watching him narrowly. "Ain't going to back out?" he asked. "No," said Samuel. "I won't back out. But it seems a little queer, that's all." Chapter 14. The meal over, Charlie Swift took out a pencil and paper. "Now," said he, "to business." Samuel pulled up his chair and the other drew a square. "This is a house I been studying. It's on a corner, these are streets, and here's an alley. This is the side door that I think I can open. There's a door here and one in back here. Fix all that in your mind." "I have it," said the boy. "You go in, and here's the entrance hall. The front stairs are here. What I'm after is the family plate, and it's up on the second floor. I'll attend to that. The only trouble is that over here beyond the library there's a door, and somebody sleeps in that room. I don't know who it is. But I want you to stay in the hall, and if there's anyone stirs in that room you're to dart upstairs and give one whistle at the top. Then I'll come." "And what then?" "This is the second floor," said Charlie, drawing another square. "And here's the servants' stairway, and we can get down to this entrance in the rear, that I'll open before I set to work. On the other hand, if you hear me whistle upstairs, then you're to get out by the way we came. If there's any alarm given, then it's each for himself." "I see," said Samuel, and gripped his hands so that his companion might not see how he was quaking. Charlie got out his kit and examined it to make sure that the police had kept nothing. Then he went to a bureau drawer and got a revolver, examined it and slipped it into his pocket. "They kept my best one," he said. "So I've none to lend you." I wouldn't take it, anyway," stammered the other in horror. "You'll learn," said the burglar with a smile. Then he sat down again and drew a diagram of the streets of Lockmanville, so that Samuel could find his way back in case of trouble. "We don't want to take any chances," said he. "And mind, if I get caught, I'll not mention you wild horses couldn't drag it out of me. And you make the same promise?" "I make it," said Samuel. "Man to man," said Charlie solemnly, and Samuel repeated the words. "How did you come to know so much about the house?" he asked after a while. "Oh, I've lived here and I've kept my eyes open. I worked as a plumber's man for a couple of months and I made diagrams." "But don't the police get to know you?" "Yes, they know me. But I skip out when I've done a job. And when I come back it's in disguise. Once I grew a beard and worked in the glass works all day and did my jobs at night, and again I lived here as a woman." "A woman?" gasped the boy. "You see," said the other with a laugh, "there's more ways than one to prove your fitness." And he went on, narrating some of his adventures calculated to throw the glamour of romance about the trade of burglar. Samuel listened breathless with wonder. "We'd better get a bit of sleep now," said Charlie later on. "We'll start about 1. And he stretched himself out on the bed, while the other sat motionless in the chair, pondering hard over his problem. There was no sleeping for Samuel that night. He would carry out his bargain, that was his decision. But he would not take his share of the plunder, except just enough to pay Mrs. Stedman. And he would never be a burglar again. At 1 o'clock he awakened his companion, and they set out through the deserted streets. They crossed the bridge to the residential part of town, and then, at a corner, Charlie stopped. "There's the place," he said, pointing to a large house set back within a garden. They gazed about. The coast was clear, and they darted into the door which had been indicated in the diagram. Samuel crouched in the doorway, motionless, while the other worked at the lock. Samuel's knees were trembling so that he could hardly stand up. The door was opened without a sound having been made, and they stole into the entrance. They listened. The house was as still as death. Then Charlie flashed his lantern, and Samuel had quick glimpses of a beautiful and luxuriously furnished house. It was nothing like Fairview, of course, but it was finer than Professor Stewart's home. There was a library, with great leather armchairs, and in the rear a dining room, where mirrors and cut glass flashed back the far-off glimmer of the light. "There's your door over there," whispered Charlie. "And you'd better stay behind those curtains." So Samuel took up his post, the light vanished and his companion started for the floor above. Several times the boy heard the stairs creaking, and his heart leaped into his throat, but then the sound ceased and all was still. The minutes crawled by, each one seemed an age. He stood rooted to the spot, staring into the darkness, half hypnotized by the thought of the door which he could not see, and of the person who might be asleep behind it. Surely this was a ghastly way for a man to have to gain his living. It were better to perish than to survive by such an ordeal. Samuel was appalled by the terrors which took possession of him, and the tremblings and quiverings which he could not control. Any danger in the world he would have faced for conscience' sake, but this was wrong. He knew it was wrong. And so all the glow of conviction was gone from him. What could be the matter? Why should Charlie be so long? Surely he had had time enough to ransack the whole house. Could it be that he had got out by the other way, that he had planned to skip town, and leave Samuel there in the lurch? And then again came a faint creaking upon the stairs. He was coming back. Or could it by any chance be another person? He dared not venture to whisper. He stood, tense with excitement, while the sounds came nearer. It was as if some monster were creeping upon him in the darkness, and folding its tentacles about him. He heard a sound in the hall beside him. Why didn't Charlie speak? What was the matter with him? What? And then suddenly came a snapping sound, and a blinding glare of light flashed up, flooding the hallway and everything about him. Samuel staggered back appalled. There was someone standing there before him. He was caught. Thus for one moment of dreadful horror. And then he realized that the person confronting him was a little girl. She was staring at him, and he stared at her. She could not have been more than 10 years old, and wore a nightgown trimmed with lace. She had bright yellow hair, and her finger was upon the button which controlled the lights. For fully a minute neither of them moved. Then Samuel heard a voice whispering, "Are you a burglar?" He could not speak, but he nodded his head. And then again he heard the child's voice, "Oh, I'm so glad." "I'm so glad," she repeated again, and her tone was clear and sweet. "I'd been praying for it. But I'd almost given up hope." Samuel found voice enough to gasp, "Why?" "My mama read me a story," said the child. "It was about a little girl who met a burglar. And ever since I've been waiting for one to come." There was a pause. "Are you a really truly burglar?" the child whispered. I think so," replied Samuel. "You look very young," she said. And the other bethought himself. "I'm only a beginner," he said. "This is really my first time." "Oh," said the child with a faint touch of disappointment. "But still you will do, won't you?" "Do for what?" asked the boy in bewilderment. You must let me reform you, exclaimed the other. That's what the little girl did in the story? Will you? Why, yes, gasped Samuel. I really meant to reform. Then suddenly he thought he heard a sound in the hall above. He glanced up, and for one instant he had a glimpse of the face of Charlie peering down at him. What are you looking at? Asked the child. I thought that there's someone with me, stammered Samuel, forgetting his solemn vow. Oh, 2 burglars, cried the child in delight. And may I reform him, too? I think you'd better begin with me, said Samuel. Will he go away, do you think? Yes, I think he's gone now. But you won't go yet, will you? Asked the child anxiously. You'll stay and talk to me. If you wish, gasped the boy. You aren't afraid of me? She asked. Not of you, said he. But if someone else should waken? No, you needn't think of that. Mama and Grandma both lock their doors at night. And Papa's away. Who sleeps there? Asked Samuel, pointing to the door he had been watching. That's Papa's room, said the child, and the other gave a great gasp of relief. Come, said the little girl, and she seated herself in one of the big leather armchairs. Now, she continued, tell me how you came to be a burglar. I had no money, said Samuel, and no work. Oh, exclaimed the child, and then, what is your work? I lived on a farm all my life, said he. My father died and then I wanted to go to the city. I was robbed of all my money, and I was here without any friends and I couldn't find anything to do at all. I was nearly starving. Why, how dreadful, cried the other. Why didn't you come to see Papa? Your father, said he. I didn't want to beg. It wouldn't have been begging. He'd have been glad to help you. I didn't know about him, said Samuel. Why should he? He helps everyone, said the child. That's his business. How do you mean? Don't you know who my father is? She asked in surprise. No, said he, I don't. My father is Dr. Vince, she said, and then she gazed at him with wide open eyes. You've never heard of him? Never, said Samuel. He's a clergyman, said the little girl. A clergyman, echoed Samuel aghast. Somehow it seemed far worse to have been robbing a clergyman. And he's so good and kind, went on the other. He loves everyone, and tries to help them. And if you had come to him and told him, he'd have found some work for you. There are a great many people in Lockmanville out of work, said Samuel gravely. Oh, but they don't come to my papa, said the child. You must come and let him help you. You must promise me that you will. But how can I? I've tried to rob him. But that won't make any difference. You don't know my papa. If you should tell him that you had done wrong and that you were sorry, you are sorry, aren't you? Yes, I'm very sorry. Well, then, if you told him that, he'd forgive you, he'd do anything for you, I know. If he knew that I'd help to reform you, he'd be so glad. I did help a little, didn't I? Yes, said Samuel. You helped. You weren't very hard to reform, somehow, said the child hesitatingly. The little girl in the story had to talk a good deal more. Are you sure that you are going to be good now? Samuel could not keep back a smile. Truly I will, he said. I guess you were brought up to be good, reflected the other. I don't think you were very bad, anyway. It must be very hard to be starving. It is indeed, said the boy with conviction. I never heard of anyone starving before, went on the other. If that happened to people often, there'd be more burglars, I guess. There was a pause. What is your name? Asked the little girl. Mine is Ethel. And now I'll tell you what we'll do. My papa's on his way home, his train gets here early in the morning. And you come up after breakfast, I'll make him wait for you. And then you can tell it all to him, and then you won't have any more troubles. Will you do that? You think he won't be angry with me? Asked Samuel. No, I'm sure of it. And he won't want to have me arrested. Oh, dear me, exclaimed Ethel with an injured look. Why, my papa goes to see people in prison, and tries to help them get out. I'll promise you, truly. Very well, said Samuel, I'll come. And so they parted. And Samuel found himself out upon the street again, with the open sky above him, and a great hymn of relief and joy in his soul. He was no longer a burglar. Chapter 15. Samuel walked the streets all that night. For he fully meant to do what he had promised the child, and he did not care to go back to Charlie Swift, and face the latter's protests and ridicule. At 8 the next morning, tired but happy, he rang the bell of Dr. Vince's house. Ethel herself opened the door, and at the sight of him her face lighted up with joy, and she turned, crying out, "Here he is!" And she ran halfway down the hall, exclaiming, "He's come! I told you he'd come! Papa!" A man appeared at the dining room door, and stood staring at Samuel. "There he is, Papa!" cried Ethel beside herself with delight. "There's my burglar." Dr. Vince came down the hall. He was a stockily built gentleman with a rather florid complexion and bushy beard. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning, sir," said Samuel. "And are you really the young man who was here last night?" "Yes, sir," said Samuel. The worthy doctor was obviously disconcerted. "This is quite extraordinary," he exclaimed. "Won't you come in?" They sat down in the library. "I don't want you to think, sir," said Samuel quickly, "that I come to beg. Your little girl asked me." "Don't mention that," said the other. "If the story you told Ethel is really true, I should be only too glad to do anything that I could." "Thank you, sir," said Samuel. "And so you really broke into my house last night," exclaimed the other. "Well, well. And it is the first time you have ever done anything of the sort in your life?" "The very first," said the boy. "But what could have put it into your head?" "There was another person with me," said Samuel. "You will understand that I would rather not talk about him." "I see," said the other. "He led you to it?" "Yes, sir." "And you have never done anything dishonest before?" "No, sir." "You have never even been a thief?" "No," exclaimed Samuel indignantly. The other noticed the tone of his voice. "But why did you begin now?" he asked. "I was persuaded that it was right," said Samuel. "But how could that be? Had you never been taught about stealing?" "Yes, sir," replied the boy, "but it's not as simple as it seems. I had met Professor Stewart." "Professor Stewart," echoed the other. "Yes, sir, the professor at the college." "But what did he have to do with it?" "Why, sir, he told me about the survival of the fittest, and how I had to starve to death because I was one of the failures. And then you see, sir, I met Master Albert." "Master Albert?" "Albert Lockman, sir. And the professor had said that he was one of the fit, and I saw that he got drunk, sir, and did other things that were very wicked, and so it did not seem just right that I should starve. I can see now that it was very foolish of me, but I thought that I ought to fight, and try to survive if I possibly could. And then I met Char, that is, a bad man who offered to show me how to be a burglar." The other had been listening in amazement. "Boy," he said, "are you joking with me?" "Joking," echoed Samuel, his eyes opening wide. And then the doctor caught his breath and proceeded to question him. He went back to the beginning, and made Samuel lay bare the story of his whole life. But when he got to the interview with Professor Stewart, the other could contain himself no longer. "Samuel," he exclaimed, "this is the most terrible thing I have ever heard in my life." "How do you mean, sir?" "You have been saved, providentially saved, as I firmly believe. but you were hanging on the very verge of a life of evil, and all because men in our colleges are permitted to teach these blasphemous and godless doctrines. This is what they call science. This is our modern enlightenment. The doctor had risen and begun to pace the floor in his agitation. I have always insisted that the consequence of such teaching would be the end of all morality. And here we have the thing before our very eyes. A young man of decent life is actually led to the commission of a crime, as a consequence of the teachings of Herbert Spencer. Samuel was listening in consternation. Then it isn't true what Herbert Spencer says, he exclaimed. True, cried the other. Why, Samuel, don't you know that it isn't true? Weren't you brought up to read the Bible? And do you read anything in the Bible about the struggle for existence? Were you taught there that your sole duty was to fight with other men for your own selfish ends? Was it not rather made clear to you that you were not to concern yourself with your own welfare at all, but to struggle for the good of others, and to suffer rather than do evil? Why, Samuel, what would your father have said, if he could have seen you last night, his own dear son, that he had brought up in the way of the gospel? Oh, sir, cried Samuel, struck to the heart. My boy, exclaimed the other. Our business in this world is not that we should survive, but that the good should survive. We are to live for it and to die for it, if need be. We are to love and serve others. We are to be humble and patient, to sacrifice ourselves freely. The survival of the fittest. Why, Samuel, the very idea is a denial of spirituality. What are we that we should call